I, Admiral of the Navy, fishing at work. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141. The true strength of the powerhouses of the old time. What did you think of? Sengoku asked Ron curiously when he saw Ron's knowing expression. After all, he had no clue. Well, it's a suspect. Ron nodded. Who is it? Look at the old man, not to hammer him. Garp couldn't wait to put an end to that era. So no matter who it is, he is ready to end everything with his own hand. After all, in his and Sengoku's view, these people were leftovers from their era. These are all they should end up with. The current marshal should not worry about it. Leaving this mess to Ron, Sengoku and Garp have always felt remiss in their heart. The reason for Sengoku to retire after disposing of Whitebeard is that Marine suffered heavy losses in that battle, and that he thinks that the remnants of the old era have been cleaned up. As Marine of that era, his mission has been completed. As for the first item, it's not really necessary to retire. After all, those battle losses are also within a reasonable range. The second is the real reason for Sengoku's retirement. Garp has the same idea as Sengoku. The big pirates of that era were caught by them, and they died, so the two of them have no regret, and they are retired honorably. But it never occurred to me. I thought everything was settled cleanly, but those old guys came out to make trouble again. Sengoku and Garp felt that their work was not handled properly and left their tail, which is why they are so positive. Ron waved his hand, signaling Garp not to worry. It should be your old friend. Do you still remember Earl Yuhi? This, it him, Sengoku exclaimed. Did Count Yuhi also act? Garp and Sengoku suddenly fell into memory. It seems like yesterday that Count Yuhi defeated Kong. That battle can be said to be quite shocking. If you are talking about who is the most powerful pirate in this maybe Garp will not say Roger, nor Whitebeard. The person he wants to talk about most is Earl Yuhi. Although these people have never fought, they can use one person to be as famous as the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Roger, and Whitebeard. Such a person said he did not wrong. Who would believe it? The most outrageous is, at that time, he was not yet a fruit person. With the innate and unique observation hockey, Count Yuhi is almost invincible. Different from Roger's listening to the voice of all things, Count Yuhi can directly hear people's heart. Why would he do it? Sengoku asked in confusion. From what he knew about Count Yuhi, he was not someone who would be involved in such a big event. Earl Yuhi has always been a relatively lonely person, so people call him Red the Aloof. Such a person would rescue the Golden Lion, which is outrageous. Ron smiled and thought of a place to sit down, motioning Domino to prepare some food and drink. After all, it was time for dinner. Had a potluck with Rayleigh, Garp, Sengoku in prison today. After all, it will be busy. Domino never imagined in his life that one day Mariner's grandfather would have lunch in the 6th floor prison. This is definitely one thing the underwater prison has been up to since it was built. By the way, call Magellan over to eat together. I don't need him to guard it today, Ron said to Domino, who was about to leave. Domino sighed secretly. Isn't it? You don't need the warden to guard the gate, just your lineup. Who dares to escape today? Isn't this courting death? I'm afraid that if he didn't get out of the gate, he was beaten to death. Count Yuhi is trying to fulfill Roger's last wish. He is looking at the death of the former strongmen. He is a little unwilling to catch them. Ron sighed and said, although he had never seen this man, he could feel the kind of loneliness. It's okay. He's old after all. This time we are sure to take him down. Garp and Sengoku nodded to each other. You two want to go catch him alone, Ron said with a smile. And me. At this time Magellan also came over. As the warden, he was escaped by Pirate White. This was a month of his military career and shame. So, he wants to bring back the Golden Lion himself. After an old man comes out, if he wants to dominate the world, what do you think he wants to get back most? Ron looked at the three of them and asked seriously. The strength is not right. He's not the kind of person who likes to recruit his men. Garp shook his head. It's young. Sengoku suddenly said that not everyone's strength is not affected by age. Count Yuhi's strength has declined many times since he was young. So if he wants to dominate the world, he must regain his strength. Then he must return to a young state. Yes, it is young. Ron nodded. At this time, Domino had already delivered the wine and food. Then she and Rebecca stood obediently behind Ron. Ron, Garp, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Magellan sit together. This lineup was the first time Domino saw it in her life, and she secretly filmed it with a phone bug, ready to go back and print it for collection. This is definitely an exclusive collection, the only one in the world. Domino's gave a fan-like smile. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said, the only way that guy can turn back young now is to eat a one devil fruit. One sentence surprised Garp and Sengoku in an instant. That's right, Earl Yuhi is not yet a power user, which means that he still has a chance to eat devil fruit. Young devil fruit. Both of them remembered the one they lost years ago, the forbidden devil fruit. It is the same forbidden devil fruit as the devil fruit that Rebecca ate. That fruit was also in Sengoku's collection. Just that because he gave it to a marine soldier that Sengoku liked, he couldn't resist the temptation of this power after eating the fruit. In the end, he sucked the life of his comrade. Sengoku and Garp sent 3 Admiral to kill him. Since then, the fruit has disappeared into the sea, and Sengoku has never given up to inquire fire, but unfortunately there is still no news for so many years. Zone mythical model, vampire, Ron said suddenly. How do you know? Sengoku said suddenly. He was too surprised. Ron seemed to know everything. How could someone so young know this fruit? Ron, it doesn't matter how I know. Ron shook his head and said, do you know where it is? Everyone shook their heads in unison. If you let this guy eat that fruit, it's too late. Garp felt the pressure for the first time. The already powerful Count Yuhi, if he eats this fruit, is basically an undead monster. As long as he wants to, there is almost no upper limit to his rank. That guy Golden Lion should not be underestimated. His strength is not inferior to Roger. If Count Yuhi has a way to restore his leg, holding 2 swords is the strongest state of the Golden Lion. He is a swordsman with 2 swords. Pluto Rayleigh frowned. He knew the strength of this old opponent best. If these 2 people really join forces, the world will be in chaos. Rayleigh also doesn't want these old guys to come out to make trouble again. The new era should be left to the young people. 142. Golden Lion defeated. The mysterious third person present. Isn't this guy Golden Lion defeated by your grandson? One. Ron took a big mouthful of meat and suddenly looked at Garp and said, haha, this is really strange. I don't think that guy Luffy can beat the Golden Lion. Even if the Golden Lion has no leg, no sword, plus aging, all kinds of things are stacked together. The old man doesn't think Luffy can fight past that guy. Garp gulped down the meat. Ulu ulu, said indistinctly. Quote, you can't swallow the meat in your mouth and talk. Sengoku rolled Garp's eyes and said with disdain, ulu ulu. Garp didn't know what to say. The 2 old fellows started to dislike each other again. I thought that was weird too. Rayleigh only cares about drinking, but he doesn't eat much meat. What this old guy loves most is wine. Happened that Ron had no shortage of wine here, especially after Maginot came to the Yuhi mainland to open a tavern. Almost all of the Marines drink the East Blue kind, specialty wine. Oh, what do you think about that, Rayleigh? Sengoku is relatively gentle, at least with cutlery. He was also very suspicious of Luffy's defeat of the Golden Lion before, but he didn't think of any clues at the time, so just leave it behind. Just that Ron has mentioned it now, and everyone has discovered all the unreasonable places at that time. For the first few weeks, I've been coaching Luffy hockey, and I can't get enough of him. Before Rayleigh could finish, he was interrupted by Garp. You old man, you let Luffy go further and further on the road of pirates. The face of Garp's anger, Rayleigh simply ignored it. Instead, he continued, no matter how far the Golden Lion declined, it cannot be defeated by Luffy. This is definitely weird. That guy Luffy, I also played against him. I didn't use all my strength for the sake of your old guy's grandson. Felt a little pain in his stomach as soon as he ate a few sasori seeds. Ron asked for a spicy crayfish, and Magellan asked for a spicy sasori. No one at the table robbed him, but Ron's spicy crayfish soon bottomed out. Sengoku looked at Magellan with a look of disgust, and then asked, it seems that several people here have played against Luffy, so his strength is obvious to all, and the old man does not think he is Golden Lion's opponent. Sengoku and Garp, at the time, paid half a marlin to arrest Golden Lion. If I had known, the 3 of them were at their peak at that time. In that day, the Golden Lion, let alone fighting with Luffy, is basically a direct instant kill. Even if the current Golden Lion is withdrawn, it is not something that a fledgling kid like Luffy can fight again. Garp said as he ate, so, I suspect there was another person on the island at the time. Boom. A word shocked everyone present. Garp's words are very informative. Mason. Ron nodded. He thought so too, and that person Shinben had used some kind of ability to help Luffy during Luffy's final blow. After all, the last one, lightning is too strange. Sengoku frowned, put down his chopstick, thought for a moment, and said, first of all, that person must not be with Golden Lion. Secondly, that person has the ability to fight against the Golden Lion. Finally, saying this, Sengoku looked at Garp and continued, finally, that person is willing to help Luffy. Could it be Luffy's mother? Ron said casually, haha, how is it possible? She left early. Garp said in a low voice, I say this because of what you think Luffy won the Golden Lion for. Ron didn't look up and continued to eat the food on the table, but his words made everyone stop eating and fell into thinking. At that time, Sengoku and Garp were far away, and the scene of the island could also be seen, so the 2 of them have the most say. Sengoku stroked his beard and said, it should be that lightning bolt. Did you mean Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit? Garp said thoughtfully, it's possible. After all, in the weather at that time, there was no such thing as lightning at all. Sengoku sighed, and now he can only think of this answer. That Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit, I think so too. Garp slapped his thigh and said in agreement. Rarely did he approve of Sengoku one. However, Ron's next sentence denied the 2's speculation. It can't be Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit. That fruit should be on the moon right now, and it was on the moon before Luffy fought Golden Lion. Ron took a sip of tomato juice and said, that's why Ron gets hungrier the more he eats. This stuff is so appetizing. Oh, how do you know? This fruit has not appeared at sea for decades. Sengoku is a devil fruit collector, just like those who love to collect antiques of calligraphy and painting, but the things Sengoku collects are more expensive. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit didn't show up at sea because he was always on Sky Island. After that, Ron told them about the whereabouts of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit. As expected of Marshall Ron, your story will be as if you have seen it with your own eye. It is beautiful, and you admire it. Garp laughed and said. Ron wanted to say, I really saw it with my own eye. That's all. There's no need to explain it to them. If it's not Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, what else could it be? Is there any other ability to control lightning? Magellan had just come back from the bathroom when he heard them still discussing the issue, but he had missed Ron's story. Of course there is, but we don't know it yet. The fruit also has subordinate. It is very likely that there is a superior fruit of Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit. Sengoku's research on Devil Fruit is far more than anyone else in the same period. Most likely the weather fruit. Ron also said while peeling the crayfish. Quote exclamation mark quote weather fruit. Sengoku exclaimed suddenly. This is indeed one of the forbidden fruit. It is real. Really, you should know about the Battle of Idwal. Ron is about to break out a big speculation. Of course I know. That was the biggest threat our pirate group has encountered since we set off, but Golden Lion led hundreds of other warships and surrounded us. To be honest, we were determined to die and launched a campaign against them. Attack. Rayleigh was caught in the memory, and it was all vivid in his mind. Thinking about it now, I can still feel the sea breeze blowing across my cheek. Now think about it. How did you win? Ron said suddenly. His expression suddenly changed. Serious. Rayleigh's body froze for a while, and he immediately understood what Ron meant. It's the weather. At that time, the weather suddenly changed, and the whole sea turned upside down in an instant. There were dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the whistling sea breeze could even overturn the ship. Quote, that's right, it's the weather. Hundreds of Golden Lion's ships were wiped out in an instant. Rayleigh sipped a pot of good wine and said excitedly, it's the weather and the Golden Lion again. Sengoku heard the words and immediately, I understand why Ron brought the two things together. There's a third person on the field. Now, in thought, who is it? Who is manipulating the weather? Feilu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. Chapter 143. The Hidden Enemy. The owner of the weather fruit. Don't even think about it. I just said that casually. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Ron took his last bite of the shrimp and got ready to get up. Not only did the Golden Lion issue not be discussed this time around, but more issues were raised. Sengoku shook his head, adjusted his clothes, and followed Ron to his feet. The appearance of Earl Yuhi and the mysterious weather fruit person are really troublesome. The situation facing Marine this time is no easier than the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Garp took all the stick in his hands and stood up. Anyway, this is your Marine's trouble, and it has nothing to do with me, the old man, as long as you bring me meat and wine on time. After Rayleigh finished speaking, he picked up the unfinished wine and returned to his cell on his own. What are you going to do? At present, we don't have any information other than guesswork. Magellan clutched his stomach and stood up with an ugly face. His words are not unreasonable. The ones just now are all speculation after all. Ron beckoned and motioned for Domino to come over and clean up. Then he said, in any case, it's not the scope of today's consideration. It's rare to have a rest today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. As soon as the voice fell, everyone almost fell. It took so long to co-author just to eat more seafood in the underwater prison. You are all free. Just go back. Today I am going to Fishman Island for vacation. Ron said to the dumbfounded people present. You going on vacation at a time of crisis like this? Do you know how dangerous it is now? If the speculation just now is true, then there will be 3 outrageously powerful characters in Rear Admiral, and you have to go on vacation. Sengoku, Garp, Magellan. The 3 old guys looked at each other. Is Marshal Ron going to investigate secretly? In this case, the old man can go together and do his best. Sengoku held the hope of the event, thinking that although Ron said so, he must have gone to check it secretly himself, just didn't want to hurt them. But Ron said directly, I don't need you to accompany me. I'm just going on vacation. I finally took a day off. Don't be too nervous. Let's take a bath in Izumi. He's really going on vacation. Do you care about so many Marines? Sengoku covered his forehead with a look of disbelief. When he was Marine Marshal, he didn't have a day off, for fear that something big happened to Marine would not be able to contact him. But this Ron turned out to be, at such a critical juncture, running off on vacation. Okay to be nervous. When is this? It's really just a vacation. Sengoku doesn't believe that Ron, such an excellent marshal, has reformed Marine unprecedentedly since he took office. In less than a month, he changed Marine's fate, re-emerged the world, and swept away all the underground forces. Such achievements have surpassed him by too much, and most of which Ron had not noticed. So Sengoku still firmly believes that Ron must have visited privately in a private server. It must be. How can such an outstanding young man enjoy himself? It is absolutely impossible to go out and play on vacation. I told you to delay my vacation, Ron said and went out. At the same time, I ordered Domino to prepare a bubble boat, which is a warship that has been coated. Ron knew that Marine would definitely have warships that had already been coded. After all, coding usually takes 3 days, so how could it not be prepared in advance? Domino nodded and said yes. Anyone in the Marine, any warship Ron can mobilize at will. So Domino went out immediately to prepare. After getting the Marshal's password, she can finally go to the warship department to take a sigh of relief. When she usually applies for warship, the 1010 of the warship department is arrogant, which will see her as a small revenge. Ron took the lead out of the underwater prison, leaving only one sentence. You guys can find a way to go back by yourself. You don't have to follow me. ... Few guys were all speechless. The Marshal must have really gone on vacation. There may be 3 legendary pirates out there. Sengoku, why doesn't your face look so good? Garp picked his nostrils and asked. Sengoku sighed and said, why didn't the old man live so freely like Ron when he was young? I think of my 1010 who work hard, often work overtime, never take vacation, and have been conscientious for decades. As a result, the Marine under my leadership is not as good as a 1010 who commute to work on time, usually has nothing to do with paddling, and even takes a vacation during the holiday. Marshal, thinking of this, Sengoku, as heart hurt. Ha ha ha, I said you old guy, it's normal that you are not as good as little friend Ron. You ... He came to the main entrance of the underwater prison. Ron took advantage of the time he was waiting for Domino to retrieve the warship, and directly dialed Tashigi's phone number at the headquarters. Still, Tashigi sweating on the training ground right now. Stop. Tashigi, your name is Boa Hancock and Nicole Robin. By the way, let Yamato bring the soldiers of a warship immediately. Come to the underwater prison. Ron hung up the phone. After all, he still needs some manpower, because Ron wouldn't be sailing the boat himself. As for the issue of Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi, Ron is not letting go, because Ron knew that if he wanted to find them now, it would be absolutely impossible to find a needle in a haystack. They must be hiding somewhere to recharge their batteries at this time. Ron waiting for them to reveal themselves. Compared with these 2 people, Ron is more interested in the one with the ability of the weather fruit. After all, Ron initially thought this person was Luffy's mother, Roger's sister. That way she appears in both places at the same time, and it made sense for Golden Lion. After asking Garp, Ron realized that it was not the case at all. Firstly, Luffy's mother had died long ago, and secondly, she was not Roger's sister. That's what Ron thought about it. In this way, that mysterious ability person, her identity is even more suspicious. She is so strong, but she has never shown her face or left a name on this What is such a person for, and why does he interfere with Golden Lion repeatedly? Ron has a hunch that he should meet this person, and he will meet him soon. Her identity must surprise Ron. After a while, Yamato took the navigator Ain and the original 9 people plus 500 Marine plus Boa Hancock and Robin to the underwater prison. Marshal Ron, the crowd said in unison. They were ordered to go on vacation to Fishman Island together. This made several people both happy and curious. After all, they were also visiting Fishman Island for the first time. At the same time, Domino also drove the coated warship over. Everyone boarded the coated boat and sailed directly towards the depths of the sea. Just then, inside Fishman Island, Fishman Hody Jones has just issued a blockade order to destroy or surrender all incoming ship from underwater. 144. Picked up a wild devil fruit. What are we going to do? This boat is full of fruit power. If this bubble bursts, we will all be doomed. Yamato held the wolf Kiba stick and slapped the bubble. At this time, the Empress went up with a kick and directly kicked Yamato flying. At the same time, he said furiously, do you want to die? What if you break it? It's okay. All these Marine soldiers didn't eat devil fruit. They will save us then. Holding the long sword, Rebecca went up to persuade her. Ron smiled and shook his head. At this step, if they fall out, they will be crushed directly. How could they even save you? Ron's words made these women silent for fear of making noise. These were the people Ron wanted to include in Akatsuki, so Ron brought them along. It's a practice. Yamato and Boa Hancock are Ron's choice. Yawa, come over here. Ron stood on the bow and looked at the various fishes outside, which was much more visually striking than what he saw in the aquarium. What the matter, Marshal? Yamato had a smile on his face that made people feel very comfortable. Have you eaten devil fruit yet? Ron asked. He is not sure whether Yamato has eaten or not, but judging from his performance, it should be that he has not eaten yet. Not yet. I don't like those devil fruit. Yamato put one hand on his hip and said very stinky. Indeed, what is her identity? In the Kaido pirate, what kind of devil fruit has never been seen before? If he wants to eat whatever type he wants, Kaido can find it for her. As for those, how could ordinary devil fruits look good? What type do you want? Ron turned to look at Yamato, the enemy princess who followed him most from the beginning. The jewel of Kaido of the beast. Yamato has also made a lot of credit for following him. Ron's first Akatsuki member had a place in Yamato. I want a paramesha, like Whitebeard. Yamato laughed and said she still prefers this kind of power-type devil fruit. After all, this is her character. As for Kaido, S1 Zoo, Yamato is extremely disgusted, so don't be too ugly. That is, Kaido, S dragon fruit fruit, barely speaking. As for the rest of the pirate, Yamato is not going to go. Paramesha shake fruit. Like it, fine. Ron nodded. Then he continued, I'll give you a devil fruit now. Oh really? Do you still carry this with you for lunch? Yamato and Ron have known each other relatively early, so it is easier to talk to Ron, not as restrained as others. Do you think I can carry this kind of thing with me? Ron showed off his flimsy clothes. After all, his marine cape or something, which covered Rebecca in the first place. It's true that there is no place to put it, so how can you give it to me? Yamato said suspiciously. She knew that Ron wasn't joking with her, so there must be a devil fruit, but she didn't know where Ron hid it. Look over there. Ron pointed to the middle of a coral reef at a depth of 10,000 meters and said. Yamato said in the direction that Ron pointed, and looked far into the distance. After a while, he found a devil fruit in that corner. He couldn't help but get excited. I'm excited because of a one devil fruit. After all, I have been playing since I was a child. Yamato has never seen 100 or 200 of such things as devil fruit, mainly because this is the first time she's found a wild devil fruit. To be precise, it's the devil fruit Ron was looking for. Is this for me? Ron nodded and said, yes, it's for you. Okay, then I'll decide to eat it. Yamato said arrogantly. These actions on her woman did not violate peace at all. On the contrary, there is a bit of a feeling of being a woman and not letting a man brow. Didn't you only eat paramesha? And it's as powerful as the shaking fruit. And he know what fruit was ahead, or even if it was paramesha. Haha, women are fickle, don't you understand? Since this is the first wild devil fruit discovered, no matter. I will eat anything. Maybe this devil fruit chose me. Ron heard the words and immediately Ichiraku, this big and but very much to his taste. Let's get the boat over there. Yamato ordered. Devil fruit that Ron was talking about. Ron could have sucked the devil fruit directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to let Yamato get it himself. After all, she looked so excited. This whole process should be left to her to enjoy. Thinking of this, Ron came to the reclining chair and began to close his eyes and rest. At the same time, he felt that a huge monster was walking towards him in the distance. Not long after, the warship was already close to the coral reef, and the Yamato ship bubbled close, then walked towards the devil fruit, and then grabbed the devil fruit. He quickly returned to the ship. Which of you know what devil fruit this is? Yamato excitedly held up the strange fruit in his hand. Light star fruit, which was very similar to a starfish. This is the first time I have seen this shape. Sure enough, no one present knew. They haven't even seen the devil fruit illustration, so they don't know it's normal. Even Ron, who has read the devil fruit Pokédex, doesn't even know what kind of fruit it is. Just then, Robin stood up. Ron hadn't summoned her since he brought her from Shirito Island. This time I brought her here suddenly, not because Ron wanted to subdue her, but because there was a historical essay on Fishman Island, and Ron just wanted to hear the story, so he asked Robin to tell the story. I've seen this shape of devil fruit on a household register. Robin's words immediately attracted Yamato's interest, so he ran over, put the devil fruit in Nico Robin's hand, and said, you are looking carefully, don't worry. Nico Robin's outstretched hand hesitated for a moment, the feeling of being trusted. This is what Robin has always wanted. In the end, she took the fruit, looked at it carefully for a moment, and said, this is a devil fruit with instant ability. Sudden sentence made Ron open his eye. There is a random devil fruit file to remind you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and divide. Chapter 145. Distress in the Deep Sea. Supernova Bonnie as hell. Random devil fruit. Yamato exclaimed. There is also this operation. Does random mean the same as I understand? Of course. Nicole Robin nodded and said, that's it. On the surface, this fruit can acquire abilities randomly. As for which abilities can be acquired randomly, I don't know. Is any ability possible? Yamato asked in disbelief. Quote, it doesn't mean that any ability can be used. Most of them, common abilities, may be randomly acquired. As for some rare ability, there is no way. Nico Robin said solemnly. She has been familiar with history since she was a child, and her only regret is that she has not seen those things in the history book. Now I finally see one. This shows that those historical records are all true. Nothing excites Robin more than knowing this. Ron lay down in his chair and said. Yamato glanced at Ron, nodded, and then swallowed it whole without hesitation. This is very similar to Ron, but this Yamato and pervert's refusal to chew an unpalatable thing can be eaten by her very fragrantly. Nothing has changed. After a while, Yamato said, impossible. How come there is no response? Nico Robin is unbelievable, said while pinching Yamato's arm in disbelief. It still feels like a normal person. It's not fake, is it? Yamato said speechlessly. Normally, after eating the devil fruit, it would have been long ago to react. There is no such thing as no response. Marshal Ron, what going on? Rebecca turned to Ron. To her, Ron was an omniscient god. He must know what going on. After all, his devil fruit, with the help of Ron, it will be successfully swallowed. So, Ron must also know what going on. Ron looked up at Rebecca and said, wait, this type of devil fruit may be slow to take effect. Yamato sighed, as long as it wasn't fake. At this moment, the originally calm seabed suddenly surging undercurrent. The seawater not far far away seems to be boiling, and it is constantly bubbling up, and making a humming sound. Aang's expression changed immediately. Said, "Not good. The submarine volcano has erupted. Go back." What? Everyone's expressions changed immediately. There is actually a volcano on the bottom of the sea, but Aang is the only taxi here, so everyone immediately control the sail, turn the direction, and go at full speed in the direction from which you came. Help us. At this moment, a sound of rescue suddenly came from not far away. There are other pirate ships here. The deep sea is extremely dark and can be seen 10 meters. In the vast darkness, a little bit of light gradually become bright, and then the light spot get bigger and bigger. Yamato saw that it was indeed a pirate ship. At the moment, this ship was behind them, but how could the mobility of ordinary pirate ship be faster than that of warship? So the distance is getting farther and farther. There is also a huge sea monster behind the pirate ship, and the warship is in front of him, like a toy model. The sea monster's running speed was extremely fast, and its huge body set off waves of turbulent currents on the seabed. It makes the already inconvenient ship sway even more. Movement speed is greatly reduced, but the volcano in the distance is getting faster and faster. The distance from everyone is getting shorter and shorter. The fiery magma, even in the sea water, cannot be extinguished. The intense high temperature heats the surrounding seawater so hot that even if it is not engulfed by the magma, it will be boiled into a skewer in a short time. The fiery yuhi-colored light illuminated the seabed translucently, and then covered the crowd with a bloody yuhi-colored halo, which looked extraordinarily strange, like a dying man. However, this light also allowed the three forces to see each other clearly. The Yamato Empress and others also saw the pirate ship closely behind, which was the supernova Bonnie. The pirate ship also discovered that the target they were calling for was Marine. Captain Bonnie, that's Marine. The pirates under his command were instantly confused. Bonnie was shocked because she saw the people on the warship. Ron, the youngest Martial Marine ever had, and the most ruthless Martial ever. In less than half a month, Shichibukai was abolished successively, and after all, the Empress Boa Hancock was also included in Marine. Not only that guy seized Disolo, recruited Morgan, and wiped out the rest of the underground world in one fell swoop. Its speed is so fast and its efficiency is high that it is outrageous. And she didn't know what kind of ship luck, so she took the initiative to ask the other party for help, for fear that the other party would not be able to find her. This is good. Even if he is not burned to death by the lava behind, he will be captured by Ron. What's the matter? Captain Bonnie, let's grab that warship. These little soldiers haven't seen who is sitting on the warship. Be quiet. Martial Marine is sitting on it. Are you blind? Bonnie would have liked to kick him off the boat. This guy actually wanted to hijack Martial Marine's warship. This is the gall of a bear and a leopard. I am afraid that I will not die fast enough. Right. What should we do then? If you go forward, you will die, and if you go backward, you will die. The soldier heard the news. It collapsed in an instant. He couldn't tell whether it was the horror of the volcano behind him or the horror of the Martial in front of him. Fang Zheng is dead. Don't talk. Keep running quietly. Maybe they don't have time to deal with us now. After all, what about Martial Marine? Isn't he still running for his life? I don't believe he still has time to deal with himself now. Martial, which one to solve first? Rebecca pulled out her long sword and quietly waited for Ron's order. After eating the fruit, Rebecca became stronger, and dealing with these people for the current her, there is no problem at all. Ron patted Rebecca. Don't bother. Then he stretched out a hand. People don't know why. However, the next moment, with Ron as the center, a majestic repulsive force swept in. Seawater bounced off in the blink of an eye, and the entire sea area nearby suddenly turned into a vacuum. A semicircular vacuum zone was surrounded by warship, pirate ship, and huge monsters. Immediately afterward, the incomparably turbulent magma swept in, but the scorching high temperature, coupled with the impact force of Wanjun, did not even break through this invisible barrier. Instead, they were all bounced off, surrounded by the transparent barrier, and flowed behind him. Without the seawater, Bonnie's pirate ship fell instantly and fell heavily on the bottom of the sea, torn apart. Pirate ship is scrapped. Bonnie desperately looked at the warship still floating in the air at the moment, and felt the lava rolling past not far away. His face paled. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. The first 46. Meet the Four Emperor. Come on, go and kill that woman for this handsome. I surrender. Watching the warship float in the air and rush towards them, Bonnie was pale and had a home delivery feel. I don't know what kind of sin I have done, but I ran into Boss Marine in the depth, not even a little back. The last time I ran out of these goodies Marines in Sabayati Archipelago, I thought it was unlucky enough to meet Admiral, but I don't know how lucky it is now. At least that time, Admiral Kizaru was clearly inactive, otherwise they would have been dead. So, before Ron and the others could speak, Bonnie took the lead. I surrender. Nonsense. Whoever resists without surrendering at this time is definitely a fool. Bonnie has heard of how ruthless this Marshal is. Unexpectedly, Ron's warship just passed by her. Ron stood on the bow and just glanced down, then said, "Did you call for help?" All the crew members of Bonnie were afraid to talk to each other. What does that mean? The Marshal asked you. Can't you hear me? Yamato just finished eating the devil fruit, but it has no effect, which makes her very irritable now. Bonnie and others with the wolf keep a stick, with an expression that if you don't speak again, I will beat you to death. Yes, we called it, Bonnie said with a trembling voice in his voice, although she tried very hard to appear calm in front of her hand. What do you call for help? Ron shook the tomato juice in a goblet, and Yuhi's liquid looked like blood. Bonnie broke into a cold sweat. In the face of the greatest danger, she did not show this expression, and Bonnie was not so afraid when directly threatened by Blackbeard. Come on, my marshal asks you, why are you calling for help? Can't you hear me? Yamato jumped directly to the opposite boat, then slapped their masts off with a stick, and asked with a bad expression, Marshal Ron. Yamato seems to be a little grumpy. He and she are not usually like this. Is there something wrong with the devil fruit? Rebecca has personally experienced the effects of devil fruits on her body, so she easily thinks that Yamato's changes may be related to devil fruit. It's okay, his big star devil fruit like that. Ron just named the random devil fruit that looked like a star. Hydaxing devil fruit is a good name. Nico Robin quietly wrote it down on the side. Anyway, there is no specific name in the history book. Nico Robin is going to write this name in his own book. Bonnie looked at the broken mast and dared not be, and cursed in his heart, you pervert is sick. Their danger was originally the lava outside, but it has become you. Asking what danger we have encountered. Can I say that the biggest danger is Marine in front of me, a naive and lovely innocent pirate. What should I do when first meet Marshal Marine at 10,000 meters under the sea? Wait online. I am in a hurry. Then there will be a row of light below. King Luffy, Free Sword, Lu Zoro, Goddess, Hawken, Undercover, Drake, Surgery, Luo, Thunder, Apu, Super Sai, Hila, Godfather, Beige, Flower Monk, Euroj and others liked it. And then there, Kid's comment at the end. Kid, shoot for 6 point. Do and wait, it won't end well if you do it in the front. Listen to my brother's advice. From the 5th floor of the underground prison. It's a pity that Pirate World doesn't have this concept, but Bonnie didn't dare not to answer. Otherwise the mad girl in front of him would tear up the boat. We encountered a volcano just now, so call for help, Bonnie said, pointing to the hot lava flow outside the invisible barrier. Is this also dangerous? It's all right now, let go. Ron shook his head. This year's pirates are really dishes. Bonnie wants to cry but has no tears. Big brother, it is not dangerous for you. We are all going to be destroyed just now. Wait, what? You said let go. Didn't you arrest us? Bonnie thought he had heard it wrong. The other party was Marshal Marine. According to this guy's previous record, how could he let them go? You can go if you don't want to. Hancock, go and get them back. Ron took a sip of tomato juice and commanded, give you a chance to be useless yourself. Originally, I thought that I didn't want to arrest people during the holiday, and I also brought a burden and trouble. Wait, I won't ask. I'll go. Bonnie immediately said, I can't wait to slap my 2 mouths. Just now I was obviously going to let them go, so I have to ask more. Ron did not continue to ignore them, but signaled the fleet to continue going. No, it's too late. Boa Hancock shook his head. She knew Ron's character. There was only one chance, and if you didn't take it yourself, there was no chance again. At the same time, the figure flapped, and in this underwater world without water, the Empress was extremely fast, grabbing them all in 3 or 2 strokes. Bonnie really wants to die, and he's such a jerk. If he didn't speak just now, he'd be gone now. Why did you let me go just now? After Bonnie was arrested. Anyway, he was also arrested, so he simply satisfied his curiosity. Of course Ron wouldn't pay attention to her. He was just a pirate. He didn't need to explain to her. He could catch him if he wanted, and if I was in a good mood, I could let it go. Main reason is that the Bonnie pirates are not the kind of pirates that burn, kill, rob and abuse, so Ron gave them a chance. Like it, pirate, Ron never gave him a chance. Today is our marshal's holiday, and we came out to play. You have to bump into it yourself, and you won't leave if you have a chance, Rebecca said with a sigh. I'm a jerk. Bonnie is speechless. Who would have thought that Marine would still be on vacation? It's really self-inflicted. However, I feel that this marshal is not like the legend at all. According to legend, he is like Shura, the god of death. He has a bad temper, kills people without blinking, and if a word disagreed, he will destroy the unpleasant pirate. Bonnie looked at Ron lying on the rocking chair, and he felt very quiet at the moment, like an expert who saw through Yuhi's dust. However, at this moment there was a loud noise. 1. The deep-sea monster was cut in 2, and the broken body fell from the sky. It crashed down on the invisible barrier. Red Yuhi blood donation will die the whole sea Yuhi. Then a large ship traveled from far to near. A woman at the bow of the ship, with a giant sword standing in front of her, her hands resting on it. One woman is the gate. Countless sea beasts around are afraid to approach. It is now still one of the 4 generals. Smoothie, the minister of milkshake. Expression changed abruptly as he watched the blood donation slide down from right above him on both sides. He was lying here looking at the scenery above when suddenly 2 corpses fell down with a pool of donated blood. Ron got angry at one. Immediately he shouted sharply, come on, who is going to kill that woman for this commander? Bonnie was suddenly taken aback. Seeing Ron at the moment, he changed his previous thoughts and secretly said in his heart, the rumors ears don't deceive me. Chapter 147. Does Auntie mind if I kill one of her subordinates? Marshal, Rebecca is willing to go. Wait, when Yamato spoke, Rebecca spoke first. Here, Yamato will snatch her, and the Empress temperament will naturally not do that. Yamato just got back from Bonnie's pirate ship. This opportunity was missed in such a short time. Can't help but say, this guy is very strong. I'm afraid she is not her opponent. Yamato didn't know what devil fruit Rebecca got, so that's why he said that. I want to try it. Rebecca has just obtained the fruit, and she really wants to know if her strength has improved, so she needs an opponent of comparable strength. And this movie, Rebecca thinks she can. Ron waved his hand and said, go and get back. Yes. Rebecca pulled out her long sword and jumped over without hesitation, regardless of whether there is seawater outside, because she believes in the man behind her. Sure enough, when she was about to touch the seawater, the repulsive force suddenly expanded, pushing the seawater to move upwards rapidly. The waterless area, which was originally only the size of a football field, suddenly became there are 10-10 stadium. Instant Smoothie was included. Only then did Smoothie see the person below. She didn't see it at first. I thought it was just an ordinary marine, so I didn't care at all. Even she planned to cut the warship in two directly after a while. Inheriting the talent of Big Mom's giant swordsmanship, Smoothie's kendo attainments are the highest among several siblings. Baron Eggy said in surprise. No, it's that. Ron with different pupils. Why is this guy here? Martial Marine. Smoothie sighed. She didn't take Rebecca flying in her eyes at all. She has her pride, and this kind of opponent she has never heard of is not worth her attention. What now? We're not his opponent. Baron Eggy lost his former elegance, and he didn't even care about drinking tea. Don't be afraid. No one is stronger than anyone in the sea. It's a big deal to die together, Smoothie said, looking a little surprised but not scared. Just when she finished speaking, a huge ocean current rushed towards her face. The next moment, their pirate ship was already in a waterless space like land. No, the boat is falling down. Baron Eggy's face changed greatly, because that meant they had no chance of escaping. Without water, the boat would be useless, and their only chance of escape was taken away. Until then, Smoothie's expression also changed. An unpleasant feeling came over me. At the same time, Rebecca flew over. A cold glow turned into a streamer, cut through the dark deep sea and rushed straight towards Smoothie. Unbelievable. Smoothie was furious, and since the opponent took the initiative to attack, it meant that there was no way out for this battle. Not holding back now, he pulled out the big sword behind him and swung it forward. Powerful country. Different from ordinary slashing, this giant swordsmanship. It was an extremely powerful shock wave. Rebecca's thrust and the shock wave collided directly. The huge force directly made Rebecca take a few steps back, and her slender legs made Moon step in the air several times before she stabilized her figure. However, Wei Guo's strength did not disappear, but rushed towards the bottom unscrupulously. This shock wave cannot be stopped even by a large mountain. Just when it was about to destroy the warship, the Empress beside Ron suddenly rose into the air, directly kicked in the front, and met with Wei Guo. The two powerful forces dissipated each other, and Ron didn't make a move at all, still lying there drinking tomato juice to himself. If there is no one standing in front of him with this little wind and wave, then he will be a marshal in vain. The Queen descended slowly. Everything seems to have never happened. Rebecca turned around. Her face suddenly changed ugly. Because he didn't have this blow from his crotch, he put the marshal below him in danger. Do you think eyes can kill people? The weak will only be angry. Smoothie laughed. Rebecca's actions could only be regarded as incompetent in her eyesight. The eyes can, but the sword in my hand can. Soon as Rebecca finished speaking, she disappeared in place again. Strange lines began to appear all over his body, and it was particularly obvious on his snow-white skin. A breath of death came over him. Smoothie finally got a little dignified. Rebecca was extremely fast, and after flashing in the air a few times, she reappeared behind Smoothie. The snow-white long sword suddenly became pitch black. Hockey concealed the power of the curse. Backstab. Smoothie's mouth corners VV up. Disdainful Isho. So naive. She has fought for many years in Smoothie. She doesn't know how many times she has seen this kind of trick, and how many people died behind her. It is unknown. She turned around and stabbed with a sword, directly piercing Rebecca's heart. Smoothie didn't even look at Rebecca. She threw a single sword, and Rebecca fell to the ground. It is absolutely impossible to survive a stab in the heart. Smoothie retracted the long knife, pointed at Ron below and said, "Neck, who's coming?" The tone is arrogant. It can be seen that the four Emperor pirates do not take Marine seriously at all. Martial Marine. I'm really embarrassed that his subordinates are such a waste. I didn't expect her to be able to escape. Smoothie pretended to be apologetic and said, her eyes full of sarcasm, "Where did she hit her hand?" It stabbed directly into the heart of others. It was a fatal blow. Then Smoothie added, "Marshal Ron, wouldn't you mind if I killed one of your men?" Haha, I'm more concerned about whether Bigoo Mum would mind if I kill one of her men. Ron put the blindfold on and didn't even look at Smoothie. If I want to run, I'm afraid even Martial Marine can't catch me in the sea. Smoothie's confidence comes from having a fish man on her pirate ship. Whenever danger occurs, Fishman will immediately grab Smoothie and swim towards the death. And Smoothie's constitution, even if the devil fruit is affected by the sea but persists for 10 minutes without breathing, there is no problem at all. Just when Smoothie was complacent, a long sword suddenly pierced from behind to his chest. Smoothie turned and looked back in disbelief as he saw the blood-stained blade suddenly appear on his chest. It was found that Rebecca was standing there intact, holding a long sword. Was she who pierced herself with a knife? Then, strange black lines spread all over Smoothie's body in an instant, and she couldn't move for a while. Why, you are dead. Chapter 148. Ron, Mom, the Smoothie is in my hand. However, this knife was not fatal to Smoothie, but when Smoothie wanted to break free, she suddenly found that the black lines on her body bound her. Now Smoothie can't move except to speak. How could you be capable? Smoothie panicked. He never imagined that such a day would come to him. Now the situation is already obvious. He is already a mermaid. What to do? Her brain is running fast. Can't think of any way at all. Baron Eggy was already stunned. He saw Rebecca being pierced in the heart with his own eye, and he also saw Rebecca suddenly stand up and stab Smoothie with a knife. He wanted to remind, but it was too soon, and he didn't have time to do anything. Rebecca's longsword has here Smoothie. Rebecca slowly pulled out the longsword, then looked at Baron Dandin behind her, and said with cold eye, do you want to come up too? No. I still hope that this matter can be resolved peacefully, and I hope you can see Bigoo Mum's fate. We'll have a good time here. Baron Eggy said softly. The mere 4 emperors have a fart fate. Kill him. Ron said indifferently. You. Baron Eggy was furious. He didn't expect Ron to give no face to the 4 emperors at all. He must know that the last marshal, even the world government, did not give any face to the 4 emperors, because they know that the 4 emperors represent the balance of the pirate world. If one of the 4 emperors is not careful, once the 4 emperors get angry, then the other 4 emperors will definitely take action. In any case, the pirate world will be in chaos. Therefore, there has always been an unwritten rule on the sea. Whenever Marine encounters the fleet of the 4 emperors, it will be regarded as not seen. Try to avoid conflict with the 4 emperors' views. Unexpectedly, this new marshal disregarded the regulations of the sea and declared war on the 4 emperors unilaterally. Baron Dandin thought of this and knew that he would never retreat. Without even thinking about it, he rushed towards Ron directly. He instinctively avoided Rebecca, because he knew that this woman could not be killed, although he didn't know why. But the current situation obviously couldn't be considered so much. So, catch the thief first, catch the king. He understands this principle. However, he doesn't understand that there are generals around the king. Rebecca didn't even stop Baron Dandin, because she knew that with this person she couldn't get close at all. Ron's body. Sure enough, just as Baron Eggy rushed to the halfway, a figure crossed an afterimage in the air and came to Baron Eggy in an instant. Then Baron Eggy's pupils rang, and the Wolkiba rod gradually enlarged in his eye. The speed was so fast that it was too late to react. However, he still held a glimmer of hope. That is his devil fruit. Baron Eggy's strongest state is egg-broken chicken. He is a stronger and stronger existence. Bang! The Wolkiba hit Baron Ball in the face mercilessly. Thunder a trigram. Bang! Dang dang! Baron Dandin flew out of blood, and after 10 meters on the ground, he never got up again. I don't even have a chance to evolve. The damage from this blow is too high. You. Don't be afraid of mother's anger. Although Smoothie couldn't move, it was Rebecca who didn't give her the fatal blow. Call your mother. Ron threw a phone bug over and said, you. Smoothie was shocked. This person was horrible, and she was regretting not informing Bigum in time. In Smoothie's mind, Ron dared to do it for one simple reason. That is to kill them here, and they will not be discovered by Bigoo Mum. So this is done secretly on the basis of not disturbing the 4 emperors. But now, this Ron actually asked to contact the 4 emperors, which meant that he didn't kill them for the reason he thought. But this man is not afraid of the 4 emperors at all. What do you want to do? Smoothie frowned slightly and asked cautiously. Ron asked her to call, but she didn't dare to call. Intuition told her that Ron must have a bad intention. She couldn't see through this man. And what surprised him most was when Marine had so many strong men in Smoothie's cognition, except Marine 3 Admiral and Garp. No one in Marine is the opponent of their 4 generals. And now, there are only 3s around Ron. One of them is the famous Queen Boa Hancock. As for the other 2, although she doesn't know who they are, based on the information from the previous 2 days, she can roughly infer that the one with the same Wolkiba stick as Kaido might be Kaido's daughter. Not only Shichibukai, but also Kaido's daughter was subdued by Ron. What a horror. And this woman who controls her, isn't she the Dressrosa princess who just appeared in the newspaper 2 days ago? The Smoothie who calmed down all recognized it. What lineup is this? The 3 of them were not Marine half a month ago. Why did they suddenly join Marine? And they are still so loyal. Smoothie can't figure it out. Why didn't you hear what the marshal said? Rebecca stabbed again, directly piercing Smoothie's long leg. What the hell are you going to do? She asked again. Don't be nervous. I just want Auntie to buy your light. Ron stood up and beckoned. Smoothie and Rebecca were sucked in instantly. Of hundreds of meters is just a blink of an eye. What does it it mean? Smoothie asked, and she couldn't help being surprised by Ron's monstrous trick. You don't need to know what it means, just hit it, Ron said lightly. He would not explain anything to such a small character. Smoothie thought for a moment before deciding to call Bigumum. After all, she did have to tell Bigumum these things. Do 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 do, blue blue blue. After a long time, the ant voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, it's me, Smoothie. Smoothie, didn't you go to Fishman Island to collect cake for me? What the matter? Don't they cooperate to tell them that Whitebeard is dead, and that Fishman Island will be my Charlotte Linlin's from now on? The ant roared over there. Apparently she didn't think about Smoothie being held captive. After all, there is no one who can catch Smoothie on Fishman Island. Mom knows this very well. No, Mom first met Marshall Marine, Ron. Smoothie immediately said. What? The ant thought she heard it wrong and was about to ask a question. At this time, Ron turned his hand gently, and the phone bug landed on Ron's palm. Charlotte Linlin. Ron's voice came through. The majesty of a superior makes Charlotte Linlin no doubt about his identity. Instead, he was silent for a moment and said, Smoothie, what did you do to him? Big Mom didn't care about her children. It was her fate, and if Ron hadn't hurt Smoothie, it would have been okay to talk about it. But if Ron had already done something to Smoothie, it would be equivalent to slapping her in the face, which no Marine ever dared to do. Whether she lives or dies depends on whether you are willing to cooperate or not. Ron Gate of Opening said bluntly. How do you want to cooperate? The ant said in a displeased tone, and at this moment she was already motivated to kill. No one dared to negotiate terms with her. Big Mom swore she'd kill Ron. I want to make a deal with you for Smoothie's life. Chapter 149. The deal with the ant. First meeting Jinbei. Presumptuous. You dare to negotiate terms with me. The mother was instantly furious. She doesn't care about Smoothie's life or death, but she cares about his fate. This Ron dared to threaten Smoothie with her life. If this matter spreads out, is it possible that anyone who catches her child can trade with her? Once this is done, it will be doomed. In the future, in the circle of the four emperors, how can the ant raise her head? Absolutely not. Presumptuous. Ron's voice suddenly overshadowed Auntie. Pirate, who do you think you are talking to? A bandit leader dared to be no big or small with Commander Marine, and Ron was not used to her fault. The ant was so angry that she didn't know what to say. This Ron didn't care about the four emperors at all. One last chance. If you don't cherish it, then this is the last time you'll hear Smoothie. After Ron finished speaking, Rebecca kicked like Smoothie, and suddenly screamed. The ant was silent for a while, not knowing what to plan there. None of the four emperors are fools. This position is not. It's okay to be close to strength boarded. You said, what deal? Auntie didn't overpower Ron and said directly. Hearing what Auntie said, Smoothie took a deep breath. She was not afraid that Ron would kill her, but she was afraid that in this situation she would fall into the hands of Ant again. After all, the ant will never let her go, because she made the ant lose face this time. This is the answer that a four emperor should have. Ron said calmly. What do you want? What do you want? The ant tried her best to suppress her anger, but she could naturally feel her anger from her murderous voice. I want your Yuhi-colored historical text. Ron smiled and said, her life is worth the price. Robin was stunned when she heard the Yuhi-colored historical text, which was something she had only dreamed of seeing. She had been searching for so many years, but found nothing. It is said that these 4 pieces of Yuhi-colored historical text are in the 444 major forces. Nico Robin even gave up. Unexpectedly, there is hope here again. Ant heard the word. She immediately. Furious. Yuhi-colored historical text is the signpost of the final island. How could it be given to others? Although I can't figure out what it means now. As long as this piece is here, other people will never be able to reach Rathel. And she also has a daughter of a three-eyed clan. As long as her ability keep getting stronger, one day she can interpret the text above. At that time, she will be the only 4 emperors who can know the content of Yuhi-colored historical text. Lodarithil becomes One Piece, king of pirates just around the corner. How can such a thing be handed over? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where do you have the historical text of road sign? Auntie's voice doubled again. It never occurred to her that what Ron was asking was a request. Don't worry, I'll give you one. Ron's language is not surprising. You can keep a rubbing. Just send the text of the road sign and send it over. The ant almost fainted out of breath, and it was really unreasonable to let them keep the rubbing. Ron, you remember what you did today? Aunt bit Kiba and said, gnashing her teeth. The historical text of road signs is absolutely impossible. I can only give you a rubbing. Big Mom made a final concession. Ron did not bargain anymore, but said, I will let someone get it. I hope you will be more obedient. Smoothie let her go. The ant was obviously about to take it no longer. Don't worry, let her live to see you. Ron laughed. Fishman Island will be our Marine's territory in the future. Don't let me see your people step here again. The ant hung up the phone angrily. Apparently agreed with Ron. Marshal Ron, we're really going to let her go? Yamato said in confusion. Let her go back. Ron nodded. Rebecca thought about it and finally understood what Ron meant. Anyway, Smoothie has been hit by the power of a curse. This kind of of thing can cast spells no matter how far away. So Ron wants to take Smoothie's life very simply, just need Rebecca to commit suicide. The deal wasn't a loss for Ron at all. Rebecca lifted the effect of the immobilization, and the black lines on Smoothie's body suddenly immersed in the skin and disappeared. Smoothie didn't even dare to say harsh word, and ignored the barren egg lying on the ground, alone on the pirate ship. At this moment, still, Bonnie on the warship has been frightened. This Marshal is too sturdy, and he has directly enmity with the four emperors. She could even have a hunch that a great war no less than the top war would break out soon. Afterward, the warship continued to float toward Fishman Island. The volcano has stopped erupting now. It was only then that Ron thought that there was still a huge sea monster standing here. The sea monster was also stunned at the moment, and he wished he could grow smaller. From the moment Ron fell into the lava, he didn't dare to speak. Originally in the sea, his size was basically invincible, and at first he wanted to scare passing ship. Because of Hottie Jones' order, he and the mullet are responsible for destroying ship that come to Fishman Island. For those pirate ship that can pass through the sea monsters and kraken, they are recruiting, and if they fail to recruit, they will attack and destroy them. Come here. Ron waved his hand, then continued, take this to Fishman Island. Clearer path to Fishman Island than Fishman. The sea monster let out a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't kill him, it would be fine. Thinking of this late, hurry up and lift the boat, for fear that Ron will kill him if it's too late. After all, that Baron Eggy's body is right next to him. Led by the sea monster, Ron and the others successfully arrived at Fishman Island. I don't know why the big sea monster avoided the gang of Hottie Jones. The entire Fishman Island has been without a warship landing for a long time, so as soon as it appeared, it aroused the onlookers of Admiral's Fishman. I have to say that the mermaid here is really beautiful, and the scenery of Fishman Island is also very beautiful. And at this here, a blue fat man was waiting here quietly. This is the original Shichibukai, Hexia Jinbei, the only Shichibukai who didn't surrender when Ron cleared Shichibukai. Jinbei looked at the sudden appearance of the warship and was shocked. He never thought that there would be a warship just waiting here for the messenger of the Big Mom pirate group. Jinbei just agreed to join the Big Mom pirate group in order for Big Mom to protect Fishman Island. This time, in addition to coming here to pick up the cake, there is another reason for Smoothie to pick up Jinbei back to Wangguo. Chapter 150. Charlie's divination. Ron will destroy Fishman Island. You, aren't you Marshal Marine? The blue fat man Jinbei said suddenly. Marshal Marine here. The previous marshals have never been to Fishman Island. Jinbei. Ron liked this Fishman a lot, so he didn't send Marine Admiral to recruit it. Why did you come here? Jinbei said with some puzzlement. At the same time, I was a little nervous. After all, the Big Mom pirate ship was coming. It would be embarrassing for Marshal Marine to meet someone from the four emperor aunts here. If it doesn't work out, the two sides may fight. For other Marines, Jinbei is not worried, but this Ron, since he became a marshal, hasn't stopped for a day. He did things he never dared to think about before. Jinbei has no doubts what will happen if they collide with the Big Mom pirate group. Don't be nervous. I don't have the habit of settling accounts after the fall. As long as I didn't pursue it at the time, I wouldn't bother to pursue it in the future. I'm not interested in the things about you being Shichibukai. This time it's just a vacation to Fishman Island. Ron jumped off the warship. Then the Empress, Rebecca, Yamato and others jumped down one by one. Jinbei knew about Ron hunting Shichibukai. Even Hawkeye and the Empress were taken away by the one of the two admirals. Jinbei also wondered why they didn't do it to themselves. This time it was actually Ron saw the Empress. Jinbei was even more surprised. This proud Amazon king was willing to follow Ron's side. Judging from the cloak behind her, it should be a marine. Jinbei had to admire Ron for having such a mean. Jinbei didn't know why Ron hunted Shichibukai until now. It turned out to be recruiting them all to marine. What a bold decision this is. Recruiting pirates to marine is absolutely unprecedented. But now is not the time to think about it. Jinbei is afraid that Ron will meet the four emperors. So get ready now. Pull Ron away. Since it's a trip to Fishman Island, if you don't dislike the old man can be a tour guide. Jinbei spoke quickly, and at the same time glanced at the DZ. Okay, let's lead the way. Ron immediately saw Jinbei's small movement, and at the same time guessed his intention. But Ron didn't point it out. After all, this little thing is for Ron. It's easy to do it. Isn't it a four emperor? Ron really didn't take it to heart, so I wouldn't say it on purpose. No, Mrs. Charlie fainted. Suddenly there was a shout from the crowd. Immediately, everyone around looked at him. Mrs. Charlie is the master of divination on Fishman Island, and the fishman in this island has received the grace of Mrs. Charlie to some extent. So, when they heard the news, they all ran to Mrs. Charlie's cafe. Jinbei also looked embarrassed, turning to look at Ron. Let go together, Ron said briefly. Then he took the Empress, Rebecca and Yamato and set out with Jinbei. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Marine who was behind him, today is a holiday, and you can all move freely. Ron was a rather sweetheart. At least he won't just focus on himself and let his subordinates work overtime all the time. Knowing that Ron and the others were far away, Marine's voice of flattering in the back has not stopped. The front is Mrs. Xiarli's cafe. Jinbei said. There was some anxiety in his voice. Well, let's go have a look. Ron also saw Mrs. Xiarli, who was unconscious in a cold sweat, lying at the door. Let go. How is she? Jinbei pushed the crowd away and said suddenly, I don't know what happened. After the divination just now, I shouted that Fishman Island was going to be destroyed, and then I ran out and suddenly fainted. Kimi, the mermaid working at Mrs. Xiarli's coffee shop, looked flustered. She tried so many things but couldn't wake Mrs. Xiarli, so she called. Jinbei went up to check for a long time and didn't find anything unusual about Mrs. Xiarli, but judging from the color of her lip, it should be poison. This made Jinbei even more puzzled. Mrs. Xiarli was very popular on Fishman Island, so she would plot against her and poison her. As the doctor here, have you informed the imperial doctor in the palace? Jinbei can't detoxify and doesn't know what kind of poison is in Mrs. Xiarli, so she can only call a professional doctor. The doctors will be here soon. Kami was crying. The royal doctor of the Dragon Palace can treat ordinary people. King Gipton is a very open-minded Lord Kun, unlike some countries that monopolize all doctors. Of course Ron can't detoxify or cure diseases. His chakra tree fractured, flesh wound, and it's okay, but detoxification, this has nothing to do with chakra. So Ron put a perspective on the crowd. Closer look at Mrs. Xiarli's body. I have to say that this big fish is pretty good looking and has a very good figure. But that's not the point. Nor did Ron come to Fishman Island to save lives. Is it just Yuri? Sleeping will poison Mrs. Xiarli. There is no such part in the original plot. It seems that because of his intervention, many things have deviated from the original track. Under the perspective, Ron could clearly see that Mrs. Xiarli's toxins had spread all over the body. This situation is no longer salvageable. What a powerful poison. Just then, several doctors from the island came. After they took a closer look, the explanation shook his head, and they came to the same conclusion as Ron. Mrs. Xiarli is already poisoned, and the gods don't have the power to revolving heaven anymore. At this time, even if there is an antidote, it is useless. Can't you even save you? For a moment, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly changed. Sad. This is Jinbei suddenly looking at Ron and saying, Marshal Ron, I hope you can save her life. Our Fishman Island will be grateful. Ah, Marshal. He is Marshal Marine. Quote. Seeing it for the first time. The Marshal is here. We won't be bullied by Marine in the future. This Marshal is so young. Crowd started chattering, and sure enough nothing could top a trigram. Ron sighed and said, there is only one way to do this now, and I can indeed save it. Ron was thinking of making a condition, but after thinking about it, it was Enthicate. Then, a black Uzumaki suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ron pointed at Yamato and said, go in and bring Vinsmoke Reiju. In the previous battle, Ron captured Reiju back. He was thinking of making a deal with Germa 66, but he never thought that after several days, Germa 66 never received a message. It seems that they are about to give up a certain daughter, but it's right to think about it. Bye. These people don't have any affection. Not long after, Reiju was brought over by Yamato from the headquarters. Rescue her, Ron said. Reiju looked at the mermaid lying on the ground. It was immediately recognized what poison it was, so it didn't go against Ron. After a moment, the cyan on Mrs. Xiarli's lip showed. Who knew Mrs. Xiarli had just woken up when she suddenly saw Ron and shouted, in my divination it was he destroyed Fishman Island. Chapter 151. In a standoff, a shot from the crowd. What? Mrs. Xiarli's words instantly scattered the crowd, and everyone avoided Ron. Even Ron was taken aback by Vivi. What a Mrs. Xiarli. Whoever you come to Fishman Island, you touch whoever you are. Luffy didn't come. You just touch me. Don't be arrogant. Don't talk nonsense. This is Marshal Marine. How could he destroy Fishman Island? Rebecca was the first to be unwilling. Immediately stood up. Ron is the hero who saved Dressrosa, and Rebecca will not allow anyone to slander him. Ron waved his hand, signaling Rebecca not to rush. When watching the anime before, Ron thought that Mrs. Shaki was very weird. Why did she say that Luffy destroyed Fishman Island at that time? But Ron couldn't find out the truth through the screen at that time. But now I am there, and unfortunately I am a party. So, he had to figure this out. Why did you say I would destroy Fishman Island? Are you sure it's me? Ron asked in a low voice. Marshal Marine. Mrs. Shaki was also stunned. He never expected Ron's origin to be so big. It's really Marshal Marine. However, Mrs. Shaki still did not give in, pointing at Ron and said, yes, I saw what I saw in the divination just now. That man is you. What you said is true. This matter can't be used as a joke. The fishman blue fat man on the side said, if it wasn't for the fact that Mrs. Shaki's character is not the kind of person who makes up right and wrong, Jinbei would have knocked her out at this moment. But at this time, you're going to mess with Marine. Of course it's true. My divination can't be wrong, Mrs. Shaki said firmly. At this time, those supporters of divination have been born to support. Yes, Mrs. Shaki can't go wrong. I asked Mrs. Shaki for divination 3 years ago. He said that my wife would have 2 children in 3 years, and then I went out to work with confidence, and I came home for the first time today, just in time for my wife to have a baby. One of the fishmonks said half right away. After swearing and running towards the house, he finally found the problem. The fishmen present were very convinced of Mrs. Shaki's ability, so they started pervert to support Mrs. Shaki. Well, I believe you. Your divination did not miss it. Jinbei nodded and said, at this moment there was a bad premonition in his heart. Big Mom pirate group of the 4 emperors will come in a while, causing the queen to fight with Ron, and eventually leading to the destruction of Fishman Island. This is the most reliable reason Jinbei can come up with. After all, according to the character of this marshal, it is very possible to fight with the 4 emperors. So Jinbei's appetite didn't let things continue to expand, and the power was strangled in the cradle. Calmly said, Ron Yuan, this island is now suffering, protected by the 4 emperors Baikumum. Oh, and then what? What is Ron doing with this fat blue man? Then, after a while, Smoothie, one of the 4 generals under Bigu Mum, will come over. Jinbei looked at Ron's face, for fear that Ron would be angry, but he didn't expect that. Ron just hummed expressionlessly. Jinbei is even more surprised. Marine is going to meet the 4 emperors here in a while. Don't you have any other reaction? Or maybe you didn't understand what I was talking about. Looking at Jinbei's stunned expression, the empress on the side couldn't stand it anymore. After all, they were all Shichibukai, so they were old acquaintances. So she opened her mouth and said that Smoothie has been beaten away, and I met before I came here. Empress wanted to say that Smoothie was about to die. After all, she had just learned about Rebecca's ability, and now Smoothie's life and death were between Ron's words. But after thinking about it, it still doesn't stimulate Jinbei. What have you met with the Big Mom pirate group? Jinbei's mouth was wide open, a look of disbelief. He didn't expect Ron to start so quickly, and he would pack up for the family on the way, and he didn't wait for them to reach Fishman Island. It seems that he still underestimates the behavior of this marshal. Leave Fishman Island. You are not welcome here. Instant, the crowd was furious, and in their opinion, Ron and the 4 emperors clashed, and in the end the only victim was Fishman Island. When Ron and the others are gone, the anger of the 4 emperors will still be vented on Fishman Island. Originally, they only needed to provide a certain amount of cakes every month, but now, the 4 emperors are furious and don't know what kind of conditions they will propose. It's all because of this marshal in front of me. I don't trust Fishman Island at all. For Marine, this is a consensus carved into my bones over the years, because Marine and the world government have let them down time and time again. So no matter how good a marshal Ron is, and no matter what contribution Ron made, but these are none of Fishman Island's business. They just want to survive well, even if they are ruled by the 4 emperors. But this can also exchange for a moment of stability. To some extent, the 4 emperors are much more reliable than Marine. At least the flags of the 4 emperors are hung here, and those small fish and shrimp pirates will not dare to act rashly. But Marine is different. Not only is it useless, but sometimes it does even more than a pirate. That's what the fishmons have come to over the years. The one who can understand them is the original 9 Khalifa and the other. After all, there are many dirty and shameful activities of the world government that they do. The more the fishman spoke, the more angry they became, and they even started to surround Ron, as if to ask him why he wanted to conflict with the 4 emperors. You can leave when you're done, and leave them to suffer the consequences. Seeing that the situation has changed, Boa Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato, and the original 9 immediately take a step and surround Ron. Both sides glared angrily, and it seemed that a direct conflict was about to occur. Just then, a gunshot rang out in the fishman group. There's Fishman firing. A bullet cut through the crowd in an instant and shoots at Ron. Yamato's complexion changed, and when the bullet was about to pass through her side, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the bullet abruptly. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field changed. Someone assassinated the marshal. The Marines' anger erupted all of a sudden. Marines, who had been free to move around, were all assembled in an instant, took out the gun directly behind him, and aimed at Fishman at the same time. Kakaka. The sound of bullet being loaded one after another. War is imminent. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 152. Ron's Conqueror. The horror visible to the naked eye. Who fired the shot? Jinbei shouted loudly and his face was ashen. Isn't this adding to the chaos? Isn't this time of deliberately provoking a war between Marine and Fishman? Whoever did it, there were at least 10,000 Fishman present, so many people didn't prepare in advance, so they couldn't guess who did it. This made Jinbei very annoyed. A bad thought arises spontaneously. Someone's messing with this, deliberately provoking a conflict between Marine and Fishman. No. Jinbei quickly looked towards Ron. No matter what, for what purpose, it is an indisputable fact that the fishmons were the first to shoot, and this shot was aimed at Marshal Marine. According to Ron's character, he would not let it go. How to do? Jinbei brain thinking fast. How to stop Ron's rage? In this situation, anyone would be unbearable. At this moment, the sound of Marine's bullet being loaded came over. Jinbei was in a cold sweat. If Marine's I'd shoot back, then this matter will be irreversible. At that time, the entire Fishman Island will be wiped out and blood will flow into rivers. Could this be Mrs. Shaki's vision of Ron's destruction of Fishman Island? Things turned turned out this way. Jinbei looked down at Mrs. Xiarli lying there, as if to ask again, is this the current situation? Mrs. Xiarli also seemed to understand what Jinbei meant, so she could only helplessly shake her head, indicating that I don't even know the cause of the incident. She just saw the scene of Ron destroying Fishman Island. As for the cause and process, she did not divination. Therefore, Mrs. Xiarli is not sure whether this matter is the fuse now. Fishman, who was present, had not recovered from the gunshot, but found that the Marines on the opposite side were all ready to attack. Go out instinctively, and Fishman immediately into a state of combat. There could be a desperate fight between the two sides at any time. Only 2 seconds had passed since the gunshot, and the state of everyone present had changed. Marshal Ron, please wait. Jinbei stepped out and stood in the middle of the two forces. Although he didn't know who fired the gun, Jinbei absolutely couldn't let it go. The field was out of control again. He must not let this battle is fought, because that means Fishman Island is bound to die today. He didn't know what Marine's strength was, but he knew about Ron's terrifying strength. In the entire Fishman Island could stop Ron's blow, not even himself. The consequences of starting a war under such circumstances can be imagined. However, just after Jinbei said this, Rebecca's long knife was already flat on her neck. For Rebecca and others, Jinbei is also one of the enemy. I'm pissed when I take a step forward. Rebecca's face was solemn, and she couldn't hide her murderous heart. Listen to me, never fight. Jinbei couldn't find a suitable reason for a while, and could only say so palely, Jinbei, you are too much. The concubine and the others are just here for a holiday with Marshal Ron. Is this how you entertain guests on Fishman Island? The queen asked. They are all holding the fantasy of Fishman Island, and they are ready to come and play for a day. They didn't expect that just after setting foot on Fishman Island, so many things happened one after another, and there is no interest in continuing to play. Get out of the way, boss Jinbei. Haven't you heard? Mrs. Xiarli said he was the one who destroyed Fishman Island. Quote, come up, boss Jinbei. They will kill you. Don't trust Marine. Humans are bad people. Suddenly, an inciting language that was obviously provoking national anger came from the crowd. Fishman, who was hiding in the crowd, first shot, then made a speech and incited, and then merged into the crowd so that no one could find him. The next moment, the school of fish boiled, which hit their sore spot, and the atmosphere immediately became high. Regardless of the fact that they were still there, both sides of the confrontation rushed over. With a knife, fork, sword and halberd in his hand, he was murderous. No, Jinbei shouted loudly, but it was useless at all, unable to stop the rage of so many people. No, it's not like that. Mrs. Shaki covered her head, only to feel her blood surging. Her head was about to explode. This is not the result that I want to see. Is Fishman Island really over? Everyone knows that as long as there is a fight, Fishman Island will definitely be accused of treason. At that time, Marine's large-scale revenge will inevitably be ushered with the Fishman Island. How can it be possible to compete with the soldiers and generals fiercely against Marine? I am afraid that it will not take half a day, and there will be bones everywhere, and it will become a dead city. The task of regaining sight on Fishman Island has not been completed, and Princess Behine's dream has not been realized. Is she about to die? At the same time, Ron shook his head helplessly. Originally, I just wanted to travel, but I didn't expect that a peaceful day would not be peaceful. Gently pushing away the Empress standing in front of him, Ron stepped out, facing everyone present, and sighed lightly. Then his eyes were like torches, followed by a majestic force, and at this moment, it turned into reality. Red-colored Conqueror Haki exploded in a visible form, covering all the Fishman present in the blink of an eye. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Fishman who rushed over were suddenly dull, and their eyes instantly turned white. Forward inertia, and unconscious body. Don't think about it. The next moment, the sound of bang 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 is remembered by Kali. All the pirates that rushed over were not spared, and all fell to the ground, but Ron was the only one left. Blending into the crowd, the inconspicuous Fishman was standing alone in the square at the moment. Conspicuous. There is no one more conspicuous than him in the whole square. There was no other crowd around him to hide, and they all collapsed to the ground. What a strong conqueror. Jinbei was done. This is a power he has never seen before. Across the sea for decades, he has never seen anyone whose conqueror can be so powerful. For a moment they seem to be in a viscous liquid. That kind of near physical energy is simply irresistible. Blinking, all the Fishman present fell down. Jinbei looked at the square, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. No, there is another Fishman. Looking down, Jinbei was suddenly furious, because he saw this Fishman with a gun in his hand. Clearly he is the same Fishman who just shot. At this moment, his legs were trembling and his tears were flowing. Clearly frightened. Ron actually knew who fired the gun. Jinbei was extremely shocked. He was the only one left among thousands of people, so accurate control ability. Philo reminds you 3 things to read for collection, recommendation, share. Chapter 153. Neptune's Invitation. Fishman's hope. Who made you do this? Jinbei is. No matter how stupid he is, he knows what's going on. Besides, he's not stupid. When his face changed, he asked sharply, I. This Fishman was obviously frightened, and at the moment he was speaking in a whimpering voice, unable to hear at all. Speak out, there may be a way to live. Jinbei moved quickly in front of the fish man, stretched out his palm and directly grabbed his throat. Jinbei was really angry this time. He didn't even know who did this obvious conspiracy to provoke war between the two sides. If this person is not found out, even if Ron doesn't pursue it this time, it is impossible to say that the other party will find the right moment and make trouble again in the next moment. Therefore, Jinbei must ask who is behind the scenes this time, even with torture. Fish man's tongue is no longer obeying his command, and it can be seen from his expression that he doesn't say nothing at all, but wants to say it but can't come out. He is not a loyal person, and it is impossible for him to have the backbone that he will not say anything for the boss's death. Therefore, he was ready to explain everything at the first time, and then change his own way of life. But even though Ron controlled the conqueror and did not affect him, this feeling of fear, even if he had not experienced it personally, had broken his inner defense. So I was so frightened that my body was out of control. At this moment, Jinbei suddenly felt a strong force snatch Vice Admiral Fishman from his hand. Jinbei felt that he couldn't resist this force. I saw this fish man suddenly fly towards Ron, then hovered not far in front of Ron. Only then did Jinbei know that it was Ron's ability. I was even more surprised in my heart. The strength that Ron showed was really too strong. Although he only showed his hand, but between the strong, it only take 1.5 move to feel the strength of the other side. Is he going to interrogate him himself? Jinbei nodded secretly, thinking that this is only natural. After all, he was the one who assassinated Ron, so it is reasonable for Ron to interrogate him himself. You only need to wait for the person to recover the language ability before you can ask. Jinbei just wants to know who is the real murderer behind the scene. But at this moment, Ron made a move with one hand, and several long swords around him suddenly flew over, under the watchful eyes of the public, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun. One after another pierced the fish man who fired. This fish man was puzzled when he was dying. He clearly wanted to say, why kill him without asking. Then his arm softened, the pistol fell to the ground, and the next moment his body also fell heavily to the ground. Jinbei was shocked and blurted out, why do you want to kill him, and asked the person behind him from his mouth. No need, I know, Ron said lightly, and at the same time handed. Other Marines are ordered, immediately put down the weapon in his hand. Empress, Rebecca, Yamato and others also stepped forward and stood behind Ron. The crisis is over. Jinbei was even more puzzled. How did Ron know about it? But more importantly, since Marshal Ron knows what's behind the scene, why did he leave him in Conqueror Hockey just now? Jinbei asked the question in his heart. Ron smiled and shook his head. I just don't want him to die so peacefully. Now that the gun is drawn, you should be prepared to die. Of course Ron would not be merciful. Jinbei was speechless. There was only fear in his heart. The feeling this man brought to him was that he was hidden and bottomless, and the rumors outside were true. The Marshal was really ruthless. Also asked Marshal Ron, allow me to go catch the culprit together. Jinbei bowed and said, Ron naturally knew who did it, and only Hody Jones could do such a thing, and no one would be so rude except him. As fish man, he's quite prejudiced against human. Was many years ago. He ruined Princess Behime's plan and caused Princess Behind to die. I didn't say to go. You want to go by yourself, Ron said with a wave of his hand. Jinbei never expected Ron to say that. Doesn't he want to take revenge? His name is Hody Jones. Go and bring him here, Ron said to Jinbei. Understood. Hearing this, Jinbei didn't show much surprise. It seemed that he was also suspicious of Hody Jones. I didn't think much about it at the moment. Jumped up and ran towards the factory. Why don't we go get him? Is this fish man reliable? Yamato said mercilessly. What the fish man did at first left a bad impression on Yamato. Addition, their pirate group has a lot of fishman, and they are not good people, so Yamato is even more prejudiced against fishman. It's just a clown. Don't worry, they will come to us on their own initiative. Ron sneered, then suddenly looked up at the sky, saw a huge ship floating in the air, heading towards them. The word Dragon Palace, or written on it, King Neptune and the 3 yellow. Rebecca said, what are they doing? Yamato said reluctantly, these guys don't show up sooner or later, but now that Ron has solved the trouble, they come. Moment later, under the leadership of Neptune, the 3/3 princes came to Ron and the others together. Marshal Ron is here, and there is a long way to go. Neptune said politely, you're welcome, it's just for fun, not business, and King Neptune needn't take it to heart. Ron shook his head. It was just a very relaxing trip, but because of these people's intervention, it began to become troublesome. Ron really doesn't want to worry about the mess of the Fishman family. Haha, since we're here to visit Fishman Island, it's natural to have a good reception. We've already prepared a banquet in the palace, and I'd like to invite Ron to come. Neptune sincerely invited. He really wanted to have a good relationship with the new Marshal Ron. After all, Neptune believed that this man was the only hope to realize the dream of Princess Behind. Although he lived at the bottom of the sea for a long time, Neptune kept watching Ron's deed. Each piece opened the eyes of the king and called him arrogant. Yes, but Princess Shirahoshi will need to to be present at that time. Ron nodded but also made a request. Ron is also very interested in Sea King, one of the 3 major weapons. This Knighton hesitated. Shirahoshi can only hide in the hard shell tower. How should he explain this to Ron? Unexpectedly, Ron said directly, "Don't be afraid, I am here. Shirahoshi will not be in any danger." Neptune thought for a moment and was relieved. There is indeed such a strong person, and Shirahoshi is naturally not in danger. Okay, this is called the little girl to go to the banquet together. Chapter 154. Warm wine kills Vanderdaken. Fishman Island. Inside the Dragon Palace, a whole table of Fishman Island specialty, Neptune, the 3 princes, and Ron were already seated. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi hasn't come yet. Empress Rebecca Yamato is now behind Ron. "You also sit down," Ron said to the 3 behind him. "Eat together." Neptune looked at this scene with admiration. Being able to eat at the same table with his subordinates, such a leader, looked like a big deal. As he is in a high position, he naturally knows some imperial technique. If the little girl leaves the hard shell tower, she will be easily attacked, so she has never come out for so many years. Neptune smiled helplessly. As a father you cannot protect your daughter. As a king you cannot protect your children. Fishman Island has become more and more chaotic in recent years, and all the efforts that Princess Beheim has done are all in vain. Neptune often blames himself. So, when he just learned that Ron came to Fishman Island, he immediately set off to greet him and go with the 3 princes. This is the highest reception specification on Fishman Island. Neptune did it because he saw hope in Ron, a hope that can make Princess Beheim's last wish come true. To this end, Neptune believes that he must work hard to win the support of Marine Marshal Ron. Then in the upcoming World Conference, the Kingdom of Fishman will surely gain a higher voice. That's all Neptune could think of. I have to say that this guy is still thinking too narrowly. If it is true that the tower is on Ron's ship, how can the World Conference vote? Ron still cares about the right to speak. He makes a decision directly. Who would dare to refute that? After all, Neptune has lived in the deep sea for a long time. I don't know. Ron's influence in the 4 seas is also accusable. Ron also didn't think that Neptune invited himself to dinner just for the little support he wanted. "Shirahoshi is here," the first prince said suddenly. Sure enough, a huge body was slowly floating over, looking left and right, panicking. Ron didn't think anything about this size on TV, but he saw it in person to know how huge it was. Yamato next to Ron was already big enough, but in front of Shirahoshi he was like a kindergartner. Ron had to admire Princess Beheim, and thought in his heart that Fishman also lay egg. Anyway, since Ron gave birth to Shirahoshi, he never believed that she was born by Princess Otohime. Since it is not a mammal, you have grown so much here and there. No use value. It's just for viewing. But I have to say that in terms of viewing, Bai is the best. It is absolutely oppressive to the women present. "Father, won't an act lie over today?" Shirahoshi said cautiously, looking at her frightened eyes. Ron is also pitiful, trapped in a closed space at a young age. This childhood is terrible. "Don't worry, with this lord here, you are absolutely safe today." Neptune looked at Ron and said. Ron just smiled and nodded in response. Only then did Shirahoshi see a few strangers present, and couldn't help asking, "Who are they?" "This is the current Marshal Marine, Ron." Shirahoshi's eyes lit up as soon as Neptune finished his introduction. "She can't get out of the hard shell tower, so the greatest joy every day listening to the soldiers tell the stories outside. One of the most talked about is the story of Marine, the biggest change in the world during this time. Marine Shichibukai, the underworld, the story of Disolo. Every Shirahoshi knows it by heart. I didn't expect to meet the protagonist of the story suddenly today. It's like the feeling of a groupie seeing an idol. Haha, she just like to hear some Marine story." Neptune watched his daughter stay there without speaking, and made an embarrassing move. "It doesn't matter. She can be Marine if she wants. I'm always welcome," Ron said with a smile. After all, this is Aquaman. Ron didn't mind taking such power back into his pocket. After all, his Akatsuki is currently lacking. The only inconvenience is that this Shirahoshi is too big. It would be perfect if there was a way to shrink it down to normal size. Ron thought so. At this moment Shirahoshi said excitedly, "Really? Can first be Marine too?" Having said this, he suddenly lowered his head and said, "Agreed. No way. As soon as I come out, an act will fly over." Shirahoshi's voice just fell. Suddenly, a huge act galloped from a distance, and the speed was very fast. Target is Shirahoshi, who is sure to die if hit. Here again, Shirahoshi inherited her mother's observation haki and was born with a super strong observation haki. Except Ron, she was the first person who noticed the act flying over. This caught Ron's attention, and this Shirahoshi seems to be something that can be made. This Neptune really can't educate children. Such a good talent. If he has been trained for a few years, how can he be afraid of this Vanderdecken axe? Just this observation haki. As long as she trains a little fighting technique, this broken axe will definitely not hurt Shirahoshi. It's a pity that this Neptune only knows how to protect Shirahoshi too much, but it deprives her of the opportunity to protect herself. Thinking of this, he suddenly stretched out a hand. The axe, which was still like a broken bamboo suddenly stopped in the air, and it was unable to move even an inch. Seeing the axe that was less than 2 meters away from him, Shirahoshi gasped heavily and kept patting his chest. Neptune was also relieved to see this scene. It seemed that he was right. With Ron here, Vanderdecken, it couldn't hurt Shirahoshi. Ron squeezed the void with one hand, and the iron axe instantly cracked and turned into iron filing scattered on the ground. Shirahoshi looked at Ron gratefully. Meanwhile, Fishman Island, Dock 1 killed him. Ron turned to Yamato and said, "No problem." Yamato got up and put the wine glass in his hand on the table. The Fishman Island special warm wine in the glass was still steaming slightly. Then the whole person disappeared with a bang. Chapter 155. The Advance Rebellion of Hody Jones. Count Yuhi. It's actually you. Golden Lion looked at the man in front of him and said incredulously, "I didn't expect that you rescued me. What purpose do you have? It better to talk about your ambition." Count Yuhi said with a smile, playing with the pen in his hand. "Ambition, haha. What are you kidding me? The ambition of this old man is, I want to have a duel with Roger. Can you do it?" Golden Lion laughed. "Why not?" Count Yuhi said, "I can draw a Roger now. How about you? Can I help you?" You're just a puppet." I already felt. Just after Golden Lion finished speaking, he flew with his kick, and 2 slashes cut through the void, directly piercing the body of the passerby Jasmine who had just rescued him. Then, the huge giant suddenly turned into a leaf and fell from the air. Golden Lion smiled and said, "It's just a puppet of this level. This old man doesn't even bother. The world of the strong. No one has his own pride and bottom line." Earl Yuhi turned his back and said disdainfully, "The real Roger is dead. You have no chance." "Then let it go. The Golden Lion is poised to go." Count Yuhi suddenly said, "Aren't you curious about why you lost the Battle of Idavor?" "Oh, what do you know?" The Golden Lion suddenly became interested, and the strong never believed in luck. Everything that seems accidental has certain conditions behind it. That battle was a coincidence. If you want to know, then come with me, and I'll heal your leg. Earl Yuhi's sinister issue. In the Dragon Palace, Neptune looked at Yamato who had just left in surprise, and said worriedly, "Can she do it alone?" After all, although the Fishman clan is very physically strong, they don't have much high-end combat power. For Neptune, he has never seen a particularly powerful person, so the estimate of strength is very inaccurate. Vanderdecken was already a very strong presence for him, and Yamato, no matter how you look at it, she looked like a weak woman. "No problem, we don't need to worry about her. Let's start eating," Ron said with a smile. Well then, Neptune still has some concern, but since Ron was so confident, he couldn't say anything. "Actually, this time you are here, there are still some things that you want to trouble," Neptune said embarrassedly. "Tell me about it," Ron said while eating. Neptune set the tableware, and then very seriously told the dream of Princess behind. "So we've been hoping that one day we'll be able to get out of the ocean and live in the sun. Well, have you chosen a place yet?" Ron looked at Neptune. Neptune was for a while speechless. What does it mean to find a good place? Isn't it time to discuss how to get the recognition of the world government and then find a way to get more support at the World Conference? The place is, I didn't think about it. We want to get Marine's support so that we can have a bigger voice at the World Conference. Neptune thought Ron didn't understand, so he went into more detail. "Negotiate something with them. You can just be straight." Ron continued to eat. Neptune didn't know what to say. The world didn't approve it, and the World Conference didn't approve his proposal. How could he migrate from the bottom of the sea without permission? This Marshal Ron is really, don't be so entangled. Just choose a place. Don't worry, those people don't dare to say anything. Ron shook his head helplessly. It seems that this Neptune still doesn't know the situation outside. Neptune was shocked. It turned out that the Marshal meant that he was there, so he didn't need to care about the attitude of the world government. This is too crazy. Some can't help but be suspicious. But anyway, looking at Ron's attitude, he should support him. Thinking of this, Neptune also felt relieved. Unexpectedly, Ron's next sentence almost made Neptune choke to death. "Neptune, do you know where Roger's body is buried?" Ron asked casually. Cough, cough. Neptune patted his chest hard, trying to swallow the cake just now. "Roger," Shirahoshi on the side said suspiciously. She usually hears stories except Marine, that is, the big pirate. After all, the story of Marine, how could it be possible to avoid the famous pirate as that One Piece king of pirates Roger? Hard to imagine that such a huge body can have such a cute expression. Ron smiled and shook his head. "Well, Marshal Ron, here comes your message," Neptune asked tentatively. "It was speculation before, but looking at your expression, it can be confirmed now." Ron said it truthfully. Neptune smiled awkwardly. He did know about it, and it was an old friend of Whitebeard who had asked him, and told him not to tell anyone. The past 20 years, no one has really discovered this matter, and no one has come to. Even Rayleigh, who knows the truth, has never been to Fishman Island, but just quietly accompanied this old friend in the Sabayati archipelago above. Is it inconvenient to say? Ron took a sip. "Now that you know this, I don't have to deny it. Roger's body is indeed buried on this island." Neptune sighed, and Marine still came over. At this moment, Yamato returned with the dying Vanderdecken IX. That he. Shirahoshi pointed at Vanderdecken X and said, this is also a nightmare for many years, and Shirahoshi recognized it at a glance. Damn it. That's the man. Neptune was also furious. I didn't expect Yamato to arrest him so quickly. He was still there just now. I'm worried. This is Neptune's new judgment on the strength of Ron's men. How did you bring him back? Ron said with disgust. Said that most of Fishman can't bear to look directly at it, which affects the appetite very much. Yamato sat down, took a sip of the still steaming wine, and said, this guy said he's going to take guilt and make merit. Yes, I want to commit crime, and I want to report. Vanderdecken X immediately said, you're going to be guilty. Neptune said angrily, that's right, as long as you promise to let me go, I'll tell you about the immediate catastrophe on Fishman Island. Vanderdecken X caught Neptune's weakness. What disaster? You say. The premise is that you want to let me go after I say it, and the Neptune Knight will not backtrack. Vanderdecken X said treacherously. Neptune thought for a moment, and then said, you say first. If it is very valuable information, I will not kill you. Okay, it's Hody Jones. He's going to rebel. He just stole the medicine recently, and he's about to invade the Dragon Palace. He's going to take control of Fishman Island. What? Neptune shocked. When? Right now. Just today. Vanderdecken X explained everything, including Hody Jones' plan. Okay, I'm done. Let me go. Neptune was shocked by what he said. If it was true, then it would be a disaster for Fishman Island, and he was letting her go without caring about Vanderdecken. At this moment, Ron ordered, Yamato, kill him. Shouldn't you let me go? Ron sighed. That's what Neptune promised. It's none of my business. Why? If you don't die, Shirahoshi can't live outside normally. Chapter 156. 100,000 troops assemble. Attack the Dragon Palace. The moment the wolf Heba stick fell, Shirahoshi covered his mouth, and 2 lines of clear tears poured down. So many years, this bad guy who made him unable to see the outside world has finally died. Bang! Vanderdecken X closed his eyes forever. Shirahoshi only felt a sudden sense of relief. The feeling of being locked in a curse was gone. Shirahoshi spread his hand, happy, and didn't know what to say. Thank you, Marshal Ron. Soon. Neptune was still in a dilemma just now. As a great knight, he couldn't keep his word. In order to get important news about the future of Fishman Island, he had to temporarily put down the safety of the woman. Therefore, he is very grateful to the man in front of him at this moment. Stop. No sensationalism, Ron said while eating. This Neptune feels like he's about to start provocative. Ron, stop quickly. Let's go ahead and talk about Roger. Ron immediately changed the subject. Shirahoshi was still crying with tears in his eyes. Maybe because he was moved, or maybe because he was so happy that he was suddenly free. I don't know why Marshal Ron is so interested in Roger's corpse. It stands to reason that he is already dead, so there is no harm to you, Neptune said in confusion. He really didn't understand why Ron, such a strong person, would ask this question. Just a little chat. I've been interested in the location of Roger's grave before. Ron took a sip of warm wine and said slowly, actually, even if I don't tell you, according to Marine's power, you can find it by digging 3 feet into Fishman Island. So I'll just say it straight. Roger is buried next to the historical text. Ron nodded. This position was really within his expectation. Fishman Island Battery. Jinbei had just arrived here, and suddenly found that the place was empty and puzzled. Usually this is the most lively place on Fishman Island. The so-called lively does not mean how prosperous it is. Fishman that usually gathers here the most. There are more than 100,000 fishmons living in the entire battery. They often do some group activities around here. Because of the special geographical relationship here, it is difficult for ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Palace to manage here, so that make this area a no-brainer. Caused a lot of bad fishman to gather here. They are easily bewitched and at the same time dissatisfied with the existing king. They attribute all bad experiences to others. However, they are usually very principled and generally do not leave the battery to make trouble. The whole battery has never been so quiet as it is now, and it's not an empty plate. Those fishman gone. It can't be all gone at the same time. In this case, there is only one reason, and that can only mean that they were taken away with a purpose. Who can take away the 100,000 fishman in the battery, and what is the purpose of taking them away? Jinbei suddenly thought of the scene of Ron being safe in the square today. Suddenly, a cool feeling came to his heart, and Jinbei secretly said, not good, and then ran quickly towards the Dragon Palace. Intuition tells him that there will be a catastrophe on Fishman Island today. Now, not far from the Dragon Palace, in the square in front of Mrs. Yarley's coffee shop, Hody Jones and his cadres are gathering here. Looking around, there are 100,000 fishman soldiers in the audience, all fully armed, and they are those fishmons in the battery. Yarley's slender neck in one hand and asked sharply, tell me for a divination, can I kill Neptune today and become the new king of Fishman Island? Bah! King of Fishman Island. Bah! Bah! King! Immediately, the fishman below cheered, as if victory was imminent, and the fishman family could be unified immediately. Ha ha ha! Hody Jones couldn't stop laughing. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. I didn't plan to rebel well so soon, but not long ago, the 4 Emperor Pirate Auntie's subordinate contacted Hody Jones. Today is the perfect time for them to join forces to dominate Fishman Island, because Hody Jones got a message from Big Mom. The big pirate Golden Lion escaped from prison, and Ron, the Supreme Commander of Marine, is here today. As long as he joins forces with the Big Mom pirate group to hold Ron down, then Golden Lion will enter the Marine headquarters after all, and Marine will be crushed by then. The whole new world must be big money. This is the goal of Hody Jones. Mrs. Shirley struggled hard. Her expression was very painful, and poor Hody Jones showed no mercy. He even treats his own kind with such ruthlessness. Hody Jones, it's the beauty you think. I won't give you a divination. Looking for death. From now on, I will be the king of this Fishman Island. You must listen to me. Hody Jones was furious. A mouth hat. A palm print of Yuhi appeared on Mrs. Shirley's no whitekin. Hang her up and let these people see what happens if they don't surrender to a loud shout, and threw Mrs. Shirley to his men. She was then tied to a huge stone Jinchuriki column. Damn, why hasn't this aunt's subordinate come yet? Hody Jones thought. He didn't know that Smoothie and the others had been beaten back. That the huge monster was also guarded by Ron's subordinate 9 Yuan. As a result, Hody Jones has no way of knowing the fate of the Big Mom pirate group. The octopus swordsman said drunkenly, I don't need them, just a few of us are enough. That's right, don't forget that we still have the poison. Subordinates all agreed, which made Hody Jones feel confident all of a sudden. So he raised his arms, shouted loudly, you little one, follow me to the dragon palace. Quote, here it is. Ron took a sip of 6 lightly and said suddenly, what coming? Neptune didn't expect Ron to suddenly change the subject, and for a moment he didn't know what he was talking about. Yamato, the Empress, and Rebecca were also at a loss. They all looked at Ron. They knew that Ron was definitely not the kind of crap. So, the marshal must have noticed something. Out of instinct to reach the model, 3 people threw immediately into a state of combat. Only Shirahoshi looked at Ron with a look of fear. She sensed it too, only 1 step slower than Ron. The murderous aura of this 100,000 army is so clearly visible in front of Shirahoshi's observation hockey, it is despairing. In her impression, the more people there are, the more powerful it is. Chapter 157. I'll leave it to you, Shirahoshi. Father, Marshal Ron said that the enemy has come to attack the Dragon Palace. Shirahoshi said nervously. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing the first time she came out. What should I do? Is Ryugu going to end? Through her excellent observation hockey, Shirahoshi can clearly feel the scale of these 100,000 people. Therefore, Shirahoshi didn't think that the people led by Ron had full confidence that they could solve them. The most important thing is that this is a family affair on Fishman Island in the Dragon Palace, and there is no need for others to help. What did you say? Is that Hody Jones? Neptune was instantly furious, picked up his weapon, and stood up abruptly. The sense of oppression brought about by a body that is several meters high is unparalleled. I didn't expect that. What Vanderdecken said is true. Who is this Hody Jones? How come I've never heard of it? Neptune said in a low voice. Father, there are 100,000 people on the other side. Shirahoshi's words are like a bomb. It exploded in Neptune's mind instantly. There are not so many guards in the 100,000 Fishman Island. Really, Shirahoshi? Neptune couldn't believe it. How can there be so many troops on Fishman Island? It's impossible. So many troops are hidden in Fishman Island. There is no reason why he doesn't know as the king. It's absolutely true, only more or less, Shirahoshi said with tears in his eye. Report. Just then, a Fishman officer rushed in a panic. What the matter? Don't panic. Don't you see that there are guests here? Neptune snapped. The soldier glanced at Ron, hurriedly bowed, and immediately replied, no, Admiral. Soldiers were found walking towards the Dragon Palace outside. How many people? Neptune confirms here that it's not that he doesn't trust his daughter, but that he really can't figure out where Fishman Island could hide so many people undetected. At least 100,000. Captain Fishman is also a perennial leader of the army, so it can be estimated at once. Seriously, where did they come from? Neptune clutched his forehead, unable to figure it out. What to do? King Neptune. Quick, mobilize all the soldiers, and defend. Neptune gave the order quickly. At this time there must be no hesitation. Every second count. Once the defenders at the front gate are lost, the battle is bound to fail. Yes, Captain Fishman also knew the seriousness of the matter, and knew that it was absolutely impossible to keep up, but the king's orders and he still resolutely carried out. So, he took heavy steps towards the battlefield that belonged to him, and went away decisively. It's a life and death battle for Fishman Island. It is also the biggest disaster to date on Fishman Island. Neptune doesn't want Fishman Island to end up in his own hands, so today he had to protect him with all his might, but it's a pity that the opportunity to see the light of the Fishman Island is just around the corner, and Marshal Ron also promised to help them. But why? It is always a little short of this opportunity. A little bit every time. Princess Bime more than 10 years ago. Almost. So is my current self. Almost. Can Fishman Island really not be able to rebuild the sun. Can Fishman really not be able to live normally in the sun? Why do you have to live under the sea? Why? Neptune is not reconciled, but there was no other way. I had to pick up the trident, got up and walked outside. Before leaving, I said to Ron, I hope Marshal Ron will protect Shirahoshi. I have entrusted her to you. This is a father's request. Neptune said helplessly. He knew that Ron didn't need to take care of it at all, and he couldn't. After all, this is only a family affair within Fishman Island, and Fishman Island is not a member country recognized by the world government and is not protected by Marine. Therefore, Neptune didn't even ask Ron for help because the opponent had 100,000 people. He didn't want to make Ron embarrassed for an army of this size. After all, Ron only brought less than 500 people. Such a huge military gap. Neptune can't think of any way to make up for it. So, all he can do is, as a father, entrust his daughter to Ron. He believes that with Ron's rank, if he wants to escape with his daughter among these 100,000 people, there should be no problem. No problem. Shirahoshi is safe with me. Ron was still there eating to himself. Didn't even look up. Instead, the three guards beside him were standing beside Ron with their sword drawn, for fear that the shooting incident just now would happen again. Thank you, Neptune said gratefully, then turned to leave. He didn't say much. He was very grateful to Ron for doing this. Father, I want to go with you too. Although Shirahoshi is crying, he is definitely not the kind of person who leaves his family alone in danger, but himself enjoys comfort alone. Obey, this is an order, Neptune said in a pretentious manner. Have you forgotten your mission? Then Neptune glared at Shirahoshi again, reminding her not to forget what Princess Oheim said before her death. In fact, Roger came to Fishman Island a long time ago, but Shirahoshi was not there yet. However, according to the guidance of history, they came to Fishman Island and learned the news of the birth of the Sea King, where they chatted a lot of secrets with Princess Behind. Hearing Neptune's words, Shirahoshi stopped, although his face was still full of tears, but recalling what his mother said in his mission, Shirahoshi nodded firmly. Neptune gave Shirahoshi one last look in relief, then turned around decisively. Go, let us go. Order. All the guard casually. Neptune rushed out without hesitation. Chapter 158. These 100,000 people are used to make Shirahoshi rise and gain insight. Just a moment, only 4 of Ron and Shirahoshi were left in the entire Dragon Palace, and Shirahoshi was still crying. Ron finished his last bite and put down the cutlery in his hand that Rebecca handed over and slowly wiped his mouth. Then he got up and said to Shirahoshi, why are you crying? Woo. Shirahoshi's 2 big white hands kept wiping away tears. Do you feel your weakness? Do you know why you can only accept everyone's protection in the back? Walk towards Shirahoshi step by step. He stared at the huge beauty in front of him. I don't know. Woo. Shirahoshi looked at Ron with big tearful eyes and said in a soft voice, because you and the weak are too weak. Ron said mercilessly. Then, regardless of Shirahoshi crying even more sadly, he continued, have you seen these 3 women next to me? Each of them bears a heavier fate than you, but do you see them hiding behind anyone? Shirahoshi looked away from Ron and looked at Boa Hancock, Yamato, and himself. Rebecca 3. Have to admit that these 3 women are all beautiful, but they are much stronger than myself. Did you see them cry? What do you think crying can solve? Ron approached step by step, and Shirahoshi had to follow Ron's train of thought because of the oppression of the language. Can't solve it. Woohoo. Shirahoshi held back his tears and said stubbornly, very well, then what do you think will solve the problem? Ron continued to ask along the line, what would solve the problem? Woohoo. I don't know. Shirahoshi tried his best to suppress it, but he couldn't do it right away. Stop crying. Think about what you want to do now. Ron's voice increased a little. Shirahoshi said without hesitation, I want to help my father solve the trouble. Then what do you need? Need strength. Shirahoshi said suddenly. It's almost the same. Do you want to have strength to protect yourself without worrying your family? Ron knew. You want to change Shirahoshi's character. She must make herself aware of the problem. For so many years, she has been squatting inside the hard shell tower, and the danger of flying outside from time to time has made her become very timid since she was a child. However, with such perverse ability, Ron would never allow its master to be in the hands of such a weak person. So Shirahoshi has to be stronger from the inside out. For, in this case, blindly training his strength will not work. He must be made strong from the inside out. In this way, no matter what crisis she faces in the future, she can handle it with ease. After all, that is the power that can control the Sea King. Although the Sea King class is not worth mentioning to Ron, but for most people, this means the power to destroy the world. If Shirahoshi can't master this power, she doesn't deserve it. I want to be strong. I want to be stronger. Shirahoshi bit his lip and said, while holding her little fist. At this moment, she has stopped crying, although there are still some tears, but her firm eyes can tell that she is no longer the kind of timid star who cries whenever she encounters something. Can Marshal Ron teach me skill? I don't want to be protected by others. I also want to be the one who can protect others. Shirahoshi showed an unprecedented expression with firmness, determination, and a hint of unwillingness unwillingness. Have you thought about it? There is no power in the world that you can get for free. If you want to become stronger, you have to suffer unbearable pain for ordinary people. Ron's eyes were burning, and he saw Shirahoshi, who had the same firm eye. Well, I figured it out. No matter what kind of suffering I can endure, as long as I can become stronger and I don't need someone else's protection. Shirahoshi's tone is no longer delicate, but has a feeling of dying. Okay, since your father has entrusted you to me, then in 2 years, I will make you strong enough to be strong enough that even ant is no match for you. Ron laughed. Whether it is talent or blood, Shirahoshi is super strong, but that kind of power has no one to guide. Luckily he met Ron. Really, can I be too so strong? Shirahoshi said incredulously, even though he doesn't know how strong Auntie is. Even in her perception, if he can beat 100 people, that's wrong. 2 years. Ron nodded. Can that beat those people outside? Shirahoshi clenched his fist nervously, waiting for Ron's answer. Ron patted the non-existent dirt on his body, turned and walked outside, saying at the same time, it's easy, it's effortless, but they have 100,000 people. Even if I become stronger, I won't be their opponent. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Shirahoshi said suddenly. Indeed, in Shirahoshi's observation hockey, the opponent is 100,000 fishman, and this kind of combat power is no more than the marine headquarters. Shirahoshi, who lives in a time of peace, has seen so many people, so it was done in an instant. He wasn't sure what could handle so many people. With the strength of their dragon palaces less than 10,000 troops, no matter how strong they are, what can they do? How can one person fight against so many people? What's more, they have the fishman at the head. Shirahoshi can feel their power. It is a power that crosses different levels. Even his own brothers are not their opponent. And the one that Van der Deacon said before his death, the medicine, although Shirahoshi didn't know what it was, but through his father's expression, Shirahoshi knew that that thing is not simple. It must be a very difficult thing. Otherwise, the usual calm great knight Neptune would not show that panicked expression. Despite Neptune's efforts to hide it, Shirahoshi knew it. She could see it. 100,000. Ron smiled and shook his head. Then he turned his back to Shirahoshi and said, is 100,000 a lot? Of course, our dragon palace has less than 10,000 soldiers. Shirahoshi said in a deep voice, there are so many of them. This time King Father and the others are definitely not opponents. The more Shirahoshi spoke, the lower his voice seemed, as if the confidence and courage he had accumulated just now had run out. Come with me. Today you have learned a lot, how vulnerable the numbers are in the face of real power. Soon as Ron finished speaking, Boa Hancock, Rebecca, and Yamato turned around at the same time, followed behind Ron, and walked outside. Afterward, Dragon Palace closed the locked door, and it bounced off with a bang. Chapter 159. An overwhelming victory. Marshal Ron, what are you doing? Shirahoshi covered his mouth and said incredulously. What did Ron mean by the last sentence he just said? Is he trying to fight against the 100,000 fishman? How is that possible? Shirahoshi swam over quickly, trying to stop Ron. Don't go. Shirahoshi persuaded. Shh. Rebecca made a mute gesture, and then said indifferently, don't worry, it's alright. Just follow us obediently, crybaby. Yamato said bluntly and mercilessly. Shirahoshi looked at the girls in front of him, but they were so much braver than he was, even facing 100,000 people without fear. Whenever you can be like them. Shirahoshi shook his head, chased away these messy thoughts, and obediently followed behind the crowd. Even Marshal Ron said so he must have a way. Maybe he brought more marines. Maybe it's not just 500. Maybe there are 100,000 marines in ambush on the periphery of Fishman Island. Shirahoshi thought to himself. Anyway, he didn't believe that Ron, the four of them, could fight those 100,000 people. After all, Shirahoshi has never seen what a real strong man looked like. She didn't have a template in her mind, so she couldn't imagine what the top combat power would look like. The strongest people Shirahoshi had been in contact with in his life were probably only Neptune and her 3 brothers. Other than that, I haven't had any in-depth contact. However, it has to be said that King Fishman and the Prince are not even the strength of Vice Admiral here in Ron. It's simply not as good as Smoker. At this moment, the Dragon Palace guards led by the great knight Neptune had already met Hody Jones and his party. Nipton, haha, how dare you come out? Hody Jones was not at all surprised why Neptune had learned of their rebellion. After all, there must be a lot of dark lines in such a large dragon palace. Their every move on the square must have been reported to Neptune by the soldiers of the Dragon Palace long ago. Hody Jones, are you the one? Rebellion leader Hody Jones. Neptune is worthy of being the lord of a country, and in the face of such a disadvantage, he still has no fear. Standing alone in the first column of the entire army, the huge body stood still. Ha ha ha, you don't need to know this. After all, you are also dying. I will execute you in front of all the fishmen. Hody Jones screamed in the sky, and several of his men behind him also echoed. At the beginning, Hody Jones was still a little worried. After all, the 100-year-old Dragon Palace, no one knows how rich it is. And Marshal Marine is also in the Dragon Palace. He can't make a shot, and Hody Jones doesn't doesn't know. However, now, Ryugu's troops are close at hand, and the opponent's strength is clear at a glance. A mere 10,000 troops are simply attacking with egg. What more, the Neptunes are not their opponents at all. The battle was already won, and it didn't take a while for Big Mom Pirate and Vanderdecken to appear. You can do it by yourself. At this moment, he still doesn't know whether his two reinforcements are dead or running. HMPH, arrogant young man, be quickly. Haha, old stubborn, talking too much is useless. Two are not speculating, and the situation of the two armies is on the line. Occupy the Dragon Palace and plunder resources. Defend the homeland and fight to the death. The soldiers on both sides hold their weapons high for different purposes. They shouted and killed in a high-pitched voice, all gathered together. At this moment, the entire Fishman Island seems to be about to explode. Atmosphere has arrived, and the battle can't be stopped even if it want to. Such voices resounding through the heavens and the earth. No one could hear the Lord Kun's command. So, no way, both Lord Kun ordered. I don't know which soldier made the move first. At this point, the two sides started a direct conflict, and Neptune did not stop it, but brought up the trident and rushed over first. Old man who was over his head. Hody Jones waved casually, and his cadres killed him without trying. If you catch them alive, I will publicly execute them in front of all the Fishman. Hody Jones was in control of the victory and sat directly on the chair behind him. Spreading his hand, he looked like he was watching a play. A mere old fishman who can't even beat his own subordinate is not worth his own shot. War between the two sides is completely a one-sided situation. Let's not talk about the gap between the troops, that is, Neptune and his 3/3 princes. The strength of these four people is not even as good as the strength of Hody Jones, who don't take medicine. Just one round, the octopus swordsman has already dealt a heavy blow to the four of them. Yes, just one person defeat the other four. Sided battle from the beginning to the end. There is no effort for half a cup of tea. After Neptune was captured, the entire Ryugu soldiers lost their resistance. Surrounded by rebel, the Neptune army, who had been fighting with high spirit just now, was now reduced to prisoner. This is the cross-class gap between strength, and it cannot be smoothed out by will at all. Ha ha ha, Neptune, your good daughter, why didn't you see her? Could it be that she left you and ran away? Hody Jones tied Neptune firmly with a condescending expression. Don't think about hitting Shirahoshi. Give it up. I have entrusted her to Marshal Marine, and now they have left Fishman Island. Neptune showed a relieved smile. As long as Shirahoshi didn't die, then the Fishman clan still had a chance. I was taken away by that Ron with different eyes, Hody Jones said angrily, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, this is the person named by Vanderdecken, and he has nothing to do with Hody Jones. If he wants, then let him go and talk to him. Marine, go grab someone. Why? Is it possible that you dare to steal someone from Marine? If you are involved in Marine, I think you know the consequences better than me. Neptune didn't look up, looking ready to die generously. Marine, ha ha ha, they can't protect themselves, but I won't anger them now, and when they will fight to the death and lose both sides, I will go and kill them all. Ha ha ha. Hody Jones, treacherous issue. What do you mean when you say Marine can't protect herself? Neptune said in surprise. You're dying. What's the use of knowing this? Hody Jones didn't plan to tell Neptune at all. Even if he was dying, Hody Jones wouldn't tell. After all, that power is not something that he can contend against. If he has said it in advance, if he is to blame, he can't afford it now. So, your daughter will also follow that Marshal Marine and be buried at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 160. The Golden Lion that restores the leg. Targeting Fishman Island. How is it? These legs are still adaptable. Count Yuhi looked at the incredible Golden Lion and smiled lightly. Ha ha ha, I didn't think there was such a meme. I admire it. It seems that you old guy has not been idle these days. Golden Lion moved his legs and found that it was no different from his own. Of discomfort, inflexibility or control. Two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Wood Withered, holding it in his hand again. This two swordsman. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Ha ha ha, these two knives haven't been held for many years. You've worked hard all these years. Golden Lion was like stroking a child. His fingers slowly slid across the two famous knives. Feeling the coldness of the blade, memories of the past suddenly flooded into my heart. That is, these two swords accompanied him all the way to the height of the top pirate, and since then he has become as famous as Roger Whitebeard. Now, time has passed. Although the famous sword is there, the opponent is gone. Although the legs are restored, but the lack of two hands is lonely. Roger, you left too early. Golden Lion shook his head helplessly. Roger is dead. No one can stop you from dominating the world. Now that you have regained your full strength, the Golden Lion of the double sword style has seen the light of day again. Why are you complaining about yourself here? Count Yuhi said disdainfully. I didn't expect this Golden Lion to have such a lack of fighting spirit. How about restoring strength? What's the point of not having an opponent? Golden Lion kept wiping the two swords, his eyes filled with regret. Now, the only pirates who once dominated the new world are you and me. As long as we join forces, we will be able to dominate the sea again. Count Yuhi raised his arm. The noon sun shone on him, but the shadow on the ground turned out out to be the shape of a huge bat. The terrifying Kobo made people shudder. What are your plans? The golden lion didn't outright refuse. Ha ha ha, now I have the invincible fruit and ability. Now, I need your hidden treasure and the old part. Count Yuhi held up a glass of bloody Yuhi-colored liquid and couldn't tell whether it was Yuhi wine or blood donation. Then drink it up. How do you know about my treasures? My old ministry. It is estimated that they have all made their own living now. Golden Lion didn't hide his treasure because it was unnecessary. He didn't think Count Yuhi had the strength to snatch it away from him. Golden Lion, which has regained its strength, is not. Anyone can deal with it. The two old-time powerhouses actually do not trust each other. Haha, don't think I don't know. John's treasure was taken by you. After your rocks pirates were destroyed, Captain John took a lot of treasure. And why did he die inexplicably in the end? Do you still need me to say it? Count Yuhi said confidently. In terms of what he saw with his own eye, gold intercepted Captain John, and after 3 days and 3 nights, the Golden Lion was slightly better and wiped out all the Captain John pirates. Then take all of John's treasures, which are the most treasures in the world. It is the light savings of the rock pirate. Its quantity and value are incalculable, and it was with this money that Golden Lion recruited 60 warships in a short period of time and besieged Roger with tens of thousands of troops. This is the Battle of Admiral. Haha, I didn't deny that guy John wanted to take those treasures. How is this possible? Golden Lion laughed and said that although they were once on the same ship, the relationship between their crew members was not a friendly relationship. If there were no powerful rock to quell them at that time, it is estimated that this pirate group would have killed each other long ago. Where did you put them? Count Yuhi said. Buried under the sea. Golden Lion does not shy away and does not hide. Buried at the bottom of the sea. Ha ha ha, it really belongs to you. Who would have thought that such a wealth would be buried under the sea? Count Yuhi suddenly burst out laughing. He didn't doubt Golden Lion, but he didn't use observation hockey to read Golden Lion's memory, because this level of powerhouse can easily detect his observation hockey. Count Yuhi would not do such a thing to anger others. After all, this guy is as famous as himself. It's no good to piss him off. You haven't spent the money, have you? Count Yuhi looked at the Golden Lion and said, after all, the money had been in Golden Lion's hands for a while. Who knows if he will spend it all? This money is the capital of Count Yuhi's recruitment and horses. Although he said that he does not trust anyone, including his companion, it is impossible to dominate the world without his subordinate. Yuhi is very clear about this. After all, he has been alone for so many years, so he is very clear that a person's power is limited after all. Don't worry, this is a lot of money, far beyond your imagination. Back then, Captain Rox was always preparing to become the king of the world. This amount of money is enough for Marine to squander for 30 years. In order to give Count Yuhi a specific concept, Golden Lion directly used Marine as an example. After all, Marine's eye and his capital consumption are admittedly huge. Sure enough, having said that, Count Yuhi had a concept. Then what are we waiting for? Go get those treasures back. Count Yuhi smiled happily, one step closer to his success. That one of the main reasons why he took such a big risk to rescue Golden Lion. This treasure in Golden Lion's hand. Don't worry, the treasure is there. It can't run. The question is, do you have a boat that can go to sea? Asked the Golden Lion. Ah, that's not it. Earl Yuhi suddenly thought of the key. It seemed that he had been locked up for so long that he even forgot that he needed to be coated when going to sea. Coating takes at least 3 days. Golden Lion gently put the 2 knives into the scabbard. No, 3 days is too long. Now Marine already knows that you have been rescued. I believe they will soon search for you all over the world. Today's Marine is no different. We must not underestimate him. Count Yuhi said seriously. This was the first time he had spoken to Golden Lion so seriously. HMPH, that Yidung Ron. I was there 2 days ago. I saw him in the underwater prison. He is indeed a ruthless character, but I may not be afraid of him. The overall situation is still the most important thing. Go to get the treasure first. You must go now and use the fastest speed. With a wave of Earl Yuhi's hand, the sluggish Trafalgar Law beside him disappeared. Then find an old friend and borrow one. Golden Lion's face raised. VV Isho. Oh, who is? Earl Yuhi is alone, and he has no company, except this civet cat he just met recently. Charlotte Linlin. Golden Lion heard that this former shipmate is now the 4 emperors, so there must be a ready-coated ship. Where exactly is the treasure at the bottom of the sea? Can we get there today? Earl Yuhi couldn't wait. After all, he had to recruit before Marine could take action. Just in time, on Fishman Island. After the Golden Lion finished speaking, their ship took off and flew towards Big Mom's Cake Island with the fastest speed. Admiral of the Navy Fishing at Work. Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161. At the last minute, Ron shot all the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Look at this man. He is your king, Neptune. Cody Jones stood on the execution stand, shouting arrogantly. Look clearly, he is the stunned coon who made Fishman Island insulted by human, but did not dare to fight. Above the whole square, there are Fishman onlookers. They are not from the Cody Jones faction, so they are all on the cliff, and the supporters of Jones, all gathered in the square, and are still echoing loudly at this moment. Kill him. Kill Neptune. We have to fight humanity to the end. The voice is loud and the momentum is fierce, unprecedented. This can't help but make Hody Jones even more proud. Never had this unprecedented support. He swelled. All Fishmon. Today is the day we retake Fishman Island, and led all Fishmons to the surface to fight against all human. Remember, we Fishmen are a more powerful race than human. We are higher creatures, and humans are just lower creatures. Fishman is the highest creature. Fishman is the highest creature. Fishman is the highest creature. Fishmons in the square were instantly ignited by their fighting spirit, and their emotions were suddenly high. At this moment, Fishman's morale reached its peak. Hody Jones raised the long knife in his hand, came to Neptune, and looked at him with a proud face. Seeing that there is no Neptune, this is the way out for Fishman. A king like you who only knows how to please human beings and make compromises is not worthy to lead the Fishman clan. Let me teach you a lesson today, but this it's your last lesson. Hody Jones laughed. He was using Neptune to provoke these, to support their anger. Now he just needs to kill Neptune, and these people will naturally push him to the throne. Starting today, Hody Jones is the new king of Fishman Island. For this plan, he has been planning for more than 10 years. From the death of Princess Behind, everything was under the control of Hody Jones. However, on the cliff near the square, the Fishmen are all looking at the following in horror. Crazy Fishman. Fishman Island has always been a peaceful island. The people here yearn for peace and dislike fighting. They just want to live under this sunshine on an equal footing with human beings. I don't want to be an enemy of humans. Hody Jones's approach is obviously too radical. They regard all human beings as the enemy. What should I do? The people below are crazy. Look, isn't that Mrs. Shiarly? She's been caught anyway. Didn't Lady Shiarly prophesy that Marshall Marine would destroy Fishman Island? But I think it's these people who really destroyed Fishman Island. That's right, I'm now. I hope that Marshall can come out and destroy them all. Yes, me too. Where's Marshall? Ron? Don't come. Please, come quickly. Please, come quickly. Hack him. Hack him. The camps on both sides made different voices. Hody Jones raised his long knife and slashed at Neptune in front of everyone. Go to hell, Neptune. At this moment, Neptune looked at the getting closer and closer to the long knife, and there was no hope in his heart. The crowd above supporting Neptune also gave out a cry of despair. However, all the names they shouted at this time were Ron, the man who was prophesied to destroy Fishman Island. So, just when the long knife was about to take over Neptune, there was a sound of breaking wind in the distance, and then Hody Jones' hand suddenly stopped in midair. The long knife was only 1 centimeter away from Neptune. Hody Jones was shocked when he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep the knife in going. What going on? Captain, look. Octopus swordsman pointed not far away and reminded. Hody Jones looked up, and several figures hovered in the air. It's that Marine, Hody Jones said, biting Kiba, gnashing his teeth. Didn't he take your daughter away? Father, Shirahoshi shouted to Neptune. Father, you are not hurt. Shirahoshi, why haven't you left yet? Hurry up. Their strength is stronger than imagined. If they don't run, it will be too late. Hurry up. Run, Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, run. Several princes also shouted at Shirahoshi. The reason why they tried desperately to hold Hody Jones down was to buy Shirahoshi a moment to negotiate. It was good this time. Instead of running away, she even brought Ron to this place. Now, all the efforts are in vain. It's that Marshal Yidung is here. He's really here. Rescue King Neptune. Please, hit Hody Jones. Numerous Fishmons who supported Neptune cheered from the good side. At this moment, they didn't care whether Ron was the one who destroyed Fishman Island. All they know is that if they don't call on Ron now, their King Neptune will die. They will be notified by this man named Hody Jones, and they will go to war with humans. Since then, there has been no peace on Fishman Island. Dream of Princess Bime will come to an end. Fishman Island is not under the jurisdiction of your marine, and now it's just an internal matter of our Fishman Island, and has nothing to do with your marine. Hody Jones released the long knife, only to find that the long knife was still there. I can't help but be a little surprised how this Ron did it, but it doesn't matter. He still has reinforcement. When the time comes with the murderous medicine, Hody Jones doesn't believe that this Ron can resist. I'm not here to mind your business. Ron stood on a piece of coral, take the Kiba with the Kiba, and spat. Today is just a show for my new subordinate. HMPA, what are you showing? Hody Jones said disdainfully. Show how you, with 100,000 soldiers, died. After Ron finished speaking, the long knife hovering in front of Neptune suddenly rolled inward. Then black flames burst out of thin air, eventually vanishes into nothingness. Then, Ron pointed to a cadre who was detaining Neptune, and said to Shirahoshi, who looked angry, we'll start with him. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, under Shirahoshi's incredible expression, the invisible fish man collapsed to the ground. The first 62 1 versus 100,000. Ron's gorgeous killing show. Ah! Shirahoshi covered his mouth and exclaimed. It was the first time she saw someone who could knock them down without touching them. How is this done? Shirahoshi asked in surprise. That's the power you can control too. It's the conqueror Haki. Shirahoshi is a sea king, although he has a weak personality, but there is also a conqueror hidden in his body. In other words, in addition to Boa Hancock, there will be a second conqueror Haki owner under Ron. Ron then pointed to the front row again and said, "They are next." Bang bang bang. Hundreds of people in front fell to the ground one by one before they could react. "Can the people over there be too?" Shirahoshi pointed to a group of people farther away and said. Soon as the voice fell, those people fell in response. Shirahoshi was very surprised, and then said, "What about this group of people? As long as this kind of power is mastered, precise strike can be carried out." As soon as Ron finished speaking, a red Yuhi-colored coercion swept up directly to the naked eye. Instant, the line of people Shirahoshi pointed to fell to the ground. Neat. All of a sudden the entire rebel army panicked. Cody Jones' face changed, then immediately shouted out, "Come on for me and kill him." This Ron actually treated them in such a playful way. He knew that he couldn't continue to delay, and he had to use the advantage of numbers to kill the man in front of him as soon as possible. Cody Jones thinks that even if Haki is powerful, he can't only attack so many people at a time. That's right, these hundreds of people are really only a few people in front of 100,000 army. How about Marshall Marine, who is terrifying with different eyes, and Ron, who is facing an army of such a size, and a fishman whose physical fitness is 10 times that of a normal person. Cody Jones can't figure out how to fight it. It's absolutely impossible. Kill him. Furious, and the 100,000 fishman roared furiously, rushing towards Ron and the others frantically. Shirahoshi immediately withdrew his hand and said with some fear, "So many people rushed up together. What should I do?" Just now Ron was only attacking in a small area, so Shirahoshi suddenly saw the enemy kill him together. At this moment Shirahoshi suddenly panicked. What to do? Okay, I told you before how fragile the advantage of numbers is in front of the real strong. Ron stood on Shirahoshi's hand and said to Shirahoshi without any panic. At this moment the screams of 100,000 people resounded throughout Fishman Island. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in the square. They even held their breath, covered their mouth, and even closed their eyes. Can't bear to watch the next scene. These people believed that Ron would be trampled to death by an army of 100,000 immediately. Suddenly, a feeling of grief and indignation was uploaded from the cliff above the square. Could it be that Marshall Marine couldn't do anything about Fishman Island? However, in this situation that everyone thinks is one-sided, in this atmosphere of despair, Ron took a step forward gently, his eyes flashing in an instant. A powerful and suffocating energy centered on Ron and quickly spread around. Yuhi-colored Haki visible to the naked eye covered the sky, and the Fishman Island with a clear sky was instantly flooded with this near substantial energy. Not just this small square. This energy directly covered the entire Fishman Island. Space become a viscous area, and people can feel the oppression that surrounds them. Like hell on earth. All the Fishman's eyes widened instantly. The next moment, the aggressive 100,000 Fishman in the square seemed to have his neck twisted at the same time. He didn't struggle at all, and fell back straight. There was no scream. His eyes were white, and he was foaming at the mouth. Neatly aligned. No one stood. Cody Jones, who was still a 100,000 mercenary just now, became lonely. At the same time, everyone present, including the Fishman watching the battle on the cliff, were all stunned. This almost godlike power is actually only issued by one person. How is it possible? But the fact is right in front of you, making people unable to believe it. Yuhi-colored energy that was visible to the naked eye still did not dissipate, making the entire square more like hell. Shirahoshi covered his mouth with one hand, unable to recover from the shock just now. 100,000 Fishman. In the blink of an eye, she fell down. Just now, she was still in despair over this obvious disparity in strength, but now it is Cody Jones who should be desperate. Is this the strong one? This is too strong. Shirahoshi looked at Ron with big twinkling eyes. It was this person who stood on his hand and didn't move, but he directly wiped out 100,000 Fishman. Neptune's heart is extremely complicated at this moment. Just now, these Fishmons are fighting with him. No, it should be that he was beaten by them and was powerless to fight back. But now, the army of 100,000 people, which left him helpless, was wiped out in an instant. Neptune turned to look at Ron, and the man didn't even move an inch. Marshall Marine is so terrifying. It seems that it is a wise move to entrust Shirahoshi to him, so Shirahoshi's safety is probably not to worry about. Wait, Neptune suddenly noticed that Shirahoshi's temperament had changed. Usually, Shirahoshi will be scared to cry when he sees such a scene. And now, not only did Shirahoshi not cry, but his eyes also revealed the desire for great strength, and a trace of calm that only the strong can have. His cowardly daughter disappeared. This is a very special feeling. No one else noticed the change in Shirahoshi. As a father, he discovered the change in his daughter. When he left the Dragon Palace just now, what happened to Neptune in this short period of time is unknown, but the only certainty is that Ron must have changed Shirahoshi. Let this timid mermaid princess become more like a warrior. Can I do too? Shirahoshi asked excitedly. It was the first time she had seen such a near miraculous mean? And according to Marshall Ron, this kind of power is innate, and I have it myself. The scale and effect will be much worse, but as your strength continues to grow stronger, it is still possible to solve these 100,000 people. Ron wasn't lying to her, telling the truth. After all, not everyone's conqueror is like himself. This requires strength. Conqueror increases with strength and cannot be exercised alone. And Shirahoshi, Ron also knew that her upper limit of strength was far from her own level, but working hard to become Admiral's level is still possible. Shirahoshi couldn't wait to train with Ron to become stronger. After hearing this, Cody Jones looked at his men who were still murderous just now lying on the ground like dead fish. His face was incredulous at first, then turned into panic, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. With only a few subordinates, the octopus swordsman immediately saw this. Said, "Boss, take the medicine, otherwise it will be too late." This is the only way they can think of to win, to use fierce medicine to forcibly improve their strength, then take down Ron in a short time. Because they knew very well that Ron was the only one on the other side, and as long as it was solved, everything was still there. They were in control. As everyone knows, Ron deliberately left a few of them just now. Philo reminds you 3 things in reading: collect, recommend, and divide. Chapter 163. Is this the fighting technique? Love, you, Luo, you dare to spoil my affair. Cody Jones was furious, and now he was furious to ultimate. Everything that he had planned so carefully turned out to be in vain, and it only took less than a minute. The strength that had been accumulated for more than 10 years collapsed in an instant. The original 100,000 army, an overwhelming advantage, was now only left with these few cadre. From now on, he will be inseparable with this man Ron. From now on, with you without me, with me without you. Cody Jones has reached the highest level of anger in history. None of his anger at humanity was greater than his anger at Ron. Ron ignored him at all and looked at Shirahoshi, who had not recovered from the battle just now. After a moment, Ron said, "This power is called shock and awe, and then let's look at the fighting technique, swordsmanship." Quote, Shirahoshi was overjoyed. To be honest, the battle just now was too high-end. It's a little bit incomprehensible to her little white. It's purely to watch the fun. After all, the realm is not enough, except shouting 666 and worshipping from the bottom of my heart. Shirahoshi did not gain the understanding of martial art. Just like a primary school student who showed him a calculus problem solving, he would not have any other feelings except being shocked by this seemingly gorgeous method. "Is it the martial? Did you show it to me in person?" Shirahoshi said expectantly. After all, Ron is the best guy. With his fighting technique and swordsmanship, it will definitely be more interesting. Maybe there will be that kind of gorgeous showdown between you and me. Ron shook his head, turned to look at Cody Jones and others, and said, "They are too weak to be beaten. I shot and ended too quickly. You can't feel anything." Ron didn't lower his voice, so Cody Jones and others in the square could hear it clearly. Too deceiving. Cody Jones and the others were instantly furious. If they didn't kill Ron today, I'm afraid they would be suffocated for the rest of their lives. This Ron was really annoying. To despise them so blatantly. "Bring the medicine." Cody Jones gave a loud shout. Shirahoshi suddenly became worried and said to Ron, "Marshal Ron, it's not good. They are going to take medicine. Father said that this medicine is very dangerous. After taking it, it can increase the combat effectiveness tenfold. It's okay. Wait for them to eat." Ron shook his head indifferently, and didn't even launch an attack in advance for him to destroy the enemy. But as a marshal, Ron does not like to be hands-on. So Ron also has another purpose, which is to train his subordinates so that Akatsuki can be on their own as soon as possible. Ron would naturally let Akatsuki fight more whenever he had the chance. Why not kill them before they take their medicine? Shirahoshi asked in a puzzled way. For him, killing the enemy as soon as possible while they are weakening is the safest solution. Ron smiled and explained carefully, "They are too weak without taking medicine. They are not the opponents of your sister. Let them become stronger so that the fight will be interesting." The first time Shirahoshi heard such a reason, it turned out to be because the opponent was too weak to fight, so he waited for them to take medicine and became stronger before attacking them. What is the reason for this? Sure enough, this sentence was also heard by Cody Jones and others. However, at this time, Huo Daichang was so angry that he couldn't beat. But he suddenly thought of one thing. He also has 2 helpers, the Big Mom Pirate Group and Vanderdecken IX. It's time for them to come. Cody Jones whistled, and suddenly a huge monster, Kraken, ran out from a distance. This is a siren, a huge octopus. The size is comparable to that of a sea king. I knew that the sea kings are also divided into 3, 6 and 9. Their sizes are all different. Of this Kraken already belongs to the middle and upper size of the sea king class. It's a sea monster. I didn't expect Cody Jones to have this killer. This is bad. No one is a Kraken's opponent in the sea. Fishmonts on the cliff all showed worried expression. They are different from the beginning. Now the Fishmonts really want Ron to win. They don't want Cody Jones to rule Fishman Island. So, now that the other party has used the trump card of the Kraken, they have to worry about the Fishman who support Ron. After all, the theorem that the bigger the volume is, the more powerful it seems, is probably true. Even Princess Shirahoshi Shirahoshi was a little worried at this moment. The size of this siren occupies a quarter of the square. Ron crossed Erlang's legs and sat on Shirahoshi's palm, calmly looking at that big octopus. There is no other idea in my mind except barbecue. Who is going to kill that octopus for this commander and let this mermaid princess open her eye? Ron watched the three men receive it. I'm going. My concubine is willing to go. Let me go, the three said at the same time. Ron turned to look at Shirahoshi and said, look, but they are all women like you. The strength they can achieve, you can also in the future. Shirahoshi nodded excitedly, seeing several sisters take action. It was more grounded to her, and Ron also said that he could reach their level. So, Shirahoshi couldn't wait to see what their standards were like. You want to watch swordsmanship or the fighting technique? Ron gave the decision to Shirahoshi. Fighting technique, Shirahoshi said uncertainly. She didn't know which one was stronger. Hancock, you go. Ron waved his hand and said directly, this former Shichibukai, the world's most beautiful Amazon lily king, Boa Hancock. At this moment she is already a fully qualified Marine. Having experienced the Douglas incident, she is now following Ron sincerely. The one with the highest fighting technique among the cronies that Ron's subordinates are preparing to cultivate. Just that Ron hasn't taken the time to train Boa Hancock well recently, but these cronies have been somewhat negligent about the earlier member of the Empress. However, now that Ron's Akatsuki is going to be included, these members are the ones that Ron intends to focus on training next. Yes, Boa Hancock responded with a sound, and his jade feet slammed on the ground, and his entire body disappeared instantly. The next moment, the beautiful legs of the Empress had already appeared on the huge kraken. Don't say that the kraken hide, it just. The reaction didn't respond. Just an instant, the big perfume femur kicked kraken with a fate. Bang! Nuoda's body suddenly turned into a stone statue, and several claws were shattered by one foot. The fight is over. Just one kick. Shirahoshi's eyes widened, looking very cute. Is this the fighting technique? I love it, but I have no feet. At the same time, a loud shout came from a distance. Take medicine. Cody Jones did not hesitate any longer. At the moment when Kraken was defeated, immediately, up his mind, he directly took out a handful of fierce medicine and stuffed it all into his mouth. The whole body suddenly doubled in size. Both eyes are red Yuhi. Immediately, his legs ejected and flew towards Ron, while shouting, Ron, take your life. 164. You call this swordsmanship? Cody Jones, who took medicine, has increased his strength by at least 10 times. This is a way of overdrafting life in exchange for strength. This kind of medicine, ordinary people will end up dying if they take one. But Cody Jones had lost his mind, and he didn't care about the consequences, and he didn't know what the consequences would be. Now, there is only one thought in his heart, and that is to kill Ron. This man let all his plans shatter, and that was his painstaking plan for more than 10 years. So, whatever, would rather do his best, even if it is risking his life, to kill Ron. Cody Jones was so fast that he came to Ron in the blink of an eye. Very good. The opportunity came, and Ron didn't react. Cody Jones couldn't help but secretly rejoice, because he found that Ron was still there talking with Shirahoshi, and he looked defenseless. It seems this guy is not as strong as he appeared. Strength had surpassed that of Ron after taking the medicine, so he didn't have time to react at all. The more Cody Jones thought about it, the more it made sense. At this moment, the picture of killing Ron's head with a single blow has already appeared in Cody Jones' mind. At the same time, Shirahoshi, who has super observation hockey, also felt the approach of Cody Jones, and immediately wanted to remind Ron aloud, but after all, it takes time to speak. And Cody Jones was very fast, rushing over in just a moment, although they had too much psychology and activity in their mind. But the time outside only passed less than a second. Marshal Ron should have noticed it. Shirahoshi comforted himself in his heart. After all, Ron's strength is so much stronger than himself, it is impossible not to find out. Thinking about it, Shirahoshi saw that Cody Jones' attack was less than 5 meters away from Ron's body. Knowing this distance earlier, for Cody Jones' current speed, it would not be a fraction of a second at all. 0. It took him less than a second to reach the distance of 100 meters just now. And Shirahoshi looked at Ron, but he still didn't respond. Did he really not notice? Shirahoshi didn't think much of it. Ron was standing in her palm at the moment. Shirahoshi couldn't allow Ron to get hurt, so he made the decision immediately, and didn't have time to think about it, and didn't care about the broadsword in Cody Jones's hand. At this moment, Shirahoshi didn't hide, nor was he scared to cry. Shirahoshi's gaze was firmer than ever. Then, she suddenly clasped her hands together and held Ron firmly to her chest. Shirahoshi knew that Cody Jones' big sword would definitely cut over and his hand would be injured. But, none of this mattered. She couldn't let Cody Jones hurt Ron. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Cody Jones, and the huge Wolfhiba club collided directly with the long knife. The next moment, the long knife exploded directly, and the Wolfhiba stick was not used up and hit Cody Jones directly in the abdomen. Bang! A loud bang. Like an old Twilight clock, Cody Jones's eyes were split, and his huge body was like a cannonball coming out of the hull, bombarding the ground. The speed was even faster faster than when he flew over. Immediately, a big giant appeared on the ground. The flat ground was torn apart at the same time, and countless cracks appeared. The storefront trembled, and dust was everywhere. The crowd was stunned for a while, and he asked how powerful the women who were following Ron turned out to be. At first they thought these were Ron's favorite concubine. After all, they were all beautiful and graceful. But now I know that they can not only kill the giant kraken with one kick, but also fly Hody Jones with one stick. Of these, don't even need the man to take action! Exclamation mark. However, the most surprising is Ron. He didn't expect Shirahoshi to cover him there. Although it is extremely soft, it is easy to breathe, and Ron is almost suffocated to death. Not only did he pat the mountain-like majesty with his hand, but he didn't pay attention to Hody Jones at all. After all, he knew that Yamato would stop him. But I didn't expect that Shirahoshi, a coward, was not afraid of Hody Jones' big sword in order to protect himself. Shirahoshi looked at Hody Jones, who was knocked away, and found out that the big sister with the wolf Kiba's stick is also so powerful. Ron's subordinates are some kind of monsters. Shirahoshi can clearly feel how powerful Hody Jones is at the moment, but she was still kicked away by this sister who was holding a big stick. They're all amazing, and Shirahoshi is even more determined to be as strong as they are. Then that she realized that something was slapping her, so she looked Yuhi, and then she thought of where she was still covering Ron. So immediately, spreading his hand, Isho is a little embarrassed. Ron touched his nose and smiled, almost choked to death. This is the heaviest attack I have ever suffered since my debut. Ron's words made Shirahoshi even more embarrassed. In order to ease the embarrassment, Shirahoshi had to change the subject and said, "Then what about this Kendo lady? Is she also very good?" "She, just right. Let you take a look at Kendo too." After Ron finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and Rebecca pulled out the long sword from behind without saying a word. The other side's octopus swordsman didn't look at Hody Jones, who was already alive and dead. He was very excited just after taking the murderous medicine, and now he wanted to cut off anything he saw, including companion. However, at this moment, a figure flew over. Octopus swordsman suddenly Isho then gave up cutting and killing his companion, turned and greeted Rebecca. Dang dang, the swords are intertwined, and the sound of gold and iron rubbing is endless. Just one round, Rebecca had already stabbed the octopus swordsman, but this injury was not something to be afraid of at all. It was just a small wound. However, he did not notice that strange black line suddenly spread all over his body. Rebecca didn't stop. Relying on her flexible walking position, she drove back and forth through the crowd. Like a stream of light, after a few flashes, a wound appeared on everyone's body, but it was not serious. The next moment, Rebecca turned around and jumped beside Ron. Shirahoshi exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. Such a fast beat." The audience on the cliff was at a loss. This little girl fought for a long time in the cold, and she didn't kill anyone. Compared with the two women beside Ron, she seemed to be much worse. However, at this moment, Rebecca took out a small dagger from her bosom and stabbed her heart with a knife in full view. Shirahoshi exclaimed. She didn't understand why Rebecca committed suicide. Those on stage, spectators, were also bewildered. Maybe it's because she behaved too badly and felt ashamed of her master, so she didn't have to choose to commit suicide by Kasarine section. It's a pity that she is so young and beautiful. Everyone shook their head. However, the next moment, a scene that blinded everyone's eyes happened. Just now, everyone who was trapped by this little girl fell to the ground, clutching their chest. Straws of blood spurted out of their chest, and that position is exactly where the little girl stabbed herself with the dagger just now. What is this operation? Even that Fishman Island's first swordsman, the octopus swordsman, died. However, Rebecca, who should have died as well, did not have anything. This scene refreshed everyone's cognition. Just now they were saying that this little girl was the worst, and now they can't wait to slap themselves white. This Marshall Ron is surrounded by monsters. Feilu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. 165. 3 admirals dispatched at one time to aid Fishman Island. Compared to the relaxed Fishman Island, now it's crazy outside the Marshal's office. Tina suddenly appeared at the Marine headquarters and asked sharply, "Marshal Ron, go and report. I have an urgent matter." Tashigi was stunned for a while. "What the hell are you doing? Didn't you practice well at the training ground just now? Why did you suddenly become so irritable?" Rebecca had no choice but to say, "Marshal is not in the office, so it is useless for you to come." "What? Where did the Marshal go?" Tina said anxiously. "What happened? Why are you so anxious?" Tashigi said in confusion. Tina glanced at Tashigi, shook her head and said, "Your rank is too low to know about this." Tina has no other meaning, simply because this is the internal rule of Marine, which has been used in Sengoku. Ron finds it troublesome, and many rules have not been changed. Therefore, regarding some important information, it is not allowed to be leaked before it is reported to the Marshal. Tashigi naturally understood. Tina said so. She knew the seriousness of the intelligence. Couldn't help saying, "I'll call the Marshal." Tina, Rear Admiral, you'll be here later. Ron's special line is not accessible to anyone, and the general garrison only has the contact number of Ron's office. So, on days off, they usually want to contact Ron only through Tashigi. That's right, Ron's only personal contact line. Only Tashigi and a few admirals have. Not even Sengoku. Ron specially instructed him not to contact him unless there was a particularly big event. Except Kizaru often caught big shots and contacted Ron. Only Akainu called a few times, crying that the tortoise was walking too slowly, and applied for a transfer with Kizaru. Other admirals really never called. How is it? Did you get through? Tina said anxiously. Tashigi also looked anxious, because the phone couldn't get through at all. Can't get through yet. Tina stomped her feet in a hurry. Tashigi shook her head. She had pressed it many times and still couldn't get through. It's the first time this has happened. Do you know where Marshal Ron has gone? I'll find him now, Tina asked anxiously. Regarding the Marshal's itinerary, this is generally a top secret. Tashigi was not allowed to reveal it to the outside world, and Ron didn't tell her when he went to Fishman Island this time. That is, Tashigi doesn't know where Ron is now. Seeing Tashigi's embarrassed look, Tina became even more anxious, so she immediately said, this situation is really related to the crisis and the safety of the world, so you should tell me. Marine forces, both cultivated by Ron, have a good relationship in private, but work, and everyone is responsible for different fields, and they still have to abide by the rules they see each other. However, this time Tina was really in a hurry, so she had to force Tashigi to reveal Ron's location. But this time Tashigi really didn't know. Where did Ron go on vacation? I really didn't tell myself this. Moreover, he also took away a few people from the Empress, thinking that he should have gone to a farther place. I really don't know this time, Tashigi said helplessly. What can we do then? Who can know where the Marshal has gone now? Tina believes that Tashigi will not lie. If she doesn't want to tell, she can just say that she can't reveal it, and she doesn't need to say she doesn't know. Even the Marshal's secretary didn't know his whereabouts. They are going to the world of the 4 Emperor on. That is to say, there will be a meeting of 3 and 4 Emperors level characters, which is a major event that has not occurred in many years. The patrol ship passed this information back. It was discovered by Count Yuhi. The last image disappeared. Count Yuhi actually sucked the life of the Marine directly. The most terrifying thing was that Count Yuhi, who was already old, instantly regained his youth, back at the peak of age. However, her subordinates, all of them, are dying. In the end, the entire warship was sunk. No one survived. Such terrifying power, such wicked mean, is both scary and outrageous. Therefore, Tina must tell Ron about this as soon as possible. The most important information is Count Yuhi has regained his youth, Golden Lion has regained his leg, and the two are about to arrive at Cake Island. Whatever it is, the Marshal must be responsible for making decisions. As for this big pirate, although not living in the same era as them, but also grew up listening to their legend, how could Tina not know the horror of these people? Not only did they return to the arena, but they also almost regained their peak rank. Marine is now facing major reform, when its integrity is at its most vulnerable. If they have any conspiracy now, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Marine. This is why Tina is so anxious. Who was the last to see Marshal Ron? Tina couldn't believe that no one in the entire Marine knew about Ron's whereabouts. It's Marshal Sengoku and Garp Vice Admiral. Tashigi thought for a moment, then said suddenly, Marshal Ron in her seems to have gone to the underwater prison with the two of them. Quick, call the 2 old seniors. Tina suddenly saw hope. Moments later, Sengoku and Garp arrived at the Marine headquarters as fast as they could, and directly asked gate of opening, what is looking for an old man? Mr. Sengoku, do you know where Marshal Ron has gone? Tina asked respectfully. After all, this is the former Marshal, and the necessary etiquette is still necessary. Should be on Fishman Island by now. Sengoku knew that Tina was always a stable person, so there must be an urgent matter now. So no nonsense, just say it directly. Fishman Island. Tina and Tashigi looked at each other. Except for what? Garp asked. With the identities of the two, it is natural to know this matter. After all, this is not a secret of the highest level, and only the highest level is allowed to report to the Marshal. Now at this level, the Admiral level has the right to know. Although Sengoku and Garp are retired, they enjoy the same powers as Admiral. Come on, let's prepare in advance. After listening to Sengoku's word, Tina began to tell the 2 people in front of the whole story. As soon as he spoke, there was an uproar. What? The Golden Lion got his leg back. What? Count Yuhi is getting younger. The 2 spoke almost simultaneously. These 2 people were the 2 most troublesome people in their era, and now they have formed an alliance, and they have recovered all their strengths and returned to their peak. No wonder Tina was so anxious. Quick, call all the idle Admiral over here. Garp ordered directly. This matter is no trivial matter, and it must not be taken lightly, because it is another scale of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Soon, the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Kuzan, and Fujitora, all assembled at the headquarters. As for Akainu, he is still escorting the Grand Disolo. And what about Ryokugyu? Staring at Blackbeard. So now, these 3 Admiral can mobilize the troops. Did something happen to call us here? Kuzan said lazily. At this moment, Tina received another secret report. Marine executives were present, so Tina directly turned on the screen cap. Then a picture came over. Golden Lion Lion and Earl Yuhi didn't know what deal they made with Big Mom. Out of the world in a coated boat. Coating ship. Where are they going? Could it be to go to the bottom of the sea? Quote, quote, a coincidence to go to Fishman Island. Several people looked at the screen and began to reason continuously. Their location is too far from us. It's not easy to intercept them halfway. Sengoku frowned. He always felt that something bad was about to be said. What to do so that we can't judge their direction? If they really go to Fishman Island, what should we do? Marshal Ron is still there, Tina said anxiously, because this kind of surveillance will be discovered sooner or later, and it is impossible for them to follow along. You can call the seagulls of Morgan's to follow. Smallest official interjected cautiously. Good idea. Tell your people to withdraw. Don't continue to follow. It's too dangerous. Sengoku said. Good. Nawan immediately nodding in agreement. He gave the order. What do we do now? Tina looked at the big figures in front of her and asked. Go to Fishman Island early, Kizaru said directly. He's a wise guy. What if they didn't go to Fishman Island? Fujitora was born asked. It doesn't matter. Fishman Island is between us and them. In this direction, even if they don't go to Fishman Island in the end, we will meet. Sengoku nodded. I think what Kizaru said makes a lot of sense. At the same time, I can't help but slander in my heart. This old guy, when I was a marshal, why didn't you see you working so actively, and you even took the initiative to give opinion. It was hard for you to say a word before. Although I don't know if these two old guys decided to go there because Ron was on Fishman Island, but looking at their lineup, I'm afraid it's not to deal with Ron. Maybe they don't know that Ron is also on that island. At this time, if you give them a front and back attack on Fishman Island, the opponent will definitely collapse. Several admirals thought of this at the same time. Gather your troops and go to Fishman Island to protect Marshal Ron and surround the Golden Lion. Chapter 166. The Golden Lion's Temptation. What does Charlotte Linlin mean? Count Yuhi asked suddenly. Just now they met the current 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin in Wangguo. With the strength and identities of these two people, Charlotte Linlin came to receive them in person, which is beyond doubt. She's going to attack Fishman Island today, Golden Lion said indifferently. How do you know? After all, Earl Yuhi has nothing to do with people like Auntie. After all, in the era when he was as famous as Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, he didn't pay attention to people like Big Mom. Earl Yuhi is a very proud person, otherwise he wouldn't be called Red the Aloof. For him, the rising stars are all underachievers, that is, taking advantage of their contemporaries to die. Those who were caught, and only then did they take the opportunity to get up. Reason why he treat Golden Lion like this is that Golden Lion is strong enough, and only after that era can he know the demeanor of these strong men. Haha, I know Charlotte Linlin too well. This is her style of doing things. Compared with today's competent men, she has already gone to an uninhabited island. Golden Lion stood on the bow and held up to the sky, because he found a warship quietly following them. Then what about our treasure? It won't be taken away by that old witch. Count Yuhi's observation hockey is one level higher than Golden Lion. So, he discovered that warship long ago. It seems that Marine doesn't have a long memory at all. They have sunk a warship just now, and this time they have another one. Did they think they would not be able to find it if they were so far away? Really childish. However, Earl Yuhi doesn't care at all now. He has gained a young man, and now he is not in a hurry. But this time, Golden Lion obviously didn't think so, and was still facing the direction over there. Don't worry, that guy Linlin doesn't even know that I hid John's treasure on Fishman Island. After hearing this, Earl Yuhi said disdainfully, that good, otherwise if she has a crooked mind, don't blame me for killing her first. Earl Yuhi, who had not recovered his youth just now, I am afraid that he would not have the confidence to say this sentence. But now, Count Yuhi has the confidence to win. Although it is said that he is as famous as Whitebeard, and Whitebeard is only 4 emperors, but there is a gap between the 4 emperors and the 4 emperors, and it's worse than expected. For example, the same students from Tsinghua University, some people come in with 740 points, some people come in with 640 points. Can that be the same? Not only that, there is also a gap between Admiral and Admiral. Therefore, individual strength cannot be used to represent general strength. The Golden Lion didn't tell Big Mom they were going to Fishman Island. After all, this is about the treasure of hundreds of billions of Bailey, and Golden Lion will not be stupid enough to say it everywhere. What are you doing? Count Yuhi said while looking at the Golden Lion that had already floated up. These people have been with us for so long, just to say hello. After the Golden Lion finished speaking, he rose into the air. No, the Golden Lion is here. The warship in charge of tracking spotted the Golden Lion at the same time and they flew over. At this moment, this is just not long after Tina gave the order. What? Run away! Tina roared on the other end of the phone. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. Marine headquarters. 3 admirals plus Sengoku guard all surrounded Tina's phone bug. What? Has it been discovered by the Golden Lion yet? This is also normal. They have already discovered the Golden Lion, but they have just started it, Sengoku said while holding on to his beard. Garp heard the words immediately. Furious. You guys are really so calm. Those Marines are going to be in danger. We're not going to rescue them soon. Sengoku shook his head, still looking calm. He has been a marshal for many years, and this has happened countless times. It's too late. When we rushed over, they must have encountered an accident, and death is inevitable in anything. This is the mental preparation that every Marine must be prepared for. Sengoku looked at Garp. This old guy is still so selfish. Hi, whose fleet is it? At this moment, the voice of Golden Lion suddenly came from the phone terminal. Everyone already knew that Golden Lion must have snatched the phone. Golden Lion, it's me. Sengoku took the phone and said in a bad tone, haha, old friend, long time no see. Golden Lion held the phone bug and laughed, and all the Marines around were beaten to the ground. The only thing left is Smoker. That's right, the captain of this warship is Smoker. He happens to be in charge of patrolling this lake. A result, Golden Lion and his party were discovered. Just a face-to-face meeting, and he was severely injured by the Golden Lion, dying. Long time no see. We just met a month ago. Sengoku said angrily. Ha ha ha, the time in prison is much longer than outside. Golden Lion sighed sincerely. What happened to Smoker and those Marines? I advise you not to surrender yourself. What is it to deal with them? You are waiting for the old man there. Garp Vice Admiral's fiery temper couldn't help it. Yo, Garp is also here. It seems that the old guys have a chance to get together this time. The Golden Lion completely ignored the anger of Garp and Sengoku. As for waiting for them here, a fool would do it. But Golden Lion is still very excited at the moment, and very happy at the same time. After all, there are not many people left in their era. These people are not opponent, but more of them are old friend. Hey, Count Yuhi, come over and say hello to old friend. The Golden Lion shouted at Count Yuhi on the other ship. Alas, boring fellow. Seeing that Earl Yuhi ignored him, Golden Lion sighed and said in disappointment, what do you want to do? Tina growled. Where's the little doll from? Is this something you can get in? Golden Lion changed his previous amiable expression and suddenly scolded. You. Tina was about to speak. Sengoku reached out to stop her and shook his head at her. Golden Lion, don't touch those Marines. You have to avenge the old man and others to accompany you. Sengoku said Garp's previous words in a calm tone. After all, they are all people with status, so dealing with these small fish and shrimp is not interesting. No problem, but ask your little marshal to come and talk to me. I talked to him about that guy. I didn't have a good time in prison before. Golden Lion's tone changed, and he said in a meaningful way, in order to complete the plot, this important drama will be ended in one way, and there will be 10 more tomorrow. Chapter 167. The lineup that the 4 emperors can't escape when they come. The unlucky smoothie. You are not qualified to speak to the marshal. Ha ha ha, don't be too nervous. Golden Lion laughed. Report, the seagulls of Morgans have locked Golden Lion's group. Just then, a soldier walked in and conveyed the news through sign language like Sengoku and others. Sengoku nodded. Golden Lion, let them go. I promise no more ship will follow you. Sengoku said solemnly, a little helpless in his tone. When Golden Lion heard this, he laughed, and then said, it seems that since you retired, you are sensible, much stronger than the old stubborn old man. That's the purpose of the Golden Lion, to keep Marine from watching them, because their next actions still need a certain degree of secrecy. After all, the treasure that cannot be exposed to the sun cannot be known by Marine yet. Remember, don't hurt their lives. Sengoku finally reminded, if I find out that you still have Marines following you, don't blame me for not staying alive. Then Golden Lion hung up. Then he looked down at Smoker and the others on the boat, and said disdainfully, Marine is getting worse and worse now. After you wait until the 3rd Admiral retired, Marine will no longer be able to compete with the fighting power of the 4 emperors. Although Smoker was unwilling, but at the moment he was seriously injured and dying, and he couldn't say a word. Golden Lion with unwilling eye. If eyes can kill, Golden Lion is dead now. Unfortunately, it can't. Golden Lion looked at Smoker's eyes, shook his head, and finally said, although you Marines have a powerful young marshal, other newcomers. Hard to say. As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air and flew back to Count Yuhi's ship, calling for assistance for these Marines. That's absolutely impossible. Whether they die or not, the Golden Lion doesn't care. If they could spare their lives, they would be considered lucky. As for whether it can last until Marine comes to rescue, it depends on luck. How about that kid? Asked Count Yuhi. Golden Lion knew he was referring to Ron. It shouldn't be here, otherwise it won't be Sengoku's turn to answer the phone just now. Where did that guy go? Won't he come out and ruin our good thing? A man who dreamed of defeating Douglas easily. Earl Yuhi still cares a lot, although he doesn't look down on everyone in Marine now, including the so-called Admiral. But for Ron, the new marshal, still caught his attention. No, I asked the Marines just now. It is said that today is Marine's rest day. That marshal didn't go to work today. The Golden Lion's seemingly barbaric attack actually had far-reaching intentions behind it. After all, how could someone who can stand side by side with Whitebeard and Roger be an idiot? Not only did he find out that Ron wasn't in the Marine, but he forced Sengoku to send a warship to follow them. However, what he didn't know was that a few seagulls seemed to be flying carelessly clearly in the sky, but they were actually watching them secretly. Of course, no one is going anywhere. That guy doesn't happen to go to Fishman Island for a stroll. Count Yuhi said casually. What a joke. No humans want to go to that place. Golden Lion seems to have heard some big joke. Look where they're headed. It really could be going to Fishman Island. Through the synchronized images, Tina said, this seagull is really useful. Why didn't this old man think of recruiting this guy Morgan? Sengoku had to admire. After all, every move of Golden Lion was clearly visible now. Even if you old guy is willing to surrender, he may not be willing to come. Gar slapped his face mercilessly. You. Alas, little friend Ron is really good at employing people. Sengoku doesn't want to argue with Gar. Go, let go. Just in case. Staff Officer Crane, you stay here to watch the house, and also notify that fellow Zephyr that he will be temporarily transferred to Marine Headquarters for defense today. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please go to delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Sengoku ordered in an orderly manner. Although he is no longer a marshal, he should not have the right to mobilize these marine executives. But now the situation is urgent and Ron can't be contacted, so he can only follow the right. After everything is arranged, Sengoku, Gar, Kuzan, Kizaru, Fujitora, +5, the 20,000 marine fleet led by Tina, is heading toward Fishman Island, full speed going. Warship is extremely fast, and it can directly pass through the windless zone, but the Golden Lion is flying in the air. Although it is far away, it is the first time to dive into the seabed. After a while, Sengoku and others approached Fishman Island. Then, at this moment, a large ship suddenly floated up on the bottom of the sea. It is the Smoothie of the Big Mom pirate group. I have to say, these guys are really unlucky. I just escaped from Ron, but I encountered an undercurrent on the bottom of the sea and drifted for a long time before I finally came out. Unexpectedly, as soon as I saw the sun again, I found myself suddenly surrounded by marines. Smoothie didn't take it seriously at first, but when he looked up, he almost fainted after seeing this lineup. After all, seeing such a lineup is not cowardly. It is estimated that only the reckless Jack. Maybe he will also say, who do you think I am? Rush up to Lao Su. But this, Major, only the Kaido pirate have it. Obviously Smoothie and he are not the same style. This is from the Big Umam pirate. Kizaru immediately became interested. He was recently interested in hunting the 4 emperors Hadri. Old man, go and come back. He finished speaking. Kizaru turned into a light and went out. This guy. Kuzan lay lazily on the deck and yawned. Not for a moment. Kizaru brought Smoothie and his party back. In fact, Smoothie didn't resist at all. Joke. So many people, what's the use of resisting? This lineup. Auntie may not be able to run when she comes. She is a mere billion pirate, and she has a fart. It's not enough for the other side to sow Kiba. What do you mean that Marshal Ron let you go? Tina said happily, because this confirmed that Ron was on Fishman Island. They were not wrong. Normal circumstances, Smoothie would never talk to such a low-level marine. Tina was not enough in her eye. But now, Smoothie has no such idea. Looking around for a week, all the big guy. In order to complete the plot, one wave will end this important drama. Tomorrow will be 10 more. Chapter 168. Digging the Grave. Roger. For sleeping secret. What should I do with this guy? Since it's Ron's person, maybe the marshal has other arrangement. Everyone couldn't figure out what Ron was really thinking, and suddenly they didn't know how to deal with Smoothie. The end. It was Sengoku who made the final decision. Take her first. Don't let her break thing, and let it go after this matter is over. So Smoothie was brought to the bottom of the sea again with such a little bat. Fishman Island. At this moment, under the handling of Ron's several women, at least the onlookers thought so, all Hody Jones Hadri's present were killed. I thought Hody Jones, who was hit on the ground, would fight back. I didn't expect the smoke to dissipate, but still didn't get up. It seems that the law of no harm with smoke is not necessarily accurate. The power of this murderous medicine didn't even make them struggle for a second longer. The gap in strength is not something that can be made up for by looking at it. Quiet for a whole minute, and the audience was silent. Then it was like a frying pan. Immediately it boiled. Hody Jones lost. Long live Marine Savior Ron. In an instant, the wind direction of the entire Fishman Island changed. Originally, they thought that Ron was destroying Fishman Island, but now it suddenly became Ron saving Fishman Island. But Ron obviously didn't care about that. Fishman on the cliff was very noisy. He was curious as to what Mrs. Yarley's prophecy of the destruction of Fishman Island meant. If there is such a magical ability of prophecy, then it means that he will really destroy Fishman Island. But for now, he doesn't think so. Ron shook his head, then looked at Mrs. Yarley, who is still tied to the Jinchuriki column, has some interest in this ability to predict the future. Mrs. Yarley at this time, although her current posture is very shameful, there is still some kind of inclination. But Ron wasn't thinking about that right now. One hand in the void, Mrs. Yarley immediately was forcibly pulled over. Ron's approach was not gentle, causing Mrs. Yarley to snort silver involuntarily. There are also a few more Yuhi Yuhi-colored marks on the body that were strangled by the business. What's your basis for saying I'll destroy Fishman Island? Ron asked Mrs. Shiarly. Although the rope was untied, it was still hung in the air by a mysterious force. Mrs. Shiarly was, with a sigh of relief. After all, this result is still very good now, compared to Fishman Island Jones' domination. There is no basis, it's just my divination, Mrs. Shiarly said. Ron shook his head, lost interest. No matter how he thought, he didn't need to destroy Fishman Island. Ron recalled the original plot, although it has deviated, but there are still some references. No matter how you think about it, there is no need to destroy Fishman Island. He's not a person who will be useless. Ron certainly wouldn't do it if there was no reason. Thinking of this, Ron smiled involuntarily. It was just a mere prophecy, but he actually believed it. Alas, Shirahoshi, go and put down King Neptune. Ron turned to Shirahoshi and said. Shirahoshi was completely amazed by the arrogance of these little sisters at this moment, who seemed to be the weakest, turned out to be so powerful, and from her mouth she learned that Rebecca was once a princess, and she was also Marshal Ron to help her country become brighter. If you think about it this way, isn't it the same as your own situation? Shirahoshi couldn't help but think, so I can be as good as Rebecca. Ron's words suddenly reminded her, and she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She even forgot that her father and several brothers were still tied up. The old man thanks Marine for his assistance and the world government for his assistance, Neptune said immediately after being released. Do and thank you blindly. What does it have to do with the world government? Boa Hancock doesn't want to hear the words of the world government. Moreover, this is not the credit of the world government, it is entirely the personal interest of Marshal Ron. On this point, the Empress has the most say. After all, her daughter's kingdom is so saved. This Nipdil doesn't know what the Marine's relationship with the world government has now reached. After all, they were trapped in the underwater world, and Hody Jones carried out information closure. As a result, no pirate ship reached Fishman Island. Know very little about several major events that have happened recently. Don't thank me, thank you for having a good daughter, otherwise I won't be bothered. Ron was not being humble, he was really too lazy to care. Helping the country to suppress the rebellion is not what Marine should do. Ron is only responsible for keeping the pirates in the sea. However, since Shirahoshi is going to join Marine, and Ron intends to train him to be a capable subordinate here, this is just a help. By the way, show Shirahoshi how high she can reach in the future. That's all. Put it bluntly, Hody Jones and the others are just tools for show. Anyway, it's a fact that Fishman Island was saved because of this, thanks to Marshal Ron. Other three princes saluted Ron one after another. Father, I'm going to be Marine, Shirahoshi said to his father. It was a decision she made after careful consideration. You must be Marine, as strong as these sisters. Okay, I'm relieved that you are with Marshal Ron. After this incident, Neptune also knew, was still too protective of Shirahoshi before, and she should be allowed to go out on her own. Only in this way can she afford that. Prophecy. Nipton, tell me where Roger is buried. Originally came to play, but now Ron has lost the fun of continuing to play. A good vacation was ruined by this Hody Jones. Ron was about to go back, and he simply thought that he was coming, but Yamato said that Roger's grave goods also had a devil fruit. Legend has it that Roger got the fruit that he had never eaten, and he planned to leave it to his children. Before he died, he gave it to his wife, but he didn't expect his wife to die, and then disappear. The end. It was found by Whitebeard and placed with Roger. Well, it doesn't matter. You are the benefactor of Fishman Island. It's okay to tell you. Come with me. In order to complete the plot, this important drama will be ended in one way, and there will be 10 more tomorrow. Chapter 169. The Power of the Five Elements. Aim's true identity. The crowd then came to the only forest on Fishman Island, just below this historical text. Neptune said, pointing to a huge stone of Whitebeard. He really knows how to find a place. Ron smiled and shook his head. This stone does not need fruit ability, and there are not many that can be picked up. It's really safe to put it here. No one would move this historical text when they were idle before. Robin, go and see what's written on it. Ron waved his hand, and Nico Robin, who was standing at the back of the crowd, heard the words and immediately walking over. She couldn't wait to see the historical text. Joey Boy's apology written on it. Nico Robin translates sentence by sentence. After the end, Neptune said, Sea Forest originally had a piece of Yuhi-colored history. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron suddenly became interested. Said, oh, was the last piece of history supposed to be here? There are 3 known 3 history, 1 in Kaido, 1 in Big Mom, and 1 in Zuowu. As for the 4th, no one knows where. I didn't expect it to be on Fishman Island. Neptune nodded and said, 20 years ago, there was indeed a Yuhi history here, but it was taken away by Yimu. I am 20 years ago. Ron heard it for the first time. Yes, Neptune said with certainty. Ron asked curiously, have you seen his true fate? As Marshal of Marine, Ron has never seen the most mysterious character in One Piece, King of Pirates. Not even if he was male or female, Ron didn't know. I haven't seen him before. He is wearing a black robe and a mask, but he is relatively thin. Neptune recalled for a moment barely having an impression. Then how did you know he was I am? It's because a few Tenryubitos around him said it. Neptune said, Tenryubito. He actually brought Tenryubito here. Was very surprised. Shouldn't he be carrying someone like Zero? Yes, it is indeed a few Tenryubito with glass covers, but the difference is, these Tenryubitos are very powerful, completely different from the Tenryubitos I usually see. That kind of feeling is like the oppression on Marshall Ron. Neptune has seen a lot of Tenryubito. After all, because Fishman Island was a tourist attraction before, many Tenryubito came here to play. That after the death of Princess Behind, the relationship between Fishman Island and humans deteriorated again, which led to the fact that few humans set foot on Fishman Island. A sense of oppression. Is it Conqueror Hockey? Ron was lost in thought, a master among Tenryubito. This was something Ron had never thought of before. It seems that these rubbish are not all Zanwu scum. There is still one world government. How did he take Yuhi's historical text away? This thing is not light, and it is also a sea stone, which can't be lifted by those with the fruit ability. Just that Whitebeard's innate divine power can lift it up even if his fruit ability is restrained and his entire body is weak. But that's all there is to it, and it's impossible to move out. Speaking of which, Neptune didn't just look horrified. He directly inserted the Yuhi-colored historical text with his hand, without any obstruction. After a sound of crushing stone, his hand went deep into the stone. Then, holding up this Yuhi-colored stone, he walked away. What here sea stone? Even Ron was a little surprised. This fighting technique, Hockey, has surpassed anyone in the world. Oh, yes, I saw his hand. Neptune suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. His 5 fingers are slender, very white, and each has a different color on the tip. Very slender. Ron heard this word, and suddenly felt a little incredible. Is this I am? What's the matter with you saying 5 color? Ron asked. That 5 different colors with words on them. If I remember correctly, it should be wind, water, fire, thunder, earth. Neptune said with great confirmation, because it left a deep impression on the young Neptune at that time. After all, the hands were so amazing, and the color on the nails was also breathtaking. So the words above left a deep impression on him. The power of the 5 elements. Ron blurted out instantly. Is this the fruit power? Why is it so similar to your own chakra fruit? This is the ninjutsu version of the power of the 5 elements. Thinking of this, Ron not only froze all over. Ron suddenly felt that this pirate world must be hiding a huge secret. That Rathel, what is the island of the end? The 100 years of disappearance is really just ordinary kingdom dispute. The most important thing is, who is this I am? Maybe Roger will know the answer. Thinking of this, Ron looked at the land where Roger was buried. Then came the historical text. Deep breath. Armament Hockey covered his fingers in layers and slammed into the historical text. Bang! Directly penetrate this piece of sea stone. Although the body will be affected by the sea stone, but under the isolation of Ron's Hockey, the sea stone will still be penetrated. But this is not easy. Sea stone is unimaginably strong. It seems that Yimu is very strong. Ron suddenly laughed. This world no longer has a decent opponent for him, but now it seems that this is not the case. Ron had a feeling of finding a confidant, and he hadn't been so quick to do it to Tenryubito, but now Ron was a little impatient to do it. The scene of Ron's random experiment but made the others beside him stunned. This, but sea stone, he was destroyed as a power user. This is not explained by common sense. Damn it. Neptune, I have never imagined in my life that one day I will see 2 people carrying historical texts away in this way. Boa Hancock, Yamato, and Rebecca looked at each other and looked at each other with shock. They all have an idea at the same time. Marshall Ron has reached such a level of strength. It was unheard of before, completely beyond their imagination. Although I had expectations about Ron's strength before, I had to admit that it was too conservative. Shirahoshi's eyes were already starred. This guy was like a schoolboy who was exposed to quantum mechanics for the first time. He didn't realize. Ron threw the historical text aside. This makes Nicole Robin distressed. Then Ron said to the 4 queens, go, dig down until you dig out Roger. ... In order to complete the plot and end this important drama in one way, tomorrow will be 10 more. High energy. Please download Filu novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 170. Roger Resurrection. Marshall Ron, you are playing to dig out Roger. Neptune said in surprise. He didn't expect that Ron's purpose was this. It didn't look like it was dug up, but now I have to ask him something. Ron's mind was still full of the power of Yimu's 5 elements. Perhaps only Roger knows the true identity of I am in this world. Boa Hancock, Rebecca, and Yamato 3 hold tools and start digging down. The first time I have seen these 3 beauties doing physical labor. I have to say, it's really good. The combination of beauty and sweat is quite a different kind of beauty. The land of Fishman Island is extraordinarily hard, perhaps due to the existence of special materials in the sea, which makes it particularly difficult for the 3 beauties with the level of 3 Vice Admiral to dig. Neptune originally wanted to find some people to help, but was rejected by the Empress and others. It lasted quite a long time. Pays off. I dug it. Rebecca suddenly felt that she had touched something extraordinarily hard. If nothing went wrong, it should be Roger's coffin. Get out of the way, I'll carry it out. Yamato rolled up his sleeves and stuck the tool in his hand on the ground. We'll help you carry the other side, Rebecca said. No, you stay away. Be careful, there are tricks. Yamato still smiled brightly. In Marine, Yamato's popularity is estimated to be the best. No matter who gets along with her, she will feel particularly happy and relaxed. The most important thing is, especially a sense of security. Although this is not a word to describe a woman, Yamato does give people such a feeling. Boa Hancock and Rebecca each took 2 steps back, then blocked Ron from behind. This move also made Ron speechless for a while, but he didn't stop. After all, this subordinate's move was not a bad thing after all, and Ron still encouraged them to have this consciousness. Yamato came to the coffin and lifted it out very easily. Seeing this coffin, Ron shook his head unconsciously. Pure gold. Whitebeard is really willing to invest his money. It seems that this guy who is usually more stingy also has a generous time. This coffin is worth 100 million Bailey. Open. Yamato turned to look at Ron and asked for instruction. Open. Ron gently pushed Boa Hancock and Rebecca away, took a step forward and said, a crun, which has not been moved for more than 10 years, made a harsh rubbing sound. As the dust on it dissipated, the heavy-going cover was slowly pushed open. Everyone held their breath so as to wake up the monster inside. At the same time, they are full of curiosity. After all, this is a former pirate who doesn't want to see his style, especially some recruit young people on Fishman Island. They never saw Luo at all. I grew up listening to his legend. Unexpectedly, one day, they were lucky enough to see Roger, even if it was a court, enough for them to brag about for a year. This is the closest they've come to One Piece King of Pirates. All want to see One Piece King of Pirates. In fact, Ron has seen it long ago. Where can he find Roger's appearance? The court had already been turned into a pool of bones. Sure enough, when the coffin was open, it didn't have the kind of vision that everyone expected. The vision of heaven and earth is dead, even if he has a monstrous reputation during his lifetime. After death, it is a pile of bones after all. Bring it up, Ron said lightly. Then several people carried Roger's coffin over. Ron came to the coffin and looked at the sleeping bones inside. Although I'm not sure if it's Roger. After all, Ron hasn't reached the level of identifying people, but since it was buried by Whitebeard himself, it shouldn't be fake. So, in the eyes of everyone who doesn't know why Ron was there, what the fuck is going on there? What is he doing? I don't know. Do you know? Probably trying to get some clues from Roger's court about. I don't know either. Human beings are so capable. Is this okay? The following onlookers. Fishman started Twitter and the discussion kept going. Shut up and don't disturb Marshal Ron. Neptune couldn't stand it anymore. So immediately, shout out to these fishmon. At this point, they finally stopped chatting with each other, but their hearts were still secretly guessing what was Ron doing with this court. After all, what they experienced today has paralyzed their nerve. No matter what strange things happen now, it is within their expectation. Even if Ron is talking to this skeleton, they can barely accept, but their imaginations are still too weak. I saw Ron make some preparations for the impure world reincarnation and then put his hands on the coffin. In the next instant, a huge chakra surged wildly. Suddenly, the situation between heaven and earth changed, and there was a bone-piercing cold in the hot summer. It was like the return of the dead from the underworld. All the fishman covered their mouths in surprise. The most calm thing in the scene is the Empress Boa Hancock is not because of her mentality and strong quality, but simply because he has seen this scene. When Douglas and others were resurrected, the Empress was present. However, just under the spotlight, Roger's bones were covered with a layer of white unknown substance, and then turned into Roger's appearance. After a while, as if alive, he slowly stood up. From the confusion, the eyes gradually became colored. Ron put down his hand, put them together, and lifted all restrictions on Roger's impure world reincarnation. Next moment, everyone couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation, because Roger was looking around like a living person. How could it be that they thought that Ron was just talking to the bone? But that level was a bit unrealistic. And I didn't expect that. My imagination was too limited, not enough at all. However, they immediately, upon realizing it, Roger in front of him was resurrected, and all the people around him immediately quieted down. After all, this is One Piece King of Pirates. How can you be so presumptuous in front of One Piece King of Pirates? Roger was a little confused at first, but after looking around for a week, he still focused on the strongest person on the field. That's right, it's Ron. Roger is worthy of being a strong man, and Ron's strength can be seen at a glance. Boy, did you call me out of the abyss? Roger laughed suddenly. Chapter 171. Roger versus Ron. Regardless of position, regardless of the reason, only the winner. Oh, isn't this a mermaid princess? She has grown so big. Is it already 20 years later? Roger suddenly turned his eyes to the mermaid Shirahoshi, who had come to look for this child because he knew it was Aquaman. But it was too early. Didn't find it. This guy is grown up now. It seems that he has been dead for a long time. But this man looked like Marine. When did Marine come up with a person with such magical method? I don't know what the outside world is like. Whether or not was found, these are unknown. Roger, who suddenly spoke, was incomparable to the shock of these people. The resurrection of the dead is a fantasy, but now no one pays attention to this most obvious. He focused his eyes on Roger. He really came back to life. This is incredible. Is this the One Piece King of Pirates? Look what we saw today. Suddenly everyone reacted. Now it's a head-to-head battle between King Marine and One Piece King of Pirates. What an incredible scene that they were standing face to face like this. However, today they have witnessed this rare scene for decades. Not through the news, not through photos, but at the scene. I saw it with my own eyes. Shirahoshi was suddenly named by One Piece King of Pirates, and I was very surprised. Is this man One Piece King of Pirates? How did he know me? This is what Shirahoshi thought. Although he heard the story of One Piece King of Pirates, it was a pirate after all. She was not interested in Shirahoshi. Said, Marine King Ron's story is more fascinating. It was the life she longed for. Roger looked at Shirahoshi with excitement, because he knows the history of this world, and really fragrant, who only appears once in decade, is the key to unlocking everything. So in a hurry, Roger couldn't help but couldn't control it. Foot flickered, and the body suddenly disappeared. The speed is unpredictable. It has surpassed human cognition, and in such a comparison, Kizaru's speed is no more than that. Meanwhile, Ron's expression changed. This Roger looked dishonest. In any case, he is also dead, and Ron's purpose of resurrecting him is not to let him understand his wish, but to let him answer Ron's doubt. In the next moment, Ron disappeared in an instant. There were even spatial fluctuations left in place. The layers spread out, just like the flow of water waves. The faint ripples disappeared after a long time. However, Ron was already one step ahead of Roger. Roger's expression changed, and he secretly said in his heart, this front is even faster than me. This is no longer the realm that the fighting technique can reach. Roger instantly understood that this is the power of space. Roger believes that no one can surpass himself in the movement of the fighting technique. However, no one really can. As a non-fruit ability person who can be king in this sea, his strength is naturally one of the best. But at the moment, his mood is more complicated. 20 years since he died, and such a powerful marine has appeared in this sea. Can the era of the pirate continue, or is the era of pirates over? This is what Roger is most worried about, and he wants the truth to be revealed. In the world, it is necessary for everyone to find it together, which is the main reason why Roger keeps turning himself in and promotes the going of the great pirate age. As for the time of his death, it is roughly estimated based on Shirahoshi's age. Bang! Roger didn't slow down and slammed straight into Ron. Boom! A loud bang. At the same time, a circle of shockwave quickly dissipated around the two of them. Because neither of them took half a step back, it meant that the powerful impact just now had nowhere to dissipate. It can only spread rapidly around in the form of shockwave. Wherever the shockwave reached, Fishman with 10 times the physical fitness was knocked into the air, including 3 princes. Like the autumn wind sweeping the lead, there is no resistance at all. Bang bang bang. One after another crashing sound, accompanied by the sound of gravel falling on the cliff, and occasionally mixed with the screams of the fishman. Only Neptune managed to stick his trident into the ground, resisting the shockwave, but the trident is already slightly bent. Empress, Rebecca, Yamato, Shirahoshi and others are now behind Ron, and this is the only way to survive. This is the world of the strong. Fight casually. It's not something that these little fish and shrimp can endure. A hero is a boy. You are the highest commander of Marine. Roger looked at the young man in front of him, and although he smiled, his heart was already shocked. Although I didn't use all my strength just now, it was enough to knock down a mountain. This kind of force was easily resisted by this person standing in the same place in front of him. And to use his full strength, Roger didn't know. However, the two forms of resisting his blow face to face are completely different from standing still and resisting this blow. Can't be compared. It's easy to resist under the hedge, but standing still, the clouds are light and the wind is light. It may indicate that the strength of the two may not be on the same level. Thinking of this, Roger's face and Vivi rose. The strong are never afraid of someone who is stronger than him, but this can arouse their competitiveness even more. For example, the current Roger, he has no reason to fight with Ron, but after this test, Roger has an interest in a head-to-head confrontation. Position, regardless of the reason, only the winner. This is the world of the strong. Roger, are you going to fight with me? Ron finally spoke, slightly displeased. Yes, I know your purpose of resurrecting me, but this is not important. No matter. What is your position? If you win against me, I will tell you everything you want to know. Quote, quote. Roger burst out laughing. It seems to have returned to the time when the war was raging, galloping across the sea, and fighting against the strong in the gust of wind and tsunami. Come on, little marine. Everything you want to know is with me. If you want to take them, beat me. If I win, you won't get it. Chapter 172. Battle of the King. Haha, funny. Ron burst out laughing. Again with One Piece King of Pirates, which he didn't expect, but since he took the initiative to ask, then Ron will not let go. Instant, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became solemn, especially Roger, whose expression suddenly changed at this moment. Serious. Although he is belligerent, he is also extremely resourceful and definitely not the type of reckless man. man. In this world, reckless men can't go far, and every high-ranking person is an amazing person. Let's get started, Roger said in a low voice. At the same time, the two black Yui-colored energies quickly dissipated around the two of them. However, unlike the previous conqueror, Ron and Roger's conqueror did not use the kind of inferior means of wide-area attack. Rather, conqueror, a precise strike. The energy visible to the naked eye gathers together and strikes the opponent like a sharp blade. There is no spread at all. Bang! There was a harsh collision between energy and energy, like a fingernail scratching a blackboard. Made people feel uncomfortable and shudder when they heard it. Boa Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato, and Shirahoshi 4 all covered their ears with force. The energy is constantly torn, and the ground under the two of them cannot bear such pressure. It started to split in two from the middle. A bottomless ravine appeared between the two. Then, a dazzling golden light suddenly came from below. Not only the 444 women were surprised, but even the party's Ron and Roger were inexplicable. Looking around, it turned out to be going. The whole ground is covered. This number is already more than dissolute. That's right, it's the Golden Lion's treasure. The raw treasure robbed from Captain John of pirates in that era. Ra, who was ready to become the king of the world, naturally prepared enough treasures to recruit troops. It was only because Garp and Roger joined forces at that time that his plan had not been implemented, and people died. Later, the treasure was stolen by John, and finally murdered by Golden Lion. This is why the Golden Lion pirates discovered it so quickly. However, the attack of the two was not affected. Although they were shocked for a while, they recovered quickly. Although Ron didn't know what was going on, the most important thing to him now was not money. Haha, what a strong conqueror. Roger has never met such a strong conqueror since his debut. I never thought that a Marine would also have a conqueror. Roger laughed. Marines really rarely have a conqueror, because it's an innate ability. As long as there is a king's heart, how many will go? They all go to sea to be the overlord of the sea. Roger knew that he was no match for conqueror. Immediately, change the attack method. Pick up the one stuck on the ground. I don't know which fish man threw it here. The next moment, the whole person flew out. Night tore open the conqueror, and the sharp blade cut through the void and passed through. Kamusari, divine departure. A loud shout, followed by a flash of light. Ron didn't understand kendo, but he also saw that Roger's move was countless times stronger than Hawkeye. If Hawkeye is here, he can only be killed instantly. Expected of One Piece King of Pirates, he can also be so accomplished in swordsmanship. It's a stab at it, and it's not too flashy. Concentrate a little bit and reach the top. However, Ron's moves also don't like flashy. Just when a little cold light was about to stab Ron in the chest, the jet black armor appeared out of nowhere, covering Ron's entire body in an instant. Immediately afterward, the giant hand in black armor grabbed the long sword. Hey! A harsh rubbing sound came out, and disappeared after a while. The long sword hovered an inch in front of Ron's chest, unable to move any longer. Then several arrows of Indra appeared out of nowhere, stabbing Roger from all directions. Roger pulled the knife hard, but found that he couldn't pull the knife out anyway. Observation Hockey senses an attack with no dead ends around it. The moment, I couldn't help thinking too much, and decided to give up the knife. The next moment, Roger was not seen looking at the arrows around him, twisting his body constantly, and his feet were extremely fast, surpassing the attack speed of Indra's arrow. Taking a few steps back, he avoided the puncture with a few dodges. Then Armament Hockey covered his entire body, and just after stabilizing his body, he rushed forward. The duel between the strong and the coherent moves will not give the opponent a chance to breathe at all. What Roger didn't expect was when he was about to rush up, Ron suddenly appeared behind him, caught off guard. Roger's attack was still facing forward, and he didn't react at all. When did Ron appear behind him? Why didn't his observation Hockey even notice that it was not B, but the power of space? How could he forget that? Roger secretly said, but now that his attack has been sent out, Roger can no longer dodge immediately. You can only resist this blow. I saw a square transparent square on Ron's right hand suddenly appear, and gradually become larger. Jinten particle style. Split detachment of the primitive world technique. This is a move that can turn everything into nothingness. Roger suddenly felt a chill behind his back. Not good. It's different from what I imagined. This move, I can't stop. Roger thought of this, knowing that this is not something he can resist. Everything happened in the electric light and flint, and Roger's thought changed in an instant. At this moment, Ron's transparent block is about to attack Roger's back. At this critical moment, Roger could only dodge forcibly. Senior Armament Hockey suddenly appeared at his feet. This is a skill that can cast Hockey out. Bang! Like a catapulting rocket, Roger was pushed into the air by Armament's outward reaction force. At this time, Ron's split detachment of the primitive world technique was pushed to Junji's original position. It really was a close call. Roger sighed in relief. Finally escaped. It's a feeling I haven't felt in a long time. That kind of near-death feeling. However, it wasn't until Roger's breath was fully released. Ron's palm suddenly turned the direction, and the split detachment of the primitive world technique suddenly extended towards the sky, like a knife cutting directly into the sky. This skill can change change shape at will. Roger was caught off guard and suddenly stomping on the air, using all of his strength to stagger the key point, and at the same time slandering in his heart. It can even be deformed. Despite the first evasion, however, the right leg could not escape in the end. It was directly cut off by the transparent light. The first 800-year-old beauty, the first ageless surgery, and flint battle only happened within a few seconds. Rebecca, Empress, Shirahoshi, Yamato 4 were right behind Ron and witnessed the whole process. Couldn't help but stare at each other. Is this the power of One Piece, King of Pirates? Is this the power of King Marine? If I go up by myself, I'm afraid it will return to the west in one turn. For the first time, they had a new understanding of the top powerhouses. How strong a person can be, they had no idea before. The 444 women only know that Ron is strong, but no one knows how strong. Ron had never fought seriously. After all, Boa Hancock, who had seen Ron shoot the most, didn't understand Ron's strength. He had dueled with Douglas before, and it was obvious that Ron was just handling it casually. Now, Ron's strength is in their eye. It has transcended cognition. The opposite side is One Piece, King of Pirates, a character standing at the top of the world. Result, he was defeated now, and he also cut off one of the opponent's legs. Watch the entire battle. Empress, Rebecca, and Yamato can be regarded as middle to upper level experts, and they can understand some of the details of the battle just now. Obviously, Roger's moves are passive, and Ron occupies the absolute initiative. In other words, it is very likely that Marshal Ron still did not use all his strength. This is terrifying. How strong is his strength? Who in the world can force Marshal Ron to go all out to be a strong man? No matter in any era, women will fall in love with him. So strong. Roger stared at his broken leg, only to realize that it didn't hurt at all. Then he looked at Ron and said, "Your speed and attack power are higher than mine. You lose." Ron did not continue to attack. Roger laughed, then said convincingly, "But you still didn't do your best." As a top powerhouse, Roger naturally knew that all of Ron's attacks just now were not his highest level. This shows that this man has left his hand, or that he is not worthy of his full strength. Ron shook his head, did not answer his word, but said, "Your strength is indeed worthy of the title. One Piece King of Pirates." Hearing this, Roger smiled bitterly. One Piece King of Pirates. Haha, it's all nonsense from outsiders. I just arrived at a place that others haven't. Roger knows he is strong and he is never humble, but he also admits that he is not the strongest in the world. Example, the rocks are above him. For example, Whitebeard Garp is not equal to himself. And for example, the IMM out of reach. Think of this. Roger suddenly looked at Ron. Maybe only this man could defeat IM. Roger sighed. For the reputation of One Piece King of Pirates, he's all for it. And for Roger, he just knows a little more than everyone else. That's all. I don't know what this little friend is called. Roger fell to the ground and asked curiously. He wanted to know what kind of person a powerful man was. Ron didn't say much, just replied lightly, "The name Ron is very similar to me." Roger laughed out loud. Ron directly handsome, give him a Byakugan. This guy is shameless enough. Unexpectedly, as soon as Roger finished speaking, he found that his broken leg had been regenerated. That's right, it didn't grow back, or it suddenly seemed to be restored. Roger couldn't help but be taken aback by this miraculous method. Only then did I remember that I was the one who was resurrected by the young man in front of me. Quote, "Is this also your method?" Roger is referring to short leg rebirth. Ron nodded and said, "You are just relying on my chakra to maintain a state." After finishing speaking, Ron gently opened a hand to Roger, and the next moment, Roger watched his body below his neck turned into dust flying in the air. Not only shocked, what kind of ability is this? I have never heard of it. Not only can it resurrect people, but it can also manipulate such a magical situation. It seemed that Ron had a showdown with him just now, and it was all for his own sake. If he really wants to solve himself, he only needs to really open his palm. Terrible. Roger shook his head. Although he only had his head left, he looked a little weird. No, nothing. Accepted. After all, he was a dead man 10 minutes ago. Is there anything more unacceptable than the resurrection of the dead? No more. Next moment, Ron clenched his hands suddenly, and then the scattered dust returned to its place, fly towards Roger. Then in the blink of an eye, they reassembled into a body. Roger moved his body and found nothing unusual. Not just a sigh. Times have changed. Haha. Fortunately you weren't born in our time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find Raftel. Roger didn't care that he was torn apart just now. Freely laughed. At this moment, the most shocking person in the audience is undoubtedly that Nipton. Now he has a hellish expression on his face. Compared with the 444 women, Neptune, as a person of the previous era, knew Roger's horror better than them. That man, whose legend was in that era, was known as Akatsuki. At that time, the sea was full of strong people, and Roger, was the man who suppressed an era. Now, this man was right in front of him, and was defeated by Marine Marshal, who was only in his 20s. This is no longer a simple shock. Ron looked at Roger, and if he didn't, he said directly, "Tell me what I want to know." Roger nodded. "No problem. I'm willing to accept the bet if you win. What do you want to know?" "Let's talk about IM." Ron took a sudden interest interest in this man. That woman. Roger fell into memory. Woman. Ron was stunned for a moment. Yimu was really a woman. Yes, Yimu is a veritable beauty. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Even more beautiful than the few next to you. Roger pointed to Boa Hancock and others. But when he said this, these women were instantly unhappy. I admired this One Piece king of pirates just now. Looking at Roger's character now is a little bad. After all, women care a lot about their look, especially taking Ron's face and saying that they are not as beautiful as another woman. This means that he can't beat Roger. Otherwise Impure World Reincarnation won't be able to save him today. Then it's probably an old woman now. Ron shook his head. It had been 20 years after all. Haha, do you know the fruit of surgery? Why does everyone know that the fruit of surgery can give people the ageless surgery? Roger burst out laughing. Then wait, Ron replied, and said to himself that because 800 years ago, the first person to achieve immortality through the fruit of surgery was Yimu. Chapter 174. Fighting 5 Comeback. Conspiracy. The secret of Tenryubito. The fruit of surgery can really be immortal. Ron thought it was just a legend. After all, no one had ever achieved immortality. If the fruit of surgery really had such an effect, there should be at least a few such immortal monsters in this world. But after hearing what Roger said, there really is such a person, and it is the ruler at the top of Tenryubito now. The most incredible thing is that she is a woman, but it is not surprising when you think about it. Who would have thought that Yamato, the son of Kaido, was also a woman? Now, it made sense for I'm strength. No wonder she can be so powerful. After living for more than 800 years, even a 1010 meditating can become the world's #1 powerhouse. However, since he was able to sit on Tenryubito 800 years ago, compared to the original strength, it has already reached its peak. What kind of progress has been made in these 800 years? Ron is really uncertain. For her ability to directly penetrate Seastone's historical text, Ron didn't dare to underestimate her, because Ron also tried it, and it wasn't very easy for him. Yes, that legend is true. Roger laughed. If it's true, why has there been only one person who has received the surgery of immortality? This question is very puzzling to Ron. After all, in 800 years, even if there are 10 10s and 8 8s, isn't it normal? Not like those who just received the surgery of immortality will be killed right away. No way, no way. But anyone who can get the surgery of immortality, at least a strong one, how can it be so fragile? Roger sighed and said, that's because there is only one person who has awakened from the fruit of surgery. Ron didn't chime in, and as incredible as the news sounded, he knew Roger wasn't done talking yet. Sure enough, Roger continued, the surgery of immortality can only be performed by those who have the ability to awaken the fruit of the surgery, and they will lose their own lives. Generally, people who can achieve awakening will die for others. However, such people will always exist. It stands to reason that there will be 3 or 4 people who are willing to sacrifice themselves in the past 800 years. However, the difficulty is that the fruit of this operation is too difficult to awaken, and it is the most difficult of all fruit. At that time, Tenryubito continued to use devil fruit for the sake of his forehead, so he kept passing down the fruits of surgery from generation to generation. As a result, no one woke up. For some unknown reason, decades ago, the fruits of surgery were found in the ocean. It must be those. Tenryubito, lose your patience. Roger sighed. Although he was not interested in the surgery for ageless surgery, he had to feel how difficult it was to awaken the fruits of surgery. Is Tenryubito too stupid? No, Ron said. This is also a common understanding in the world. Stupid, ha ha ha. Tenryubito is not the ones you usually see. Roger paused, as if organizing the language, and then continued. You must know about the origin of Tenryubito. Seeing Ron nodding, Roger continued. Actually, in the primogeniture system implemented within them, only the direct line of each generation of the 19 royal families can master the core of the family. As for those collateral line, that is, those you often see, Tenryubito who eats and wait to die. Ron was completely enlightened. He was too familiar with this system. Those in his hometown, the royal families and counts of all dynasties and dynasties, etc., are this system. So, those 19 royal family, their direct lineages are very powerful. Yes, as much as I wait. Roger directly told the big secret. After all, they were the 20 strongest kings 800 years ago. How could their descendants be all trash? And how could they allow their descendants to be ignorant and ignorant? Roger said slowly. So everything makes sense. If Tenryubito is really so useless, and only the Gorosei 5 elders can take a shot, then how could such an organization not perish after 800 years of rampant dominance? Dragon wasn't the first anti-Tenryubito. Countless others had failed before him, not because of lack of strength, but because the enemy is too fierce. That's right. As if remembering something, Roger suddenly asked, are those 5 55-year-old guys from the world government still alive? He was referring to Gorosei 5 elders. It's still there, Ron answered. The 555 of them are the direct line rulers of the 555 royal family. Every 50 years, Tenryubito changes the world government ruler, which is equivalent to their Tenryubito spokesperson in the world, and their 19 19 direct line families take turns serve 5 at a time. Roger on Tenryubito and his knowledge. There must be some unspeakable connection. But Ron didn't care about that. Isn't the next time they change their rank soon? Ron said suddenly. Because according to various circumstances, these 5 people don't seem to like to be in charge recently. What year is it now and how long have I been dead? You've been dead for 20 years. Ron said. Is it a year? That is, in 2 years, Tenryubito's spokesperson in the world will change, which means that these 5 55-year-old guys will retire in 2 years, and will be the next direct line head of the other 5 royal family. Roger calculated it carefully, and then said with great confirmation, no wonder they've been quiet recently. It seems they want to leave the trouble to the next person in power. Ron nodded. Why would the only person who has awakened the fruit of surgery be willing to perform immortality surgery on Yimu? Quote, since Roger said that only the direct royal family will inherit the fruits of the operation, then they are all important leaders of the family. How could they willingly perform such a one-for-one operation for a girl? People are selfish and sacrifice themselves for others. This is not to say that this cannot happen, but the probability of it happening in such a circle of top dignitaries is too small. Because they are the most afraid of death. The greater the power, the more wealth, the more afraid of death. As for that, Roger thought about what he had seen in the historical text. The historical texts are not all of the 100 years of disappearance, but there are a few special records of Tenryubito's secret. I don't know which senior left behind desperately. It's Im's mother, Roger said with a sigh. Pity the hearts of parents all over the world. It is estimated that only mothers can cook for their children. This answer was also expected by Ron. 175. 4 observation hockey. 2 whispers in the deep sea. Golden Lion and Count Yuhi. This is why the royal family of Imam has always ruled the other 18 Tenryubito royal family, and Imam's mother sacrificed one person in exchange for her daughter's 800-year dominance. Roger said with a sigh. Roger told Tenryubito's secrets in such a normal way that these people had never heard of them. Fortunately, in the previous Conqueror duel, all irrelevant people have been cleared out. The people present now are all their own people. Boa Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato, Shirahoshi, they all thought that they could get access to really top secret information today, and Ron didn't even tell them to avoid them. Shin said they were already Ron's confidant. This made these women secretly happy, but it also made it clearer how powerful the enemy Marshal Ron will face in the future. But they are still so weak, and since then these women have worked hard to become stronger. Of course Ron didn't know what they were thinking. Ron was just about to ask about why Tenryubito was so frightened by the fact that the clan was supposed to be the natural enemy of the god. However, at this moment, he just opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Ron and Roger turned around at the same time, looking into the deep sea. A few women didn't know why, but the follower Ron's eyes looked at the same. Their observation hockey was far worse than the 2 present. Although Roger's overall strength, armament, conqueror hockey, etc. are not as good as Ron, it can even be said that there are still many investigations, but only observation hockey is really similar to Ron. Roger's listening to the voice of all things. This is actually observation hockey. Dachung. Very few people in the world who can achieve this level. There are about 3 development directions of observation hockey. According to the different directions of each person, observation hockey is still very different. For example, the direction of time, the direction of space, the direction of emotion. Observation hockey of Katakuri is the master of the direction of time. He can even foresee the future, and this observation hockey is mainly used for prediction. The other is the space aspect. Like Usopp and Rayleigh, their observation hockey is dominated by a large range, and the range that can be perceived is significantly larger than that of ordinary people, especially good for searching. As for the last one, emotionally, the ones who are good here are Luffy, Roger, Count Yuhi. Observation hockey in this direction has cultivated to be listening to the voice of all things. After all, these 3 directions still depend on talent. Good at which one, it will grow quickly with training. Of course, at the same time good at 2 or 3 parties there are people. Just as Ron and Roger were reacting, in the depth, Count Yuhi suddenly changed his face. Dark. There was a sound of lying. Golden Lion looked at Earl Yuhi with an expression on his face looking at Sand Coin, and said disdainfully, what kind of crazy are you doing? You're scared by this You can't go back. Earl Yuhi was about to speak. Suddenly Golden Lion was also taken aback. He blurted out, fuck. Earl Yuhi's observation hockey is stronger than Golden Lion after all, although not by much. After all, the 2 sides entered the range where they could perceive each other. Not good. Golden Lion, Count Yuhi said with a solemn expression. He had already sensed those 2 powerful breaths just now. One of them is Roger. This feeling was all too familiar to him. As for the other, Count Yuhi has not seen it before, and has no impression of it, so he can't tell who it is. But the Golden Lion was seen when Ron brought the Hades Rayleigh to the underwater prison. He and Ron had met face to face at that time and talked a lot. Therefore, it is difficult for him to remember this breath. This breath is Ron. Golden Lion knew that Earl Yuhi had not seen Ron, so he said it directly without waiting for him to add that Marshall Marine. Ron with different pupil. Earl Yuhi shook his head. This feeling of oppression did not feel like a young man in his 20s, and it is not difficult to understand that he could easily defeat Douglas now. That's right, him. Golden Lion said with great certainty. I didn't expect to meet here so soon. It's really not good news. Has Marine booked your treasure too? Asked Count Yuhi. Golden Lion shook his head. How is it possible? Marine doesn't know this world except I know where these treasures are. Indeed not. At that time, the Golden Lion killed all the people who were responsible for burying the treasure and let them be buried in the bottom of the sea, and there was no way they could survive. Only you know the location of this treasure. Sake of secrecy, in order to hide people's eyes and ears, he also deliberately buried the treasure under the historical text. Golden Lion doesn't think that anyone would be idle to move historical text. After all, this broken stone is useless except for the events recorded above. The stone home while learning about the above. Besides, ordinary pirate can't even move them. So, this is a surefire top secret place. To be said that the thoughts of the strong are really similar. When Whitebeard buried Roger, the idea was exactly the same as that of Golden Lion. The two buried something in the same place by coincidence. That is to say, the pit dug by Whitebeard is relatively shallow, otherwise it is really possible to dig the treasure of Golden Lion directly. If that's the case, Whitebeard's guess is that he's crazy, and he got so much money all at once. Maybe he'll go back to his village to retire directly after that. But Whitebeard missed this opportunity. On the contrary, Ron is now accidentally blowing up the treasure. Since Ron has seen it, it is absolutely fantastic to want him to hand it over. Golden Lion suddenly reacted. No, how can there be Roger's breath? Isn't he dead? The two of them were so concerned about the treasure just now that they forgot that Roger's breath should not exist here. Roger, why is he there? Why is he with Marshall Marine? Earl Yuhi only reacted after hearing what Golden Lion said. That's right, how could Roger read the underlined version of the novel here? Chapter 176. The three pirates meet. Roger is resurrected. Golden Lion wondered. Count Yuhi bowed his head and thought, isn't he dead? How could he not be dead? He was indeed dead at the time. I am absolutely sure of that. That's still more worthy of belief than resurrection, Count Yuhi said disdainfully. Golden Lion was not happy when he heard it, and said in a deep voice, what do you know? There are so many strange fruits in this world. Can you guarantee that there is no fruit that can revive others? Resurrection can still have the strength of the body. I don't believe this. Everything has a price, and it is impossible to change the reincarnation of life at will. Count Yuhi said, forget it. I can't say anything about you. We'll know when we go and see. Golden Lion said in a deep voice, no, this is inappropriate. Let's come again next time. Don't forget our ultimate goal. Anyway, your treasures are kept here and won't be lost. Earl Yuhi thought again and again, but decided to stay away from the edge for a while. After all, he was still fledgling. What are you thinking? Since we can perceive them, do you think they can't perceive us? Golden Lion threw away the cigar, took out his two knives and wiped them carefully. What are you doing? Count Yuhi had a bad feeling. He's not actually the kind of person who is particularly rash. That's why he got the vampire fruit, not to dominate the sea in the first place, but to talk about the reason why the Golden Lion was rescued first. Sure enough, Golden Lion said, the chance is rare. I'm going to fight Roger. Marshall Marine is still there. Do you think he will allow you to play a game? Ha ha ha, so I'll trouble you to restrain him. The Golden Lion burst out laughing. For him, those treasures are no longer important. The news that Roger was still alive made him cry more than anything else. You must know that the Golden Lion was the man who stood up to Marineford for Roger alone. Such a strong man is rare. I won't hold you back, Count Yuhi said lightly. He can't be so stupid. Even though Earl Yuhi already thinks he is number one in the world, but he will not fight unnecessary battles. After all, he has a plan. Recruiting troops is always the first. As long as he gets enough troops, he can become the king of this world, the immortal king. Don't worry, you won't let me help me in vain. After today, those treasures are all yours, and I don't want them at all, Golden Lion said boldly. But Roger gave up all his treasures with one move. That's an astronomical figure. You gave up the treasure for Roger, S.A. Count Yuhi sighed, not expecting the Golden Lion to be so crazy. How about it? It's better than a deal. Golden Lion raised his eyebrows and looked at Count Yuhi. Count Yuhi thought again and again, and found that there was no major danger. After all, the opponent only had one marine, and in the one-on-one situation, it didn't seem like his life would be in danger. So he nodded and said, deal. Ha ha ha, that's about it. Join going. Golden Lion said impatiently. Fishman Island, Sea Forest. Roger shook his head. Just now he was caught in a short memory, thinking of the Battle of Adver, which was the last time he and the Golden Lion faced each other. It's the Golden Lion and Count Yuhi, Roger said lightly. Also, Ron had never met Earl Yuhi, so he was not very familiar with his breath, but he also guessed that it was Earl Yuhi. After all, in this case, the people who were with Golden Lion were the same kind of atmosphere. Except Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi, there would be no other people. Ron had already guessed that it was Earl Yuhi who got the news of Golden Lion, escape not long ago, so it's no surprise that they're together now. However, what they were doing on Fishman Island and delivering it to the door, Ron was very puzzling. Don't they know that they are here, and they still think they can take the opportunity to kill Marshall Marine with the two of them? It's not really stupid, or they have other purposes. While thinking about it, Ron looked at the countless goings underground, and suddenly had an epiphany. And he helped but raise the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "It seems that these two guys are not very lucky. This golden lion must be here to retrieve his treasure, but what he didn't expect is that it has already been obtained by me by accident. I have to say that Golden Lion has always had bad luck." Roger also smiled and said, "Yes, Golden Lion does have some treasures, and the amount is similar to the following. Similarly, there should be a lot of devil fruits in it." "They're coming." Ron nodded slowly. Roger sensed it too, and Golden Lion and Count Yuhi logged in. "Neptune, keep all the fish man away from this square," Ron ordered. Neptune is still stunned. He didn't know how the two guys in front of him had suddenly changed, and he was talking about it just now. Although it was more profound, it was within Neptune's understanding. But now, Neptune has absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Who came? How did they know that someone came? But Neptune believed in Ron very much. After all, not only did he save Fishman Island, but he was also Shirahoshi's boss. So Neptune did not question why Ron ordered this, but directly led the nearby Dragon Palace warriors to carry out emergency evacuation work. Had just recovered from the Hody Jones incident, were in the most obedient period, and they did not resist at the moment. They all obediently hid far away. Then the four auras suddenly collided, and Fishman Island trembled. The next moment, Golden Lion and Count Yuhi took off into the air and flew towards Ron and Roger at high speed in the direction of the pirate ship. "You push back." Ron spoke to Boa Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato and Shirahoshi. Then two cross slashes slashed through the void and galloped at an extremely fast speed. This meeting was kicked off with this lash. Chapter 177. The situation has changed again. 3 Admiral landed. The empty forest of the Sea of Fishman Island is full of murderous aura at the moment. In this small plate, the breath of 444 top powerhouses appeared at the same time. Roger, Golden Lion, Count Yuhi. Which one is the pinnacle of today's pirate? The current 4 emperors are probably not their opponents either. The slash of the Golden Lion was so fast that it came to Ron in an instant. Ron stood still, not moving. Shirahoshi watched this scene and covered her mouth in worry. After all, her strength was too low, and the slash that was enough to penetrate Fishman Island was extremely terrifying to her. Next moment, Ron's expression changed, and the power of Heavenly Path suddenly relieved, forming an invisible wall of air in front of him. The light blue slash of this double moon Kiba cross collided and dissipated in an instant. The Golden Lion roared in the sky. This was just a greeting, and he didn't expect any effect from this slash. "Ron, we meet again." With a loud shout, the figures of Golden Lion and others have come to Ron. It wasn't until he saw it up close that Golden Lion was sure it was Roger. Couldn't help but his face change, and then he subconsciously laughed. "Roger, it's really you. You're not dead." Count Yuhi didn't say a word, who has always been steady, just kept his eyes on Ron, and Roger's existence only made him a little confused. But this is not important. Earl Yuhi's goal is those treasures. He only came because Golden Lion promised to give him all the treasure. However, when he looked down at the gully under Ron's feet, he was not only nervous. "I originally thought that even if I failed this time, it would not be a problem to return the whole body, but when the wind passed, I would take these treasures away while Marine was not paying attention. But now, apparently this guy Ron somehow found this treasure, so today's battle has to go all out." Earl Yuhi didn't think that Ron would put the treasure in front of him away. Since Ron discovered it, if he missed today, Earl Yuhi would miss out on these treasures. Thinking of this, Earl Yuhi stared at Ron unconsciously. He must kill this person today. "Golden Lion, I didn't expect you to come to your door so quickly and die." Ron shook his head. He wanted to have a good holiday today, but he never expected trouble one after another. It's very annoying. However, since the Golden Lion took the initiative to deliver to the door, this is equivalent to solving the future troubles in advance. Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi leave today anyway. "I'm not here to die. I'm here to find him." After Golden Lion finished speaking, he looked at Roger. These 2 decades-old rivals are smiling at this moment, but there was a naked murderous look in his eye. "No need to say much between them. And the treasure under your feet, also keep it," Count Yuhi said suddenly. "This is his purpose." "Are you kidding me? What are you thinking about what my Marine found out?" Ron looked at Earl Yuhi. This man has indeed obtained the vampire fruit, and looking at his young face, he must have sucked a lot of people at this moment. Ron will not be indignant because of Count Yuhi's cruel method. After all, it sucks life and is essentially no different from killing other pirates. There is no so-called cruelty in the pirate world. Ha ha ha. Marshal Ron, today I just want to fight Roger. I don't care about the rest, and hope it will be fulfilled. The Battle of Idwal has always been a pity for the Golden Lion. He just wants a fair one-on-one with Roger now, even if he spends the rest of his life in prison. Count Yuhi was furious and did not expect the Golden Lion to sell himself so quickly. To put it bluntly, Golden Lion Lion has nothing to do with him. This guy is really shameless, Earl Yuhi secretly said, but there is no way. He has already come, and he has to face this Ron no matter what. For those going, he had to be the shield of the Golden Lion. Well, today I'll take over the lifespan of Martial Marine. Although the plan has changed, it's just a little bit earlier. Count Yuhi had a sinister look on his face. Then the atmosphere on the court suddenly changed. Swords drawn. Get up, Roger said lightly. If I fight here, then Fishman Island will crash, and then the sea will flood back, and no one will want to get out alive. What Roger said was right. All those present were those with devil fruit ability. If Fishman Island was destroyed and the huge bubble disappeared, then they would be exposed to the deep sea 10,000 meters below the sea. Even Roger, who did not eat the fruit, could not escape death in this deep sea. But he didn't care, because Roger was already dead, and he knew that this resurrection must be short-lived. However, Roger is not worried about the lives of Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi. After all, they came to the door to look for trouble, and Roger would never consider them. Reason why Roger would say this is because of Ron et al. Roger didn't want Ron and the others to be buried in the sea. Although we got to know each other for a while, Roger had a feeling of seeing each other late. Intuition told him that perhaps this Marine Marshal in front of him was the key to breaking the world pattern. He's the one, the child of destiny. Makes sense. Earl Yuhi was the first to agree. Not because he's worried about someone dying. It's good for him that all the people are dead. It's because he didn't want the going ended up sinking into the sea. Haha, I don't care. It's better for me. No one will run away. Golden Lion doesn't care about his own life at all. He just wants to fight Roger, even if it's the last fight of his life. Therefore, whether the Fishman Island sinks or not has no effect on him. As long as the winner can be determined, the rest is not important. Three people, three ideas. Each has a purpose. But at this time Ron suddenly said, "Who said I'm going to do it myself? You are already surrounded." Everyone heard the word. They all looked at each other, not knowing what Ron said. Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato and others were also taken aback. This Fishman Island has less than 500 Marines even if they count them. Although there are a lot of them, it is nonsense to surround these two legendary pirates. But the next moment, the expressions of Golden Lion and Count Yuhi suddenly changed. An unprecedented crisis is looming. I thought there was still a chance of winning 2 against 2, but now both of them are extremely shocked, because Wu Dao is no less than their breath is logging in from the port of Fishman Island. Chapter 178. Shock. 9-4 Emperor level powerhouses on one island. Sengoku, did you feel it? From Fishman Island, Garp looked at Sengoku solemnly and said, "Stronger than them. They have naturally felt the 4 familiar auras on the island." That's right, they all know the 4 auras, and they are all acquaintances. Not to mention Ron, who often gets along with each other. The 3 of them are also old friends. Sengoku shook his head, sighed, and said, "This time it's serious. I'm afraid we're going to have a big fight next." That's right, it's true. But what happened to Roger? He's already dead. Garp said with absolute certainty. In this world, who is most certain about Roger's death? It is Garp and Sengoku. But now, no one knows the aura that is so familiar than the 2 of them. Roger himself absolutely can't be wrong. The opponents who have fought for more than 10 years are already familiar with each other. Roger is indeed dead. There is no doubt about that. It is estimated that Marshal Ron performed that zombie secret technique. Sengoku was still relatively calm, and analyzed the crux of the matter at once. Zombie, but they're much stronger than the Whitebeard eyes in the training camp. Garp stared into the distance, though there was nothing to see there. Presumably Ron had some reservations before, and didn't give Whitebeard too much wisdom to them. Sengoku deserves to be the resourceful general, really smart. Ha ha ha, it made sense. But unexpectedly, Roger's body is actually in Fishman Island. Garp suddenly burst out laughing. No matter what, he was looking forward to meeting his former opponent. Sengoku nodded. "Although I don't know why it appeared on Fishman Island, it doesn't matter anymore." "Then aren't you curious about why Ron resurrected Roger?" Garp has been in the Marine for many years, and there are some secrets he knows. It should be said that those who participated in the Valley of the Gods at that time, the older generation of powerhouses, they know a lot of secrets. Sengoku said indifferently, "Ron can be resurrected, obviously not to see the style of One Piece, King of Pirates. Ron is not such a boring person. The only explanation, what does Ron want to know? Only Roger can answer him." Garp and Sengoku's conversation. The other admirals are completely out of the mix. It's not that they are not strong enough, but not enough experience. Still too young. There are some secrets that they haven't come into contact with, especially now the 3 people on the island, except Golden Lion. The other 2 they really haven't been in direct contact with. As for Roger, because he died too early, they weren't Admiral at the time. He is not qualified to fight against such a strong man at all. That guy Roger might be dishonest. Let's hurry up, otherwise Marshal Ron will face 3s one by one. Kizaru put away his nail clipper, moved his body and said, "Don't worry about that. Roger is a different person. He will not join forces with Golden Lion or Earl Yuhi anyway." Sengoku said truthfully, "No one knows Roger better than him and Garp. No, you best are not friend, but rival." This statement is also unreasonable. They also noticed that says, and I don't think that Count Yuhi dared to do it. Garp echoed, but despite that, the speed of their going has sped up a bit. In the blink of an eye, he entered the bubble, close to Fishman Island port. At this distance, even Smoothie felt the 4 auras on the island. There is Ron, whom she is very familiar with. As for the other three, she doesn't know at all. But after listening to Sengoku and the others discussing it just now, I can probably guess. Roger, Golden Lion, Count Yuhi, these are the names that exist in legend. With her observation haki, she can already sense the strength of these people. This is a strength that surpasses that of the ant. Although Smoothie is a 3-star, it has never been on the same stage with so many bigwigs at the same time. The 4 emperors who usually come into contact with the most are ant, but now she realizes that even her own mother is not enough to see here. It just for nothing. This is what a magical lineup. For a while, Smoothie was honored to be the only unofficial witness to this history. That's enough for her to brag about. Since then, Smoothie has also become the most well-informed person in the 4 emperors camp. When the other 4 emperor deputies are still there, when the 4 emperors are the highest combat power, Smoothie has already seen what it means to be superior to the 4 emperors. The king's fighting power. Since Whitebeard's death, the fighting power of the 4 emperors has dropped a notch. Although they are the same 4 emperors, the strength between them is not equal. If nothing else, it's Sengoku, Gar Kizaru, Fujitora, Kuzan, and Ron, Roger, Golden Lion, Earl Yuhi, who will appear later. Among these 9 people, watch their duel with your own eye. This kind of grand occasion, let alone in the Big Mom pirate group, can't be seen even in the same plate. 9 world top powerhouses. Half of them are far above Big Mom. Smoothie's heart almost stopped beating. What kind of scene will we see in a while? Smoothie kept thinking in his mind. No matter what she sees is a precious treasure for her. After all, Marine wouldn't spread the news about this incident. She guessed it was the only person in the outside world who knew the real image, and the only pirate who witnessed such a grand event. Of course, everything has a premise. That is, you can go back alive. If you want to go back alive, you cannot participate in their battle. Smoothie has no doubts that anyone who is not careful will easily be affected by the aftermath of their attack. By then it will be either dead or injured. After all, these 2 sides are mortal enemies, and they will definitely not let go of their duel. The moment on the Fishman Island at the 5-man 5 tower, I could feel the atmosphere of the whole Fishman Island changed at once. Shoo shoo shoo. Kizaru turned into a streamer and passed through first. Immediately afterward, Fujitora stepped on a piece of coral to cut through the sky and followed closely. Then, 3 wind-breaking sounds sounded. The ground beneath Kuzan, Sengoku, and Garp's feet exploded instantly. That's right, the whole collapsed. The powerful reaction force made the entire figure disappear instantly. Them even looked after Smoothie, but Smoothie didn't want to run away at the moment. Even if she died, she would see this scene. Afterward, this long-legged beauty shoe followed closely, but the speed was like a turtle compared to the 5 people in front of 5. While catching up, Smoothie called Big Mom. Chapter 179. Bring Fishman Island to the sea. I said, I don't need to do it. Ron smiled and looked at Earl Yuhi and Golden Lion. If Ron needed to do everything, he might as well be an admiral. Come on. Roger's face and Vivi rose. For him, seeing these old buddy, this short resurrection has no regret. However, Count Yuhi's expression darkened. This is completely contrary to his plan. Take away the treasure of Golden Lion smoothly, and then use it for a year or 2 to recruit troops and develop secretly. Unexpectedly, I ran into Marshal Marine as soon as I arrived, but this is not the word. Earlier, Count Yuhi thought that even if he couldn't beat him, it was still possible to run away, and it wasn't necessarily that he couldn't beat him. Count Yuhi didn't think that the Marshal would be much better than himself who ate the fruit. However, the most unfortunate thing is that the whereabouts of himself and Golden Lion were discovered by Marine. Earl Yuhi had no doubt that Ron had called them over, because Ron had no idea that he and Golden Lion were coming over. Even if they called now, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours before Marine would come over. It's absolutely impossible to be that fast. So, there is only one possibility. Have been tracked since they talked to Marine just now. But Count Yuhi couldn't figure out how Marine could track it without being discovered. With his observation hockey, it is absolutely impossible to be tracked without being discovered. Of course, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible to guess that it was a seagull that occasionally flew in the sky. It seems that your luck is not very good. Ron shook his head. He didn't actually expect that Garp Sengoku and the others would come back. This is good. The entire Fishman Island has gathered the world top combat power. Count Yuhi snorted, pretending to be calm. Golden Lion looked at Roger and said, "It seems that today we want to divide the victory and defeat again. It is not easy." Roger laughed, not caring at all, but also a little regretful. "Since I can't fight, then I'm away. Ha ha ha," Roger said bluntly. "After all, the last game was, he won." "No, that time doesn't count," Golden Lion retorted with an ugly expression. "No way. At this moment, these 2 old guys are like 2 children. Don't worry, I'll give you this chance later," Ron said directly, and he was fully qualified to make a decision when he was present. "Ha ha ha, it's a pity pity that I didn't live in the same era as you expected of a man that this old man valued. You can rest assured that after this fight, my wish is fulfilled, and if I am not dead, I will return to the cell. Golden Lion laughed. Take Ron's promise, then he won't have to worry. Roger is also surprised by Vivi. This Ron really has the heart of a strong man. At this moment, shoo 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 shoo, 5 figures landed one after another. Marshal Ron, a chorus, Garp Sengoku, Kuzan Kizaru Fujitora. 5 people stood side by side, completely cut off the back road of Golden Lion and Count Yuhi, like 5 mountain. Ron nodded slowly. Sengoku, Garp, long time no see. Roger spoke first. Roger, it's really you. Garp looked excited. Sengoku said disdainfully, it's not good to die. What are you doing here? Then you have to ask your new marshal. But he resurrected me. Roger smiled. His smile was exactly the same as Luffy's. At this moment, Ron even thought that they were father and son. Sengoku was speechless. Then he looked at Count Yuhi and said, did you really eat that fruit? When Sengoku saw Earl Yuhi's youthful face, everything became clear. The vampire fruit that leaked from him many years ago seems to have been found by this guy, Count Yuhi, and he has regained his youth, which means he has regained his peak strength. Now, perhaps Earl Yuhi is the most troublesome person present. This is the most powerful devil fruit. Sengoku, you shouldn't have eaten human fruit in the first place, and regret not eating it now. Count Yuhi looked at his hand, full of power. He couldn't help holding it tightly and laughed loudly. Quote, since everyone is here, don't talk nonsense. Let's do it. I don't care what you guys do. I'm going to win or lose with Roger today. Golden Lion said impatiently. Yo-yo, it's terrible. This is not something you can choose by yourself. You are not a guest. You are a pirate. Golden Lion, Kizaru said with a wretched expression. Haha, your marshal has already agreed. Do you want to interfere? Golden Lion didn't mind Kizaru's blocking at all. Now he only cares when he can have a good fight with Roger. Kizaru looked at Ron and found that Ron nodded but stopped talking. Garp, Rouge, she's all right. Roger suddenly opened his mouth to ask, although it is not suitable to ask such a question on this occasion, but the Iron Man also has tenderness, which is the most guilty and hungry thing Roger has done in his life. Garp didn't speak, just shook his head. Roger didn't ask, and a sudden sadness surged in his heart. Looking at Garp's expression, he also guessed. Sengoku suddenly interjected, this is not the place for us guys to go head to head. Fishman Island can't take it. His meaning is obvious. If we fight here, everyone will be buried in the bottom of the sea because of the explosion of Fishman Island. However, the current situation is to have to fight. The brush and leaves in Earl Yuhi's hand are ready. With that Tanuki, he can have a group of strong people by himself. As long as the opponent makes a move, he will not hesitate to call the army. As for whether Fishman Island will break down, and whether they will be buried at the bottom of the sea, the Count Yuhi can't care. Until then, Ron finally understood why Mrs. Charlie said he would destroy Fishman Island. Because of Ron's current thinking, for them, it really means destroying Fishman Island. Because he wants to lift Fishman Island into the air. Ron wants to solve the problem of Fishman returning to the sea, and their battlefield problem all at once. Why don't we go back to the sea and have a showdown? Golden Lion didn't want to be timid in this battle, and couldn't let go of his hands and feet. Roger, alright, I wonder if your Marines have the courage. Sengoku and Garp looked at Ron. They didn't dare to make a rash decision. The marshal is here, and it's all up to Ron. Don't be so troublesome. Just lift Fishman Island up. Ron said. Oh, what does that mean? Golden Lion was confused. How to lift such a big island? Even his fluttering fruit ability can't do it. Is much bigger than the small islands he made before, and this is in the deep sea. As long as you move, the huge bubbles on it will crack. At that time, the seawater coming from all directions will be enough to kill them. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Chapter 180. They're all bosses. Why is Ron so handsome? There are 2 devil fruits of this type present. One is the fluttering fruit of Golden Lion. Another is Fujitora's gravity fruit. But neither of them could make the entire Fishman Island rise to dragon. Ron's remarks caused the outfield to fall into silence. Especially Golden Lion. Piao Fruit Awakener can't do it because Fishman Island is too big. Unbelievably large. What a joke. Earl Yuhi didn't believe it either. With a puzzled expression on his face, he continued, I don't want to be buried in the sea early. Fujitora was also surprised. Tapped the ground lightly with a cane knife, sighed and said, this old man can't do it. Kizaru touched his chin and said with an incredible expression, is Marshal Ron going to bring the fishman to the earth? Although Kizaru seems to be indifferent everything, his mind is closed. Kuzan nodded, acknowledging Kizaru's remark that the Fishman Island issue had been debated for decades. Due to the reasons of the world government, this matter cannot proceed normally. It is brought up at every world conference, but the result is the same. It's been a day or two since Fishman wanted to move to land. After all, no one wants to live in the deep sea below 10,000 meters. Although it is easy to come to the sea, it is also possible without the consent of the world government. However, the world government is not granting territory to Fishman Island. Without territory, even if they come to the sea, they still have no shelf. It seems that Marshal Ron is using this method to force a shot and bring Fishman Island directly to the sea. These Marines had an insight into Ron's other layer of meaning. Shirahoshi covered her mouth in surprise. She was still wondering if she had heard it wrong. Did Ron mean to lift the entire Fishman Island to the sea? The three women next to him, looking at Shirahoshi's questioning eyes, Rebecca didn't know how to answer. After all, although they believed in Ron unconditionally, it was too far-fetched to lift Fishman Island, and they didn't know if it was true or not. As you understand it, so don't know how to answer Shirahoshi. Yamato is, without any scruple, and said directly, if Fishman Island is really lifted up, then you and your clan will face the threat of the world government. Not only that, but also the pirate from all over the world. Go hunting on Fishman Island. You know that mermaids can be sold for a very good price at the auction house, especially such a big mermaid princess. Ha ha ha. Shirahoshi's eyes showed fear when she heard the word. Although she has become stronger, but with her strength there, she is still afraid by instinct. Don't scare her. Empress Boa Hancock rolled her eyes at Yamato. Then he continued, don't worry, since Marshal Ron has promised to help you, he will definitely bless Fishman Island. If Marshal Ron really lifts Fishman Island, then this land will be the safest. Really? Shirahoshi suddenly became happy, and at the same time moved closer to Boa Hancock, and at the same time moved away from Yamato's position. Ha ha ha. Yamato laughed out loud. Rebecca shook her head helplessly. Of course it's true, Boa Hancock said with great certainty. She really has a say in this matter. After all, that's how her country is. At this moment, Shirahoshi looked at the Empress with a friendly expression, and at the same time pouted at Yamato, who had been frightening her, as expected of a child. Although others find it incredible, but for Ron, there are no less than 3 ways to lift Fishman Island to the surface. However, Ron still chose the more efficient method. I saw Ron slowly come to an open space, and the next moment, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the Ron duo slammed on the ground. At the same time, layers of strange patterns appeared on the ground, pitch black as ink, like a spider web, covering the entire open space and spreading outward at a very fast speed. When they touched the feet of Golden Lion and Count Yuhi, the two unconsciously wanted to dodge. However, the complex pattern crossed over the two in an instant, allowing the back to spread farther. Extremely fast. It is already a speed that is unattainable with the naked eye. Blink of an eye, the dark texture has covered the entire Fishman Island. Then a light blue energy flowed along the black formation. With this huge energy, even the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid felt suffocated. That's right, it's just suffocation. There is a feeling of not being able to breathe, and it's oppressive. Everyone looked at the lines under their feet in astonishment. They didn't know what Ron was doing. Can't even guess. This is beyond their comprehension. The next moment, a strong spatial fluctuation shocked the earth, and even Shirahoshi, who had no strength at all, could feel the constant distortion of time and space. Even light is bent, and even people are distorted. Horizon, pay huge chakra, fly with the whole island. Everyone held their breath, and then they only felt that the eyes were black, as if they were drawn into the space Uzumaki. At the same time, the brain was dizzy. At this moment, at Marine's new headquarters, on the Yuhi soil continent, soldiers are doing emergency drills. Zephyr has just led 9 to guard the Marine headquarters, and Tashigi is anxiously waiting for news from the admirals who are heading to the uninhabited island in the office. Soldiers around the Yuhi mainland are patrolling in an orderly manner. At this moment, the clear sky suddenly turned pitch black, as if something was covering the sky. At the same time, all the soldiers looked up to the sky unconsciously. Wang, just listen to the brain trembling. Some timid soldiers even sat on the ground at once. It's an island. Suddenly there was a shout from the crowd. The surrounding atmosphere was suddenly broken. The well-trained soldiers adjusted their status as soon as possible, and then quickly reported to the Marine headquarters. A great crisis. Marine headquarters encountered an island attack. At this moment, the office phone has been blasted. Tashigi's slender jade leg tapped lightly, stomping in the air several times, and then came to the roof of the headquarters in 3 or 2 times. Looking up, she was shocked. Zephyr even took off his sunglasses and looked up at this scene. Is this who is going to attack Marine? This island appeared out of thin air. How did Marine come up with such an enemy? Fishman Island. When the surroundings were bright again, everyone was surprised to find that they were above the Yuhi mainland. Suddenly, the residents of the entire Fishman Island boiled. The screams one after another even reached the Yuhi mainland. The few people present looked like hell. They didn't think about what Ron would do, but no one expected it to be so fast, and in such an unpredictable way. Is this the big guy underscore 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 underscore? I Admiral of the Navy fishing at work. Chapter 181 to 200. Chapter 181. It is not only superior, but also life and death. A minute ago, Smoothie hid on the cliff and watched the scene under the stage. At this moment, she just called the ant phone. The phone rang for a long time, and after a while, the ant said slowly, Smoothie, didn't I tell you not to call call me casually. Auntie's tone was extremely unkind, and she seemed a little impatient. Apparently Smoothie's sudden call disturbed Auntie's food. Mom, no, there's something wrong with Fishman Island, Smoothie said in a panic. Her voice was not too loud, and her control was small, for fear of being heard by the big guys below. However, what she didn't know was that these people had already discovered Smoothie. How could she avoid the observation hockey, the top figure in the pyramid? What the matter? Could it be that those Fishman don't hand over the cake on time? For the aunt, this is a big event, and she really can't think of anything else that can happen to Fishman Island. There is no one there all year round. It's Fishman Island that fights. Smoothie was already unbeatable because he saw the whole island suddenly covered with horrible black line, and it has spread to her feet. Battle, by the way, I remember. Didn't you say that today you are going to take down Fishman Island with that little guy named Hody? You don't need to report this trivial matter to me. Auntie wanted to hang up the phone. After all, she was really not interested in these little things, and at the same time, she was already a little disappointed with Smoothie in her heart. If she can't handle even this little thing, then she really doesn't deserve the position of the 4 generals. Smoothie, regardless of the disappointment in the aunt tone, the current Smoothie doesn't care about the 4 generals at all, and she doesn't even feel the 4 emperors. Seeing the sea, will the river still be seen in the eye? What Hody Joan? That guy was killed long ago, and none of the 100,000 Fishman disruptors on Fishman Island survived. Smoothie said nonchalantly. How could that be? How could that guy from Neptune be able to do this? Aunt finally came to a point of interest. This result is really unexpected, but she is not too surprised, because there is still Smoothie there. Even if there is a variable in the entire Fishman Island, Smoothie is enough to suppress this variable. Then Smoothie's next sentence made Auntie stunned. How could that rubbish Neptune do it? It's Marine Marshal Ron and his men. Smoothie suddenly covered her mouth because her voice was a little louder when she was excited. What did you say, Ron on that island? The aunt was stunned for a moment before speaking. At the same time, his tone was full of surprise, and then he added, wait for me there. I didn't expect the marshal to be alone, and I'll kill him. Quote. Smoothie blushed. She didn't know what to say so that it wouldn't hurt Auntie's heart. Why don't you talk? Aunt's tone was suddenly cold. She couldn't tolerate this attitude of her subordinate towards her, not even her children. Smoothie flipped a Byakugan and said, just one Ron, 3 Admiral, plus Garp and Sengoku. What do you say about a small Fishman Island? What does it have to do with their marine? It's worth using this lineup. The aunt said in disbelief. It is indeed difficult for people to believe, not just Aunt, but anyone else. It is impossible to believe it at once. Turn on video projection. The aunt said a little reproachfully. She didn't trust her daughter at all. Smoothie reluctantly picked up another video phone bug. At this moment, she doesn't even have that much respect for Aunt. After all, she thought Aunt was the most powerful. Now it seems that whoever is present is worse than Aunt. The video of Smoothie has been passed on. Big Mom couldn't help but be surprised, because not only the people Smoothie said before, but she also saw Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi. Since they had just left the house not long ago, no wonder they kept silent about their whereabouts and went to Fishman Island. But why are the Marines there? After thinking about it carefully, Auntie came to the answer. They must be tracking Golden Lion and Earl Yuhi. Otherwise, what does Fishman Island mean to have the marshals dispatched? Wait, who is that man? Aunt's expression suddenly changed, and then immediately, approaching the big screen, at close range, the face is exceptionally clear. It's Roger. Is that Roger Smoothie? The aunt asked loudly. It's him. Smoothie's reply was not as respectful as before, but now Auntie doesn't have time to care about Smoothie's tone. In front of her is already the most incredible since she became the 4th emperor. It turned out to be Roger. How could it be wrong that he is not dead? He is indeed dead, and now this is the resurrection. Is it Moria? It's not like. Aunt has a lot of thought, and finally ruled out all the impossible. The only remaining answer is no matter how ridiculous it is also the truth. That is, Ron was resurrected. This kid still has such skill. Aunt exclaimed. She also found her ambition to become One Piece King of Pirates. I didn't expect this guy Ron to resurrect him directly, so the big secret treasure is still stealing a fart. Ron must have asked from Roger's mouth the whereabouts of Raphel. At this moment, the aunt suddenly saw Ron with his hands on the ground, and suddenly smiled in her direction. This guy found you, Smoothie. Auntie's face changed, and she was very upset at Ron's provocative smile. Smoothie shivered all over, and her heart froze. Is she going to die? At this moment, the space was suddenly distorted, and the scene changed abruptly. The next moment, Smoothie saw the blue sky and the bottomless sea. This is on. Exclamation. Smoothie didn't hide her voice anymore. After all, it has been discovered. There is no need. Continued to whisper. What just happened? The aunt was dazed with shock. Through the projection, she easily found Mariajoy not far away. That Tenryubido's national uniform. This means that Fishman Island is now on the mainland of Yuhi. The bottom of the sea is 10,000 meters, and it flew to the Yuhi land in an instant. If I hadn't seen it with my own eye, my aunt would never have believed that someone else could do such a scene. With this method alone, Auntie was sure that all the people present together would not not be Ron's opponent. The four emperors, and her measurement of strength is extremely accurate. And he also saw the expressions of Roger, Golden Lion and Count Yuhi. They all looked like hell. The actual feeling must be much more intuitive than her indirect. Anti-panic if such forces came to attack her kingdom. Not to mention anything else. If the islands of the nations are lifted to the sky and thrown down, then they will be destroyed. At this moment, Ron's voice suddenly came from below. Let's start. Roger and Golden Lion, you will go first. Not only the competition, but also your life and death. This time, I am fortunate to invite the current four emperors of Big Umum. Online guidance. You are not afraid that no one will watch the battle. Chapter 182. Shocking battle. Golden Lion versus Roger. Golden Lion hadn't recovered from the scene in front of him, and he thought that Ron was going to use the ability similar to his to lift Fishman Island to the sea little by little. 10,000 meters. It would have taken half a day before. Unexpectedly, it was left to get up in an instant. What kind of ability has never been seen before? Unheard of. Almost a miracle. Could it be that the man in front of him is a god? No, it's impossible. Ron lifted Vivi up with one hand, his whole body floating in midair, like holding Fishman Island. The entire island fell slowly, but did not land on Fishman Island. Instead, it fell from the side of the Yuhi mainland, and finally stopped when Fishman Island was flush with the Yuhi mainland. Then Ron folded his hands. Shout out, World of Trees wall. Suddenly, a towering giant tree with a thickness of several hundred meters broke out from the side of the Yuhi soil. Under the supply of Ron's lifeless chakra, it grows wildly. There are countless trees, dazzling, row after row, woven into a base at the bottom of Fishman Island, forcibly detaching Fishman Island in midair. The whole Fishman Island half hanging on the side of Yuhi soil. Spectacular. The mainland of Yuhi and the mainland of Fishman Island are flush with one another. Only then did the entire Marine headquarters truly see the people on the island, that it was none other than his own Marshal and Admiral of the headquarters. Sigh of relief. The crisis was over. I thought I was attacked by the enemy just now. Now that I think about it, who else can do such miracles except Marshal Ron? At that time, I didn't expect, and the harm was made a fuss. It's Marshal Ron. Tashigi, who was standing on the roof, suddenly issued. She was really worried just now. If the headquarters is attacked by someone while the Marshal is away, then she will not have the face to explain it to Ron. No, wait, isn't this Fishman Island? Tashigi just focused on crisis contact, and like all Marine, ignored the question of where the island came from. Now I calm down and take a closer look, only to find that these are not strange shaped creatures, fish that look like human, and people whose lower body is a fish, etc. Although Tashigi doesn't have a Fishman Island, even an idiot knows this scene. He is Fishman Island. It is said that Fishman Island is not 10,000 meters under the sea. Tashigi didn't even know what to use, whether to take it up, lift it up, or throw it up, and Ron also saw Chi standing on the roof, and this beautiful figure stepped on the spire. It looks even taller and prettier. Then, Ron shouted, immediately, call all the Marines to watch the battle and let them learn. Ron was a guy who made the most of everything, even now. Don't forget to let his subordinate gain experience. Only after seeing these big scenes will I not be frightened by encountering scenes in the future. After all, they are all their subordinate. Of course, the stronger the blood, the better. Yes, Tashigi immediately stand upright, but the top of the tower is just so small. She was able to stand on the tip of one toe just now, but she suddenly put her 2 feet down. Of course she would step on the air. Out. A soft ring. Tashigi fell down with his head up, but did not turn over for a while, head down. This pose is obviously not available with Moon Step. Alas, Ron sighed. This guy, as his direct secretary, actually embarrassed himself on such a big occasion. Ron had to stretch out a hand and suck Tashigi over in an instant, then lightly hugged her slender waist, and slowly put Tashigi with a face full of Yuhi on the ground. I'm going right now. Tashigi immediately. Xiao ran left. There are so many big guys here. It's so shameful. Why is there a big tree? The few strong people present no longer care about it. In just a short while, they have become accustomed to Ron's unpredictable methods, so they don't feel weird about what happened. Roger and Golden Lion slowly came to the middle of Fishman Island. At this moment, the Marine who was far away from Admiral, they were seeing Roger for the first time. Man is called One Piece, King of Pirates. As for Golden Lion, they are more familiar with them. After all, he is the man who escaped from prison today, and they were still there just now, discussing the plan to arrest Golden Lion. I just didn't expect it to appear so soon. What are they doing? Auntie wasn't surprised that Ron named her just now. With Ron's mien, it's not surprising to find her. The big tree just now, the ant can see the most clearly. No matter how did he do it, he was able to hold the Fishman Island abruptly, which was outrageous. This guy Golden Lion won't be unhappy with Roger, right? Of course she knew that the Battle of Idwal was Roger's regret. Not only that, but she even knew why the Golden Lion at the sea station lost. She is also the only one who knows the truth. Thinking of this, the ant sighed. Suddenly, two extremely powerful momentum erupted on the field. The battle is about to begin. Ron floated in the air and said only, Roger. I cancel your automatic recovery. Let dart. The voice just fell. Two figures emerged from the sky. Everyone thought that Golden Lion's fighting technique was poor, but they didn't find out that Golden Lion with two broken legs never used fighting technique or even a sword. A swordsman with two swords has been reduced to the point of using devil fruit with his bare hand. But now, the Golden Lion in full state didn't keep his hands at all, and didn't even use the fruit ability, because for people like them, the fruit ability was useless. The two speeded up again and again in the air, each time producing a powerful sonic boom of air-bursting ripples spread out around. Though, the Marines who were watching, their eyes widened one by one. They dared not miss a second, because every second would have several confrontations, and if they missed it, they would never see again. Kamusari, divine departure. Two-headed lion. Single sword. The double sword collided in the most violent way. It was the most brutal collision, and two huge forces suddenly exploded. A powerful shock wave swept the heaven and the earth, and the clouds in the sky changed drastically, and it was divided into two. The sand flew in all directions, and the rock here through the air. It bounced into the surrounding, as strong as a cannonball, like a death-killing scythe, trying to harvest the life of the onlookers. Marine. Ron waved his hand, and the cloak danced wildly in the wind behind him. The word justice glared at him. Then, an invisible barrier cut across the middle, keeping the Marines behind. Chapter 183. The world of the strong, the winner and the loser, life and death. These Marine soldiers were fighting against gods in a cold sweat. It was a disaster for mortals. I couldn't help but look at Ron gratefully. If Marshal Chuan hadn't shot, they would have been accidentally injured and died. The duel between the bosses is so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two sides in the audience had already faced off for several rounds. Between the light and the flint, the strokes are dead, and it is as fast as lightning, and it is impossible to see at all. The next moment, a cold light flash. Roger seized the opportunity and slashed Golden Lion's thigh with a knife. Golden Lion, who often does not have leg, did not adapt to the rhythm of having leg for a while. For a while, there was no response. He avoided it, but it was too late. The armament hockey covering Roger's blade had already cut through his thigh. Donate blood. Roger frowned and said, "What's the matter? You are much slower than before." After Roger didn't know he was in jail, Golden Lion killed a man in Marineford in order to find out the truth. The last battle with Sengoku Gar, was arrested and imprisoned, then lost both feet. That's why he wasn't used to the new leg, and his reaction was always half a beat. "It's okay, it's just that it hasn't been active for a long time," Golden Lion said indifferently. As for Golden Lion, naturally they won't make excuses because of such trivial matters. If that is the case, even if it wins, it will be the other side's mercy, which is not what Golden Lion wants. A real man will never make excuses for any of his failures. "Oh, you seem to have rusty leg." Roger's eyes were piercing, and he immediately saw the Golden Lion's problem. "Can't help but guess. Don't waste time. Come on." The Golden Lion shouted loudly, rushed towards Roger again. "Go ahead, Roger." The lion, Chiakigu, swinging his two knives in the air, several sword pierced through the void, cut through the air, and galloped towards Roger with a humming sound. "You underestimate me too much. This kind of flash should go home and use it to cut chi." Roger laughed loudly, holding a single sword, turned around and flashed. A light green slash of the moon Kiba type cut across, and instantly collided with the slash of the Golden Lion. But the two did not look at the result of the collision at all, because this was not important. It was a false move. At the same time, the two figures disappeared again. In an instant, he passed by, and stabbed backwards at the same time. Backstab. Roger has noticed that Golden Lion's legs are different, although he did not continue to ask, but he will not attack Golden Lion's legs again. What the strong seek is a fair one. Win or lose is not important. It's good to be able to have a hearty and close battle. Bang bang bang. Everyone can only see a few figures colliding in the air, and they can't tell whether it is a sword or a fist. Sand and dust flew up, accompanied by the roar of the gust of wind. The sky suddenly became extremely dark, and there was a faint sound of thunder. Situation is very similar to the Battle of Idwal in those days. It's just that this is no longer someone intervening. It's just a coincidence of astronomical phenomena reappearing the heroic path. Countless sword chi swayed in the air, or collided, or went empty. Behind Ron's shield, the sailors could feel the energy fluctuations of those attack hitting the shield. The ripples, although they looked at the ancient well, but everyone knew it. What kind of impact is that? Each attack is the world top attack, and the reason why they are not affected at all, or even feel any fluctuations, is that Ron is here. At this moment, they realize that Marshal Ron must be a more terrifying existence than the two of them. Because this hand can turn movement into stillness, it is truly powerful. This was the first time Ron had seen the Golden Lion at full strength. A battle of this scale. If Ron hadn't been protecting Fishman Island, the island would have collapsed at this moment, and I'm afraid it would have sunk into the sea. This is the power of the older generation of powerhouses to let go. It's hard to imagine that if Luffy hadn't met Golden Lion in the theatrical version, he would have been sliced by now. Not to mention Luffy, even the Pluto Rayleigh won't be able to intervene in this fight. This battle is a valuable wealth of experience for all Marines remains present, not because they can learn anything, but because they really know where the peak is. If you want to climb, the most important thing is to be able to see where the mountain is. Know the end. You must have the courage to run. How much you can get, it depends on your ability. Among them, Boa Hancock, Rebecca, Yamato, Kashigi, Tina, and even Shirahoshi. At the moment, there is a glint in their eye. I believe that soon after this battle, they will be able to step into a higher level, and maybe 2 years later, there will be many Admiral level powerhouses among these people. They are for Marine's mainstay Jinchuriki column. Smoothie, who was peeking on the side, benefited a lot. A scene that even on can't bring. Armament hockey support, swordsmanship, main attack, observation hockey prediction, dodge, a seamless fit. It is difficult for anyone to drive both armament and observation hockey to the maximum at the same time. In other words, the average person can only use one kind of high-level hockey. Although it is a master at the same time, only one high-level hockey can be used at the same time. This is because the use of high-level hockey requires full attention and cannot be distracted. If it's two kinds of hockey, it's bound to be distracting. The strongest observation hockey card too that Smoothie has ever seen. The same is true. The hockey, which is as strong as the second brother, can only use only one type at the same time. When a high-level observation hockey is used, there is no way to use a high-level armament, and vice versa. Of course, but when Smoothie saw two people on the field, they were driving both high-level armament and high-level observation hockey at the same time, and they were able to chat and fight to the death. How powerful this is. Like this kind of battle of the strong, there are no 10 days and 10 nights in which the winner cannot be determined. But now, obviously neither of them has so much time to consume, so neither of them will keep their hand. More it does, the harder it gets. Raging on the field, and Golden Lion was now at the eye of the wind, completely ignoring the multiple stab wounds on his body, and he didn't know the pain, and even the piercing on his chest was deep into his bone. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Gently lick the blood donation on your face. Roger stood under the lightning. Let the wire go. Slowly pull out the famous stick on the left arm. The same way, the only people who can compete with Roger are Golden Lion, Whitebeard and Count Yuhi. However, now he and Golden Lion both know that the neck blow is. The outcome is decided. Life and death will be decided. Chapter 184. Welcome Mr. Yimu to leave the custom. Tenryubito not far away. Moment. It is located in the main city of Mariajoy. In the center of the King's Height. There is a castle here. A very old castle, with a history of thousands of years at a glance. Gorosei, 5 elders, the representatives of the highest power in the world today, are sitting upright and waiting outside the castle. Report. Suddenly a Zero rushed over and said in a deep voice, "No, Marine has brought Fishman Island up." A word. The audience is silent. It's not because of shock, but because everyone thinks that this person has been squeezed by the door and is talking nonsense. The Gorosei, 5 elders could indeed sense that there were two strong auras colliding there, but that was all. As for the others, I can't feel it at all. After all, although the distance is very close, it is only not far from the two cities. Compared to individual, the distance is still quite far. The 555-year-old can feel that there is a war over there. Amazing. Gorosei, 5 elders looked around and thought he heard it wrong, so he asked again, "What do you say again?" Gorosei, 5 elders also sternly asked, "Speak well, and say what you just said word by word." That 9 knew it was hard for people to believe what he said, and he would never believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eye. After all, Fishman Island is a behemoth, but it is 10,000 meters under the sea, and this 9 has been to Fishman Island not long ago, so he couldn't be clearer. There is no such ability at all. However, this is what I saw with my own eye. All the processes just now. This 9 did not drop a single frame. From the inexplicable appearance of Fishman Island over the marine headquarters to the huge tree holding Fishman Island in the air. All of this, he really saw. Why didn't you talk about it? What are you doing? Gorosei, 5 elders has a bad face and is already a little angry, and now the 9 is really unreliable. Yes, the 9 responded, and Ji Yuxia's face was already ugly, but he continued. Just now, an island appeared out of thin air on the Yuhi soil continent, and then Ron did not know what method he used to make the Yuhi soil continent. Countless towering trees appeared on one side, dragging Fishman Island forcibly. What? The 5 of them exclaimed in unison. Now they were finally sure that they heard correctly, but even more surprised. What is this to operate that? Is Ron already rampant to such a degree? Impossible. Fishman Island. But what a joke. The old man doesn't believe it. Frown. And although the 9 were said to be absolutely loyal to the Gorosei, 5 elders, they were all strictly trained and there was no possibility of misunderstanding. However, the news was so unbelievable that he had to doubt it. If Ron really has such an ability, then he's a fart, and looking at this world, only Master Yimu can compete with him. Thinking of this, Gorosei, 5 elders soared left and right, looking around, seeing the faces of the other 4 people are full of doubt, so he took the lead to say, "Old man, go and have a look. You are here waiting for the master to leave the custom." "No, the master is about to leave the custom, and can't leave now," Gorosei, 5 elders said hurriedly. "No, this one has to be found out. If that. Ron really has such strength. What if one day we don't pay attention and throw the island directly on top of our head? His worries were justified. Mariajoy is a country on the mainland of Yuhi, but it is not 1/10 or 10% larger than Fishman Island. Case. One day, Ron really hits Mariajoy with Fishman Island. I am afraid that except a few strong people, everyone else will die. Hurry up and get back. Gorosei, 5 elders nodded high and said. The rest of the people knew exactly what the Gorosei, 5 elders sword was thinking about, or what he thought. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Yimu was going out today, I'm afraid these Gorosei, 5 elders would have gone out to find out. Wait for my news. The Gorosei, 5 elders sword carried a generation of ghosts, stepped out suddenly, and disappeared in place. Marine headquarters, Fishman Island. Roger and Golden Lion face each other from a distance 100 meters away, and have just experienced an all-out battle just now. Both were seriously injured. Cool. Have fun. Come again. The Golden Lion shouted and threw away the only remaining knife, because the other knife was stuck in Roger's arm. Now there is only one sword and don't want it. After all, he is a swordsman with 2 swords. Immediately afterward, Golden Lion used the power of the devil fruit to roll up the ground like layers of wave and patted Roger. And the Golden Lion followed this huge wave, flying like Roger. Roger laughed loudly and threw away the sword in his hand. At the same time, the ground under his feet exploded instantly, and the whole person pierced out like a cannonball, punching the ground. 2 of you come and go, constantly colliding in the air. The approaching Gorosei, 5 elders sword is getting more and more frightened. At this moment, what he needs to confirm is not that Fishman Island, because there is no need to confirm such a big island he has long seen clearly. Instead, it was the people on the island that made him have to be moved. I only dared to look at it from a distance, looked at it within the limit, and then immediately turned back and retreat. He is not a fool, and there will be no good results in the past now. Roger is resurrected. Count Golden Lion Yuhi is also. This news is too hot. Compared to this, it is not worth mentioning that Fishman Island has been lifted up. Ron smiled and looked at the departing figure of Gorosei, 5 elders, but did not stop him. When he looked at Roger and the Golden Lion again, Roger's arm was broken one day, and Golden Lion was worse, gasping for breath and scarred all over. Was too short for someone of their level. But this is a desperate fight between the 2 sides, so there is no need to care about the durability. It doesn't take into account the preservation of stamina at all. Why did you come back so soon? The Gorosei, 5 elders sword had returned not even half an hour after he left, looking at him with a shocked look on his face. Several other people asked quickly. However, at this moment, the door slowly opened, and a slender figure stepped out slowly. Although he was wearing a cloak and black clothes, he still couldn't hide his arrogant figure. Gorosei, 5 elders immediately. Chi-Chi knelt down and whispered to the figure above, welcome my lord to leave the custom. 185. Ron shot. No harm without comparison. Fishman Island. The 2 have reached their final moment. Roger looked at the seriously injured Golden Lion and said, I am a dead person. You are still alive. This fight will end here. Ha ha ha. Roger, you're not going to get any better. You broke an arm. Golden Lion also laughed out loud. It's just an arm. It doesn't affect my combat power at all. If I kill you, it's still easy. Ha ha ha. Roger said very confidently. For a strong man like them, being humble is absolutely impossible. How can you not be arrogant to dominate the sea? What did you say? The Golden Lion was instantly furious. He is the most not provocative, especially Roger's provocation. Then I'll send you another trip to Huang Izumi. Okay, come on. Since you want to die, then I won't stop you. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point again. Then the 2 rushed forward, extremely fast. At the same time, they made a final blow, pouring all their strength. Hockey. Smoothie, who was watching the battle secretly, exclaimed, it's about to end. Who can you win? On the other side of the video phone bug, Auntie watched the whole time. In the cake shop, there is a screen the size of a basketball court in the middle. The aunt changed to eat the cake while watching this scene. Not only the aunt, but also Ka-2, Bryn, and important children of the family came one after another. The biggest day of the whole cake shop except the tea party. Brother Katakori, who do you think will win? The mirror fruit Bray on the side stared at the screen intently. No one here knows. In fact, Ka-2 Feet's favorite sister, Blay. So when other people asked the same question, Katakori ignored it at all. But when Bray asked, Katakori said, I don't know. It's not that he can't see the situation of the 2 sides clearly, but because as long as it's not the future that he observation hockey sees, Ka-2 will think it's uncertain. I didn't expect that. That One Piece king of pirate, the pirate who was even stronger than my mother back then. The 3-eyed pudding walked over and said, she is relatively young and has never seen the power of One Piece king of pirate. But several brothers in the family, such as Ka-2, Daifuku and others, they have seen this era played against Roger. For this pirate, they sincerely admire him. He is well deserved One Piece king of pirate. Not only him, but the one next to him, Golden Lion, is also very powerful. The eldest son Pello stuck out his long tongue. So powerful too pirate that Martial Marine is just there for them to act recklessly. Bryn's slender fingers poked his chin with a puzzled look. That this three-eyed girl still has a different flavor. Because the aunt wanted to have a relationship with Luo before, Bryn was full of curiosity about this marine marshal, especially knowing that he was such a young man. At that time, Bryn thought that the handsome men were all old men. This Ron, I can't see through him. Ka 2 feet's deep eyes just stared at Ron in the stand, and the huge scarf well concealed Ka 2 feet's expression. If you look carefully, you can see the deep fear of Ka 2. Although it was far away and it was a projection on the screen, observation hockey of Card 2 certainly couldn't feel it, but his instinct told him that this man was stronger than everyone present. But at this moment, Roger and the Golden Lion are about to collide. A figure appeared out of thin air, instantly moved between the two of them. Open your hand. Everyone by surprise. They are still waiting for the end of the collision between the two. Boom. Two forces rushed over at the same time, one left and one right. When Golden Lion and Roger noticed Ron's sudden appearance, it was too late to stop. Blink of an eye, a huge impact hit both Ron's hands at the same time. Layers of ripples spread rapidly around in a way visible to the naked eye. This is a full blow from Golden Lion and Roger. The power of fighting for his life can be imagined. The people around held their breath the moment Ron rushed out, looking at Ron with worry. After all, for them, although Ron is powerful, one-on-one can be justified. He can attack two people at the same time, and he is attacking with all his strength. Is this possible? Not only them, but also the aunt is done. Laughed to death. She had never imagined that Marshal Marine would be so desperate that he would dare to intervene at this time. Even she herself is not sure of surviving. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, only to see Ron standing still. Roger, the Golden Lion, flew backwards instead. At this moment, everyone has the same expression, with their mouths open, and they secretly whispered in their heart, I am afraid of comparison. Without comparison, no one knows how much stronger is the so-called stronger. However, at this moment, everyone understands that it is not stronger, but stronger. They all know that Ron is strong, which is the consensus of Marine, and they all know that Ron is stronger than Roger, but it is not like this when they understand it. Until just now, people here thought that Ron and Roger were the kind of 300 rounds of battle, and then Ron finally defeated Roger with his scarred body. That's what made them stronger. However, what I didn't expect was that Ron actually caught the attack of the two men and even bounced them out. Marines really realized the power of Ron, and had an objective, clear and quantifiable concept. This is thanks to Roger and Golden Lion for their contribution. If there is no battle between the two of them, the visual impact will be earth-shattering. These people have no idea, but it was the mother who was most shocked. The others are just outsiders watching the fun. She is a real expert. He was looking at the doorway. Just now, Ron clearly didn't meet Roger or the Golden Lion. The attack of the two did not touch Ron at all, and she could see clearly that Golden Lion and Roger would no longer be able to go for a single cent when they were 5 centimeters away from Ron, and the faces of the two of them changed at that time. That is, at this moment they flew upside down. Although it was short-lived, the two obviously struggled and resisted at this time, but it was useless. At this moment, Auntie only had one thought. This Ron's strength was far superior to Golden Lion and Roger, and the aunt's current thoughts may not be believed. She wants to turn herself in, because she knows that Ron's next goal is herself. Chapter 186. Challenge Ron by name. Earl Yuhi's whole card. That's it. After Roger and Golden Lion stabilized their body, Ron said lightly, since Marshal Ron has spoken, so be it. Roger was. He had a great time, and he didn't have to fight to the death. After all, he is a dead person, and being resurrected is only temporary. However, some people don't think so. Golden Lion is not happy at once, although he also laments Ron's strength. He can easily catch his own attack, but even so, even Roger's attack is also in the crotch at the same time, and also blasts them away. Even Golden Lion thinks he can be solved without much effort in front of Ron, but this is not the focus of his attention. Ron is very strong. He admits that he does not consider himself to be Ron's opponent, and he does not even need to compete. It's none of his business how strong Ron is, because the Golden Lion's goal in the first place was Roger. So, as long as no side fall, Ron doesn't think the fight is over. Therefore, Golden Lion said somewhat unhappily, why? It's not over yet. There's no reason. I'll stop here. Ron said solemnly. This Golden Lion just wanted to refute, but when he thought of Ron's strength, he finally shut his mouth. The strong were respected. Then what you say is, what? And you lost the Golden Lion. Ron said solemnly. Golden Lion shook his head, with a helpless expression on his face. Although he was dissatisfied, he had to admit that Ron was right. Roger might get hurt, but not die. Okay, next time. Ron looked at Count Yuhi. At this moment, Earl Yuhi wanted to die. He knew that Ron might be very strong, but no one told him that Ron was already strong enough to be easily 1 second 2-2. He, Earl Yuhi, is at best a person on the same level as Roger Golden Lion, and that grade didn't really matter to Ron at all. What kind of luck is this? I knew I wouldn't covet those goings on Fishman Island, but now it's a good thing. Goings were inexplicably invited to Marine headquarters. Although it was said that his opponent was not not Ron. And Ron also said that he would not shoot. But even if he fought against those Admiral, what would he do if he won? Would Ron let himself go? It's impossible to think about it. Although we only met for a moment, Earl Yuhi already felt that Ron was definitely not the one who suffered. Who hurts him will never let him leave here. Moreover, even if he wasn't injured, looking at these Marines looking at them, I am afraid that they will be imprisoned in the underwater prison together with the trash-like Golden Lion today. Sengoku and Garp stepped forward at the same time and said almost simultaneously, the older generation of powerhouses have the opportunity to celebrate with Uncle Yuhi, because at that time, Yuhi was an unruly person. When he defeated Kong, he was destined to be the enemy of the entire Marine. Unexpectedly, Earl Yuhi said directly, no, I want to challenge you, Ron. Sentence shocked the entire Marine. Not only that, but even Roger and Golden Lion were also taken aback by Vivi. Is this Earl Yuhi crazy? Such a power gap cannot be filled by any means at all. Roger and Golden Lion looked at each other. Count Yuhi was crazy. Even if it was the two of them, they would not dare to challenge Ron. And now, Ron obviously wants to let his subordinate take action. This Earl Yuhi chose not to choose the only chance to win, but chose a path of death. What does this mean? Roger and Golden Lion are all too familiar with Count Yuhi. This guy is definitely not a fool. He must have no intention of doing it. It's not impossible that he discovered Ron's secret. Earl Yuhi has always been the most vocal pirate of their time, but he has to admit that he is very smart. Did he find Roger's law? Golden Lion said that although he fought Roger to death just now, once he got off the battlefield, Golden Lion looked like an old friend. Maybe this is the epitome of that era. You are going to challenge me? Ron was also stunned for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. You can think about it. Fight them. You still have a way to survive. Earl Yuhi is stunned issue, which made people feel shivering. Yes, I will challenge you. Come on. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person had come to the middle of the square. It faster than Marine's shade. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge the marshal at this time. I don't know what he's thinking. No, careless. This old guy is very cunning. He must have some conspiracy. So what? The strength gap is here. What's the use of conspiracy? Rebecca, Yamato, Empress and Shirahoshi gathered around and started chatting. Scumbag. The Cake Island thousands of miles away, the Ant said with great interest. This guy wants to fight to the death, then kill Ron and escape as fast as possible. How is it possible? Can he beat Ron? Bryn asked. If he hadn't seen Ron make a move just now, then everyone would think that Earl Yuhi and Ron are not that much weaker. But now, no one thinks that way anymore. All they thought was, what trump card does Earl Yuhi have to challenge Ron so boldly? I can't beat it, but this is his only way to survive. That old guy must know that no matter what he does with those Admiral, Ron won't let him go. By then, he will be too late to run. Instead of wasting energy like this, it's better to just kill Ron, and then try your best to escape. Part-2 said word by word. This battle suddenly pushed the atmosphere on the field to the highest point, and everyone wanted to know what Count Yuhi's cards were and who gave him such courage. Looking at Count Yuhi off the field, Ron shook his head helplessly, and then slowly floated down from the air. Voice was not too loud or too small, but it could be heard by everyone present. Ron shook his head and said, 10 seconds 1. If you can hold on for 10 seconds 1, even if you win. Extreme contempt. Marine was suddenly in an uproar. Count Yuhi's expression changed. This was a naked contempt for him. 10 seconds 1. Even if he keeps running. Ron can't help Count Yuhi biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth. So what if you win? He didn't reject Ron's contempt at all. After all, it was his only way to survive, and Earl Yuhi wouldn't be stupid enough to block it himself. If you persist for 10 years, I will let you go. It true. Count Yuhi looked around the surrounding Admiral and said, here, I have the final say. Chapter 187. I am here. Congratulations to Mr. Yimu's exit. Moment. In the holy land of Mariajoy. In front of the old castle gate, the Gorosei 5 elders knelt down together, not daring to look directly. The black-robed girl in front of her was, to be precise, a girl who was at least 800 years old, and her entire body was hidden under a cloak. Except that Meowman's figure, I couldn't tell that this was a woman at all. Even inside Tenryubito, no one has seen Yim's true face. If anyone had seen her, it would have been 800 years ago. For 800 years, Yimu has been wearing a black cloak, and for some reason, he has never shown his true face. What are you talking about outside? The slightly unpleasant and delicate voice, although euphemistic and pleasant, always gives people a feeling of reading the vicissitudes of life. It's like he doesn't care about everything, and he doesn't care about anything. If it weren't for the position of the head of Tenryubito, this girl would have left this deadly city. However, she could not ignore her mother's wishes. Keep Tenryubito prosperous for 800 years. Now, there are still 2 years left. This eternal life was never a favor but a shackle firmly bound by something called destiny. The heavy responsibility is an iron lock on this shackle. You can't let go of this yoke. However, Yimu did not complain. It was the mother who sacrificed herself in exchange for her eternal life, and my mother's request was only a mere 800 years. Tenryubito Tenryubito flourished for 800 years. You must know that in Yimu's life, 800 years is also a flash of a finger, and for her immortal, time has no meaning. Whether it is 800 years, 8,000 years, or 8 eternal, it is the same. Time has lost its reference value. In her long life, she has also met a friend who is a magical woman. She does not know when she came from, like a time traveler, jumping from the past to the future step by step, as if in looking for something. Is she okay now, or is she still alive? She has also encountered enemy. Almost every 50 or 60 years, there will be several strong men from heaven and earth. They will attack the world government, organize revolution, deal with Tenryubito, etc. But without exception, Yimu was killed from the beginning with all his strength, to the ease later, and finally to the last wave. Every time Yimu retreats, his strength will increase greatly, but the enemy has not made progress, and it has been like this for 800 years. And now, it is said that there is another leader called Dora's Life Army, who is no different from the rebels he encountered before. Didn't even care, and she should have been in retreat, but he was suddenly disturbed by an emergency from the Gorosei 5 elders, and then he left. I didn't expect to meet these guys chatting here as soon as I came out. Report Lord Yimu. Now the world government is facing a huge crisis. Please also ask Lord Yimu to come forward. Gorosei 5 elders said humbly. The outside world has always thought that these 5 people are the highest officials of the world government, but they are so servile now. Who would have thought that the dignified Gorosei 5 elders would also kneel on the ground one day? How can they still have the arrogant and domineering light? What the danger? What happened in the more than 10 years of my retreat? Going out every 10 years to solve some of Tenryubito's troubles and give some orders to understand the current situation. However, this time, Yimu thought she didn't have to go out, and waited until 2 years later when her mission was completed. Unexpectedly, there was still a problem. These years have been safe and sound. Tenryubito has always been in control, but not long ago, a strange person suddenly appeared in Marine, and Marine has been out of our control since then. For the next 10 minutes, the Gorosei 5 elders complimented each other sentence by sentence, telling I am all about Ron's crime, and adding fuel to cover their incompetence. Marine has lost, your incompetent bastard. Yimu has lived for 800 years, and these guys are still thinking about fooling Yimu. How is it possible? I am immediately heard which ones they added and which ones actually happened. Not only was she angry, but at the moment she didn't even care about that. The young marshal named Ron, because in her eye, this is just a passing glance. It's just some cloudy smoke. Lord Yimu, calm down. Han Xing was shivering with fright. The old man and I were like children who did something wrong at the moment, for fear that if I am not happy, they would be punished severely, and even their family would be implicated. This kid is really cunning, and his strength is very high. Several Gorosei 5 elders hold how Ron managed the underground world, incorporated Morgan, raided Disolo, cleared Marine undercover, etc. All the deeds were told truthfully, and this time I didn't dare to add fuel to it. After listening to Yimu, he was not angry, but he was interested in this Ron, a very strong and intelligent man. It sounds much more interesting than other opponents he has encountered in the past 800 years. Where is he? I am asked. Gorosei 5 elders looked at each other, both of them with joy in their heart. Listening to Lord Yimu's tone, it seemed that she was about to make a move. On this Yuhi soil continent, yes, this Ron even dared to move the marine headquarters to the Yuhi soil continent. This is completely despising Tenryubito's attitude. I asked which direction you were in. Impatiently said, don't look at these old guys getting old, and she is still a young girl, but in terms of seniority, these 5 people have to call her old ancestor. Ah, over there. Gorosei 5 elders immediately pointing to the east, he said. The next moment, they felt a majestic observation hockey scanning in that direction. It's not Lord Yimu. What a mighty observation hockey. Gorosei 5 elders looked at each other in shock. Suddenly, Ron, who was 100 miles away, suddenly changed his face, and all the people present did not detect. Only Ron clearly captured a well-hidden observation hockey. So strong is that the legendary I am. Ron thought to himself. Following this observation hockey, Ron's hockey also followed, and scanned Yimu's body along the way, immediately changed color, and secretly said a row. Then, she was instantly furious. She had heard how Gorosei 5 elders bragged about Ron before, but she didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, and far more powerful than what Gorosei 5 elders described. The first round, the two had an observation hockey confrontation 100 miles apart. Master Yimu, where are you going? One of the Gorosei 5 elders asked subconsciously when he saw I am rising up in the air, flew over in that direction. Go and meet this shameless guy for a while. Yimu's distant voice came from a distance, and at this moment, Ron was not looking west, but looked at Earl Yuhi. Are you ready? Make a quick decision, and there will be guests in a while. Chapter 188. Marco strike. Blackbeard calls for help. Today is destined to be a day of turmoil in the world. Blackbeard headquarters, near the sea, a warship is parked alone. Ryokugyu sat comfortably on it and watched the live broadcast. That's right, just watch the live broadcast. When I heard that there was a big event event happening at Marine headquarters today. This guy Ryokugyu immediately instruct the mole Vice Admiral to broadcast the whole thing with a video phone bug. So, now at Marine headquarters, Mo is holding a phone bug in the corner and watching it live and watching. Of course, if he wins, he won't save face, so he can only take pictures secretly. After all, at this time, Sean Fan was a Marine, and all of them were watching the game intently. Like this kind of shooting, usually only spies and enemies would do it. Example, Smoothie next to her. She's actually not far from Vice Admiral, the mole. Both of them were filming with a video phone bug. Of course, it wasn't just the two of them who did this, but the third person was much more generous. After all, she was a woman and Ron's secretary. That's right, that person is Tashigi. And Tashigi received her master's order, that Admiral Akainu, who I haven't seen for a long time. At this moment, he is still on the Grand Disolo, but he is not without gain. He got along well with the tortoise these 2 days, and the two tortoises finally agreed to walk 10 nautical miles every day. Although compared to the distance of this destination, 10 nautical miles is really not a lot, but these two turtles can move very well. Akainu also heard that there is a lively viewing of the Marine headquarters today, so like Ryokugyu, he watched the whole process with a video phone bug. These admirals were outside. They kept in touch with the headquarters at all times, so they knew what happened. However, the liveliness of Ryokugyu is not very peaceful, but today's Skull Island has something big to happen. Today happens to be the final crusade against Blackbeard by the remnants of Whitebeard and Marco, and the final reckoning of the two forces. It wasn't so early, but Marco thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it was earlier. To be said that Marco's judgment on the current situation is still very accurate. Now is the best time for Blackbeard to not fully rise. Because of Ron's intervention, the progress of Blackbeard's hunt for devil fruits is obviously hindered. So, Blackbeard's current strength is exactly just like when the war ended. Nothing has changed. After this period of reorganization, Marco reorganized the remaining forces of Whitebeard and is aggressively killing Skull Island. Blackbeard HQ. What? You say it again. Blackbeard Teach slammed the table, and suddenly the entire Skull Island moved like an earthquake. Captain T. It's true. Mal and Whitebeard's remnants are already on their way, and it won't be long before they come to a spy report. Ryokugyu did not completely block the island, and this was not an order given to him by Ron, and it was not necessary. Ron's request was to keep Blackbeard from growing, and there were no other restrictions. Therefore, Ryokugyu has always been the main fighting force that restricted Blackbeard from being active everywhere. As for these small fish and shrimp, I don't care at all. I didn't expect Marco to act so quickly. Toxic said in a deep voice. This is not good news for them, at least not for now. It's all to blame for the sand dollars outside. We have never had a chance to go out. Badgers moved his wrist, where there were still scars from Ryokugyu not long ago. He was beaten by Ryokugyu just because he forced his way in. Although Ryokugyu is not the strongest in the Admiral echelon, but he is one of the Admiral who can defeat Blackbeard the most. Blackbeard also knows this, so he hasn't ripped off with Marine yet. He hasn't forced his way. He's waiting for an opportunity. Blackbeard is so shrewd. He doesn't believe that the world government will always allow Ron to do evil, so he is waiting for the world government to punish Ron. At that time, Ryokugyu's blockade will be self-defeating. After all, without Ron, Marine would definitely be a mess again. Blackbeard believed that the day would not be too far away, so he was waiting. However, I didn't expect Marco to come so soon. Do you really think it's that Ryokugyu? It's Ron who really won't let us out. Blackbeard glanced at Badgers. If this guy was the first to follow him, Blackbeard wouldn't want such a brainless person. I have to say that Blackbeard is a very loyal person. In fact, according to the strength of Badger, he can't be strong against the captain. Shiryu of the Rain is much stronger than him, but Blackbeard didn't do this, and still gave the position of the captain to the one who had followed him first. It is not difficult to see that Blackbeard is still a very loyal person, but judging from his performance on the Whitebeard ship, the behavior of killing and taking fruit, Blackbeard is also a person who does not use any means to achieve his goal, and has nothing to do with loyalty. From this, it also reflects that Blackbeard has multiple personalities. Captain, what shall we do? Badgers didn't care about Blackbeard scolding at all, and asked with a laugh, let retreat. King of Bad Politics said that this battle is too unfavorable for them at present, and there is no shame in retreating temporarily. Whatever retreat, we'll just kill them when they come. Just Marco, without Whitebeard, what kind of storm can he make? Shiryu of the Rain stroked the blade lightly and said viciously, he is a militant faction, and he has a bloodthirsty nature. Such a person is not afraid that someone will come looking for trouble. As for running, it is impossible. Immediately, the supporters of the two sides began to argue, and the quarrel became more and more intense, and it was even about to fight. Blackbeard shouted loudly, and in an instant, the glass of the entire Skull Island burst. It was directly shattered into pieces. Shut up. Stop arguing. Feeling the captain's rage, everyone stopped making a sound. Suddenly there was silence. Blackbeard's majesty is still great. It's that guy Ron. If it wasn't for his interference, we would have gotten a lot of devil fruits now, and we wouldn't be afraid of this guy Marco. Captain, what shall we do? There is no other way. Go and ask Ron for help. Blackbeard's language is not amazing. He even said a sentence that no one present expected. Chapter 189. An episode before Ron's battle. Captain, are you crazy? We are pirates. How can pirates ask Marine for help? Sniper Van Auger said with a confused expression. Not just him. Everyone present is dumbfounded. These pirates have never seen in the world, and now there are not many things that can make them stunned. But Blackbeard's decision completely broke their cognition. I have never heard of a pirate asking Marine for help since ancient time. Isn't this a big joke of pirate? If their Blackbeard pirates do this, they will definitely become a laughingstock. That's right. Now if we don't borrow Marine's power, this crisis will be difficult to get through. After all, although Whitebeard is dead, his remnants are still very powerful. At least there are many people. We are only 100 people now, not theirs at all. Opponent. That's right. It's only been a month since the top war. Blackbeard has no time to develop, and there is Ryokugyu here to restrict them. Not to mention hunting devil fruit. Even recruiting people is impossible, because Ron's order to Ryokugyu is keep the Blackbeard pirates as they are, and not allow them to grow. As soon as Ryokugyu finds out that Blackbeard has any expansion intention, he will go to trouble. But they were annoyed by Blackbeard. That said, but why would Marine help us? That guy Ron is too late to take advantage of the fisherman. How could he help us deal with Marco? Poison is a veteran, but he still doesn't understand Blackbeard decision. There is absolutely no basis for doing this. Let's not say whether Marine will agree or not. The key is that people wait for you to lose both. Isn't it not good to let you kill them all in one go? Even if they could accept the captain's request for help like Marine, they couldn't figure out the possibility that Marine would agree. Not at all. Totally impossible. If they were the marshals, they would never agree, but would come to take advantage of the fishermen. So, it's okay not to tell Marine about this. Once let Marine know that Marco will come to take revenge, then Marine will definitely assemble his forces to kill them all. After all, such an opportunity is rare. It's exciting to think about solving two waves of big pirates at one time. Captain, let's fight with them. There is still a chance of survival. Don't try to make ends with Tiger. That guy Ron is not a good guy. If we let him know, he will definitely take the opportunity to kill us. Sniper Van Auger said. Even the evil king, who has always advocated retreat, was born to agree. They were really afraid of Blackbeard for a while, confused and made some stupid decision. Although they usually respect Blackbeard, but now the situation has changed, and their shrewd captain seems to be confused by this Ryokugyu outside recently. These subordinate thought at the same time. This may be the only reasonable answer. Quote, Zia ha ha ha. Why do you think that this guy has been against us all this time? Blackbeard laughed loudly. His vision, his strategy is something these guys can understand. Looking at the bewildered crowd, he continued. As early as when Ron first came, it was enough to deal with us. Do you think he was really afraid of losing his troop? What else could it be for? Although we are not yet 4 emperors, our strength should not be underestimated. If Marine does not pay a certain price, it may not be easy to deal with us. That guy Ron has just become a marshal. You must want to rest and recuperate, and you can't go to war. King of Bad Politics said that he knew nothing about these political affairs. The most taboo thing for a high-ranking person who has just ascended to the top is taxing war. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. As soon as this guy Ron came up, he went out to fight more, and in this case, there was no way to have troop to deal with them. On this point, the king of bad politics trusts his own judgment very much. Quote, quote, Zia ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed loudly, then focused his eye, looked at the king of evil politics and said, do you think that according to that guy's strength, you still need to send troops? In a word, there was an instant silence on the field. All were lost in thought, neither wanting to admit nor refuting it. That's right, judging from the strength that Ron showed at that time, there was no need for other people at all, and Ron himself could solve all of them. At this moment, they could not help breaking out in cold sweat. After a while, I was afraid. Only then did I think carefully about the captain's words. Yeah, why Ron didn't deal with them now is a mystery indeed. The evil government didn't know what to say for a while, so he lowered his head and asked, why? That because this little devil needs me, the Blackbeard said in a deep voice. Have to admit, if it wasn't for his ability to deprive devil fruit, I'm afraid Ron would have attacked them long ago. Is it because the captain helped them take out 2 devil fruits last time? Poison suddenly remembered, and then immediately said, it makes sense. How could I forget this? Van Auger is also a clap. But haven't they finished the 2 devil fruit? Badger scratched his head and said, stupid. Shiryu of the Rain spit out a smoke ring and continued, Ron wants more, not just those 2 devil fruit. This guy is probably as careful as the captain. You mean he also wants to hunt devil fruit for Marine's subordinate? Badgers finally figured it out. Ziahaha, although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed our only solution at the moment. I believe Ron doesn't want me to die. Blackbeard waved waved his arms and said, "Then how do we contact Ron? We don't have a phone number from Marine headquarters." The evil king finally found the problem. At this moment he has approved Blackbeard's approach, and he has to say that the captain is still the captain. That is more far-reaching than they thought. "Isn't there a person nearby who can be contacted with Marshal Marine? Let's go find him." Blackbeard's lie issue it him. The crowd was enlightened. The next moment, all 10 of Blackbeard's battleship headed towards Ryokugyu. At this time, Ryokugyu is watching with relish, drinking heavily. Not only witnessed the battle between Roger and Golden Lion, but also saw that Ron knocked them both away as soon as he shot. This scene was so shocking. Ryokugyu wished he could be there right now. However, at this moment, Ryokugyu raised his head suddenly, and he saw Blackbeard driving towards him mightily. What is this guy going to do? But it's unpleasant to find lousy at this time. Chapter 190. Ron opened his eyes under the black robe of Yimu. "Really? What are you doing?" Ryokugyu said maliciously. Just now he was watching his blood boil, and he was worried that he had nowhere to vent. He didn't expect someone to come to the door so soon. Could this not make him happy? Originally Ryokugyu was a militant. Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. Blackbeard saw Ryokugyu roll up his sleeves and hurriedly stop. Who knows if this monster will jump over and start fighting if he doesn't speak again. If given a choice, Blackbeard would never have an intersection with this guy. The entire Admiral, Ryokugyu is the least unreasonable, a former underworld gangster who was originally a man of his own accord. What is the misunderstanding of this? Don't say it. Let us go together. Ryokugyu said boldly. Today he is extraordinarily heroic and full of enthusiasm because he just watched Roger Golden Lion's duel plus Ron's handsome shot. Cause Ryokugyu to wish that the person inside the screen is himself. At this moment he has already fantasized about the scene of himself killing the quartet and destroying the Blackbeard all by himself. More excited I became, even a little impatient. "Are you sick?" Blackbeard thought silently, but it was obviously not the right time to stimulate him. Blackbeard doesn't know why Ryokugyu is so abnormal today. It's a bit like taking a stimulant. A look of fighting desire. His eyes are a little bit like Yuhi. Obviously he is in a state of extreme excitement. Blackbeard really doubt this guy is sick, but he said, "We are not here to fight. We are here to negotiate with you. No, to be precise, we are going to negotiate with your marshal." What? Ryokugyu seemed to have heard some shocking joke and thought he had heard it wrong. "You say it again. What did you just say?" "I said, I want to negotiate with your marshal," Blackbeard said impatiently. In fact, Blackbeard has his own abacus. He also wants to use Marine to help him defeat Marco, and then he can justifiably replace the Whitebeard pirates and ascend to the top of the Four Emperors. Then use the reputation of the Four Emperors to expand his team, and then one day he can compete with Marine. "You're sick." Ryokugyu frowned and said, "PFF." Blackbeard almost vomited blood. This was what he wanted to say to Ryokugyu, but Ryokugyu said it now. It was worse than eating shit, and Blackbeard almost went berserk. "Only you are not qualified to say that I am sick." Blackbeard's heart is full of mixed feeling, and his anger is soaring, and he was actually said this sentence by such a person. Shame. Seeing Blackbeard black line, Ryokugyu didn't realize it was his fault. Instead, he continued, "Did you commit a crime, or did you forget that you are a pirate?" Blackbeard's subordinates now have such expressions on their faces. They had expected it, and Marine would definitely say so. Long as it's a Marine, think about it. "How could I forget that I am a pirate?" "Don't talk nonsense. This is not your decision," Blackbeard said impatiently. "I'm afraid you are thinking too much. A mere pirate wants to negotiate with Marshal Marine. What qualifications do you have to negotiate?" Ryokugyu laughed instead of being angry. He really didn't expect Blackbeard to be so innocent. "You just need to contact Ron, and you don't have to worry about the rest." Shiryu of the Rain really didn't want to deal with this person, so he said bluntly, "Oh, I'm curious. Why didn't you talk about it? What do you want to talk about?" Ryokugyu picked up a glass of wine, drank it, and said, "This is not something you can ask. You have no right to decide." Blackbeard interrupted the next conversation of the evil government king and smiled. "It's okay to tell him. Come and listen." Ryokugyu looked like he's watching a play. According to reliable information, Marco is coming to Skull Island soon. "You don't know the grievance between us," Blackbeard said slowly. In order to make Marine his thug, Blackbeard didn't mind having a good talk with Ryokugyu calmly. "After all, you can endure for a while. To become a lifetime." "I know. Go on. What does he have to do with us?" Ryokugyu said without hesitation. "I hope you Marines can help us through this crisis." Blackbeard goes straight to the point. "What did you say?" Ryokugyu was stunned again. "I want to ask Marshal Ron for help." Blackbeard said it righteously and without any shame at all. "Instead, there is a feeling that you have to help me." Ryokugyu blurted out a dirty word. He has seen shameless. Never seen such shameless. Just thought it was outrageous enough for this Blackbeard to negotiate with Marshal Marine, but he didn't expect even more outrageous. Later, a pirate asked Marine for help. "I heard it right. What do you think about Blackbeard?" "Ziahaha. So you are not qualified to talk. Your vision is too short. Let you Marshal Ron answer the phone. He will definitely agree." Blackbeard Blackbeard said with great confidence. He thought he knew Ron very well. In Blackbeard's heart, Ron and him are the same kind of person. The kind of person who will never give up until his goal is achieved, and will do anything to achieve it. So Blackbeard was sure that Ron would agree. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, Ryokugyu frowned. Ron had told him not to believe a word of what Blackbeard said. As long as he is responsible for limiting his development on the periphery, it is still useful to keep this person. This is what Ron said. So Ryokugyu doesn't know if it's time to call Ron at this moment. Marco is really going to attack Blackbeard. Then with Blackbeard's current strength, he can't defeat Marco. After all, under his harassment, this Blackbeard had no chance to develop at all. The strength is not as good as the Whitebeard remnant. If this Blackbeard was really killed by Marco, wouldn't it be against Marshal Ron's order to have a Blackbeard, and he would still be useful? Forget it. Let's contact Marshal Ron, Ryokugyu thought. After all, there is a variable called Marco, and Ryokugyu doesn't know how Marshal Ron will deal with it. But what he can confirm is that according to Marshal Ron's character, Blackbeard will definitely be stripped. At this moment, on Fishman Island, Ron and Count Yuhi are in the center of the square, ready to fight. At this moment, a space ripple appeared out of thin air in the sky. Ron frowned and suddenly looked west. After a while, others followed Ron's gaze. A figure moved from far to near, and the speed is very fast. Ron is familiar with this kind of spatial fluctuation. This is the movement method of compressing space, which is a bit similar to shrinking the ground into an inch. A figure flashed in the air at high speed. Every time the flicker reappeared, it is kilometers away. This is equivalent to a person with a flash without cooling. In the blink of an eye, the Kuroko Cape girl has come to the sky above Marine headquarters. It is I am wearing a black robe. You see the true face. Then the eyes meet. It really is a woman. Ron opened his eyes subconsciously, and the body under the black robe was clear at a glance. Amazing. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 191. Iam's first impression of Ron. No one knew what Ron had seen, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Thumping, thumping. What a handsome man. So young. This was the first impression Iam had when he saw Ron. You're Ron and you know Marine is. The beautiful voice, without a trace of impurity, has an atmosphere of detachment from the fireworks of the world. Just one word, fairy. It is pleasing to the ear, and it will go around the beam for 3 days. However, there are some people who are so ignorant of fun. Blue blue brew. Just then Ron's phone worm rang. Ron waved at Yimu and said, wait for me. Answer the phone first. PFF. Yimu almost vomited blood. Who do you think I am? You dare to interrupt me when I'm talking, and no one dares to answer the phone for 800 years. Not only that, even if she speaks sometimes, someone's butt is on fire and they have to endure it. I didn't expect to see this Ron for the first time, and he interrupted himself because of a phone call. The pretty face under Yimu's mask was already a little sullen. As the Gorosei, 5 elders said, this Ron is an unruly man. This is Iam's second impression of Ron. The phone bug rang 3 times, and Ron answered. Hey, Marshal Ron, I'm Ryokugyu. Ryokugyu,'s rough voice came from the phone bug. Ron responded, and then asked, what the matter? Did Blackbeard do something? Yes, Blackbeard. He asked to talk to you. Ryokugyu said. What the matter? Ron didn't answer right away. Joke. If any pirate seems to talk to himself, then he will be busy. This guy Blackbeard said to ask Marine for help. After Ryokugyu finished speaking, he quietly waited for Ron's response. He had expected Ron to be furious, and he would laugh out loud. After all, for this request, it is normal to have these 2 responses. However, what Ryokugyu never expected was that Ron just said lightly, turn on the video phone bug. This, Ryokugyu thought that Ron agreed so quickly, but this was the Marshal, and he could only follow Ron's request. Moments later, Blackbeard's image was placed on a large sign in Fishman Island Plaza. Blackbeard led the entire ship cadres and appeared in the sight of all Marine. Ron put down the phone bug and turned to look at the screen behind him. It seems that Blackbeard's life is not very good recently. The whole person is haggard. It is estimated that he has been worrying about Ryokugyu's harassment. Tell me what the matter. Ron said word by word. Although Ron could not be seen from Blackbeard's eye, the video phone bug was not used here, and there was no problem in talking, because that video phone bug was used by Vice Admiral the Mole to broadcast it to Ryokugyu. Zia ha ha ha. Marshal Ron, long time. Blackbeard's mug smile suddenly appeared. Just tell me, I'm in a hurry. Ron had no interest in chatting with him. Okay, be happy, then I'll do it. Blackbeard opened his hands and continued. That guy Marco has assembled all the remnants of Whitebeard and is now heading toward Gull Island. Blackbeard paused for a moment, and seeing that Ron did not speak, he had to continue. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the only opportunity to eliminate the remnants of Whitebeard. I hope to cooperate with Marshal Ron to eliminate Marco and his party. Not interested. Say it again. Ron was annoyed when others made detour. Blackbeard was ashamed for a while. He had to speak so thoroughly, so he said again, now our pirate group is in danger, and ask Marshal Ron to send troops to help me fight Marco and others together. Blackbeard thought for a while and added, in the future, if Marshal Ron wants to get any devil fruit I teach, are willing to help. He was reminding Ron that if he died, no one will help Ron speed up the devil fruit. I have to say that Blackbeard is still very effective. It's not impossible to help you, but I have a request, Ron said slowly, revealing a subtle conspiracy in his tone. As long as you can destroy Marco, I ask you to mention it. When Blackbeard heard Ron's tone, he felt a play. It seemed that this Ron was really inseparable from his ability. It's very simple. It's not impossible for me to help you get rid of Marco, as long as I want the secret fruit. Ron's tone was unmistakable. PFF. Blackbeard only feels chi and blood attacking his heart. Ron opened his mouth like a lion, which cost him half of his life. You must know that he waited for this dark fruit for decades to take it before he can make it big, which is equivalent to cutting his future. Of course Blackbeard couldn't agree. Impossible. If this is the request, then I have never made this call. Blackbeard's face was unhappy, which could make his generation's hero show such an expression. You can see how excessive this requirement. That won't do, Ron said lightly. What does it mean? Blackbeard suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Now that things have changed, you can pretend you didn't make the call, but I can't pretend you didn't hear it. Ron suddenly issued and continued, if you don't agree, then I'll send troops now and take both of you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ron knew that Blackbeard couldn't die without the dark fruit, and his constitution was too special. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded in Blackbeard's mind, which was different from what he thought. You can think about it. I'm here to help you. If you hand over the dark fruit, then I can also help you solve Marco and his party. But if you don't hand over the dark fruit, then you will be solved together with Marco. Ron's words whirled in Blackbeard's mind. Don't you want me to continue refining the devil fruit for you? Except, I can't do it, even if others eat the dark fruit. Blackbeard roared. He originally wanted to trick Marine, but he was threatened by Ron's trick instead. Earlier, I wouldn't have told Marine about it, and I would have fought against Marco and others like that, and there was still some chance of winning. Now he is blackmailing his most important devil fruit. Kizaru, Fujitora, Kuzan. If Teach hasn't figured out how to answer after a minute, just lead the troop to join Ryokugyu and kill them all. Yes, said to the three admirals, ignoring Blackbeard at all. The naked threat. This Ron is really insidious and cunning. He not only wants to get rid of Marco, but also to break Blackbeard's lifeline. Yimu probably guessed through this dialogue that Ron was the one who wanted to use the dark fruit to hunt the devil fruit ability. Before, he could only rely on Blackbeard, but now Ron took advantage of this to take this ability master into his own hand. Can imagine the fate of Blackbeard after losing this dark fruit. He'll be useless to Ron by then, and it won't take long for Ron to get rid of him along with him. But now Blackbeard has to give up the dark fruit in exchange for a chance. The threat of Kai Guago. So vicious. This Ron is really insidious and cunning. This is Yim's third impression of Ron. Chapter 192. Blackbeard watches Ron vs Earl Yuhi. Ron hung up the phone after he finished speaking. There was no room for Blackbeard to bargain. Blackbeard was on Ryokugyu's boat with a black line on his face. 1 minute. He had to make a decision in 1 minute. Blackbeard didn't expect Ron to be so shameless. That's right, shameless. There is nothing to describe this kind of person except this word. Blackbeard considers himself to be the best among shameless. Unexpectedly, compared to Ron, he is a beginner, and Ron is a master. Although he didn't know how Ron could get the dark fruit out of his body, but Blackbeard had no doubt that Ron had this ability, and he just got this ability recently. Blackbeard doesn't know if Ron has it, or if one of his subordinates got this ability. However, this is not important. What is important is that Ron will actually do something to him in a minute, and Ryokugyu is in sight. Blackbeard looked up at Ryokugyu and found that his eyes were only on him. It seems that this time I can't run even if I want to. Ryokugyu will definitely just stare at them, and their whereabouts will continue to be exposed to Marine's supervision. Think back now. Head confrontation with Marco proposed by his subordinates or a temporary retreat. These two were much better than his own decision to ask Marine for help. Blackbeard was remorseful, and he didn't expect this guy Ron to speak loudly and with threat. It seems that this dark fruit can't be saved. Blackbeard's face is ugly, and his heart is extremely tangled. Has he been waiting for so many decades? Seeing the shock ability on the other hand, Blackbeard finally relaxes tone. It's not that there is no harvest at all. At least I have obtained the shocking fruit of my father, and I still have hope. Thinking of this, Blackbeard was about to speak when he suddenly saw Ryokugyu looking in one direction with relish. Couldn't help but look, only to find out that it was a video phone bug, and it was a call from Marine headquarters. Couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that Ryokugyu could see Ron here. This Ryokugyu only gave himself a call like a phone bug. It was really outrageous. However, before Blackbeard could get angry, he was stunned by the contents of the video. Isn't this Fishman Island? It really will be on the Yuhi soil. Blackbeard has followed Whitebeard's ship. If he has been to Fishman Island several times, he is quite familiar with the topography of it. Was immediately recognized that the current angle was the square on Fishman Island, and through the distant view, you can see the new Marine headquarters on Yuhi soil. Not only is it incredible, incredible. An island 10,000 meters below the sea surface is actually out of the Yuhi soil continent thousands of meters above the sea. What the situation? Blackbeard can't think of how to do this. And there was no Fishman Island not long ago, which means that in the past 2 days, Fishman Island was brought to the Yuhi soil continent. Could it be that Ron deliberately built an identical island in order to move all the fishmons up? This is the only reasonable explanation that Blackbeard can think of. After all, for the number of marine, it should be possible to rearrange an island as it was. Although this assumption is absurd, but there is no other way that he can see Fishman Island on the Yuhi soil continent. Blackbeard can't think of it. Ryokugyu looked at Blackbeard with a surprised look on his face. A disdainful issue is so rare. Ryokugyu completely ignored his expression when he first saw it, and Ryokugyu also thinks the same as Blackbeard. However, that didn't stop Ryokugyu from laughing at Blackbeard. See, this is what our Marshal Ron just lifted from the bottom of the sea today, Ryokugyu said with great pride. Although he didn't know exactly how, he didn't see it. Just listen to Vice Admiral the Mole. Lifted up. Blackbeard was shocked. Yes, it was brought up. Ryokugyu looked like you have never seen the world before. Blackbeard thought for a while this Ryokugyu wouldn't lie to him. This Ron was so powerful. Blackbeard could recover from the scene just now. He saw a few incredible figures on the island. It was really incredible that someone he thought he would never see again appeared there. That's right, it was Roger who was still in the Whitebeard pirate decades ago. Only this person Blackbeard can't admit wrong. This is One Piece King of Pirates. One of Blackbeard's goals now is to find what Roger left behind and become One Piece King of Pirates. So how could it be wrong? Roger, Golden Lion, Earl Yuhi, and Ron, that who is the person floating in the air? Blackbeard is confused. The entire fishman and marine watching there. You don't have much time. You have half a minute to think about it. Ryokugyu took the time to ask, and now Ron hung up just in time to fight Count Yuhi. Ryokugyu didn't want to miss a good show for a while, so he asked Blackbeard in advance. Blackbeard was still a little wobbly at first, but now he is completely frightened, because he suddenly felt as if he had misestimated Ron's rank. And it wasn't just him. It should be that all the 4 emperors had misestimated Ron's rank. Forget it. Don't talk for now. Let's talk about it after watching this battle. You are not unfamiliar with this Earl Yuhi. This guy is going to challenge Marshal Ron. You just have to take a good look. Maybe it is a lesson for you. What? Ryokugyu said earnestly. Ryokugyu was quite happy about Ron's request, and he was not unfamiliar with such a ruthless act of slaughtering people. After all, Ryokugyu, who was born in the underworld, didn't do anything like that. Ron is going to duel with Count Yuhi. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment. He would finally know what the group of people who threatened the square was watching. Although I don't know how Earl Yuhi suddenly duel with Marshal Marine, but this is not important. Just to see the true strength of this Ron. This battle will take a long time. Blackbeard thought this will give him time to take a good look at Ron's fighting style, so that he can also designate a good way to defeat him in the future. Shish, do and talk. It's time to start. Take a good look at it, or it's easy to miss it in the blink of an eye. Ryokugyu immediately speaking to Blackbeard. Chapter 193. The battle begin. Crisis. Count Yuhi's whole card. After Ron hung up the phone, he looked at IM. Atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the two of them looked at each other silently. Ron then remembered and said, "What did you just say?" PFF. IM suddenly felt his blood surge. Although the whole person was covered by a black cloak, the true face under the mask could not be seen clearly. But it is conceivable how angry a young girl who has been high for 800 years and everyone bowed her head to him is so angry at the moment. Yimu had very little contact with people. He had only been out of the castle for a few hundred years, only a few days, and it was all to clear the rebellion. Therefore, although he is actually more than 800 years old, his mental age is not really young. However, the majesty of Yimu and the imposing manner of the superior are real, which cannot be imitated. After all, the high-ranking people for so long have formed their aura bit by bit. Although IM was angry, he didn't take Ron seriously. From the beginning of the exit to the present, Yimu and Ron have only had one face-off, and his impression of Ron is only 4 points. From the very beginning of the observation hockey confrontation, Ron gave him a rogue feeling, plus Ron's behavior just now. IM's first impression of Ron was not very good. However, Yimu was born from the largest noble family in the world. As a direct descendant of Tenryubito, he was different from the Tenryubito who, controlling his emotion. IM looked at Ron again, and the relaxed voice said again, "Do you know who I am? It's been so long that you realize you haven't introduced yourself yet." Ron whispered, "Isho, HMPA, a marine marshal, dare to talk to me like that?" Yimu slowly fell from the air and said word by word, "Listen, my name is Yimu." IM didn't say her identity. She didn't believe that Ron didn't know, and introducing her identity was not something someone in her position could do. The more senior you are, the more you have your own rule. Yim can say his name, but he won't surrender his identity and say he is the boss of Tenryubito. That would be too one. What? It's IM. Sengoku, Crane, and Garp looked at each other in dismay. At first, they didn't know who this black-robed woman was, but but were amazed at her strength. It was Ron who knew her true identity from the start. "Oh, this is the legendary Supreme Commander of Tenryubito, the one above the Gorosei, 5 Elders. I didn't expect it to exist. So scary." Accompanied by Kizaru's word. On the spot, the frying pan. For Yimu's character of this level, they don't know at all, let alone contact. So, even if they hear the name of Yimu, for a while it is also difficult to associate with the boss of Tenryubito. That's right, it's her. I didn't expect her to be a woman. Result looks solemn. He knew that Marine would break with the world government sooner or later according to Ron's development trend, and the world government crusade would be inevitable at that time. However, the highest one I thought was the Gorosei 5 Elders. With the strength of the Gorosei 5 Elders, they could still fight against a few Admiral. Unexpectedly, they will come over. A person at the level of Sengoku. He knew about the existence of IM, and knew that the Gorosei 5 Elders were not the supreme rulers of the world since he became a marshal. Above him is a mysterious man named Yimu. This is what Kong told him. A mysterious man no one has ever seen, and no one knows what she looked like. Even Sengoku thought she was a man. An old man, what about? But judging from the voice just now, this is not only not an old man, but a young woman. Sengoku doesn't know that IM has lived for 800 years, and Sengoku, who is an outsider, is not qualified to know this secret even if he is a marshal. The entire world is only known to the 19 direct descendants of the Tenryubito royal family, because even in Mariajoy, the identity of IM and the king of ancient weapons are two top secret. After Sengoku's confirmation, Marine, who was present, took a deep breath. They didn't know whether Yimu's strength was strong or not, but this identity was definitely scary enough. Garp is also a little hurt, but he definitely doesn't know as much as Sengoku, except no one of Gorosei 5 Elders is qualified to meet IM, so let alone Garp. Even Sengoku and Kong have not met. This is trouble. Garp whispered. Yes, this woman's strength is unfathomable. We are definitely not her opponent. Crane's staff also frowned and said, as a woman, she knows where the upper limit of strength. In this world, the strength of women has a ceiling, and before staff he has never seen a particularly strong woman. However, the girl in front of her was definitely stronger than any of the 4 emperors. This can be felt even if there is no confrontation. It doesn't seem very peaceful today. Little friend Ron is definitely not someone who will give in. This IM is definitely here to discuss what Marine has done this time. Garp hugged his chest and said, even throwing aside the senbei he was eating just now, it must be the Gorosei 5 Elders who sued, but it seems that this IM not really trusting what the Gorosei 5 Elders said, so he came to inquire in person. Sengoku also got up from his seat. Why do you say that? The Crane staff asked in confusion. Because this Yim didn't shoot as soon as she came, but waited patiently for Ron to finish, and she could see that she was still willing to give Marine a chance. Sengoku gave his opinion. However, Garp said worriedly, but little friend Ron will not give her this fate. Just when there was a lot of discussion on the stage, someone can't wait. Yes, it. Count Yuhi. He doesn't care what I am or I am. Earl Yuhi can't wait to kill Ron and run away. But this Ron was chasing and chirping. He didn't start the competition for a long time, and he talked with the black-robed man for a while, and black-bearded Blackbeard for a while. Don't take him as a legendary pirate at all. And now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ron is talking to that black-robed woman. Count Yuhi doesn't care about the rules of the competition, so he directly took out the civet cat brush, and then drew several figures on a few leaves. He planned to make a sneak attack, quickly get rid of Ron, and then run away in the chaos. As for the gold coin, don't worry, life is more important. Leave the green hill, don't be afraid of running out of firewood. Brush the leaf fall, and several figures suddenly appear. This is Count Yuhi's sure victory. His secret move against Ron. Crowd tactic. Group fight mode. Several more familiar figures appeared in the last moment, namely Kizaru, Akainu, Kuzan, Sengoku, Garp, Kong, Roger, Golden Lion. Almost all the powerful figures that Count Yuhi is familiar with are reproduced through his brush, and completely loyal to Count Yuhi. Strength is also the body, the 9th layer. This is completely equivalent to the highest combat power in this world. Count Yuhi does not believe that this lineup can't kill Ron. As soon as a few figures appeared, Count Yuhi led them to attack Ron together. And now, Ron is still chatting with IM at noon, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Earl Yuhi raised his face. Go to hell, Ron. ... Exclamation mark. Chapter 194. IM shot. Absolute strength suppression. This lineup is really scary, and all the Marines are suddenly stunned. And they all have one thing in common. All turned their eyes to Sengoku, Garp, and others on the spectator platform, and couldn't help but be surprised. These people are still here, so who are the people below? This Count Yuhi has such ability. 2 pervert admirals who appeared at the scene. Their strength were familiar to Marine. They were all Marine's highest combat power, but now, there are exactly the same people in the audience. Not only that, but their fruit abilities are also exactly the same. The fake Kuzan, Kizaru, and Akainu on the field all used their fruit ability, and their power was not reduced at all. No, I didn't expect Earl Yuhi to have such a hand. Tashigi was shocked and worried. If it is such a lineup, then Marshal Ron is in danger. This Earl Yuhi is too despicable. No wonder he is going to fight against Marshal Ron. It turns out that he is hiding his card. Rebecca said angrily. It's okay. Even so, Earl Yuhi is not a match for the Marshal. Yamato said with great certainty. Well, Marshal Ron will win. Shirahoshi said with certainty on the side. She has no basis at all. Blindly believe. But several other women had seen the confrontation between Ron and Roger on Fishman Island. At that time, Ron solved Roger without any effort, so Ron's strength is far superior to them. To deal with these people shouldn't be difficult. Too late. It too soon. At this moment, the attack of the Fake Admiral is about to fall on Ron, and Ron was still talking to Yimu, which made everyone on the stage worry. What if Ron didn't defend himself? Just then, a stream of light flashed. Black Meowman figure was like a ghost, several flickering, and one after another phantom stayed in the air. The speed was so fast that the phantom lasted for a while before disappearing, and the first three Fake Admiral were all beaten into powder and dissipated in the air. The next moment, the girl put out her 5 fingers together, and 5 rays of light flashed on her slender fingers, bursting out suddenly on her jade-like fingertip. Wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth are intertwined, and the spirals alternate. Then they suddenly separated and rushed towards the fake Sengoku, Garp, Golden Lion, Roger, and Count Yuhi. Fast, comparable to Kizaru's 8-foot mirror. Not good, Count Yuhi secretly said, and then immediately controlled the other 444 puppets to block in front of him, and Count Yuhi turned to run away. He didn't expect that the man in black would suddenly take action, and the strength is so terrifying. From the point of view that she killed the Fake Admiral with one blow just now, this is not at the same level as herself. How did you do it? Count Yuhi didn't even see clearly. Then, it was too late. The power of the 5 elements came to them in an instant. Too fast. There is no possibility of evasion. Next, Fake Sengoku, Garp, Golden Lion, Roger 4 were penetrated by 4 rays of light, instantly turned into powder. Count Yuhi fled forward desperately, and the speed under his feet was already as fast as ultimate. Count Yuhi swears that this is his fastest moving speed, and his fighting technique is today's first lap. Earl Yuhi is confident that at this speed, no one marine can hold him. However, he still thought too much. The last force of water, tying Count Yuhi firmly. Count Yuhi was shocked. He tried all his strength, but he couldn't move a bit. How could it be true power? How could one person control so much energy at the same time? Yuhi, the Earl said unwillingly. Who the hell are you? I am turned around, and there was no chance at all for Count Yuhi's questioning. To her, Count Yuhi is not just a pirate, but an enemy. It's just as simple as that. Just like those people she has eliminated in the past 800 years. There is no difference. You're welcome. I am said something to Ron in a casual manner. Of course Ron wasn't afraid of Earl Yuhi, but Isho said, I didn't ask you to do it, so I wouldn't be polite. Ron knew what a moo meant. She was not here to help Ron eliminate this pirate. Im's actions just now are obviously a demonstration. That's right, she's giving Ron a slap in the face, so she's showing her strength a little bit. I have to say, this woman really left a deep impression on Ron, as just her performance just now made Ron admirable. Of strength far exceeds the current one. Pirates and marine are indeed the leaders of Tenryubito for 800 years. She can afford such strength. Although they are all replicas and counterfeit goods, they are also has the body, 90% of the strength. Even so, he was killed by this woman with a single trick. Don't look at the fact that I am just used it for a short time. However, anyone in the know can see, let alone Ron, that I am at an extreme time showing first a top fighting technique and then a mysterious fruiting ability. This is to tell Ron that no matter fighting technique or fruit ability, you are not my opponent. This woman is quite political. Ron couldn't help but VV Isho. Interesting. Is the first time Ron has met such a person who has the ability to dismantle himself. At this moment, Count Yuhi suddenly burst out, transforming into a vampire demon form, which seems to be another form of his zone fruit. Every zone has at least 3 forms. One is an orc, one is a beast, and one is a human. There are at least 3, and some can even achieve more form. At this moment, Count Yuhi obviously switched to the beast form. The vampire's ferocious face suddenly appeared, with blue veins bursting all over his body, and Akiba was breathtaking. In the next instant, a huge force broke away from the shackles of the water, and suddenly the whole person was like an arrow from the string. The speed is 1% faster than before. Yimu's expression changed. This person escaped her bondage, which made Yimu very unhappy and felt that his face was damaged. At this moment, Ron stretched out a hand, and suddenly Isho towards Yimu, and then suddenly a majestic gravitational force suddenly burst out. The next moment, Count Yuhi's whole body stopped in midair, and then Count Yuhi's expression changed suddenly. A chill that penetrated his heart, and his body flew towards Ron at high speed uncontrollably. Philo reminds you 3 things to read. Collection, recommendation, share. Chapter 195. I am annoyed. Ron turned against the army. It seems that your skills still need to be exercised well. Ron replied with the tone that I am just said you were welcome. At this moment, Earl Yuhi was lurking in front of Ron, as if he was immobilized in the air, unable to move. Let go of me. Count Count Yuhi said angrily. You two fight one. It's not fair. Earl Yuhi had already started to babble. He completely forgot that this was not 2-on-1 at all, and two people took turns to abuse him. Yuhi's word. Ron couldn't help but said, fair. Do you think I'm a fair person? HMPH. I didn't expect Marine to be so shameless. Count Yuhi knew that he had no hope of escaping, and spoke more recklessly. Master Yimu, do you think I'm shameless? Ron smiled and looked at I.M. Rogue girl turned her face away immediately. She was still thinking about her own mistake just now, but not only did she not let Ron know about the disapproval, but Ron seized the opportunity to give her a disapproval. Although I.M. looked calm now, she was surprised by Ron's tactic just now. Count Yuhi's rank through his own actions just now. Yim has a general understanding of it. Definitely one of the top 10 people she has met over the years. For ordinary people, it is already the pinnacle of existence, and there are absolutely a handful of pirates who can break free from the control of her 5 elements. I didn't expect such a person to be so vulnerable in front of Ron. Like a chicken, take it from the air. And she couldn't see through Ron's ability. 800 years of wind and rain. Amu has never seen anything, but it's the first time I've seen a means like Ron. What do you want to do? I said, if you choose to challenge me, then you have to be prepared to accept the worst outcome. Earl Yuhi suddenly noticed that Ron's eyes changed, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. With a crisp sound, Earl Yuhi's neck was broken. No one thought that Ron would kill him directly. For Ron, a pirate is a pirate unless there is a need for an edict. There is no distinction between good and evil. You just killed him like this. It broke the program. Yimu didn't expect Ron to kill him directly. You must know that she just controlled Earl Yuhi, not killed him. Because Yimu knows that Marine needs to go through several procedures to catch the pirate and then go to the underwater prison. It's not going to kill you directly. There are no more vacancies in the underwater prison. Ron said lightly. Trust you. I am really wanting to scold him. He's too shameless, and if you make excuses, why don't you have snack? Find a decent excuse. When will there be no place in the underwater prison? Even if I have never been involved in Marine's affairs, she also knows that Marine's underwater prison is specially designed for the big pirate has prepared a layer of prison, and it is very big, and it is impossible to have it. So many pirates with such strength are locked inside. There are only a few pirates like Count Yuhi. How can they fill the sick floor of the underwater prison? In fact, this Earl Yuhi was really unlucky, and Ron didn't intend to kill him. But today, this IM came to dismount, and Ron really couldn't let it go. She succeeded, and he wanted to fight against the army. Sure enough, Yimu was really stunned. This Ron was actually so ruthless. At this moment Ron was already a shameless and ruthless person in her heart, and there is no less than his own strength. Blue blue blue. Just when I am thinking about how to proceed with the first topic, suddenly Ron's phone worm rang again. It's a minute. Ron looked at his watch and knew it was Blackbeard call. Wait a minute, I'm on the phone. Ron waved his hand to IM and said, hurry up. Yimu was speechless. She was used to Ron's unruly playing card. Originally, she came to question Ron aggressively, but now she has forgotten what to say. The momentum dropped by half. That's why Yim will use Earl Yuhi to give Ron a slap in the face. Unexpectedly, it still failed. The next moment, Blackbeard's face appeared on the big screen again. How about it? Have you considered it? In fact, Ron already knew Blackbeard's answer. Surely he would agree, otherwise he would not have called within a minute. Moreover, according to Blackbeard's character, he has no reason to refuse. Ron expected that Blackbeard must still be forbearing and then make a comeback. But what he didn't know was that Ron would not give him this chance. Okay, I promise you, but how can you take out my dark fruit? Blackbeard didn't, but he wanted to confirm whether Ron was going to kill him to take the fruit. If so, then there was no need for cooperation. Anyway, it was a death. Don't worry about this. You can't die. I happen to have such a person here. Ron glanced at Yamato and said. Yamato was stunned, and on his pretty face it seemed that I didn't know I had this ability. Second point, when will the troop be sent to destroy Marco? They are coming soon. Blackbeard said solemnly. This deal was a blood loss for him, but he had no choice. Already on the way. Ron gestured to Kizaru with his eyes, and Kuzan immediately reconcile with Ryokugyu. Then, the two figures disappeared instantly, galloping away into the distance. Hang up the phone. Ron said to Yamato, you go to Blackbeard, and I will give you the method later. Then he said to Fujitora, you are responsible for protecting Yamato. Don't let Blackbeard go back. Remember that guy is unreliable. Yes. Fujitora groaned, and then a boulder under his feet rose into the air. Marshal Ron. Yamato was about to speak when Ron reached out and interrupted. Yamato still doesn't know how she can get the dark fruit. The one she picked up 10,000 meters under the sea before. The devil fruit has not yet worked, which makes Yamato very puzzled. Now Ron asks her to get the dark fruit again. What should I do? You go first. I'll take care of something here. Ron gave a consoling look. Then he turned to look at Yimu and said, are you interested in going together? Just take a stroll and stay in. Isn't it boring in the castle? Ron just said it casually. Chapter 196. Yimu was kidnapped. Daihua's Gorosei, 5 elder. What are you talking about, Mr. Yim? him. At this moment, Mariajoy, the highest branch of the world government, the always calm Gorosei, 5 elders, panic. You say it again. Slow down. The fat Gorosei, 5 elders said with a grim face and a frown. The masked Zero also said incredulously, Sir, I am and Ron left together. You see clearly. Gorosei, 5 elders confirmed again and again. Because it's impossible to think about this matter, and I didn't even come home, and Lord Yimu is obviously going to be held accountable, so why did he suddenly leave with Ron? Also, the question of where they went is puzzling. It's more like a fantasy than. At least the Gorosei, 5 elders are puzzled and unbelievable, but they think they know Lord I am the most. She is a ruthless, mysterious woman. No one has escaped from her. What method did this Ron use, and how could he have not been killed by Lord Yimu? See clearly, it is absolutely true. They have just left. This Zero is wearing a gear. He can still feel the puzzlement under his mask. If he hadn't seen it with his own eye, he wouldn't believe that Lord Yim would have followed Ron. Quote, where did they go? Gorosei, 5 elders stood up and asked. He thought it was more important to find out where Ron went, rather than why Lord Yimu went with Ron. This, hesitant. Come on, what are you talking about? The Gorosei, 5 elders were visibly impatient. I don't know. They disappeared in one fell swoop and can't be seen at all. In fact, he was also very helpless, which would have been a dereliction of duty. What a piece of shit. You guys are getting worse and worse, and it's useless at all. Gorosei, 5 elders holding the sword said solemnly, completely ignoring that he was scared back when he went to Marine headquarters. What should we do? Now we don't know where Lord Yimu went. What should we do if we are caught in danger? Few Gorosei, 5 elders weren't really worried about I am in any danger. They were afraid that I am would be plotted against Ron by the despicable villain. Then Tenryubito is going to the greatest asylum. That's what the Gorosei, 5 elders are worried about. After all, without a mom, Tenryubito could not have existed for 800 years. Be more people on the sea than Tenryubito, so there will be more strong people than Tenryubito, but they have always been unorganized. Otherwise, if they attack Marijo and Lord Yimu sits in the town, Tenryubito will definitely be wiped out. Quote, no, I think this is Lord Im's plan. One of the Gorosei, 5 elders said suddenly, as if realizing something. How to say this? The other 4 looked back at him with puzzled expression. According to my understanding, this Ron is also a strong person. Lord Yimu may not be able to subdue him for a while, or Lord Yimu is afraid that the aftermath of the battle will affect Mariajoy, so he will deliberately lure this little bastard away. This Gorosei, 5 elders is my smartest look, said with oath. Fuck, it made sense. Several of the other Gorosei, 5 elders didn't say it, but the word flooded their hearts at the same time. Because Lord Yimu is in their heart, that is a godlike existence. So, only this explanation makes sense. It is worthy of being the smartest Gorosei, 5 elders. He is very powerful, and the rest of them all show admiration, which make this Gorosei, 5 elders very useful. Only that Zero Feet's face is not like this, because he has seen the whole process, but the situation is obviously not that Lord Yimu wants to attract Ron, but Ron invites Yimu to leave together. This is a conspiracy. It can only be Ron's conspiracy, but this Zero dare not say it. After all, it is obviously unwise to anger the Gorosei, 5 elders at this time and throw cold water on their head. A fool would do that. Then let's wait for the news that Ron was killed. Gorosei, 5 elders laugh atly, looking like he was winning. As to whether he ever thought that I am would lose, that is absolutely impossible. The probability that Yimu will lose is the same as giving Yuhiland a train. Absolutely impossible. At least what these 555 old men think. Then let's prepare to attack the remaining forces of Marine now. When Ron is dead, they are a rabble. At that time, we will just use the Marine trained by Ron for our own use. That's right, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and you can get the excellent Marines effortlessly. The more the old men talked, the more excited they became. After all, the current Marine is not the same as the previous one. Whether it is combat power, or equipment and military spending, it is a qualitative leap. Gorosei, 5 elders have been greedy for a long time. Okay, we'll do it right away. Deploy, as soon as there is news of Ron's death. Action. But these Marines, including these Admiral, are all sincere to Ron, and I'm afraid we won't be able to do it well. One of the Gorosei, 5 elders, who is the one with the sword, is relatively calm, and because he is cowardly, he will be very cautious. Don't worry, without Ron they're just a mess of sand. That's right, they are really faking power these days. With Ron's power, they are going too far. These old men actually criticize some of Marine's action, but because they couldn't accurately estimate Ron's strength, they didn't act rashly. After all, these 5 guys are all human beings. Won't do it. Especially that kid Kuzan, who dared to erect a wall between Mariajoy and Marine headquarters a while ago. Ice wall. That's outrageous. The madness is extremely mad. A few guys have started to turn over the old accounts here, and the more they think about it, the more angry they are. They can't wait to put these things right now. Admiral slapped him on the spot. Don't say it. Let's prepare quickly. After all, Lord Yimu's strength will not last long, and the news of Ron's death will come. Yes, get ready. The Gorosei, 5 elders collective got busy. Only this Zero. This This is embarrassing. After all, he knows that things don't seem to be what these Gorosei 5 elders think. Quote. The first 97. Ron's salty pig hand. Yimu's rage. A battle that is about to start. You really followed me. Ron had a headache for a while. He was just polite, but he didn't expect this I am to come after him. The reason I followed was to see if you were what the Gorosei 5 elders said. Yimu said indifferently. Ron didn't come directly to Blackbeard. He had other things to deal with. That is to send Akainu back. This guy has been sitting on this low turtle for far too long. Although Ron wanted to give Akainu some exercise, Marine was seriously short of people right now, especially when he was about to attack Blackbeard and Big Mom. I can't leave such a fighting force alone. Akainu is really unlucky. He is already short-tempered, and because of Ron's slow-moving turtle, he loses his temper less often. As a result, this turtle is not vegetarian and has a small temper. The more angry Akainu is, the slower it will walk. This drives Akainu crazy. Main reason is that the Disilo is too heavy, and this behemoth cannot be pulled by a warship at all. In addition, these two tortoises are angry and only walk a little every day. So, Akainu hasn't come very far now. But Ron can't wait any longer. There's a lot to deal with lately, a lot of trouble. After locking Golden Lion back into the underwater prison, Ron came to the sea where Akainu was located. Yim followed Ron to see the underwater prison again. This was the first time they came to this kind of place. I didn't expect the underwater prison to be so luxury, although it is a bit wrong to use this word to describe the prison, but Yim can only think of this word. At Ron's suggestion, Magellan made major changes to the underwater prison 3 times. Because of the Golden Lion jailbreak, Ron redesigned it to avoid this happening in the future. Is this underwater prison always like this? Yim couldn't help but ask, for she, who has been living in the castle all the time, house girl, little is known about the outside world. Don't look at her over 800 years. In fact, she has never been to anywhere except, no, this is just remodeled by our Marshal Ron. Deputy Warden Domino said that although she didn't know who this black-robed woman was, her words had a magic power that made people unconsciously want to answer. This is out of Yimu's material. Looking at Ron again, although this person is very shameless, he is also very reliable as a marine marshal. Came to Akainu with Ron. At this moment, this might soldier is on the bow and the two turtles don't know what they are talking about, complaining. Anyway, Turtle doesn't understand and doesn't pay attention to him. Akainu Admiral, here comes Marshal Ron, the lieutenant said. Akainu didn't open observation hockey at all because he was obsessed with talking with Luo, so he didn't pay attention. When I suddenly heard my subordinate say this, I immediately, here comes the spirit. These days, Akainu's character has been worn out. Marshal Ron, this is. Akainu saw the black-robed man at first sight and asked for unknown reason. She is Yimu. This is not important. It has nothing to do with you. Ron paused and said, do you want to go back to Marine? Of course, the job of escorting the spoils is too boring. Akainu's torture is going crazy. After all, to him, the most important thing is fighting a war is definitely not such a boring job. Of course, there have been a lot of pirates recently who want to take over the Grand Disilo, and these outlaws had no idea that there was an admiral on board. The results have come and gone. Ron told Akainu at the time that if anyone came to loot, they would kill him directly. Akainu was shocked in his heart. Although he had never seen it, he had heard of it. This is the supreme ruler of the world government. It turned out to be. Ron's mouth became an unimportant person. And how could Yimu appear here? Still with Marshal Ron. You must know that the relationship between their marine and the world government is not friendly now. The two sides have been good without fighting. How can they get along so friendly? The first time Akainu saw Immortal, he didn't know what kind of person he was, but one thing he knew very well, he could be a character on the top of the world, and his strength was at least above Gorosei 5 elders. Otherwise, why would those old guys be willing to bow their heads and be courtiers? But what if I leave this ship? Akainu stopped going to CIM. He knew this was not a level he could reach. Why don't Borsalino come? Akainu thought about it for a while and said, he is just, I can't stand Kizaru 1010's leisurely look everywhere, so I have to discuss him. Ron shook his head helplessly. He must have angered Akainu again when Kizaru passed by here 2 days ago. These two guys are really, no, you all go back to your warships now. Don't keep this one. People. Akainu, you led these people to Ryokugyu's place. As for where he is, you contact yourself. Ron said lightly, then walked slowly to the front of the huge going mat, turned to Yimu and said, don't stand there. Do you want to stay here alone? You find a way to move the ship. Even without using perspective, Ron can guess what Im's expression looked like. Probably looked like an idiot. After all, the Grand Disilo is no smaller than an island at all. Why don't you help me lift it up? Ron laughed, thinking beautiful. I won't help you. Im frowned, but still came to Ron's side. But the next scene made Yimu instantly angry. I saw Ron put a hand on her shoulder. This is absolutely unforgivable. No one dared to touch her in 80 years. I am on fire. Ron didn't think so much. He just wanted to bring a piece of Horizon with Im. Bang! A huge force burst from the shoulders, directly shaking Ron's hand away. Then 5 streams of light, like wandering dragon, came out from Yimu's body, accompanied by bursts of low voices, and wraps around the body. Let go of your hand. Chapter 198. This TM is the world of the strong. As expected of a woman, she changed her face so fast. Ron secretly said he didn't want to have any conflict with this IM. After all, Ron's intuition told him that IM and the Tenryubito is different, and she didn't come here with hostility. I am more to see if this Ron really, as Tenryubito said, had established his own business and betrayed the world government. After all, this is a major matter concerning Marine, and IM can't handle it so sloppily. Ron, unreasonable actions did not make this IM really angry. Even when Gorosei 5 elders said that Marine might be out of the control of the world government, I am not angry. On the contrary, Ron touched her just now, which made Yimu's anger suddenly peak, and it exploded right out. Ron was about to say something, but IM didn't give him a chance to speak at all. After all, no one has ever touched Yimu, not even anyone who has seen her true face, except her dead mother. Afterward, the 5 dragons were like armor, and the power of the 5 elements was controlled by Yimu like a part of the body. Ron dodged a few times, dodging the Jinchuriki column of the galloping fire, and at the same time, several large fireballs fought back instantly. IMVV was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this Ron to control the fire. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment, and Yimu stretched out his hands and made an upward lift. Immediately, the whole sea surface rose up. The power of the 5 element, water. Yimu can control the water at will. The whole sea surface is like a piece of cake, and a large piece is cut off abruptly, and the water shape is not scattered, and the whole cut is neatly flying into the sky. Immediately afterward, Yimu's hands were heavy, more than 1,000 pounds, and a mountain-sized amount of water fell directly from the sky. This huge force is indistinguishable from taking pictures on a cement board. For ordinary people, it has long been photographed as a pie. Ron immediately used the power of Heavenly Path to push the battleship of Akainu and others away in an instant, keep them out of combat range. Afterward, the hands were also suitable, and the whole person stood on the deck without moving at all, without avoiding at all. Jinchuiki column rose from around Chi's body, more than 10 meters in thickness, and all of them were created out of thin air, not mobilized from the sea at all. With Ron's chakra, it doesn't matter whether there is a sea or not for him. He can create a sea by himself. Water Jinchuriki column is like a giant dragon. 1, 2, 3, 3. Finally, hundreds of thousands rushing towards the sky densely. Bang! Like a bullet, it penetrated the huge water curtain in the air. The first, the second, and then hundreds of them together. The entire sky suddenly turned into a mist of water, and 1 meter of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shot down, turning into their rainbows, colorful and colorful. The rain is pouring down continuously. Fire dissipated, and then 2 figures disappeared at the same time. On the ground of pure gold, 2 feet were stepped out, 1 big and 1 small. Yimu won't stay under his fury. Well, of course she won't get used to her. Bang! The mighty armament hockey directly bumps into each other. The invisible armor reached the ultimate, and the 2 armaments overflowed. Under such an impact, their fists didn't even touch. But there is a distance of 1 meter, and in the middle is armament hockey of the 2. It's so terrifying. Ron's expression changed. It was not fear, but surprise. He had never seen anyone who could match him in the use of hockey. I didn't expect that there really exists in this world, and it's a woman. This is even more incredible. Boom! A loud bang. Armament collided violently in the air, making a deafening sound, resounding through the sky, shocking the world. The space visible to the naked eye was distorted, and then turned into a space break, and the dislocated space could be clearly seen from the 2 of them. What kind of power can do this? The huge impact had nowhere to be vented, and spread out to the surrounding at the same time as the collision. An incomparably powerful force erupted in this narrow sea area. That's right, it's a narrow sea area. For this force is indeed too great. It is not something that can be digested here. Layers of air ripples spread out around the 2 fists, advancing layer by layer. Bursts of sonic booms like thunder, causing the surrounding sea kings to retreat. No ability was used. It was a collision between the body and armament, and the sea water fell on the 2 of them. The sea water that was originally the nemesis of the devil fruit seemed to have no effect, or this was the result of the collision after the sea water weakened the 2 of them. The power. Akainu was stunned from a distance. Although he didn't know why the 2 fought, he was glad that Ron pushed their warships out immediately. Otherwise, just like this, except for him, all Marines on the ship will be shocked to death, and they will die on the spot. Too strong. This has surpassed Akainu's cognition. I saw Roger and Golden Lion battle through video phone bug before. This scene and the 2 in front of them are simply incomparable. It's 108,000 miles away. However, this is the first blow. It's just an appetizer. After the 2 fists collided for a moment, both of them were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the other strength to be so strong. Afterward, they seemed to have finally reacted, and their bodies did not move. The second punch was thrown violently. Boom! The surrounding sea water suddenly set off a wave of 100 meters high, % stronger than before, and Ron didn't even know how the opponent's petite body body could produce such strength. The entire sea suddenly became violent, like an underwater volcano erupting. Monstrous waves continue to devour all around, but fortunately there are no islands around, otherwise all the residents on the islands will be swallowed by the tsunami, and there will be no way to survive. Bang! The third punch. Boom! The fourth punch. Boom! The fifth punch. The speed of the punch is getting faster and stronger. The sound of the collision became louder and louder, and it was hard to imagine that the two of them wanted to punch each other abruptly while standing on the boat. The most brutal and violent way. Marine in the distance even had to cover her ear. The first 99. You let me go. A battle full of ambiguous. I am in shock at this moment. She has never met such a strong man in 80 years. No wonder the Gorosei 5 elders would risk being scolded to call themselves out. A strength like Ron is simply not something that Gorosei 5 elders can fight against. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already delivered hundreds of punches, and they were all head to head, not evading at all. Yuhi Han, who even looked beautiful, can actually fight against Ron to this extent. Not only was I am shocked by Ron's strength, but Ron was also surprised by Im's strength. In terms of pure strength, this woman did not lose to him. However, there was no result in the fight, and at the moment Yimu threw his fist again, Ron suddenly turned his fist into a palm. Just a second before Yimu was about to hit Ron, Ron grabbed Yimu's fist. Start. The release is extremely smooth. It is hard to imagine that the powerful force just now came from such a small hand. Ron even pinched it subconsciously, completely instinctive. Yimu's anger rose again. Let go. Yimu stopped attacking and tried to pull out his hand, only to find that Ron was firmly grasping his hand like a pair of iron pliers. Stop fighting. Stop, Ron said lightly, still not letting go. He was very busy today. If this Yimu continued to make trouble like this, Ron could win, but it would be difficult to get rid of her in a short time. This delays Ron's plans for today. If you say you don't fight, you won't fight. Yimu frowned. This guy didn't know why he was angry at all. Let me go, or I will kill you. Yimu threatened. In fact, she found that she couldn't draw her hand, so she started to use scare people. In fact, she is not sure if she can kill Ron. At least in terms of strength, it is difficult to tell the winner, but Yim still believes that she can win. If I let you go, you are not allowed to fight. Do you hear? Ron's tone was not very serious. Let go of it first. Yimu didn't move. He lowered his head and said. Ron saw that I had no intention of resisting, so he let go. Unexpectedly, the moment Ron let go, the woman's face immediately changed. With a direct blow, the whip leg swept over, and the target was Ron's neck. Maybe it's too hasty. This blow doesn't have much power. At the same time, Ron raised his right hand and placed it exactly where Yimu's leg kicked. Who grabbed Im's ankle again? Im was speechless. How could she have forgotten about Ron's move? And now it's good that she bumped into it again. Ron shook his head lightly and said, shut up and let me go. Yimu said angrily, but how powerless it sounded to be her own anger. This is completely his own carelessness. It is normal for Ron to hold him just now. Do you think I would still believe it? But I was very disobedient just now. Ron said with a smile. I don't know why, but this smile is so annoying in Yimu's eye. Kind of. A particularly awkward feeling. But Im knew that the most important thing now was how to get Ron to let go, so that she could continue to think of ways to attack Ron. Okay, so far, I won't attack again. Really? I don't believe it. Only now did Ron know how irritating Sister Lu's words were, because as soon as he said it, he saw Yimu's character instantly turn blue. Looks like he's going to kill. Part of the reason was that Im was so embarrassed and so close to Ron, especially his own feet still in Ron's hand. There are naked legs under the black robe, so Ron is now grabbing directly on her ankle. Made Yimu more angry than touching her shoulder and hand just now. Put it down. I swear as Tenryubito. That's it. Yimu had to say. She really couldn't stand this posture. That is, now the black robe was blocking her face, otherwise she would still see a trace of Yuhi's dizziness from this 800-year-old face. Tenryubito, you might as well swear to the lamp. I don't even believe the punctuation that Tenryubito said. Ron said lightly, and at the same time glanced at him, and inadvertently saw the slender feet. Suddenly, he turned around and looked carefully for a while. This, Ron didn't know how to describe it for a while to pass the trial. White and translucent, there was even a kind of suet and jade-like smoothness. Hold it in your hand. It's that kind of feeling that will melt away at any time. 555 lovely toes. The 5 characters of wind, fire, thunder, water and soil are written in the same 5 colors. Exactly the same as Yimu's fingernails, but it has a different flavor. In short, it looks several times better than manicure. What are you looking at? Let go. Yimu even broke her voice lightly. Who could have imagined how embarrassed she, a mysterious person who actually ruled the world government for 800 years, was at the moment. Let go. Waiting for you to attack. Do you see me as someone who made the same mistake twice? Ron looked back and said softly. At this moment, he really has no idea of killing Yimu. As for the reason, okay, I'll give you a chance. I didn't want to kill you. After Yim finished speaking, the sky was raging with gusts of wind, covered with dark cloud, and thunder and lightning. The whole sky suddenly darkened. The clear sky was blocked by dark cloud, and with the constant friction of the cloud, one after another of lightning continued to hover in the air. Immediately afterward, Yimu's eyes were suddenly filled with thunder and lightning, as thin as a gossamer kept beating in those big eyes. The next moment, Yimu suddenly moved towards the depths of the sky. The Snow White saw catfish, and then grasped the void. The thunder in the sky seemed to be pulled, and the next moment suddenly threw it towards Ron. Thousands of thunder and lightning gathered together, turned into a thunder dragon, and attacked Ron with a ferocious face. Corners of Ron's mouth rose involuntarily. This trick was too familiar to him. Isn't this the Kirin of the second 2 Jinchuriki column? The principle is the same, but Yim is much smarter than the second 2 Jinchuriki column. Control the celestial phenomena without spitting fireballs into the air. This power of heaven and earth, natural power, is quite spectacular. Covered by dark cloud, the dark sky is illuminated once again. The thunder dragon suddenly opened its mouth and attacked Ron. Ron's eyes froze. Bang! The mighty power of thunder suddenly collapsed, turning into a light and dissipating in the air. I am done. Chapter 200. Despite your resistance, today I will kiss enough. How is it possible? I am not a believer in evil. Waving to the sky again, thunder strikes seemed to be summoned, gathering from all directions again. This time, the circling thunder dragon was even bigger, and the next moment, it fell directly from the sky. Although it is an energy body, it gives people a heavy and oppressive feeling like a massive mountain. Go to hell. A coquettish drink. One could hear a trace of shame and anger. After all, in this public place, being grabbed by a man's ankle is something everyone will feel ashamed of. Okay, if Yimu still had a chance to survive the first blow just now, then now, Yimu is showing no mercy. She didn't know where Ron's limit was, so she had to fight her own limit. Boom. Why is the thunder rolling? The huge force even split the sea in two, completely contrary to common sense. Under the scorching high temperature, the transpiring seawater is extremely hot, and the marine life in this sea area does not know the number of casualties. Lasted for a full minute, and the thunder in the sky dissipated. However, if you look closely, there are still a lot of threads of electric light in the sky that have not yet drifted away. The sky is full of mist, obscuring the sea of cloud. Even if you are close at hand, you can't see each other clearly. The noon sun penetrated the dark clouds and shot down directly, skipping the layers of water mist, turning into colorful rays of light. The backdrop of the going ship, it is like a dream. Such a beautiful scenery. Yimu smiled proudly, and then his red lips were lightly open, and a faint fragrance was sprayed from his mouth. He lifted the veil and blew the mist in front of him. In her heart, even without observation hockey, she could imagine that the other party must become a Kurozumi. However, she had to see it with her own eye. However, at the moment when the mist dissipated, Ron's delicate face suddenly appeared in front of her eye. Close. A burst of breath came to my face. Not become Kurozumi. Even the hair on his body was not messed. One hand still holds the slender jade. Im's flexibility is still very strong. Both are almost 180 degrees now. Ron looked at the pretty face in front of him. His skin was as smooth as a lily, and his hair was like an orchid. Unconsciously, he tapped Zuyuhi with the tip of his lip. Ron swears that although he is scumbag, ! Only this time he couldn't help it. It really wasn't intentional. Even though Ron was not a single-minded man, he didn't develop to the point of doing frivolous things in this situation. Just now, it was really what I was in love with. It was really hard to control. It was the atmosphere. No wonder Ron. The girl was stunned by Vivi at first, and seemed to be taken away by the feeling she had never felt before. Then his brows wrinkled, his complexion suddenly changed, and it was as cold as frost. The agile eyes lifted instantly and looked at Ron fiercely. As the touched place gradually separated, the temperature centered on Amu dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, it dropped to freezing point, and the mist that was still in the sky just now turned into tiny smoothies and fell into the sea one after another. If I am promised Ron not to do it just now, there is still the slightest possibility. Well, now, it's really a dead end. Feeling the murderous aura coming from the other party, it was extremely strong. Ron was ashamed, and sure enough, there was a knife on the head of the color. Wasn't it just a kiss? Girl let out a coquettish shout. The clouds and thunder in the sky reunited again, and it turned into a gust of wind directly, taking advantage of Ron's absence to get rid of the shackle. Dissipated in the air. Fuck. Awaken. Ron's first reaction was to lock Yim's position first. Even if it turns into smoke, observation hockey can feel it. Then, before Ron could look for it, Yimu appeared again, wearing a cape and thunder, using earth as armor, water and fire as blade. I knew that Ron could not be hurt by the power of heaven and earth, but through her discovery, Ron's fighting the technique doesn't overpower itself too much. With the buffs that come with Fruit Awakening, it's not impossible to fight. At this moment, Yimu has completely forgotten what his purpose was, and now she is wanting to kill Ron. Don't ask why. That man is, but it's a little too soon. The flowing water blade in the left hand is as thin as a cicada's wing. Under the cover of armament hockey, it is as translucent and beautiful as a black gem. It is really a murderous artwork. Blade in the right hand is like a substance, and it is extremely hot. The flame of ultimate has been compressed layer by layer, and it has already broken through the temperature of ordinary flame. Even the scorching sun in the sky sci-fi can compete with each other. That the black-robed girl suddenly turned into a double-knife assassin. Wind and Thunderwing hissed behind his back and came to Ron in the blink of an eye. Swish! The sharpness of the two sharp knives even Ron would not dare to block at will. This made Ron have to take it seriously. The jet black armor instantly spread all over the body, and the arrow of Indra appeared out of thin air in his hand, which was now used by Ron as a blocking weapon. Bang! The violent shock spread all around, and the monstrous waves were set off again. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novel. No piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. However, that water blade did not stand still at all. PFF. The water blade as thin as a cicada's wings actually cut off the arrow of faith in Indra. Ron's expression changed. This was the first time he encountered this in this case. Can the arrow of Indra be cut off? However, the current situation cannot allow him to think too much because his cheeks have already felt the chill of the sword light. At the critical moment, Ron quickly stretched out his right hand and directly covered the blade. The majestic chakra was continuously transformed. In order not to have the situation just now, Ron's chakra poured out wildly. Under such uncontrolled energy, the toughness of Susano's armor repeatedly exceeded the upper limit, and kept rising. Bang! The water blade finally stopped. The face of Susano's armor was like Iron Man's armor, and the mechanical layers were open, revealing Ron's still handsome face, but at the moment it was also covered with a layer of frost. Just now, Yimu was just using an assassination move. No matter how good-tempered Ron is, he should be angry, not to mention that Ron has a bad temper. Immediately after, Ron looked at Yimu and said in a deep voice, "Since the sword has been drawn, then we must be responsible for any possible defeat. Today, I'm going to kiss enough. I Admiral of the Navy Fishing at Work." Chapter 201-220. Chapter 201. Marco's mysterious reinforcement. I don't know how long the monstrous battle between the two lasted. Anyway, Akainu has already arrived at Ryokugyu with a warship. "Why are you here? What about the others?" Fujitora looked left and right. He remembered that Kizaru and Kuzan should be coming, and he didn't hear that Akainu was coming, because just now, Kuzan just finished the phone call with Ryokugyu, first to confirm Ryokugyu's location, and also to convey Ron's order. Main thing is to destroy Marco and his party, and then let them come back to help Fujitora and Yamato take out the dark root. They don't know how to get it out. Ryokugyu also asked, but Kuzan only said one sentence, "I don't know either." That's what Marshal Ron ordered. The harmed Ryokugyu looked at Blackbeard with malicious intent just now, which made Blackbeard feel a chill in his heart. Ryokugyu was thinking about whether he dissected Blackbeard first and then took out the fruit. Anyway, he has never seen anyone who can take out a devil fruit, so he can only think. However, now that Kizaru and Kuzan didn't come, Akainu came instead, which was embarrassing. Who knows if this kid ran out to grab the mission without authorization, so Ryokugyu was very vigilant. Aren't many tasks that can be a little challenging for Marine right now, so I finally got one, and several admirals are watching. The past few weeks, Ryokugyu has not learned anything else, but he has acquired a lot of anti-fraud skills. 1010 bullied him before these old fritters. Simple, of bad. Main performance is to deceive, resulting in a lot of tasks that should belong to him being robbed by some people headed by Kizaru. Ryokugyu lives in a relatively simple underworld society. Where can these things happen? The twisted intestine, especially Kizaru's shameless, always come to grab the mission. Ryokugyu has been pranked several times. Result, he doesn't believe a single punctuation mark that Kizaru said. So now, Ryokugyu thought that Akainu was the same as Kizaru and tricked him to go away, and then waited here for the two of Kuzan and went on a mission with them. That what asked. Akainu looked puzzled and said in his heart, "Is it because I have been out of the organization for too long? Why is Ryokugyu this expression? HMPH, I see what you say. Now I'm invincible. No matter what accuse you use, I won't be fooled." Ryokugyu folded his arms and looked directly at Akainu. "I came here on the order of the Marshal to carry out the mission with you." Although Akainu doesn't know why Fujitora's face is on guard, he just thinks that he has been escorting the Grand Disolo for too long and is isolated from the world, so it may not be suitable for him. Still, Akainu returned to the vine. Fujitora suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Your method is too outdated. Kizaru has already used it for this reason. You can't try to deceive the mission from me. It's enough to destroy the Whitebeard remnants this time. No more. You should go back. You have committed the sequelae of animal fruit." Akainu looked at Fujitora like an idiot and sat a little further away in disgust. "I still want to hide it as useless. Can you please stay away from me? I'll call Marshal Ron before you leave, and you'll be exposed by then. It's a shame. I advise you not to call now. Maybe Marshal Ron doesn't have time to answer your call. Maybe it's easy to get caught. The two of them are here to relieve their boredom, so you come to me and finally wait for Kizaru and Kuzan." "Oh Akainu, why are you here? Did you convince that turtle?" Kizaru's mean expression, matched with his tone, was really maddening. saying, HMPH, I don't have time to talk to you, so hurry up and report the location of Marco and the others, and I can go alone. Akainu turned his head and said in a deep voice, Yo-yo, that's not good. This mission didn't prepare your position. The three of them are just right. The two guys, Kizaru and Akainu, seem to be facing each other. Contrary, Kuzan is the type who doesn't care. Stop arguing, the four of you together. Let's fight quickly. Don't disturb my sleep. Blackbeard dropped his jaw in shock. In front of the four Admiral, even if it is a generation of heroic Blackbeard, he is a little guilty. After all, he is still fledgling, and he is still a long way from the four Emperors. I said, why do you decide quickly? Marco will be over in a while. Blackbeard didn't want them to spread to his own Skull Island, so the farther away the better, to intercept Marco as soon as possible. Akainu suddenly turned his head to look at Blackbeard. He could see clearly the scenes of the war on the top. This Blackbeard was definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. Better to kill him now. This will save you trouble later. Akainu's eyes were understood by everyone present, and Blackbeard's subordinates entered a state of battle in an instant. Shiryu of the Rain even drew his weapon. Blackbeard also took a half-step cautiously. Then he looked at Akainu and said, you'd better not act rashly, but I negotiated with your marshal. Akainu glanced sideways at Kuzan and nodded affirmatively. Only then did he put away his aura, and then he stopped looking at Blackbeard. This man is the type of person Akainu hates the most. They are complete opposite. One is righteous to the extreme, the other is evil to the extreme. Just then, a Marine suddenly ran over with a phone bug. Looking at the 444 officers, all of them are still the highest Admiral, and for a while I don't know who to report to. A dilemma. Ryokugyu grabbed the phone bug and said to the other side, did you find Marco's group? Yes, Ryokugyu Admiral. Marco and his party have been discovered. How much exactly? Ryokugyu asked. The soldier looked through the binoculars for a moment before saying, probably those who ran out of Marineford not long ago. Just ask him to report the location. Akainu said impatiently, just to the south of the island. Wait, there's a big cat and a big dog on board. The soldier suddenly exclaimed, oh, the fur tribe. Kuzan let out a cool breath and said slowly, Chapter 202. Four admirals come out to solve the battle in an instant. Let go together. Kuzan turned to look at the other three and said, if the fur tribe is really recruited as a helper, then if three admirals come out, the efficiency is still not fast enough. They don't have so much time to wait. Or four faster. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded. Then the four figures suddenly disappeared in place. Speed was so fast that only a few spots of light were left in the air. Moment later, at the port on the north side of Skull Island, Marco and others landed on the island. At this moment, Nekomamushi suddenly said, this position seems to have a fighting atmosphere. Duke Inuarashi frowned and nodded. Although he was very disdainful of Nekomamushi, he still didn't dare to be careless about. After all, the person they are going to deal with this time is the notorious Blackbeard. Especially this guy is a sinister person. Marco nodded and said, everyone, be careful. This time I would like to thank the boss of Nekomamushi and the Duke of Inuarashi, Ni, for coming and wishing me a helping hand. You're too polite. Whitebeard is kind to us. Lord Odin is gone, and now Father Whitebeard is gone, but the enemy is still there. That's right. As long as the enemy is still there, our life is meaningful. This guy Blackbeard has made an unforgivable mistake. He must not be spared. Duke Inuarashi said, on this point, I agree with the old dog. Nekomamushi agreed immediately. Remember, don't fight this time. And remember one more thing. Blackbeard Teach has now obtained Daddy's Shake Fruit, plus his Dark Fruit, and now Teach is very difficult to deal with. Don't be afraid. That guy's fighting technique is his flaw now. Yes, our fur tribe is his nemesis. There was a roar from the crowd. It was Pedro of the Musketeers, and there was this little girl with bunny ears behind him. It was Garrett. She was following nervously at the moment. No, isn't this island too quiet? The situation doesn't seem right. The Knight's man said softly. They talked with each other carefully, for fear of being overheard by the Blackbeard. After all, there are still a lot of Blackbeard people, and many of them are strong. There's something wrong with it. Duke Inuarashi has always been cautious and said solemnly, don't go in yet. Be careful of an ambush. Marco said suddenly. Keeping this, several figures flew over from midair. Yo-yo, it's been a long time since Marco. Why did you bring so many people this time? It's so scary. Kizaru was the first to arrive. Looking at the shocked Marco said. Of course Marco was shocked. He didn't even think there would be Admiral here, and it was 444s at a time. It's too bad luck. Wait, it's not bad luck. Until this moment, Marco reacted and looked at Nekomamushi and Duke Inuarashi. Three of them looked at each other in dismay, and they all saw incredible things in each other's eyes. Because since yes Admiral appears here, there are only two cases. One is that Blackbeard was destroyed by Marine, and now is the time for Marine to take over the island, so it is so coincidental that they met Marshal Marine here. Of course, this possibility seems really self-deceiving, because it is impossible for Marine Admiral to do the finishing work. This place is not conquered by Marine, which means that Blackbeard is still there, and this place is not occupied by Marine. There is only one result. Blackbeard actually colluded with Marine and laid an ambush for them here. So vicious. According to Blackbeard character, Marco believes he can definitely do it. However, why Marine is so willing to cooperate with him and get to know Marco? This newly appointed Marine is definitely not someone who will cooperate with pirates. So why did Blackbeard find the name Admiral? The more Marco thought about it, the more he didn't understand. But now a more serious problem has arisen. Are 444 admirals on the opposite side, and with such a lineup, this time they are much less fortunate. Regarding the strength of Admiral, the most familiar thing is Marco. He has played against Admiral many times, most recently at Marineford, so he knows what it's like to face 4 Marine admirals at the same time. That is sure to die. Why are you on Blackbeard's side? Marco asked. Obviously he wanted to die to understand. Don't ask so much. These are the orders of the Marshal, Kizaru said casually. However, don't worry, Blackbeard's fate will probably be much worse than yours. Kuzan stepped forward and said. He didn't say nonsense. Kuzan saw Ron's intention. Even if he handed over the dark fruit this time, Ron would not let Blackbeard go, and he would definitely catch Blackbeard in one sweet soon. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Nekomamushi shouted loudly and rushed out first. The current situation is too clear, and there is no way out, so it is useless to talk about it. It is better to kill a bloody way. I didn't expect your Marines to collude with pirates. If you want to fight, let's fight. Afterward, the rest of Whitebeard shouted loudly, and they all came over in grief and indignation. Plus the fur tribe. There are tens of thousands of people on the other side, and there are only 4 admiral here. The two sides launched a direct confrontation. Suddenly, there was a sound of killing, and there were mourning people everywhere, and the back of the entire Skull Island was stained with blood. There was no accident at all in the battle, and the 4 admirals shot, and there was no suspense at all. Not long after, Fujitora came over again, and was flying over with Yamato on a boulder. When they arrived, the Whitebeard remnant, the divisions, and the fur tribes all fell to the ground. Then a large number of warships arrived belatedly. All the main cadres were tortured, and everyone escorted them to the front of Blackbeard. Blackbeard couldn't help but turn pale in surprise. So fast. This was something he never imagined. It seems that he has underestimated Admiral's combat power. He wanted to repay his debt, but now he doesn't dare. Marshal Ron said, as a deal, let you hand over the fruit of darkness. Hurry up. Kizaru stared at them and said, Chapter 203, Ron's Meteorite. Rain. I am exhausted. HMPA. I can't come up with it. Your marshal said he has a way. Blackbeard looked at Marco and his party on the boat. Guard. Can't help but sigh that Ron's gang is so ruthless and extremely efficient. A really short time, the battle was over. At the same time, Blackbeard Teach was even more fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to ask Ron for help, because in the escorting crowd, he saw the fur tribe, especially Duke Inuarashi and boss Nekomamushi, who had been on their ship for a long time, of course the Moby Dick. At that time, they boarded Father Whitebeard's boat with Kazuki Yuten. At that time, the two showed their strong strength, which made Blackbeard remember. And there are Admiral Fur warriors behind them. If it weren't for these admirals, they would not be able to survive on their own. It will be a matter of time before they are destroyed. After all, Blackbeard's current power is still too weak, and it is not the opponent of Marco and the Fur Tribe coalition. In fact, he should have thought that Marco would go to the Fur clan for help. Let's kill him and take out the dark fruit. Ryokugyu suddenly said that he thought that at least the original host should be killed in order to obtain the devil fruit. To a certain extent, Ryokugyu's approach is not unreasonable. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Blackbeard's expression changed. This is really annoying. He just wanted to kill. How can you take out the devil fruit if you don't kill it? Ryokugyu said as it should. The deal I made with your marshal is not to hurt my life on the premise. Only then can the dark fruit be taken away. Blackbeard is a little angry. These marines are just robbers. Who can do it? Ryokugyu looked around and asked. Few admirals looked at each other in disbelief, and even Vegapunk couldn't use this difficult technology, let alone them. This is embarrassing. No one knows this crap, which make the admiral have the ability to try it out. They can only guarantee that Blackbeard won't run away. Of course, Blackbeard wouldn't choose to run away. Isn't this courting death? In the face of this lineup, once I'm discovered, my life will be over. So many prisoners on board are a living example. By the way, what did Marshal Ron call you for? This is a few admiral just remembered Yamato. This is flying with Fujitora. Fujitora, is this Yamato an order from Shuai Yuan? That's right, the marshal personally ordered her, saying that she must be brought along. Fujitora said in a deep voice that he has no interest in treasure going. Yamato suddenly cheered Isho. Don't do this, I don't know what to do. I'm honest, I'm just here to fight Chan. Although Yamato is very powerful, she is not outstanding. After all, the headquarter admiral is in front of her, and her strength is not a single star. You are Kaido's daughter. Nekomamushi and Duke Inuarashi, who were bound, struggled immediately. They were among the few people who knew that Kaido had a daughter. Yes, it's me. Yamato still had a sunny smile, but at the moment he was very angry in front of Nekomamushi and Duke Inuarashi. Who is Kaido? That is Wano Kuni's degenerate accomplice. If it wasn't for Kaido's backing, he could usurp Wano Kuni's throne. There Therefore, Kaido's daughter also became the object of their hatred. You will be punished sooner or later. Nekomamushi spat and said, even if you were marine, you can't atone for it. Duke Inuarashi said. Yamato said indifferently, the grievances between you and my father are your business and have nothing to do with me. At this moment, Yamato saw Garrett in the corner. So cute, little bunny-eared. Although Yamato is tall but has a good temper, he said to Garrett, you come to me, follow them without a future, come to be marine. PFF. Nekomamushi almost died of anger. You are digging your feet in front of me. Of course Garrett disagreed, shaking his head forcefully, looking resolute. Other admirals are very anxious. After all, this task is not too difficult, so it has taken a long time for them. Yawa, try it out. What if it works? Kizaru said to Yamato. Go try it. Don't be afraid of death. Akainu also agreed. This made Blackbeard and Yamato stunned for a moment. You are too explicit. Originally, Ron should have arrived at this time, at least according to his plan, just in time for Admiral and the others to deal with Marco, come to Blackbeard on time, and help Yamato extract the dark fruit. That's why Ron didn't tell Yamato what to do at that time. After all, he didn't think it would take long to deal with the affairs on that side, and he could come soon. But Ron did a lot of calculation, and he didn't think that IM would suddenly go crazy. Now the two are still engaged in a fierce confrontation. I saw Ron flying in midair, with half of his jet black wings missing, and at the same time Ron made a light move with one hand. A huge meteorite fell from the sky, much bigger than the one from Fujitora. Tips for carving bug. Yimu snorted softly, and then the flaming blades lashed out, severing the huge meteorite in two in an instant. However, this is just the beginning. Then 100,000 more and more meteorites are falling from the sky like rain. Only then did Yimu change her complexion. The more she beat, the less she was physically fit, and now her delicate body was already a little tired. His chest was heaving and he was gasping for breath. Sweat dripped across the jade-like skin, soaking through the clothes. Other hand, Ron was still in good spirit, as if he would not be tired. This is the most terrifying. The sky was full of meteorite, like rain, densely packed. Yimu sighed and clenched his two knives. The wing of wind and thunder swung hard behind it, and slammed into the sky. Chapter 204. Still stubborn. Planetary devastation. Shoo. The black figure rose up into the air. The cold wind whistled past, and the black robe soaked with sweat was tightly attached to the body. Yimu's eyes were like torches. The distance was getting closer, and the meteorite was constantly expanding in his pupil. The next moment, the water blades lapped, and the huge meteorite was divided into two, followed by the second, the third, more and more, and the girl's hand speed was getting faster and faster. All the meteorite split from the middle, the incision flat as a mirror. The scattered meteorite fell into the sea, causing layers of wave, and under the continuous stack of meteorite, a rocky island was created in the middle of the sea. After trying desperately to cover up, after suddenly Yimu cut off the next meteorite, he found that there were no more meteorite in the sky. He couldn't help but look overjoyed. With such a large skill consumption, IM didn't believe that Ron would not be exhausted, and now it is obvious. Ron is also exhausted, so he can't maintain the terrifying skills just now. Thinking of this, Yimu exhaled lightly, and blew the mask away like a secluded orchid. She was indeed relieved. After all, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long, but Ron couldn't hold it any longer. However, when Yimu looked at Ron, she couldn't help being taken aback. In her expectation, this man should have been sweating profusely, and he was no better than himself before. However, not only that, Ron had a relaxed look on his face, and even his hair was not messy at all. And the most irritating thing is that this guy is actually there. There is still a free hand to drink tomato juice. It's ridiculous. I worked so hard just now. I didn't expect this guy to be like watching a play. Also, why was he staring at himself? Yimu, with a puzzled look, and then he looked down suddenly as if he had suddenly remembered something. When he realized that he was already sweating profusely, his thin black robe had long been soaked with sweat. At this moment, it is looming on his body. It made the girl's already exquisite figure stand out even more impressively. Immediately, fire in Im's eye, he finally knew what this guy was looking at while drinking tomato juice. Shameless, shameless. No wonder I felt the meteorite falling just now. Why is the rhythm so unnatural? Thinking of this, Yimu slowly raised his head, and the flaming blade in his right hand turned into an invisible flame and exploded directly from his body. The high temperature for a moment directly evaporated the water on the body, but it never burned the black robe. Then the flame returned to the hand again along Yimu's right arm. The ghost condenses into a flaming blade. Can these five energies be controlled freely? Ron nodded, muttering to himself. This ability of hers is really strange. It controls the five energy, and it can also perform wind elementalization. This fruit is really worth it. Buy one get four free. All Ron could think of was the 5-element fruit. Although the name does not seem very authentic, it should be the fruit of this meaning. I have to say, this is the most awesome devil fruit Ron has ever seen. The 5 abilities complement each other and have no weaknesses at all. Even the weakness of one will be covered up by the other. The 5 forms are both offensive and defensive. Fire are the main attack. The thick soil is the defense. The wind and thunder are supplemented by the fighting technique, which is agile. It really has no dead end. Plus the 3-color hockey precipitation of the girl for 800 years. This IM is indeed outrageously strong. This world can deal with Ron for so long. There is really no one but Yim. I'd like to see what else you can do. Yimu looked up at Ron in midair and said in a deep voice. At this moment, her bare feet are stepping on the newly formed rocky island. The wave crashed on the black as iron meteorite, and the white and tender feet lightly tapped on the stone, letting the sea wash back and forth. Not that Yim doesn't want to fly, but that she is really tired, and she doesn't want to have extra physical exertion at this time. Therefore, although she faced Ron's almost aggressive gaze just now, although she was angry, she did not act rashly. After all, it's not worth it to waste physical energy for unnecessary action. Once something happens for the first time, then the second and third times don't seem to be so unacceptable. Accepted. Maybe Yim didn't even notice if it was Ron when we first met. With this kind of gaze, Yim guessed that even if he had no physical strength, he would go up and cut Ron. But now Yimu has calmed down a lot about this look, and it is more rational for her to keep her strength and slash Ron for a while. Anyway, it's not the first time he's seen it, so there's no need to care about such a little time. If you fight for a short time, it will be bad to be ruled by Ron instead. In fact, this kind of thinking is very terrifying, which means that she is slowly getting used to this matter. Maybe I am not aware of it yet. From the irrationality she was first offended by Ron, to the ability to gradually calm down and not even get overwhelmed by anger. This process seems to be that Yimu is more dominant. In fact, it also reflects in disguise that Yimu is subtly getting used to Ron's rudeness. This is definitely not good news. If it happened a few more times, I would not even realize that she is no longer angry. Habits are an irreversible process. How long can you hold on if you're still stubborn? Ron said indifferently. HMPH, don't be too arrogant. I don't believe that you can repeat the attack just now. You don't have the strength, right? I am not believing that there are people in this world who are not tired. When encountering a skill, it will consume some energy, which I is very sure of. However, Ron suddenly smiled and said, it's not interesting to do it again, but since you still want to see it, then do it again. Reverse and do it again. I am not understanding what it means for a while. However, she has found that Ron's index finger is hooked up. In the next instant, the rock under my feet suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, he took Yimu and flew into the air, and then made Yimu unbelievable. An incredible scene happened. That just fell into the sea or flying up from the bottom of the sea one by one, and, with her as the center, they kept taking pictures. Yimu was shocked. This is to bury her in it and take a look at Yimu. Ron took a breath and drank. Planetary devastation. Felu reminds you. 3 things to read, to collect, recommend, and score. 205. Blackbeard is going to be played dead. Now, on the other side, together with Fujitora, there are 5 admirals in total who are surrounding Blackbeard. This frightened Blackbeard enough. What are you going to do? Blackbeard asked cautiously. This has to make him nervous. How do you see that these 5 people have no good intention? If they take advantage of Ron's absence, how can this lineup resist themselves? 555 Admiral. Even the original Roger didn't have this treatment. Don't be nervous. Yamato had a cheerful look and showed a smile full of sunshine. However, in the eyes of Blackbeard, it is not very friendly. After all, under this lineup, any kind of smile will become weird. We are just discussing how to take out the dark fruit. Yamato added. Wait a minute, let's wait for Ron to come. I'll go back now. Blackbeard immediately said. What do you mean by researching how to take out the devil fruit? You marshals didn't told me that. Now you are ready. Are you ready to use me as a guinea pig? Blackbeard is not stupid. He decided it would be better to go back first and wait until Ron arrives to solve the dark fruit. Anyway, it's impossible to run. If these 555 god can run out here, then his Blackbeard can definitely beat the 4 emperors. Moreover, Marine did help herself to get rid of Marco. If he doesn't keep his word, then Ron will definitely use this to destroy himself. At one time, the smartest thing to do is, Blackbeard kept calculating in his heart that as long as he got rid of the current predicament, he would be able to secure the position of the 4 emperors in just 2 years. At that time, the soldiers are strong, and it is not impossible to fight against Marine. No, Akainu said suddenly, and immediately stopped Blackbeard, who was about to go back. You can't go. What if you run away? Marshal Ron will come in a while. What will we do to return to life? Ryokugyu said aside. Obviously, the faces of the other 3 Admiral also explained the problem. It is impossible for Blackbeard to leave the ship today. Although Marco was tied to the boat, he still smiled and said, you are playing a trick for a tiger. Be careful that the tiger turns around and eats you. As a pirate, even colluding with Marine, your fate will not be any better than ours. Masonry Jozu also echoed the road. That's right, Blackbeard, you're done. Marine will never let you go today. The rest of the Whitebeard remnants all chirped the stone path. Shut up, you are talking, and I will throw you into the sea. Frown. This group of people chattered. So annoying. However, this sentence is really useful. Although Marco and the others are not afraid of death, they chose to keep their mouths shut because they saved their lives to see the end of Blackbeard with their their own eye. At this moment Blackbeard's face darkened, because vaguely he felt that what Marco and the others said was not unreasonable. Right now, he felt like a thorn in the back, surrounded by bad eye, and his intuition told him that these admirals didn't seem to intend to let him go. However, Blackbeard still believed what Ron said. It would not hurt his life. It was a fair deal. Blackbeard handed over the dark fruit. Marine helped to solve Marco. This is just a fair deal. Ron will definitely not backtrack. After all, he is Martial Marine, so he won't do such a thing. Thinking of this, Blackbeard felt a little relieved. I'm here waiting for Ron to come, but you can't do it until he comes, Blackbeard said with a stern expression. He hoped to suppress these people with his aura, but he still thought too much. Which of the few people present could be suppressed by him? The most is Yamato, but Yamato is Kaido's daughter. Although she is weak in strength, she has a lot of knowledge. How can she be scared by Blackbeard if she has not seen any big scene? What did Marshal Ron call you for? Akainu looked at Yamato and asked suddenly. Haha, I don't know. It seems to be my fruit ability, Yamato said suspiciously. What ability? Kuzan was also a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Ron would not make such a useless arrangement. It must be Yamato's ability that just came in handy. The source of all evil. Kuzan's words made these admirals suddenly interested in research. Alas, it's also because of Blackbeard's bad luck. Originally, he really didn't need to be played to death. If you want to blame it, blame Yimu. If she hadn't stopped Ron would have been here long ago, and he might have finished taking it. The dark fruit is gone, and the Blackbeard has been released. I don't know the ability. Since I finished eating, there has been no response. Instead, it has the weakness of the devil fruit. That is, it is afraid of seawater. Yamato scratched her head and said casually. She still didn't know what the admirals were going to do. There are only side effects but no corresponding ability. Fujitora lowered her head in thought. This is a strange phenomenon. Could it be that you didn't experiment? Kuzan said. After all, the fruit ability doesn't suddenly appear in the mind. It needs to be experimented. Ryokugyu also said. I should have known beforehand whether it was a category like Logia or Zone. Yamato shook her head. She was even taller than several admirals. Only Kizaru looked unconcerned, but he kept staring at Blackbeard, rubbing his chin with his hand, looking up and down. It was this malicious look that made Blackbeard tremble. By the way, what kind of devil fruit do you eat? You can usually judge the type by the appearance of the devil fruit. Kuzan is more experienced. It's like a five-pointed star, Yamato said. Is it the type of star fruit? It was the first time I saw Kuzan. Robin said it was a random devil fruit. Yamato added another sentence. Forget it. Don't think about it. Since Marshal Ron asked you to come, it must be your ability to take out the dark fruit. We can't see your devil fruit ability, but Marshal Ron must have seen it. Ryokugyu waved his hand and said, that's right, you guy got it right this time. Fujitora nodded. Then let's try it out. Several admiral looked at each other, then nodded to each other, but this smile was a little creepy. 26. Hit 5 Admiral. Blackbeard was a man with a line of faces. Quote, what are you doing? Don't mess around, Blackbeard said vigilantly. He clearly saw that there was something wrong with the eyes of these people. You Marshal Ron said you have to wait for him to come over before making a decision. Blackbeard stepped back. Several men behind him also made preparations to attack. Marco and the others, who were captured by the side, were looking at the Blackbeard off the field with a look of schadenfreude. His face even knocked up mockingly. Don't worry, it won't hurt your life, Kuzan said lightly. It doesn't sound like the truth if it doesn't contain feeling. We already know how to do it. You just need to cooperate. So after you get the devil fruit, you can leave, and you don't have to wait for the marshal to come. Ryokugyu persuaded him in a persuasive manner, but the words that came out of his mouth were not convincing at all. Blackbeard is speechless. It's just a few of you who know how to do it. No, let's wait until Ron arrives. Blackbeard immediately retreated behind a few of his subordinates. To be said that these subordinates are not afraid of danger. Maybe they are not afraid of those who do not know, and they are also calm in the face of Admiral. Looking at Marco, they were sighed. Blackbeard, are you trying to resist? Akainu frowned and said a little unhappily. As a pirate, he didn't cooperate, which made the Might soldiers very unhappy, and his anger came up immediately. Akainu is the person who hates not cooperating the most. Because of that, a few days ago, the tortoise made a fuss, and Akainu planted a minefield in his heart. Whoever stepped on it would be unlucky. And now, Blackbeard has stepped into the minefield, and is still dancing in the minefield. This made Akainu unhappy, and immediately rushed out, seeing that Burgess was the first to rush up to block it with a look of disdain on his face. "NT at Admiral, I'm going to use Admiral today," bosses roared. Afterward, Akainu's lava penetrated his chest, and he died on the spot. Akainu, what are you doing? You are doing it yourself and you are not under order. Blackbeard was shocked. He didn't expect this Akainu to kill people if he didn't agree. Did he forget that their Marshal Ron still needs him? No, I have to remind him. Blackbeard glanced at Burgess, who was lying on the ground. Although he was furious, he still suppressed his anger. He had to endure it. As long as he survived today, everything would be cleared up, and he would definitely come back for revenge in the future. Don't forget, you Marshal Ron still need me. How will he extract devil fruits without me. Blackbeard reminded loudly. Shiryu of the Rain is in a cold wet. The situation is not good now. He used to be a marine. He knows the rules in marine, and disobeying orders is a taboo, especially for a high-ranking official like Akainu. It is absolutely impossible to disobey orders. So, since Akainu dared to do this, it means that Ron did not give an order to keep the mouth alive. This point, Shiryu of the Rain is absolutely certain. Then, the situation is very dangerous now, and Ron is not bent on protecting them, which means that Ron does not need Captain T's ability to extract devil fruit. Up to now, they are likely to be the only trump card to survive. Thinking of this, Shiryu of the Rain broke down in cold sweat and gave Blackbeard a wing. Blackbeard immediately understood that Shiryu of the Rain meant to break through the siege with all his might and couldn't bend it any longer. These marines have been lying to them. Akainu wiped the blood from his hand, raised his head and said, just keep you, the buddies of yours, are of no use to our marshal. Murder and kill. Akainu, the old shadow, is trying to sow discord. Sure enough, Blackbeard could sense the new arrivals such as the King of Evil, and their expressions changed. Apparently suspected that Blackbeard would abandon them. Fart, don't try to sow discord. Blackbeard shouted loudly, pulling back the mood of the evil king and others. Don't listen to his nonsense. Now we can only break through with concerted effort. Blackbeard turned around and said to the other subordinate, after all, they didn't follow him in the first place. There's definitely no poison. Van Augur and others sincerely. Are you trying to escape? That's how the nature has changed. Akainu threatened. HMPA, don't be afraid of them. Let's rush. Blackbeard ignored Akainu's threats and immediately shouted out loud. Instant, all the subordinates fled towards the rear to cover Blackbeard with all their might. Yo, what is this doing? It's so scary. Kizaru, who had been silent for a while, suddenly turned into a spot of light and disappeared in place. The next instant, he had appeared in front of Blackbeard and the others. He flew up and kicked the evil king who was at the forefront straight back. Get out of the way. Blackbeard stretched out his hand, and the dark fruit and the shock fruit were one in each hand. Two abilities hover in the palm of your hand. Quote, so scary. It really is two fruit ability. It's really strange. Quote. Soon as the voice fell, the hands were crossed, and Yasukani no Magatama was released in an instant. Countless yellow spots of light fell from the sky, covering the entire Blackbeard pirate. The dense light spot formed a saturated glow, and there was no gap to avoid. Blackbeard complexion changed, and he stretched out a hand. The dark fruit ability suddenly activated, and a black Uzumaki appeared on the hand, and then continued to expand, until a huge Uzumaki barrier was formed in front of him, blocking everyone from behind. The sky was full of light and rain. The black Uzumaki devoured it frantically. The Blackbeard's face Vivi raised, and he said with a smile, it's useless, your attack can't hurt me. At the same time, the muscles of Blackbeard's other arm soared, and the void shook with force, and the fruit of the shock shattered the atmosphere. The entire sea suddenly churned, and the sea was torn apart. A huge tsunami fell from the sky and seemed to devour all marine. Huge waves hundreds of meters high roared like Yamato and they shot over. Go to hell, marine. Blackbeard looked grim and shouted loudly. Teach, it seems that you don't have a long memory. This trick is useless. Kuzan's feet turned into an ice Jinchuriki column. He rose into the air, his hands crossed and two ice cones were inserted into the sea. Ice age. The next moment, the polar ice spreads everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, the sea area with a radius of 100 miles is frozen into an ice block. At the same time, an ice spear pierced directly into the chest of the evil ruler. King of Evil Politic was killed on the spot. Masters who kill are never aimed at you, but you happen to be right next to you, and it's just a matter of time. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 207. 5 Admiral's gorgeous murder show. Seeing that he has lost another subordinate, Blackbeard is very distressed. These are the most important strength for him to step on the throne of the 4 emperors in the future. This is the subordinate he has worked so hard to collect. At this moment, several other subordinates also reacted and launched attack one after another. Are all a bunch of vicious pirates, and it is impossible to expect them to surrender. Since the boss has given an order, then go all out. Only in this way will there be a chance of survival. Van Augur's bullet was the first to fly. As a sniper, Van Augur is also ranked number 1 in One Piece, King of Pirate, and one of the 3 bullets is a sea stone bullet. This Van Augur is not an ordinary character. He is very smart. He only uses sea stone for the 3rd shot. The purpose of this is to use the first 2 shots to confuse the enemy, and when they relax, the 3rd shot will kill them. Don't underestimate this tactic. Especially Logia is the easiest to attack. They usually rely too much on Logia's almost invincible mobile body, so they are not defensive against gun-like weapons at all. Especially the first 2 bullets of Van Augur are ordinary bullets, so they will take it seriously. At this time, the 3rd bullet will be killed in one hit. With this operation, Van Augur has killed many devil fruit users. This time, he aimed at Akainu. That's right, the sniper's instinct told him that this man was the most dangerous of them all. However, usually no one will notice the problem of sea stone bullet. After all, this belongs to marine only. Pirates are impossible to obtain. After After all, apart from some craftsmen from Wano Kuni, only Vegapunk can process it in small quantity. However, after the last incident where Ryokugyu was seriously injured and suffered by sea stone, Ron specially instructed them not to rely on their own fruit ability at any time, and never to use their bodies to catch bullets. After all, no one knows when they will be shot again. Get a shot of sea stone. Moreover, that guy Vegapunk has not been trusted by Marine since that incident, which means that Ron has no time recently, otherwise he would have investigated Vegapunk well. At this moment, Akainu remembered Ron's order, and instantly gave up the idea of using his body to catch the bullet. Punch was swung out, and a piece of magma broke away immediately, wrapping 3 bullets in an instant. Afterward, Kuzan shot down an ice Jinchuriki column, freezing the magma, and the huge ice block fell. At the same time, Fujitori's sword was unsheathed 3 inches, and a majestic gravity swept down, directly pressing Van Augur to the deck, and then the sword moved an inch outward. The gravity suddenly doubled, and Van Augur directly it penetrated the deck, vomited blood, and was pressed into the deep sea by gravity. At this moment, the originally clear air suddenly changed color, becoming more and more dense, and then the green smoke visible to the naked eye covered the entire sea area. The last of the crowd he laughed white, and quietly put away a few bottles with skulls printed on them. At the same time, I handed a few Yuhi drugs to several companions. It's not good. It's poison. Yamato sneezed and spoke first. He was the weakest, so he was the first to react. Ryokugyu frowned. This poison is useless at all, but there are other marines here, so it's not good for this to continue. Then, in front of everyone's eye, Ryokugyu's eyes continued to increase, and the speed was so fast that it was almost in the blink of an eye. Ryokugyu has become comparable to the giant battleship Rawan, and then suddenly inhaled, and then exhaled in an instant. Suddenly, a huge storm swept through. Ryokugyu's mouth was comparable to a typhoon. The poisonous tactic was successful, but a hurricane blew all the poison away. At this moment, the Rawan wolf, who was buried deep in the sea, broke out of the ice. He had already been ambushed. Because this is the sea, they have a natural advantage. Shengwan overturned the ship unexpectedly, and then he could successfully capture Admiral into the sea. As long as the sneak attack was successful, the war situation could be reversed. Blackbeard is not a fool, nor will he initiate an unprepared battle. Marine is not trustworthy, so Blackbeard made preparation, and the birth of Wan Wolf never showed up because he was arranged by Blackbeard on the bottom of the sea. Just for this moment. Wow! The waves were rolling, and the huge body broke out of the ice, grabbed several warships, and was about to drag them into the bottom of the sea. Ryokugyu's expression froze standing on the ice, and Kuzan immediately saw this. Reinforced the ice below Ryokugyu's feet, because with Ryokugyu's current body, the ice couldn't hold him back. Ryokugyu seemed to know that Kuzan would do this, and he didn't hesitate to step down. His huge palm grabbed the head of Wan Wolf, who was born under the sea. Pull hard. Bang! The sea water splashes. The huge body of Wan Wolf, who was nearly 200 years old, was directly pulled up, a head shorter than Ryokugyu. Ryokugyu didn't give him a chance at all. He threw him hard and threw him into the sky. Seeing this, Kizaru flashed past Blackbeard and appeared above Rawan. Yasukani no Magatama. Numerous light spots hit Shengwan directly at close range. The impact of the light spot was extremely powerful, and they passed through one after another. Shengwan's blood was spilled in the air, and he was beaten into a sieve. He was killed on the spot, and his figure disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Poison, and with a direct kick, Poison took his horse out of a kilometer and crashed into the strong cliff of Skull Island. It looked like a pool of blood. This is not a confrontation of magnitude at all. Crescent Moon Hunter Kate Rin saw this and turned to run away. This situation is too obvious. At this time, the chance of survival is higher than the confrontation. After all, Marine's target is black. The beard has nothing to do with her. Thinking of this, Kate Rin's feet frantically exerted strength, but at this moment, Marine didn't wait for her to do anything. Blackbeard whispered, "Dark water." Then a black Uzumaki appeared from the feet of Kate Rin, directly engulfing her. A scream, hiss exhausted, and Blackbeard didn't hold back. "I don't allow anyone to defect. Do you hear me?" Blackbeard shouted at the few remaining subordinates behind him. Chapter 208. Uniform Blackbeard. The current situation is already a life and death situation, and Blackbeard is of course very clear. At this time, he must not be in chaos here, and deserters must be executed. Only by breaking the back road of his subordinate can they have the opportunity to work together to escape. Shiryu of Rain drew his sword and took a step forward at the same time. As the two iron walls of the underwater prison, Shiryu of Rain's strength was comparable to that of Magellan. Treasured sword was unsheathed, and even the surrounding air was a little cold. The figure suddenly disappeared. Bang! With the sound of two golden iron, Fujitora held the sword in his backhand and appeared in front of Shiryu of the Rain. Swordsman. The confrontation between them officially kicked off, but Blackbeard was not idle either. The shot route was activated again, a heavy punch was thrown, and several warships were directly shattered. Ziahaha. I'm some of the strongest fruit in the world. Earthquakes and tsunamis are undoubtedly the nightmare of hitting an island, and now Now Blackbeard masters such power. The continuous heavy punches, the vibrations that even the sea can't relieve, are constantly spreading around. Darkhound, the red-colored figure, punched out and confronted Blackbeard head-on. The two devil fruits with explosive attack power collided with each other, forming a confrontation for a while. Suddenly jumping out from behind the beard, armament hockey wrapped around his cane and attacked Akainu while he was unprepared. The incident happened suddenly, and suddenly a yellow laser cut through the darkness, passed right through, and hit Lafitte's arm without the slightest stagnation, directly passing through. Lafitte screamed and stepped back quickly. Sneak attack is not self-defeating. Akainu glanced at Kizaru and said with disdain, "It's unnecessary." Kizaru was wretched Isho. His fingers aimed at Lafitte, and then several rays of light shot out, all aimed at Lafitte's chest. Blackbeard immediately freeing up the other hand. The incomparably dark energy seemed to devour everything. Dark water, the huge black Uzumaki block in front of him, and Kizaru's light sinks into it, disappearing instantly. Sure enough, this is a black hole from which even light can't escape. At this moment, the sound of ice cracking was heard in the distance, and invisible gravity slammed down from the sky, causing Shiryu of the Rain to retreat. At the same time, Kuzan's hands and two ice Jinchuriki column went deep into the sea, and instantly countless ice thorns pierced out of the sea. Like the dance of the early fern, the dense ice thorns directly knocked more than a dozen ships under Blackbeard's command, and those little pirates who did not enter the stream fell into the sea one after another, like dumpling. Ryokugyu jumped up and punched Blackbeard from behind, and Vasco got up and tried to take the blow, only to break his right arm after just one encounter. Then he fell into the ice thorn and was locked in. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain was sweating profusely, and although the Admiral in front of him was blind, the sword contained 1,000 jins of power. Shiryu of the Rain not only has to fight Fujitori's attack with all his strength, but also keep an eye out for other Admiral's attack. Fujitora alone has overwhelmed him, and now he's a little bit too busy. Just then, a yellow light flashed by. From the sky, Shiryu of the Rain secretly said a bad sound, just wanted to dodge, but found that his feet couldn't move. He looked down at his legs and did not know when they had been frozen into ice sculpture. Without thinking too much, Shiryu of the Rain avoided the key point of his head at the critical moment, but the Tiankong Yunjian still pierced his shoulder. But it was not over yet. Kizaru let go of his hand and emerged from behind Shiryu of the Rain again. A Tiankong cloud sword. It's impossible to dodge at such a close distance. Puff. The yellow lightsaber passed through the body, followed by a cold light, which froze Shiryu of the Rain into an ice sculpture. Then it sank into the sea. Ron once said to them that the advantage must be reported, and the battle should be ended quickly without giving the enemy a chance to breathe. What? Shiryu of the Rain is also. Blackbeard looked horrified. He was one of Blackbeard's most powerful subordinates, and in terms of strength, he was no less than himself. Lafayette was shocked because he found that now only himself and Captain Blackbeard were left, and the other party had nothing to lose. The situation of the battle was extremely clear, and there was no suspense at all. They were defeated, and they were completely defeated. The battle should not have started at the beginning. However, it's too late. Akainu has come behind Lafitte at this moment. The huge sense of oppression makes Lafitte not even dare to look back. Dark shadows shrouded down. The trembling body no longer obeyed, and the big beads of sweat rolled down. The next moment, he saw a hot lava flow down from his chest, and he has already been burned to the ground. Blackbeard faces gloomy, and the forces he has worked so hard to manage have now been wiped out, and only himself is left. You must know this. Pirates are all recruited by him. The time and place are right, and the people are indispensable. Each of them is a generation with outstanding strength. If he is asked to do it all over again, it is impossible for Blackbeard to find it. Such an excellent subordinate. You are the only one left. Do you still have to resist? Yamato said suddenly. Little furry boy, you dare to talk to me like that? Blackbeard said angrily. Yamato smiled indifferently, still with the same sunny expression. No way. I have orders from the marshal, but you still need me to decide your life and death. If you want to go up together. I don't believe you really dare to kill me. Blackbeard knew that Ron still needed him, so he said confidently. Although all his men were dead, Blackbeard still endured it, and he didn't care that he continued to endure for 20 years. However, Marshal Ron didn't say that he would save your life. Akainu rushed over with a shade, and in an instant, meteor volcano from all directions swarmed up. Blackbeard used all his strength, and the dark root firmly guarded him. Magma in the sky does not even see through the black Uzumaki. The Blackbeard is treacherous Isho. Against Logia, the dark root is their heavenly emperor. However, before Blackbeard was secretly happy, Ryokugyu shouted, "I'm coming." Then he turned into an orc, dodged, and instantly came to Blackbeard's side. Armament hockey circled around and kicked Blackbeard's abdomen. Blink of an eye, Blackbeard vomited blood and flew out. The double pain made Blackbeard unable to even scream. Afterward, Yamato directly tied Seastone in handcuffs. You have to kill all your subordinates before you can be reconciled. If you don't have it, you'll be fine. What are you running for? Chapter 209. Ron's 2 marks on IM. Blackbeard, you have today too. Marco, who was captured on the warship, sneered, and the Blackbeard was cocooning himself, and he deserved it. The remnant lieutenants of Whitebeard were all elated, which was a very satisfying feat. Although they didn't arrest Blackbeard in person today, it was great to be able to see Blackbeard fate with his own eyes. "Shut up, don't make noise," Akainu shouted loudly, then came to Blackbeard and said earnestly, "Why run?" Blackbeard's expression did not change, but 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in his heart. "If it weren't for your eyes and action, would I need to run away? This is a good time to fold all the belongings of a lifetime. Go inside. You don't have the right to execute me. It's all until Ron arrived." Blackbeard raised his head and said arrogantly, his only reliance was his unique way of hunting devil fruit, and only with this, Blackbeard believed that Ron would never kill him. "This is the gold medal for avoiding death, the only life-saving charm. Quote, be honest." Yamato went straight up and just, with one kick. It's really rare to see a pirate who is really rampant. Yamato has seen a lot of pirates. Her house is a pirate den, but those pirates who are generally caught are not as arrogant as Blackbeard. At most, they will keep their mouth shut. "Hurry up and let your marshal come over to deal with it. It's up to you. Little bastards who don't know anything. It's better not to act rashly. If you ruin your marshal's plan, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat Kabuto and go." Blackbeard repeatedly warned, constantly emphasizing his role in his words. "Just first hope these marine admirals will be stingy. After all, there is a marshal on their head, and Blackbeard bets that these admirals don't know all of Ron's plans, so they will hesitate and dare not kill Blackbeard." Unexpectedly, Akainu became more and more angry. If Yamato stopped him, I am afraid that Blackbeard would have been grilled. But Akainu is also a measured person. He also knows that Ron did not say that Blackbeard would be executed, although he did not say that Blackbeard would be killed, but the marshal of Ron has always thought a lot, so Akainu is not sure. The end. It was Kizaru who said, "Yamato, the purpose of the marshal's call for you to come is to bring out the dark fruit." "Yes, that's what it means." Yamato nodded and said, but Ron didn't have time to tell himself what to do, and she also vaguely guessed that her fruit had this effect. Marshal Ron clearly said that he would be there after a while, and it had been a long time, and there was still no movement. "Don't wait for Marshal Ron. He is dealing with a black-robed woman now, and he won't be here for a while." Akainu suddenly interjected and said, "He just came back from there." At that time, Ron was drinking Yimu to fight. According to the strength of the two, I am afraid that there will be no days or nights that can't be finished. Akainu thought so before. "Oh, did they fight? It's not good. I'm afraid the marshal won't be able to come in a short time." Kizaru touched his chin and reached a consensus with Akainu. "Then what should we do? We have to be here all the time. Are we waiting, or should we escort them back?" Kuzan stretched, and after saying this, he lay down at work overtime. "It's better to let this little girl give it a try." Marshal Jung Ron also meant it. Ryokugyu said, "Yamato's mind is full of scenes of Ron and that. I am fighting. And it be that the woman in black robe killed it." Thinking that this is the first time the face here is no longer the sunny smile, but a bit gloomy. After all, that woman is Tenryubito, who said that they are all bad people, and there is no good thing. Yamato's thought drifted away all of a sudden. She was not a person who liked to think, but she thought about this very complicatedly. Knowing that Kizaru interrupted her loudly, quote, "Then you give him a try." Oh, Yamato was done. He didn't have a clue. How could he try? Blackbeard is even more cold-wet, secretly saying that it is not good. This woman just looks at it. If you are not serious, how could she let her try it casually? Go, give it a try. If you don't try the devil fruit yourself, it will not be better developed. Fujitora also said. Admirals later said the same thing. In fact, the seniors are talking about experience, and it is a valuable asset for any person. This is something they figured out bit by bit. Yamato thought for a while, and then nodded. She also knew that what they said was reasonable. The devil fruit thing cannot rely on others to point it out, and it still needs to be comprehended by herself. In order to better adapt to his own fruit, Yamato resolutely walked towards Blackbeard. "Don't come here. What are you doing?" Blackbeard said a little flustered. Quote, "Don't move around. I'm going to contact your marshal." Blackbeard growled. "Don't move." Yamato ignored him. As for contacting Marshal Ron, it is impossible. The marshal is now fighting fiercely with the enemy. What if he is distracted by the phone? Could be devastating. If Yamato knew that Ron was holding tomato juice in one hand, and the other finger was just ticking upwards lightly, he would have vomited blood if he didn't encounter any intensity or tension at all. However, if the lens is focused on it is quite in line with the intense visual effect. The black-robed girl was sweating like rain. Although she was waving her arms extremely fast, she naturally couldn't stop so many stones from smashing towards her. Bang bang bang. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Bury Yimu firmly in the center. As the cloud gets thicker and heavier, Yimu's breathing becomes more and more rapid. Within hours, he would be trapped to death. At that time, the raging blue and white flames burned explosively from Yimu's body, desperately preventing the stone from approaching him, and the blazing high temperature had surpassed Akainu's magma dozens of times, were melted before they touched themselves. However, the vacated space is filled again by the abandonment of the outside stone through extrusion, and Yim can feel that this huge gravitational force is on Ron himself. If this strange gravitational force is not resolved, then these stones will rush towards themselves endlessly. Although her flames are already at their highest temperature, there are simply too many meteorite in these days. Yimu knows that if this goes on, he will be exhausted sooner or later. That's right, you attracted these stones by yourself, so the problem must be on yourself. And it's only after contact with Ron. It must be Ron's hands and feet. I am fighting brain. She didn't believe Ron was casting spells for no reason. He must have touched her at some point. Suddenly, Yimu's face turned yuhi, and he spat lightly, and the touch between his lip was still there. Damn, did that guy set up his back at that time? It's actually here. In that case, he can still be distracted and plot against himself. It's really abominable. However, she hasn't found out that a yellow sponge image has appeared on her ankle at that time. Ron made 2 marks at once, a horizon, a black ore of planetary devastation. Please download the Felu novel. Chapter 210. Squeeze out the last trace of Yimu's strength. Damn, the pressing of the boulder pile is getting tighter and tighter, and Yim doesn't even know how many stones are piled up outside now. Anyway, she was trapped inside. Ron looked at the huge stone ball in the sky. This volume is really huge, even more than any island. At this moment, it is floating in the air. Ron could feel that the struggling voice inside had gradually become weaker. However, Ron knew that it would be hard to hurt her at this level. Immediately, Ron's vacant palm squeezed hard, and the sphere tightened instantly, as if a layer of invisible energy was continuously compressing from all directions at the same time. The huge force made the stones squeeze each other. Originally not many gap become more compacted this time. The sound of friction was harsh and noisy, like fingernails scratching a blackboard, making people shudder. As Ron's grip tightened, the compression of the boulder drew to a close. Ah! A scream came out through the rubble. Suddenly, a giant stone hand stretched out from the sphere, like a hand suddenly stretched out in a silent and dark graveyard. Ron's expression changed. This girl is really tenacious, and even this intensity did not suppress her. To know that her physical strength should not be much was a little unexpected that he could still persist. I thought Yimu would surrender softly. Bang! The other hand stretched out too. Then 2 hands supported the sphere and broke it hard. This huge sphere was like an apple, split in 2 from the middle, revealing a towering giant more than 100 feet high inside. It was made of whole stone, but these stones were ground became dust. The power of Earth. I am in the brain of this Earth giant. Ron, you despicable little man, what have you done to me? Yimu became angry with Jane, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Oh, what are you referring to? I have done too many shameless things. Please make it clear. Ron flew lightly into the air, level with I am. This is already near the height of the cloud. You know what to ask. Did you move something in my body, or why do you keep following me these days? Just as she speak, there were also gravel smashing at her, but fortunately, his Earth giant did everything for her. Oh, you said this. I won't tell you. Quote, quote. You. Yimu laughed angrily. Hee. Immediately. Relief. Your sorcery. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ron is also suddenly Isho. You're welcome. You've never been polite. It's impossible to untie it, unless you admit defeat and promise never to do this again today. After Yimu heard this, he trembled in anger. This guy is too shameless. What do you mean by not doing this today? That's why we don't have to talk about it. Neither side backed down, but Yimu was very unhappy. She knew that if Ron's skill was not picked up and removed, then a steady stream of stones would attack her. I am constantly controlling her breathing, because she is very tired now, and her breathing will become involuntarily rapid and heavy. However, this cannot be seen by Ron, and she always thought that Ron was also covering up the same way, which is why I am not making peace all the time, because she always thought that as long as she persisted, Ron would fall before her. If there is a peace now, what if Ron can't hold it anymore in the next moment? So he must persevere, and he must persevere longer than Ron. Did she know that Ron wasn't acting at all? He was really not tired, and if the fighting technique was matched at the beginning, Ron would have consumed some physical strength. But now, with the skill matchup, Ron didn't feel tired at all. Not only that, he could even throw a year's worth of meteorites here if he was idle. I see how long you can hold on. Yimu groaned, and then the huge earth giant slammed out with a punch. Such a huge volume naturally drives a whirlwind, setting off monstrous waves on the endless sea. Bang! Ron Susano waved his arm. Immediately, step back 100 meters. Then I saw a fire swipe along Yimu's giant arm, and finally converged on his hand. A blue-white flame long knife was formed in an instant, and the temperature was twice as high as the previous Yuhi-colored flame long knife. Immediately afterward, the giant arm swung the long knife and turned around. The clay giant had no physical limitations at all, and actually made a 180-degree turn along his waist and turned around and slashed directly at Ron. The speed was so fast that Ron had no chance to escape. However, Ron suddenly stretched out a hand and was directly exposed to the blue and white flame sword. Do you want to die? Yimu was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't hold back at all, and the long sword was still smashing. However, the next moment, before the long flame knife touched Doran, the blue and white hot flames were continuously gathering towards Ron's palm as if absorbed by something. In just a moment, instant, it was still there. The long flaming sword in her hand had disappeared. Ron looked at his palm. It seems that the power of EPUB can not only absorb chakra, but also general energy. What did you do? Yimu frowned. Unbelievable, she said with confidence. She had little energy left, and she managed to condense a high-temperature flame, but unexpectedly it was absorbed. This is the first time I have seen such a phenomenon. At this moment, she has no excess physical strength to use the fruit ability, and even this earth giant is just barely keeping up with the bite of EPUB. Just now, whether it timing or strength, is invincible, and I am as full of confidence, so I almost used up what little physical strength I have left. The situation is not good now. If I really have no physical strength, then would I let this shameless villain Ron do whatever he wants? Then his hands clasped together, the earth trembled violently, and then a wooden giant burst out of the sea. In an instant, it has become the same size as her native. You still have so much physical strength. Yimu's pretty face lost its blood in an instant. How could this Ron look like he was running out of energy? Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and score. 211. Equal order between fruit. Yamato's plundering fruit. Elsewhere, Blackbeard Gull Island. The atmosphere and Ron here are completely different. There is peace here. Everyone is discussing how to take out the dark fruit from the Blackbeard. Yamato kept slapping the Blackbeard, but it still didn't work. She thought she was knocking out the fruit by hitting. I don't even know what to think. Beat Blackbeard violently with a wolf-kiba stick, which made Blackbeard, who was already suffering from double the pain, almost fainted. As expected of Blackbeard, a hero of a generation, he even bit Kiba abruptly and survived. It's no use. Yamato turned to look at the 555 admirals behind. I think this method is obviously the wrong starting point, Kuzan said lazily. Then don't tell me sooner. Yamato wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Blackbeard is going crazy. Since you can see that this little girl is messing with you, tell her earlier. Didn't you ask? We thought you had any plans of your own. Kuzan spread his hand. I just give it a try. Haha. Large and hearty Isho wrote. PFF. Blackbeard's internal injuries were blown out of anger. Even Marco, Mason Jozu and others on the side cast sympathetic glances. This Blackbeard is really miserable. If this is the case, it would be better to fall directly into their hand. At least it will give the Blackbeard a joy. In this way, if you feel it with your body, there will be traces of the devil fruit, Fujitora said. Yamato thought for a while and closed his eye. It was dark at first, and after a while, he felt the power of the devil in his heart. If he guessed correctly, this is the power of the devil fruit. While this feeling is still there, Yamato doesn't dare to neglect. If I miss it, I don't know when I can come next time. Wait, this kind of power has no attributes of its own. Yamato was surprised to find that she can only feel that this is a pure fruit ability, and there is no attribute to touch it at all. Like a relatively primitive devil fruit power, it has not been given the characteristics of encounter. In other words, this is a one blank fruit, which is completely a blank sheet of paper. Then, can I give him energy? Thinking of this, Yamato feels like he has caught something, and when he thinks about it carefully, it seems that he has nothing. Other 5 admirals saw Yamato's expression and knew that he should be feeling the fruit, so they didn't make a sound to disturb her. What is what? Yamato muttered to himself, thinking hard, always disappearing just as he was about to catch it. It's clearly in front of you, but you can't see it through. This feeling is very maddening, and suddenly he remembered Ron's word. You can just take out the dark fruit of Blackbeard when the time comes. When I took it out directly, my fruit was blank. That's right. It must be this Yida, and opened his eyes instantly and couldn't help laughing. I want to understand. Oh, know how to do it. Ryokugyu took a sip of wine and asked. Yes, I should have known. Yamato slowly came to Blackbeard. This time she didn't take the wolf-kiba stick, and put his hand 10 centimeters in front of Blackbeard's body, and then Yamato closed his eye. What are you going to do? Blackbeard suddenly felt that something was wrong, and a needle of panic rushed into his heart. He began to struggle subconsciously, and his body kept shaking. Seeing this, Kuzan directly froze Blackbeard's limbs and fixed it firmly on the ground. Yamato feels the empty fruit ability in his body. If he guessed correctly, if Marshal Ron didn't finish what he meant, then his own fruit is copy or plunder. She can plunder the dark fruit ability. Thinking of this, Yamato calmed down, and sure enough, the fruit power like a blank paper was restless, and the dark fruits in Blackbeard's body also began to flow towards this side. Yes, it worked. Yamato Kazuhi. Then he increased his strength, and wisps of jet black smoke drifted in the air, and continued to flow towards Yamato. Speed is getting faster and faster, from the trickle to the Shirakawa River. Yamato finally knows the role of her fruit. Not only that, she also knows the upper and lower relationship between the fruit through this absorption. In theory, his devil fruit can plunder all his lower fruit. That is to say, devil fruits with a level above it cannot be absorbed. Yamato is now combined with the fruit, so you can clearly feel that your fruit is of a special high level, except a few special fruit basically can be absorbed, although it is a one-time, but as long as absorbing the powerful devil fruit, it's worth it. This dark fruit, the devil fruit of the first echelon. I am afraid that all the special fruits above the first echelon should be in Sengoku's collection. Yamato could feel that at least Rebecca's devil fruit in the form of the god of death is not under her, so it shouldn't be able to absorb it. As for the Admiral's present, Yamato could feel them and absorb them all, but Marshal Ron's devil fruit, Yamato recalled carefully, even she couldn't feel the specific rank, probably higher than her and Rebecca's previous grade. And what also brought her this feeling was that the black-robed woman Im's devil fruit ability. I don't know which of the two is taller. Yamato shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Absorption has come to an end, which made everyone else look at this unprecedented scene in surprise. With the last scream of Blackbeard, the dark fruit escaped from him. Uzumaki continued to circle around Yamato's body, and the incomparably dark energy became more pure. Since then, Yamato's devil fruit has turned black, and her original fruit ability has also disappeared. Of devouring the dark fruit, I have to say that her fruit is really strong when it is wrong. Fortunately, Blackbeard is under control. Otherwise, according to this harsh condition, which enemy would stand with such cooperation? Here, let yourself absorb it for more than half an hour. The effect of this fruit is outstanding, but the disadvantages are also obvious. If it wasn't for the 555 admirals to protect themselves, ordinary people would not have the opportunity to absorb those with powerful abilities when they got this fruit. Yamato screamed in the sky. The entire sky was then shrouded in black. Uzumaki swallowing Lu Yun's breath. This forced awakening of this plundered fruit can also force the awakening of the plundered fruit. Yamato is now a step up to the sky. Awaken the dark fruit directly. Ron, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly looked to the east with a look of joy. Did he succeed? It seems that this guy from Yamato can still be taught by children. Then Ron looked again at Im, who was trying his best to hide his lack of energy. At this moment, the wooden giant and the earth giant are opposite each other. Ron looked at Yimu and said, "It seems that it will be over as soon as possible. I'm sorry I can't accompany you to mess around with you. I have an urgent matter on my side. It's not even a fight for you. Isn't it even a nonsense? And whoever is messing with you, don't say it's so disgusting, okay?" Yimu snorted, and his face turned cold again. Chapter 212. Word count. Lift the veil, and kiss. I am biting Kiba. She knew she couldn't fall. There was only Ron in the valley. According to this guy's nature, he still doesn't know what to do. The earth giant threw a punch, and the gust of wind blew away the clouds that lingered in front of him. The next moment, Yimu was shocked beyond words. Originally thought that Ron's wooden giant was the same as himself, but he never expected that when the clouds and mist dissipated, Ron's whole picture appeared in front of him. There are actually countless hands ready to go behind her back, and they are also bigger than hers. How terrifying the physical strength needed to maintain such a huge giant. Now, every time I move, Amu had to think twice. She wanted to save every ounce of her physical strength, and the high-intensity duel that lasted for half a day had already drained Yimu. Im originally thought that Ron would be the same as himself, but what he didn't expect was that Ron seemed to be completely different. How could an exhausted person summon such a huge wooden man? And it is also a Senju Buddha statue. Yimu's punch was easily intercepted by Luo. Then, under the unbelievable gaze of Yimu, Senju came out, and the whole space trembled. 100-meter-high waves were also rolled up on the sea surface, but in front of the two giants, they could only be slapped on the way. Thousands of fists slammed over together. Although the power of the earth is Yimu's strongest defense, but now Yimu, who is already reluctant to maintain the earth giant, is completely unable to defend against such attack. Am I here yet? Yimu closed his eyes and sighed, thinking of his mother's exhortation and the 800 years of shackles on her back. Only 2 years away, and it's only 2 years away. But if it's still not done, if fate. Alas, bang bang bang. Countless banging sound, accompanied by the sound of clods falling into the sea. The originally towering giant of the earth is disintegrating piece by piece, and crumbles little by little with every attack of Ron's Senju Buddha. From at least 3 islands in a radius of hundreds of miles, the giants were so big that even if they were far apart, they could see 2 huge figures dancing in the cloud. On this day, all the people who saw the scene, all passed it on by word of mouth, telling this story to tell others. Since then, there has been another legend on the sea. I don't know how many. Fifth, the giant of the earth is already crumbling. At this moment, Yimu has no strength to move his finger. It was a miracle to be able to hold on for so long. Even if he used all his strength, he could only defend to this point. Yimu gave a wry smile. She has done her best. Clap lala. Then the power of the earth, which could no longer be maintained, instantly collapsed and turned into dust and sand. Im's slender body fell from the air and fell freely towards the sea. Is it over? Yimu has no hatred and no unwillingness. She has tried her best, but she really can't beat her. But now Yimu's face is relieved. The feeling of being freed from the shackles of 800 years. This battle, she really did her best, and now she has no strength. To now, Yimu slowly closed his eyes and let himself fall towards the sea, with the howling cold wind passing beside him. What a familiar feeling. If it were normal, she could even turn into a breeze, but now she doesn't even have the strength to become an element. Speed is getting faster and faster, and Im can feel it without looking, and soon he will fall. Maybe it would be good to be buried in the sea. At this moment, the whole sea has returned to calm, except a rocky island and a Senju giant Buddha standing in the cloud. There is no trace of any battle. But at this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly wrapped around her waist. Yimu's face changed, and a bad thought came up in his heart. Thinking of this, Yimu suddenly opened his eye, and as expected, Ron's smiling face appeared in front of him. I am trying to struggle, but apparently can't move a finger. You, what are you doing? At this moment, the girl was like an ordinary person, panicked and her tone trembled. Without power, no matter how powerful a person is, he will become no different from ordinary people. Ron BV Isho immediately made Yimu even more creepy. Let go of me. If you don't want to die, immediately let go of me. All I can do now is intimidate. Do you think I'll be afraid of your intimidation? Remember what I said just now. You have to pay for your action. Ron grabbed Im's dark veil. Then that Yim remembered what Ron had said before, and his expression changed. Faint Yuhi halo emerged out of anger. That's right, I just attacked Ron just because Ron kissed her. And Ron had said at the time that he wanted to. Thinking of this, Yimu felt a chill on his face, and a breeze was blowing. Only then did he come to his senses. His veil was actually torn off by him. Couldn't help but panic in her heart, but more of anger, because this was the first time in 800 years that she had exposed her true face to anyone other than herself. I will definitely kill you. Im's anger couldn't be more. However, Ron didn't listen at all. In fact, it was not the first time he saw the real face of Im. As early as the very beginning, Ron had seen through it, not only his face, but all Ron who could see it. But the moment he lifted the veil, Ron was still amazed. Ingenious, flawless, miracle of creation. Big eyes, staring at Ron, although full of anger, but it is more moving. Innate beauty, coupled with the temperament of the high-ranking person for 800 years. I am afraid there is nothing more attractive than her in this pirate world. Looking at BB's quivering lip, Ron laughed and said, I said enough to kiss. Then, in Yimu's astonished eye, he suffocated. For a moment, the whole world was silent. Yimu stared wide-eyed at the young man who was close at hand. She was going crazy. She was kissed again, twice in a day. If she hadn't had the strength to resist, she would have killed Ron now. Chapter 213. Successfully peeled off the Junjun fruit, Ron arrived. Black Uzumaki continued to expand, and finally returned to Yamato's body. Blackbeard was stunned. He didn't know what Yamato's ability was before. As for why he was able to take away his devil fruit, he didn't know. However, as the previous host of the dark fruit, Blackbeard knew that Yamato had clearly awakened the fruit power just now. This is incredible. I didn't even do it myself. I didn't expect this woman to wake up at the moment of capture. Logia is the most difficult devil fruit to awaken. Whether its owner Paramesha, there are many awakened people. Only Logia, indeed very few. Of course, this is also related to the rarity of Logia itself, but even in proportion, Logia is the least. The original three Admiral are Logia awakened, but except Marine, there is no Logia awakened in Pirate. And his dark fruit is even more difficult, because the dark fruit is the most special Logia. Even in an unawakened state, it is comparable to other Logias after awakening. Even Blackbeard does not know how powerful the dark fruit is after awakening. Not far away, Marco and others were also stunned. He was a zone awakener, so he knew that it was not easy to awaken the devil fruit, and he had never seen anyone who could awaken so quickly. So I have to sigh with emotion. What kind of monsters are the subordinates of this marshal? The most peaceful one. Although they are all fruit awakeners, they also know the difficulty of awakening fruit. However, Yamato was Ron's personal bodyguard, so such an achievement was a matter of course, and they didn't think it was that strange. However, it was still discussed. I said let her give it a try. It's alright. We can finish the task ahead of time and go back. Ryokugyu burst out laughing, with no admiral demeanor at all, like a hooligan. The old man. I think we should wait here for Marshal Ron. Fujitora put away the stick and said, since you have taken out the dark fruit, why don't you try the shaking fruit? Just when everyone was talking about going home, Akainu suddenly said this. Suddenly, the field became quiet. Then everyone thought, that made sense. So Chi-Chi looked at Yamato. The meaning is really unnecessary. Everyone can understand. Blackbeard is no exception. So Blackbeard went crazy on the spot. Don't go too far. This is definitely killing the chicken to get the egg. Until this moment, Blackbeard suddenly felt hopeless, and at the same time looked at Akainu resentfully. Hard, but you owe it. Everyone was going to leave. You have nothing to say. However, it is obvious that the question you are facing now is to curse Akainu. The most important thing is how to keep your quake fruit. Although Blackbeard doesn't believe that something is wrong with Yamato, which can peel off the devil fruit, this requires a specific method, and this method only has its own. As for just now, Blackbeard thought it was absolute, and Yamato must only be able to transfer the fruit to himself, and he couldn't regenerate the devil fruit as he hoped. And what Ron wanted was his own way to peel off the devil fruit and recreate the devil fruit. Needless to say, Blackbeard was right. Yamato is indeed a one-off, and can only be transferred to himself. As for re-refining devil fruit, she really can't do that right now, but several other admirals don't think so. Yamato spread his hands a little embarrassedly and said, I don't know that. Hey, the principles are the same. Now that you have a dark root, the method used by the dark root must be the same as the fruit you used before. You can try it in the same way. Ryokugyu encouraged. It makes sense. Let's try it. Kuzan, who has always been steady, agreed. So Blackbeard can hunt fruit, and the method used is similar to what you used before. Kizaru nodded thoughtfully. The end. Fujitora also expressed his stand. Let's try it. Marshal Ron didn't say he had to keep him. That's right. As long as the dark root is in hand, we can count as the marshal's order. The instigation of several admirals, Yamato, who was dubious, came to Blackbeard again. Looking at his hand, he recalled the feeling just now. Instantly 2 black uzumaki appeared in his hand. This made Blackbeard panic, because Yamato's method turned out to be the right one. That is to say, according to this development, Yamato is very likely to take away the Junjun fruit. Damn, these admirals are really annoying. Blackbeard quickly thinks about countermeasures. However, Yamato didn't give him a chance. Time and time again, the sound of the black hole drawing out came out. It useless. Yamato shook his head. Blackbeard is sweating profusely. This wrong demonstration is very painful. I advise you not to listen to them. Blackbeard looked up and said, then why don't you tell me how to do it? It will also reduce your pain. Don't think about it. Blackbeard is not stupid enough to take the initiative to explain. He knows that this is his only life-saving trump card. As long as Yamato doesn't study you understand how to operate, then he still has a chance at Ron. But without this trust, he will surely die. Which accessory do you have to put next to it? Such as the same fruit or something? Akainu said suddenly. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Akainu with great admiration. I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. Akainu unconsciously stood up straight, thinking to himself, is this old man the same as you? Yamato didn't know right or wrong when he heard this, but he still took out a banana. At this moment, he has found that Blackbeard's face has become even more ugly. So I was overjoyed. It seems that this method should be right, otherwise Blackbeard would not have such a big reaction. So, Yamato performed it again according to that method. However, this time, a miracle happened. A blue-white energy suddenly emerged from Blackbeard, but hovered in the air, and then immediately fly to the banana. The next moment, accompanied by Blackbeard's heart-wrenching scream, the originally ordinary bananas were covered with strange lines. Yamato couldn't help but rejoice. It was a success. She mastered the method of beating up the devil fruit. At this moment, everyone looked up in unison. This breath. Marshal N is here. Chapter 214. The kiss scene was seen by Nami of Sky Island. Ron was sitting on the wooden giant, walking step by step toward Blackbeard. Don't look at it step by step, but this Senju giant Buddha is really too big, towering into the sky. The speed of movement is several times that of a warship. Ron is not in a hurry now, because the dark root has been obtained, and he has nothing to worry about. So he didn't rush over there in a hurry. So he didn't even know that this group of people even exceeded the task. Not only did he get the dark root, but he also figured out the method by himself, and even won the Junjun fruit. You let me go. Yimu struggled weakly. She almost suffocated to death just now. This Ron is really kissing enough. Yimu looked at the man in front of her resentfully, and swore that once she regained her strength, she would be the first to kill him. Did you have any crooked thoughts again? Ron turned to hold up. Im's cheek said. No. Im turned her face away. She didn't want Ron to see her thoughts at this time. No. Why are your eyes dodging? Ron frowned. No. I am still turning his head away from Ron. Hey, why are you disobedient? I said, you're going to do those crooked thoughts. Don't blame me. Ron turned Im's face and stared at her. I said I didn't. Yimu said angrily. However, it hasn't finished yet. Haha. A big lip was printed on it. Woo. You put. Yimu struggled hard, but he didn't have much strength. Moments later, the two parted, and I am panting heavily, staring at Ron, making no secret of his vicious gaze. Ron looked at IMVV Isho and said, a small lesson. Next time you have some messy thoughts of revenge, you know. Feeling the warmth on his lip, Ron lay comfortably on the wooden man, looking at the sky, and closed his eyes for a while. I am sitting not far away with his leg folded, resisting the urge to rush over to strangle Ron, because she knew that she would definitely fail. This shameless rascal would definitely do it again. Every step of the giant Senju Buddha will bring monstrous wave to the sky, and the surrounding ships will stop and look at this strange creature soaring into the cloud. Because it is so tall, it has even reached the height of an ordinary small sky island. No, just at the position between the eyebrows of the giant Buddha of Ron Senju, a small sky island floated over. It is the famous meteorological science Sky Island. At this moment, Nami is learning the art of meteorology, and several old scientists and children are studying various meteorological sciences one after another. Originally, the sky was clear and the air was cool and windless. According to meteorology, there will be no strong winds today. This point, these old men have nothing. Their meteorology has not gone wrong for so many years. Little girl, look at this kind of weather. The clouds are slow and the shape is regular. There will be no wind in this kind of weather. An old man with white beard transmits experience to Nami. It can't be said to be experience. It's already a systematic science lab. Nami was sitting on the bubble, cute and playful, taking note. They were are outside an experimental base on the edge of Sky Island. Next to it is 1,000 meters high in the sky. If you are not careful, you will fall. Do you understand, little girl? Well, this is very simple. I have learned it, Nami said confidently. However, at this moment, the weather that was originally judged to have no wind suddenly blew a gust of wind. Nami grabbed the Jinchuriki column in a hurry so she didn't get blown down. How can there be such a strong wind? Didn't you say that there will be no wind in this weather? Nami yelled at the old man. This white-haired man looked innocent, so he didn't know why. It really shouldn't be windy. I haven't made a mistake for so many years. How could it be possible? Wait, that's not right. The old man and Nami looked to the side, where there was originally a thick layer of fog. But now, the clouds and mist were blown away, and a huge giant head slowly walked out. Ah, Nami was taken aback and exclaimed. The white-haired look even fainted. Nami looked down very uncertainly. Yes, it is indeed thousands of meters in the sky. That is to say, this giant is thousands of meters high. How is this possible? Even the best among the giants cannot have a height of a kilometer. Nami stared at the giant in front of her with astonishment, only to realize that he was actually a wood, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This Senju Buddha statue is obviously controlled by someone, which means that it is powerful enough to control this kind of thing. Who is this? After a short period of fear, Nami found that the wooden man had no intention of attacking them. Can't help but feel relieved. I immediately began to wonder who is controlling this. Fortunately, the distance is not far, and when I take a closer look, I can't help but look at Yuhi. Because Nami saw a man and a woman above kissing. It's so embarrassing. It made Nami very shy, so she couldn't help but take a second look. After Ron's side was over, he also glanced at Nami. Immediately, Ron did not expect that he would meet members of the Straw Hat here, but Ron ignored it. Nami remembered this person because she was too familiar. Not long ago, the Dressrosa incident was reported in the newspapers, and this person was obviously Marshal Marine. I didn't expect that the dignified Marshal Marine could play so well, but he was actually in the air. Nami couldn't help but wonder who that woman was. Just looking at the back, there was a feeling of being astonished. So beautiful. Nami never thought that this short meeting would save her once in the future. Of course, this is not escaping Yumu's perception. Although she has no physical strength, she is still vigilant when strangers appear in such a close range. After all, the shameful scene just now must not be seen by others. Fortunately, this was a woman, and Yumu was relieved, but he still remembered this woman firmly. Ron didn't take this seriously, and it didn't take long for them to come to Blackbeard. 215. Killing Blackbeard. Ron blocked an Admiral. Looking at the ant-sized person below, Yumu picked up the mask and covered his face again. Ron shook his head helplessly. What are you doing in the way? Yim turned his head again, but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, she hasn't recovered her physical strength yet, so she can't fight against Ron, or this guy might fight him again in public. Thinking of this, Yumu shuddered. The pomp of Marshal Ron's return is too big. Yamato looked up at the towering giant. It is really unimaginable that this is made by human being, which is countless times larger than the wooden giant standing on the Amazon lily. Marshal Ron really refreshes the three views of mankind time and time again. HMPE, your marshal is here. This time, I will let you not obey the order and extract the fruit privately. Let's see how you explain to Ron, Blackbeard said weakly. At the moment he was still frozen to the ground by Kuzan. Fortunately, Kuzan's ice helped him reduce a lot of pain, otherwise Blackbeard would not be able to survive just now. Now, the thought in his heart is to absolutely not cooperate with Ron, not to tell Ron that the method of extracting the devil fruit, unless Ron promises him the execution of that Akainu who owes his mouth. Blackbeard is. I want to pull Akainu back. After all, this woman has ruined her ambition, destroyed the hope of many years. Until now, although Blackbeard didn't think Yamato was just a coincidence, he also knew that Yamato definitely didn't have a skilled master to extract the devil fruit, and he has some secret which Yamato doesn't know, and it is also the experience he has gained from studying devil fruit for so long. As this Marshal Marine, I can't believe that he is so powerful. Compared to Blackbeard, it was the first time Marco and the others met Ron's real person, and they were together for the first time to feel the horror of this man upload. To be said that this towering giant has really caused a lot of shock to their heart. Marco, if this man named Ron was the Marshal when Daddy led us to attack Marineford, would there be any hope for us to come back alive? Mason Jozu said with a look of fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible to come alive, not to mention, this Senju giant Buddha is not something we can fight. The giant Oz was in front of him, not even as long as his finger. Marco said very calmly. Yes, but the other party has more than 100 hands like this. Foyle also nodded in agreement. If that's what they encountered at the time, there would be no need for the Marineford fight to continue. I'm afraid except Dad, they will all be killed with one blow, maybe just one punch. The more than 40 battleships of the Whitebeard pirates are all dead. Ron jumped down from a height of several thousand meters with Yimu in his arm. Bang! It fell directly on the ground. Marshal Ron, everyone said in unison. Ron nodded and put that I am down. First he looked at Marco and the others on the side, and then at Blackbeard. Then he said to Yamato, as the method master, in a short sentence, straight to the subject. Yamato presented the banana and said, I have mastered it, but I am still a little unskilled. This is the fruit of shock. Hearing Yamato's word, Vivi was stunned for a moment. Did he also attract the Junjun fruit? It seems that during the half-day battle between himself and Ron, his subordinates have quietly carried out so many activities according to the deployment. Involuntarily glanced at Ron. No wonder the man said he was in a hurry just now. It seems that he wanted to have this method to extract devil fruit. Yimu is quite smart, and quickly sorted out the context of the matter. When she first came out, she didn't even know the whereabouts of the dark fruit and the shock fruit, but in just one face-to-face meeting, she figured out the ins and outs of the matter. 89. These two fruits have flourished for several times in the past 800 years. He didn't expect it to be in Ron's hands now. Is this man trying to dominate the world? Ron, this banana with a pattern was slightly bummed. He really didn't expect Yamato and the others to overfulfill the task. He also took out the Junjun fruit, by the way. Then Ron waved his arm and said, since the Junjun fruit has been obtained, and you have mastered the method, then what are you doing with the Blackbeard? Deal with him, and then go back to the headquarters. Boom. Blackbeard head buzz. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. This Ron didn't even ask him. He just killed him. You can't kill me. Have you forgotten how you agreed? Blackbeard growled. Ron waved his hands behind his back and said casually, forget PFF. Blackbeard vomited blood. This Marine is so shameless. It's upright and fair. He clearly said that as long as he handed over the dark fruit, he would not kill him. And now it is time to not only take the dark fruit, but even take the Junjun fruit, but also kill him again. And he even said shamelessly that he forgot the previous agreement. Several admirals were also ashamed, and as expected, Marshal Ron did not intend to save Blackbeard alive. Fortunately, they were still cautious at the time, for fear of killing Blackbeard. This is good. No chance at all. Blackbeard was sentenced to death when he arrived. Before Blackbeard could continue cursing, the ice had already spread up under his feet. It covered Blackbeard's body in a short time, and then two laser beams directly shot through the ice sculpture and shattered it into several pieces. Blackbeard, the hero of a generation, was played to death just like that. Marco and the others were dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene in front of them. They thought about Blackbeard's several ending, but the live broadcast would have never expected such a simple death. This new marshal didn't even bother to kill people in the slightest, and he didn't even bother to escort them back to the underwater prison. Several people looked at each other in dismay, and they were all terrified. Yimu didn't expect that Ron would go back on his word in front of so many Marines, which simply refreshed her three views. How can someone be so shameless? And the most annoying thing is that no one here has come forward to question and oppose Ron's behavior. Not only that, but these admirals accepted the scene with confidence, and it didn't feel like anything was wrong. Has this guy, Ron, gained such a degree of popularity? Openly playing a hooligan will make him respond with 1,000 responses. Can't help but re-evaluate Ron again. A character who can do this is not just relying on strength to intimidate. However, the next sentence once again shocked Yimu. Ron called the Yamato, and then asked, are you awake? How is the master? Well, I am awakened, and I should be proficient soon. The big and hardy Isho, her current strength has soared from the level of a vice admiral to a level that can rival admiral. In retrospect, not long ago, because there was no food to eat, Zeely intercepted a warship to eat and drink, but he did not expect to stop the warship where Marshal Ron was. Has been a long time since he was taken back by Ron, and his progress can be said to be flying, and he found what he wanted to do. Yamato is really lucky. This man guides him even more deeply than Kazuki Yuten. Very good. Now you are Admiral, titled Black Dragon, Ron said suddenly. An uproar in the audience. I never expected that Ron would randomly ban an admiral on this occasion. 216. Sorry, the marshal can do whatever he wants. You can't just seal an admiral so casually. Even this is not the Marine headquarters, and you didn't ask the world government's consent. Yimu said angrily. In Marine, the canonization of admiral has to go through a very strict screening, not only for the strength to be recognized by everyone, but also for a high-level meeting to vote. At this moment, as the real master of this world, as the supreme ruler of the world government, she can't tolerate Ron's actions like this at all. I'm sorry, but the marshal can do whatever he wants. Ron turned his head, looked at Yimu with burning eyes, and said word by word, suddenly retracted the second half of the sentence because she was too familiar with Ron's look. Even now, when she sees this look, her lips will have a strange feeling. Thinking of this, Yimu looked around and closed his mouth very wisely. She had no doubt that if she went on, Ron would definitely do something lewd to herself in public. Her stamina hasn't fully recovered yet. If she can deal with an ordinary admiral, it's okay, but if she resists Ron, it's a bit impossible. Oh, by the way you happen to be here, you can issue the Admiral's appointment document to her," said this as if he suddenly remembered something. "Who? I am almost got an internal injury from anger," he said directly. "No." Before she finished speaking, she realized that Ron's eyes were wrong again. "Damn, this guy is clearly threatening me. I am," scolded Ron countless times in his heart. She swore that she hadn't said so much swearing in 800 years. But he knew it was a threat, but Yimu had to do it, because she knew that if Ron did something strange on this occasion, then the great mystery of her world lord would be over, and Tenryubido's holy light would definitely be blackened by Ron. World will only know that Yim is only a part of Martial Marine. This is absolutely impossible. Yim will never allow such a thing to happen, especially when someone sees. Why is it when someone sees it? Yimu shook his head. The most important thing is that Yimu didn't doubt that Ron would kiss him again, because the answer is simple. This guy will do it. I am more certain than believing that the sun will rise tomorrow. Yamato was taken aback for a moment, but she knew Imam's identity. Although I just learned about it today, I haven't recovered from the breaking news of the world's highest emperor. And at this moment, Ron actually said that it was a unique treatment for Im to award her an appointment. You must know that people in previous Admiral have had this kind of treatment, and the discerning person present can see that this is what Marshal Ron asked Im to do. This is the most explosive news. When did the Marshal actually command the world government? And it was the highest level of the world government. No way. No way. All the Marines present were staring at it, all of them holding their breath, both feeling impossible and expecting it to happen. It's not an example. Im glared at Ron sternly, a warning to wait and see. But Ron didn't see it at all, and looked at her with a wink. Then, Im came to Yamato. A serious tone. He said, "I am in the name of the Elazar family. Today, I am here to exercise the highest destiny on behalf of the world government." Yamato Vice Admiral is officially promoted to Admiral. Wow. Marine is boiling. This is the highest officer of the world government. Although their relationship between Marine and the world government is relatively bad, but they still know that the authority of the world government is unique. Moreover, the world government has always been Marine as superior for so many years. Basically, the orders of the world government and the Marines must obey them. And now, just now, the supreme ruler of the world government, Lord Im, actually listened to the words of Marshal Ron. So incredible. Who is this person? And why are they so excited? Isn't she the one who read out the order? Mason Jozu looked at Marco and asked, "I'm afraid the background is not small. It should be a member of Tenryubito." Marco is just a pirate, and is not so clear about the relationship between the world government and Tenryubito. "How do you know it Tenryubito? I think the average Tenryubito wears a glass headgear," the dog and cat said at the same time. Marco explained, "Did you not hear her say that she represents the world government? Which family dares to speak like that? So this woman is not only Tenryubito, but also a noble in Tenryubito." Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath and said that the relationship between the Marine led by Ron and the world government has been dead in name only. But this is obviously not the case. This obviously has such a good relationship with the nobles in Tenryubito, and even allows Tenryubito to come out and confess his fate to his subordinate. How can it seem like the two sides are incompatible? They don't know the specific situation, so from their perspective, they can only see that Tenryubito and Ron seem to have a good relationship. They will even carry out the important work of Admiral's fate for the other party. Although they are pirates, they also know that accepting the fate of Admiral is not an ordinary thing. Even in Marine, it is a first-class event. After all, Admiral has very few places since ancient time. "That's right, it would be nice if you were obedient like this all the time," Ron said to Im, who turned and walked back. "Don't think I don't know your purpose," Yimu said in a very unfriendly tone. "What purpose?" Ron spread his hand. Yimu pouted towards the far north. "The meaning is obvious, that it. Don't think I didn't see people in that direction." Ron smiled. He naturally knew that there were a pair of eyes staring here in that direction. Jack, one of the three disasters under the four emperors Kaido. At this moment, he was looking at this side with a high-powered telescope. Due to the extreme distance, the other admirals did not notice it at all. This is also the reason why Jack deliberately chose this location. Because of this distance, no observation hockey can detect. It's not the first time Jack has done this kind of thing. He is very experienced. And on this ship, there are 0 sent by Gorosei, 5 elders, and the world government has maintained arms trading relations with Kaido and Wanokuni. This time, Gorosei, 5 elders thought that Lord Yimu would definitely kill Ron, so they came to Kaido to cooperate, and use the power of pirates to bring Marine back to their control. Chapter 217. Want to lie to me? I am Lord Jack. Jack looked down the binocular, looked at the 0 with a bad face, and said in a deep voice, "Are you pretending to be our boss or a fool? You dare to lie to us? What are you talking about? How can the Gorosei 5 elders personally cooperate with your governor? How can it be said to be lying to you?" The name 0 is confused. He was the representative who came to negotiate and negotiated the plan with Jack, the representative of Kaido, SI. As for what Jack saw just now, it was purely accidental. They they didn't even know they'd meet Ron and Yim here, and Jack just knew it was Yim. Very well, then the one you said. Is Yimu a woman in a black robe? Jack held back his anger and asked. That right. What's wrong? What the problem? This name Zero still doesn't know what happened, and he also doesn't know that Lord Yimu and Ron were interacting as if they were in love with each other just now. At least that's what Jack saw, and Jack didn't see any move by I am trying to kill Ron. This is not the same as what the Zero said just now. It is obvious that the Gorosei 5 elders are deceiving them. As a pirate and a powerful subordinate of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, at least Jack thinks he is a powerful subordinate, more powerful than the queen. Jack always believes what he sees. Everything else is false to him. What the problem? Jack laughed angrily. I'll give you one last chance. You should organize your language. It gotta be a miss. He's the new Zero, taking the place of Queen of the Pleasure District Ussie. Because the woman's whereabouts were suddenly unknown, the world government had to fill the vacancy of Zero as soon as possible, so they could only find this character who was still a little lacking in strength. The world government doesn't know about Ussie being secretly captured by Ron. What are you talking about? We are cooperating with integrity. As long as the smooth master marine this time, Gorosei 5 elders said, can give you a lot of money. Of them said that he got the exact news from the Gorosei 5 elder, and this time Lord Yimu dispatched. He will definitely be able to kill Ron, so they are bound to win in a normal battle. And the plan is also very simple. That is, after Ron's death, Marine is without a leader. At this time, as long as Kaido takes the opportunity to make trouble, then their world government can justifiably take over Marine again. Of course, this can't be ordinary chaos. It has to reach a level that Marine can't handle by himself. Therefore, they found Kaido, who has always had a cooperative relationship, because only the 4 emperors have such weight. That right, the plan of their Gorosei 5 elders to have a top war. Of course, this top war can't be as real as before. At least you have to look good, and you have to achieve that. Just lied to Marine. The best time to take over an organization is of course when they are in a hurry and need help. At this time, the world government stood up again, and commanded Marine to defeat, not back, for Emperor Kaido. Then he will definitely regain the command of Marine and the military heart. Very simple operation, but can pay the smallest cost, the fastest reintegration of Marine, and it can also take over Ron's prestige without a fight. Simply perfect. This Zero also has to lament the foresight of Gorosei 5 elder. For him, coming to negotiate with Kaido this time, it is really easy to grasp. There is no difficulty at all, because this business is a win-win situation. Kaido doesn't even have to pay. As long as he accompanies him in a play, he can get a lot of money. To mention Kaido, anyone else would agree without hesitation. And the discussion has been going well, and even the price has been negotiated. How can you suddenly change your face now? HMPA, you are still stubborn. Your world government is obviously deceiving us, obviously making us fall into the arrangements you have already arranged. Trap. Jack thinks he is very smart, and immediately discovered the conspiracy of the world government. As expected, it is something that the world government can do. These guys are not trustworthy at all. At this moment, Jack has fully believed that there is a conflict between Marine and the world government, and even the rumors that they are incompatible with each other are deliberately spread by them. The purpose is to make the pirate careless, so vicious and shameless. Jack disdains to talk to such a person. What a hero he is. Although everyone thinks he is a rude man, but only he himself knows that he is a good man. Why don't you believe it? Lord Yimu's shot. How can be fate. Didn't want to fail one of his mission, and he couldn't figure out why the sand coin in front of him suddenly turned 180 degrees. Lord Yimu shot. You still dare to lie to you, Mr. Jack. I really don't want to live. I'm afraid that your Mr. Yimu has long been a Ron's shameless secret covenant. Jack threw the binoculars over and said, what are you talking about? How unreasonable it is to be so disrespectful to our Lord Yimu. Obviously, this sentence has stimulated to Zero. Lord Yimu is a godlike figure. How can he be so insulted? See for yourself. If you can't get the Yellow River, don't give up. Meanwhile, Jack takes out the phone bug and prepares to call Kaido because the matter is too serious. When the government even set them up, they must tell the boss, and then let the boss judge. It was obvious that Ron was flirting with the supreme commander of the world government, and there seemed to be a deep hatred. They even lied that IM came out to kill Ron this time. What a poor excuse. If it wasn't for this accidental collision, it's really easy to be deceived by them. It's clear that IM going out this time is to discuss with Ron how to deal with their 4 emperors, and their first target is Boss Kaido. It's so obvious. They want to deceive them to Marine headquarters unprepared, and then catch turtles in a urn. Just this trick. Still wants to deceive Lao Su. Who are you being lousy? Lousy is Lord Jack. Jack's eyes turned white, and he thought with disdain. Ron intervenes thousands of miles away. CP0 loses. I want to see. What did you see? The Zero took over and looked in that direction at the same time, but he didn't know the exact location. After searching for a while, I found it. When he saw this scene clearly, he was shivering and cold. At this moment, his whole body was cold, and he thought that he would never understand why Jack, the sand coin, suddenly changed his his fate. But now, he understood. It would be misunderstood by himself. No, he has already misunderstood. Because what came from the small lens of the telescope was an extremely unimaginable scene, which could shock the jaws of any person in the world government. In 0 feet's field of vision, Un was tidying up the veil for Yimu. The Lord and Yimu didn't even resist. They just stood there. Although this 0 doesn't point to what they said, just this scene is enough to make Jack heart kill. Not good. His life is in danger. After all, he is an espionage officer. To be able to enter this position, he must have gone through layers of selection, and he is definitely not a fool. They are all very smart. Do and care. What going on Mr. Yim's side? The misunderstanding on Jack's side alone can't explain it. According to the usual operation of pirate, they are very likely to kill themselves because they feel deceived. This is not to vent their anger. It is simply killing chickens to warn the monkey, but also to let others see the end of deceiving the 4 emperors, so that he will not show mercy just because he is a member of the world government, but will intensify his effort. Because nothing can warn a monkey more than a chicken. I just want everyone to see that even if it is the people of the world government, as long as they deceive the 4 Emperor Kaido, then there is only one end, and that is death. Thinking of this 0 is sweating coldly, and the more I think about it, the more afraid I become. He told Kaido that I am out of the border this time to kill Ron, and how incompatible the current world government and marine are, and it didn't take long for his subordinates to see the one who was talking about Ron just now. Lord Yimu, who was really close to Ron at this time, not only did not fight each other, but looked like they were getting along well. Lord Jack, this is not what you think it is. He was so frightened to call Jack Lord Jack. Jack said disdainfully, what is it that is not what I think it is? How can it be fake what I saw with my own eye? This must be Lord Yimu's plan. She must be waiting for the opportunity to start. Best to argue, although he didn't believe it himself, but now there is no way out. Far, do you think Lao Su is a sand dollar? Have you ever seen a trick to get yourself on board? Stop arguing. I understand everything. Your world government and marine have never split. Everything is a trick. You just wait for Lao Su to report to Lord Kaido and see what he does with you. As soon as Jack said that, he dialed Kaido's phone. At this point, the 0 was completely panicked. The fool knows that if he listens to this fool, then he will die without doubt. No, we can't sit still. We must hurry back to Mariajoy and report this to the Gorosei 5 elder. Thinking of this, the name 0 went straight to prepare to jump onto his own boat. It didn't matter if he didn't move, but as soon as he wanted to escape, Jack was more sure of his guess. Dare to run. Don't make a fool of yourself this time. Jack didn't care about notifying Kaido first, so he rushed forward, ready to subdue this guy first. After all, if he was allowed to run away, what would be the face of the 4 emperors? Jack would not allow the majesty of the boss to be compromised. Therefore, this person must be caught, even if he is directly under the world government. What are you going to do? Are you going to do something to the people of the world government? Stop talking nonsense. Dare to deceive us and want to run away and capture everyone on their boat. Jack's order. Countless fighters swarmed up and instantly surrounded the world government's warship. Jack flew out and took out 2 scimitars and rushed towards the other side. Damn, pirates are really savages. This 0 is a newcomer. His strength will not be inferior to Jack. 2 of them want to decide the winner or loser. It may be difficult to do it within a few hours, but apparently both sides are killing Yuhi now. At this time, why the fight is no longer important. How to kill the other party is the most important. If you want to keep me, it's not enough for you. Kai, fighting intent to the sky. Until this moment that everyone really saw the true strength of 0. It turned out that this group of people not only engaged in intelligence, but also expressed their strength in this way. Sure enough, the lackey of the world government is not something ordinary people can be. However, just when 0 was gaining the upper hand, his body suddenly froze, and he was frozen in midair, which was very strange. At this moment of stillness, Jack's broadsword slashed directly through his chest. A streak of blood was like a Jinchuriki column. The field was seriously injured and a few hits immediately followed. Tied him up. You cheat. He vomited blood, but still looked at Jack viciously. He himself didn't know what happened just now, why he suddenly stopped moving. It felt like a force was holding him back. But there is no one around here. It must be Jack using some kind of magic. It is said that they Wano-kuni have always had a lot of magic. Of course Jack didn't notice the reason. All he knew was that he won. Nothing else mattered. It's just too weak. Jack didn't forget to sneer. You PFF. This 0 vomited again. On Skull Island in the distance, Yimu glanced at Ron resentfully, and then said, you can take your hand off. You have done one movement back and forth several times. Aren't you tired? Ron laughed Isho, relieved the embarrassment, and then took his hand from Im's mask. Just now he repeatedly arranged the mask for Yimu several times. It seems embarrassing to outsiders. However, Jack and that 0 can only be seen once. At the same time, Ron also blinked his dry eye. Just now, he interfered with Jack's fight with that 0. Chapter 29. Kaido learns that his daughter is Admiral. Why are you doing this? Im dodged Ron's hand and said, it's nothing, it's just a willow. Maybe it will bear different fruit. Ron said casually, the willow tree does not bear fruit. retorted. Haha, what if? Ron spread his hand. Just now, Yim didn't cooperated voluntarily, but he didn't recover his physical strength, so he really couldn't disobey this pervert. With her observation hockey, she naturally sensed the situation over there, just that she doesn't know that Zero Y is with the people of the Four Emperor. This makes Yimu very puzzled, which is why she didn't resist too much just now, because I am very sensitively aware that this Zero must have been sent by the Gorosei 5 Elders. Although I don't know the reason, it's not hard to guess that Gorosei 5 Elders must have secretly cooperated with the pirate. This made Yimu very angry. No matter how they are also the world government, Yimu also has the pride of being a ruler. How can it be possible to allow such behaviors as collusion with pirates? This embarrassing for their 19 Tenryubito family. It is true that there must be some scum among Tenryubito, but hooking up with pirates is beyond Yim's bottom line. That, who are the Four Emperors? I am asked. Kaido, the dragon fruit ability. Ron replied with a smile. Yimu frowned. Although she had heard of the new Fourth Emperor, to her, Kaido was really a newcomer. The last time I was out of the border, it was still Roger Golden Lion Whitebeard's world. At that time, I didn't know who Kaido was, but it was probably with the little doll. Ron smiled and patted on the shoulder, and instantly an extremely pure energy poured into Ron's body. It was very refreshing, with a cool feeling, which made Ron relax. The little stamina that just recovered was exhausted again. You, what are you doing? Yimu's face changed. She was still thinking about secretly recovering her stamina, and then trying to kill Ron, but she only recovered a third of it, and was absorbed by this guy somehow. Ron laughed and said, don't have any crooked thoughts. Since the last time I discovered the ability of the Hungry Ghost Realm, it can also absorb stamina and various root energy, and I like to use it very much. I said I would never do it to you again. Why are you still doing this? Of course, Yim couldn't speak his heart. Otherwise, if Ron knew that she had been looking for a chance to recover her strength and then killed Ron, then she would be in danger. But Ron obviously wouldn't believe her. You're still cute when you don't have physical strength. Since you don't want to kill me, then this physical strength is useless to you. I'll keep it for you in the future. Ron VV Isho. Even his handsome face couldn't control this weird smile. I am going to get chills after seeing it before. She suddenly felt as if she had fallen into pervert. How could this be? If you don't have physical strength, how can you break the game? You must look for opportunity. Imbuin will always maintain this vigilance. People are tired. As long as you endure the humiliation for a while, you will definitely have a chance. Yimu secretly clenched his small fist. However, this scene between the two, in the eyes of the Marines, became extremely strange. Marshal Marine and Commander Tenryubito, what are these two doing? They are arranging their clothes, and they are in close contact with each other. It's hard not to think about it. Of course, what they saw was more embarrassing, especially what Ron had been doing just now. The act of tidying up the veil, back and forth, over and over again. It was so embarrassing, but they didn't say much. After all, on the Marine chassis, the Marshal can really do whatever he wants. Let's go back to headquarters. Ron waved his hand, gave an order, then wrapped around Yimu's waist and jumped towards the wooden giant. Only then did Marine discover, especially Akainu's first discovery, that the Grand Disalo, which carries 1/5 of the world's liquidity, is held in the palm of this wooden giant. This Akainu is blue in color. Such a huge ship, in front of such a giant statue, was like a small rice ball, so it was directly held in his hand. And there are 100 such hands. Akainu couldn't help but sighed and said, it took me so long to let these two turtles move so far, but Marshal Ron actually grabbed the giant cruise ship and walked towards the headquarters with ease. Since you did it so easily, why did you make me suffer for days? But Akainu just thought about it. He didn't dare to say. Result, Ron's Senju giant Buddha was holding a warship in one hand. The other admirals were fine, and those ordinary soldiers were now at an altitude of several thousand meters. They didn't even dare to look down. This is absolutely the one of a kind experience of their life. The towering giant Buddha was going step by step towards the Marine headquarters. Marco and others are also convinced at this moment. It was very uncomfortable to be subdued by several admirals, but now that I think about it, it is fortunate that they did not meet Ron. Otherwise, they might not have been caught, simply immediately died. Hello, Kaido's drunken voice came out. Jack hurriedly said respectfully, Boss Kaido, things have changed, and the little bastards from the world government dare to bully us. What? Kaido roared and said angrily, what's going on? It took Jack 5 minutes to tell the whole story. Kaido was furious after hearing this, immediately said, cut off this 0 feet's head and throw it into the sea. Yes, Boss Kaido. After Jack got the order, he came to Zero and went straight down without saying a word, and then kicked into the sea. These Gorosei 5 elders have their minds on my head. Kaido hiccuped and said, by the way, Kaido boss, I saw the young master. Jack hesitated for a while, and finally decided to tell the truth. Otherwise, if the boss knew that he had concealed something in the future, he would be caught in the sea and accompany the person just now. Where is he? Kaido's whine woke up most of the time. Come on, Moji will throw you into the sea too. Jack's whole body jolted consulted, immediately said just now, Ron and the person named Yimu seem to be in the process of consecrating the young master as Admiral. Jack wasn't sure either, but that's how that scene should have been. Boom. One sentence is like a bolt from the blue, and Kaido's head is going to explode. Too much deception. Too much deception. Ron bastard. This is humiliating. Lao Su. Chapter 220. The revenge plan of the cute pet pirate. Ron and the others returned to Marine headquarters. Newspapers were flying everywhere, conveyed by the seagulls of Morgan. Continuous news has changed every corner of the world. The first to bear the brunt, Blackbeard was exterminated by Marine. The middle of the newspaper is Admiral. 5 members of Marine plus Yamato's photo. It looked like it was carefully photographed from a special angle, called a handsome, just like Marine's most fashionable promotional poster. Then on the back is the announcement of Yamato's promotion to Marshal. At this time, people know that the front is not 555 Admiral, but 666 Marine Admiral. Of course, this news is much more exciting because it is written that Yamato is responsible for destroying Blackbeard. Wait, this is how he was promoted to Admiral. That it. This sentence made the whole pirate world fry, especially the Kaido camp. Everyone was done. Didn't her own young master go undercover in Marine? She actually wanted to be Marine, and she made great achievement, and she was promoted to Marine Admiral in less than a month. How is this possible? They thought Yamato was going undercover in Marine, but they never thought they were serious. This is great. How can the Kaido pirate get along in the new world? Now everyone knows that their young master turned out to be Marine Admiral, and he also killed a big pirate like Blackbeard. Bullshit. Kaido roamed the island for hours before stopping. Boss Kaido, I think Marshal Ron may not be targeting us. Jack cautiously said that he had just returned to Onigashima. In fact, Blackbeard also contacted Kaido this time and asked Kaido to help deal with Marco. After all, Blackbeard would never put all his hopes on Ron. Marine is Marine after all. Unreliable, but the fact that it turned out to be true of Blackbeard concerned. After all, he was trapped by Ron now, and his life was lost, but time could not come back, and it was too late for Blackbeard to regret. So this time Jack has another mission, which is to support Blackbeard, which is why Jack appears there. Oh, why do you say that? Kaido put down the wine bottle and said, "It's very simple. I think so. Although the young master's strength is not high, there is no need for Ron to pay the price of an admiral just to discuss that." Jack patted his chest and said, "Idiot." The queen said displeased, "That guy Ron is very bad. Have you forgotten how these people in the underground world are gone? I think it's suspicious. Ron and don't think they can really get along, and Marine's recent actions don't seem to be acting. After all, they have even abolished Shichibukai, the lackey of the world government. If it is the price to pay for acting is too heavy," said more wisely. But Jack was not happy when he heard it. "Brother, what do you mean? Do you mean that I read it wrong, or that you don't believe my judgment at all? Be confident, Jack." "Big brother, he's just don't believe you." Queen wiped the weapon aside, passing the soot. "HMPA, you don't believe it, but I saw it with my own eye. That Ron and Yim are 2 of them, and they are my own. So you say that they have nothing to do with each other." Boss Kaido, for the time being, I believe that Jack didn't see the wrong way. If this is the case, what should we do? Should we gather troops to rescue the young master? Queen exhaled a smoke ring and said, "No, we can't act rashly. Now Marine's power is no small matter. We can't enter their chassis to save people." Immediately refuted. "Brother, you are too timid. We have so many capable people. Can't we defeat a Marine headquarters?" Jack said aggressively. He is a belligerent, basically not afraid of anything. "Just go up and do it." "Trash, it's up to you. I'm afraid even the first one will be killed." He snorted and said disdainfully, "Brother, do you doubt my strength?" "Be confident, Jack. Eldest brother just thinks you are too bad." Queen explained on the side. "Shut up for me," Kaido roared. "We really can't act rashly, but we can lead them to Wano-kuni, and then flee Kun into the urn." Miyaki immediately clapped his hands and applauded. As expected of Kaido, boss. Too smart. Yes, this plan is very hot. As long as they dare to Wano-kuni, the terrain here is dangerous, and it must not be allowed a large-scale marine entry, so that only a few people such as Ron and the young master will land on the island. Then we can kill it. "Ron, you have rescued the great and young master." Even the always steady applauded. But Jack suddenly said, "But how can they come to Wano-kuni?" "Idiot. Kaido old nature has a plan." Queen snorted. Kaido was stunned for a moment. Yes, how did he trick them into coming up? He hadn't thought of that. This Jack is usually stupid, but asking such a crucial question at this time is really annoying. Ha! Kaido threw the wine gourd directly to the ground, torn apart and splashed with wine. How could it be so easy to trick them? And I'm telling you all this. 3 of them looked at each other, and then said in 4 voices, "Leave it to us." After a while, the 3 of them came out of Onigashima. "Brother, what should we do?" Jack was completely clueless. The queen said angrily, "If you hadn't asked the boss this question, could this trouble have fallen on our head?" "Idiot. As of now, I can only use that idiot Wano-kuni Kurozumi Orochi." After thinking about it again and again, he said, "It makes sense. We can use Wano-kuni to make a fuss. We must know that this country has always been closed to the country and has never joined the world government, so it can be used to make make use of it. That right, didn't Jack kill the Zero of the world government before you released the news that those who were Zero were detained by Wano Kuni? If you want to save him, let Ron and the young Master Yamato come to Wano Kuni, said confidently. But that person has already been killed by me, Jack said slyly. Idiot, they don't know you killed Zero. The Queen hated that iron was not deal, and the other minions were ashamed. Brother Jack is really miserable. He has been scolded by these two brothers since he was a child, but they dared not be. But what if Ron doesn't come? Don't worry, as Marshal Marine, how can you not ask when you see your subordinate suffering? He will come even for the sake of fate. I, Admiral of the Navy, Fishing at Work. Chapter 221 to 245. Chapter 221. Ron's first visit to Mariajoy. The Senju giant Buddha just stopped in front of the Marine headquarters. His height has surpassed the Yuhi soil continent. Ron put the Grand Disolo at the bottom, and then gave birth to a pedestrian staircase on the Buddha statue, with a width of 100 meters, dedicated to connecting the Marine headquarters and the sea. This way, Marine soldiers can go back and forth directly along the giant Buddha every time they go down. The giant Buddha is conveniently located between Fishman Island and Maginot's Tavern. But at this moment, in Mariajoy, a message just exploded. Report. What the fuss about? Gorosei, 5 elders, who were dreaming of victory, said displeased Ly. Don't tell me soon. Gorosei, 5 elders fat and snap. Yes, it was Spandam who came to report the news. This should have been the supreme commander of 9, but because all 9 members were dug up by Marine, he is basically a bare commander now. There was news from Kaido just now, quote, sweating profusely, that he really didn't want to convey it himself, because Kaido's response was different from what the Gorosei 5 elders expected. Oh, did Kaido agree to cooperate with us? Gorosei 5 elders stroked their beard thinly and said, for this matter, they are well intentioned. After all, as long as they are not with fools, they will not put such a good deal. Not to mention the ambitious 4 emperors of the Kaido pirate. No, Bandam didn't dare look up. What did you say? Say it again. The Gorosei 5 elders shouted in unison, thinking they had heard it wrong. I don't believe what Bandam said just now. Not only did Kaido not inform, they also said that Zero had been detained in Wano Kuni, and let Ron and Yamato take the ransom. Bandam lowered his head even deeper, knowing that the Gorosei 5 elders were going to get angry. Sure enough, the 5 people were taken aback for a moment, and then said, did Kaido take the wrong medicine? Why did he do this? Don't he know we're going to work with him? Fuck, you shouldn't believe these pirates. They're all idiots. Don't worry. The Gorosei 5 elders' sword interrupted the noise of several others, but he was relatively calm. What to say on Kaido's eye? Bandam thought for a while and said, there is also said that you 555 old bastard don't want to lie to them. They already know the shameful things about Yimu and Ron, and your plan has been seen through by them. In fact, Bandam didn't know what Kaido meant. In his opinion, this was indeed a win-win plan. Why did Kaido temporarily regret it? It's really puzzling. Moreover, the strangest thing is that even if Kaido repent temporarily, there is no need to turn against their world government. It is completely unnecessary. Ah, what? Gorosei 5 elders soared at a loss. What is the shameful thing about IM and Ron? And what happened if the plan was seen through? They told Kaido the plan. What does he mean? Gorosei 5 elders asked suspiciously. He didn't understand Spandam at all. I didn't get it either. Gorosei 5 elders leaned to his feet, pacing the room. Is Kaido crazy and dare to insult people? Gorosei 5 elders stubbornly stroked their beards and looked angry. In their entire Tenryubito heart is a sacred and inviolable existence. Every Tenryubito knows, including those not the clan's way Tenryubito. Lord Yimu the important role in guarding Tenryubito's longevity. The past 800 years, Lord Yimu has solved many troubles. If not for Yimu, Tenryubito would have been finished long ago. What the hell is this Kaido doing this for? After the anger, the 555 old men finally calmed down, and they increasingly felt that something was wrong, because according to Kaido's character, he wouldn't do it at all. Wait a minute, who is the Yamato mentioned by Kaido? Gorosei 5 elders fat and keen found just that. Important information. That's right, let's not talk about why Kaido repented. He mentioned letting Ron and Yamato go to Wano Kuni to redeem people. Ron is understandable, but who is Yamato? The role of Yamato really didn't cause the Gorosei 5 elders to rest. They didn't know that Kaido's daughter had become Marine. Only then did Bandam dare to raise his head. Yamato is the daughter of the 4 emperors Kaido. This was also the news he had just received not long ago. What does Kaido's daughter have to do with us? This time Gorosei 5 elders is even more puzzling. It is said that Kaido's daughter was recruited into Marine by Ron, and took over Kong's Special Operations Unit. Now it is renamed 10. The big one is 10 feet S base chief. Gorosei 5 elders everything he knew. I am too careless. I've been focusing on Ron before, and I haven't found the origin of that woman at all. They knew 10 of them, and they knew the head of the base, but they didn't think that the woman was Kaido's daughter. Nonsense. To let the daughter of the 4th Emperor Kaido be Marine is outrageous. Gorosei 5 elders have always had a bad temper. So, he was in a state of rage from beginning to end. By the way, did Lord Yimu kill Ron? Now did they remember the crucial question? It's hard to say. How come there is no news at all after so long? Just then, another Zero came to the office. Report, Marine, Marshal Ron is back. What did you say? Ron is not dead. Gorose, 5 elders soared surprise. Could it be that Mr. Yim failed to make the shot? Wait, what about Mr. Yim? What about Mr. Im? Gorose, 5 elders soared immediately. Asked, Master Yimu and Marshal Ron are together. Hearing this sentence, the 555 people all breathed a sigh of relief, and Lord Yimu is fine. It proves that this is just that Lord Yimu has not done anything. By the way, Lord Yimu must have no chance to attack. Surrounded by Marine, it is definitely not easy to succeed. Makes sense. If Ron is brought to Mariajoy, then the 5 of us will join forces, plus a few other elite Tenryubito, and cooperate with Lord Yimu. Then Ron, this little brat, will surely die. Gorose, 5 elders said angrily. Makes sense. Agree. Then it's settled. Immediately. Tell Ron to come to Mariajoy for a meeting. That guy Ron is mean. Will he come? Don't worry. I have a way. The Gorose, 5 elders don't yet know that they are actually following the same plan as Kaido et al. All please coon into the urn. The two sides actually reached an unprecedented tacit understanding at this time, thinking of the same trick. Chapter 222. Come, eat the Junjun fruit. Go and call Shirahoshi over here. Ron sat in the marshal's seat and had not returned to this office. Yes, Tashigi received the order and immediately out to execute. How is it? I'm not bad here. How is it compared to your castle? Ron looked at Im, who was sitting on the opposite chair, and said, HMPH, it's just normal. There's nothing to say. I am only thinking about how to recover his stamina and then run away. However, although it was said that Ron was not killed, this day I followed Ron. I saw a lot of new things, and I also had a certain understanding of Marine. Have to admit that Marine under the leadership of Ron is indeed better than those before. Marshall has done a better job. This man is indeed very capable. If it weren't for his opposition to the world government and Tenryubito, Im would definitely reuse Ron. But now it's useless to think about it. Everyone is in his hand. Quote, when will you let me go? Im asked. Why are you going back? Continue to go back to that icy castle. Don't worry. As long as you are obedient and behave well in the past few days, it will take a few days. Ron threw a bottle of tomato juice and said, why should I trust you? Yimu took the tomato juice subconsciously, tasted it, and it tasted good, so he drank. You don't have a choice, do you? Ron laughed. Threw a Byakugan directly. Also, change your clothes. Isn't it hot to wear this black robe all day? Ron looked at the really beautiful figure but could only hide under this black robe. It really felt like a weight. It's not hot. You don't have to worry about it. I am but very firm. I don't know what the special meaning of her dress is. Then, at least take off the mask. Ron continued to test. Why take it off? Im inquired. It look good when you take it off, but it's a pity to wear a mask so beautiful. Ron's tone was not frivolous. He was serious, and he was telling the truth. Im paused for a moment, then said, let's talk about it later. She didn't refuse, but she didn't agree directly. Ron shook his head, smiled, and did not continue to insist. Not long after, Tashigi's knock came. Guess it's also Shirahoshi coming. Come in. The door opened, and Shirahoshi's huge body got in. Fortunately, the office built by Ron was big enough, or Shirahoshi's body couldn't get in at all. Marshal, Shirahoshi is here, Tashigi said respectfully. Since knowing that the man in black is Im, Tashigi will take a completely submissive attitude to Ron in front of her. Not only that, but also called out Ron's majesty. He was extremely respectful to Ron, which Ron could naturally see, and couldn't help shaking his head. Ron naturally knew what this little guy was thinking. She just wants to see Yimu. Here in Marine, he only obeys Ron's orders, and as for the world government, he doesn't care at all. Marshal Ron, what are you looking for me for? Shirahoshi tilted his head and asked suspiciously. She had just been taken into Akatsuki by Ron, and Shirahoshi was very sad when she learned that she was the worst. But she has never been exposed to any exercise methods, so she doesn't know how to get stronger. Glanced at Shirahoshi, didn't care at first, then immediately, as if thinking of something, he came to Shirahoshi. Although he had no physical strength, the lack of physical strength of a master and the lack of physical strength of ordinary people were completely two concepts. You are the mermaid princess? Im asked. Well, I am. Shirahoshi nodded. She knew who Imam was, but she didn't show much respect, because when she was outside just now, the sisters told Shirahoshi that Imam was Tenryubito, a big bad guy, and she must be looking for Ron this time. Troublesome. Thinking of this, Shirahoshi won't show a good face to Im. This point, Yimu has become accustomed to. Since coming to Marine headquarters, the attitude of the people here is completely different from the treatment she received in the world government. However, this is Ron's chassis, and she is still under the control of others, so she doesn't dare to have any objection. Sure enough, looked at Shirahoshi, nodded, and then said to Ron, are you trying to control Aquaman in your hand? Ron spread his hands and said, I don't think of her as an ancient weapon. Yimu said in disbelief, Prince Princess Mermaid, do you know that you are the Sea King, one of the 3 major weapons? The reason why this Ron brought you to Marine, you should know what his purpose is. Didn't want the Sea King to fall into Ron's hands, so it would be even more difficult to deal with him in the future. As the supreme ruler of Tenryubito, and one who survived the 800-year history of disappearance, no one knows the horror of the 3 ancient weapons better than her. Now the King of Heaven is still in the hands of Tenryubito, but Sea King and Hades are nowhere to be found. Now that the Sea King has appeared, Yimu will naturally not let it go. Shirahoshi looked at IM with a puzzled face, and then said, of course I know. Is there any problem? What the problem? Do you know the man in front of you? He is. If you want to get your power, you are the king of the sea, and everyone will miss this kind of power. Although Yimu's strength will not put Sea King in the eye, but such power is enough to overthrow Tenryubito. As Tenryubito's guardian, Yimu will not allow such a thing to happen. But I just want to be the power of Martial Ron, Shirahoshi said with puffed cheek. Very cute. Ron is not only the savior of Fishman Island, but also the benefactor who brought Fishman Island to the land. I am really not sure what ecstasy soup Ron gave this woman. No, I can't stay here any longer, Yim thought, and she's really afraid that Ron will give her ecstasy too. Haha, come to Shirahoshi, eat this fruit. Ron was amused as he watched IM deflated. Good. Shirahoshi took the devil fruit without hesitation. Even as a fish man, he couldn't swim after eating it, but Shirahoshi swallowed it without hesitation. You actually gave her the Junjun fruit to eat. IM looked at Ron in surprise. Junjun fruit is the strongest devil fruit except those special fruit. This Ron didn't even blink an eye and gave it to Shirahoshi. 223. Guy's research on the giant drug is successful, and Snow Maiden takes revenge. After Shirahoshi ate the Junjun fruit, he only felt that his whole body was full of power. With a single gesture, you can destroy the world. Martial Ron, I seem to have become stronger, Shirahoshi said excitedly. Well, as long as you exercise well, you can be like Whitebeard in the future. Ron is not talking nonsense. Shirahoshi is extremely talented, especially in observation hockey. By the way, you have lived so long. Do you know there is any way to make Shirahoshi grow legs and become normal human size? Ron turned to IM and asked. When Shirahoshi heard this, he immediately became interested. Ron's question was exactly what Shirahoshi was most concerned about. After all, she also felt that she was too big to have no legs. She is also very envious of Hancock's long slender leg, which looks so beautiful, but at least she can't do anything right now. And although their fishman family said that they can differentiate into legs like tails when they are adult, they are not real legs after all, so it will still be inconvenient. Why ask me? I am not wanting to answer. It's just that you have lived for 800 years, so you don't even know this. Ron was very disappointed. I don't know, Yimu said very simply. Why don't you want to be human? Isn't it nice? But I also want to be human, Shirahoshi said. No way, I can't do it now. IM shook her head. She wasn't lying. Alas, Ron sighed, thinking that IM would do anything. Wait, later, there is a devil fruit that can do it, but it hasn't appeared yet. Seeing Shirahoshi's pitiful gaze, IM said unbearably. Really? Martial Ron, what to do with this person? Tashigi pressed the tightly bound smoothie up. Why is she still here? Ron was speechless. She had been watching the fight in Fishman Island Square from hiding, but Mr. Garp had taken her after it was over. Tashigi reported truthfully. Hey, I've made you go back to Auntie. Why are you disobedient? Ron shook his head and said, lock her up, and call Big Mom to redeem her. Yes, Tashigi replied. I have already discussed the use of Yuhi-colored historical tech before, and I don't know if my aunt disagrees with it now. Anything else? Ron was sitting in his chair, looking at his watch, and was about to leave work. Tashigi flipped over what was in his hand, and then said, one more thing, it's about the world government. Having said that, Tashigi also looked at Yimu, who seemed to be on guard. It's okay, she's her own. Tell me. Ron waved his hand and said casually, who is your own? Yimu muttered to himself on the side, but no one paid her any attention. Tashigi received Ron's order, and continued. Gorose, 5 elders sent Zero to send an invitation to ask the marshal to sit down at Mariajoy and discuss the matter against the Revolutionary Army. Oh, these 555 old guys can't sit still. Ron looked at IM and smiled. Did they see that you didn't succeed in killing me and wanted to do it yourself? IM looking away, not wanting to answer. Tell me what their reasons are. Ron did not refuse, but continued to ask. Tashigi turned to the next page and continued. The Revolutionary Army launched a tentative attack on the Sabayati archipelago just today. Ron said in surprise. Why? Because they're going to take back the Bartholomew Kuma. Ron was enlightened, and then he remembered that the Big Bear was still guarding the boat for the Straw Hats and the others. However, the original book did not say that the Revolutionary Army had done this at this time. It seems that because of some recent event, they learned about the deeds of the Big Bear in advance. What else did they say? Ron continued to ask. It didn't matter after that. Those Zeros kept on asking about Yimu, but the guards impatiently chased them away. Tashigi glanced at IM and said, Marshal Ron, how should we reply to them. Just tell them, let them prepare wine and food tomorrow, and wait for me. Ron was interested in Mariajoy, having never been there after all. Yes, Tashigi closed the notepad and gave a military salute. But, it very handsome. Okay, let's get off work. Ron threat. Tashigi took Yamato and turned and left the office, and Ron looked at IM and said, come on, let's go to Magino's bar for 2 drinks with me. It's getting dark. Let me go back. IM said, I said, as long as you are obedient, I will let you go back. Ron came to Yimu, looked at her closely and said, just take a trip to Mariajoy with me tomorrow to see what the old guys are up to. Honk Hasad. Guy stared at the reagent in his hand and said excitedly, ha ha ha, I am indeed a genius scientist, and I have already let me research the special medicine how to turn humans into giants. The snow girl Monet on the side said excitedly, really? So I can avenge the young master? Hurry up, use it for me first. Oh, this hasn't been tested on human. Are you sure you want to do this? Guy looked at Monet maliciously and said, I'm sure, as long as I can avenge the young master, I'm willing to take this risk. Monet said very seriously, and at the same time there was a flame of hatred in his eye. That man, Ron, ruined their dream, leaving her alone in the Don Quixote family. Now she doesn't want anything but revenge. Well, after taking this medicine, you can gain more than 10 times the strength, and at the same time gain the body of a giant. Guy laughed slyly. This is a bloodline factor transformation that is even more powerful than Vegapunk. Even Vegapunk has not completed the experiment, and finally let him Geisa complete it. Please download the Fei Lu novel. Chapter 224. The ugly daughter-in-law also sees her in-law. Ron, why didn't you come to my sister's place for so long? Magino put down the bartender in his hand and looked at Ron, who had just pushed in the door angrily, and said, haha, I've been too busy lately. I'll have time after I finish these things. Ron sat on the bar chair with a smile, and at the same time motioned IM to sit down. Drink something. Magino glanced at Yimu next to him, and then said jokingly, who is this? I won't introduce you to my sister. Ron and Yim were not the only guests present. Magino's bar was booming here. There were not many bars in Yuhi mainland, and most of them were still in the main city of Mariajoy. So, these Marines have nowhere to go after work. The most important thing is that the unique wine here in Magino is the only one in the world, and it can't be drunk anywhere else. You can only drink it here, and Magino is never taken out, only in the store. There is also a limit of 1 drink per person. That's why these Marines end their day's training and come here for a drink. Not only Marine, but also nearby Tenryubido from Mariajoy. Because Ron is here, except Marine headquarters, other peripheral places have not restricted other people's access. In general, as long as you're not a pirate, you can come. All Tenryubido often came here, and this was the first time Ron knew. However, it's not work time either, and Ron won't be idle to trouble them. At this time, in Nuoda's tavern, there was the Tenryubido Charles family, as well as several world government officials. Therefore, the two sides have not reached the point of tension between the two. Not only the people from Mariajoy, but Smoker and Kuzan Zephyr are all here at the moment, as well as some pirate recruits such as Kobe and others. These are all old drinking friends, and they usually come for a drink when they have nothing to do. Zephyr has been on duty at the entrance of the Great Airway, and it is rare to come back, so he came to gather with Kuzan. Saw Ron come in just now. I had to get up to say hello, but I was sent back by Ron with a wave of his hand. Now it's not work time, so there's no need to be so serious. This is my fiancé, Ron said jokingly. PFF. This made several Tenryubido and world government officials who recognized IM from the beginning spit out a sip of wine. Of course they knew that Yimu was big, because the status was too low. They were not allowed to greet Yimu in public. In Tenryubido's system, honor and inferiority are more important than life. However, although they did not dare to say hello, they still looked here silently. Every time Lord Yimu went out to solve Tenryubido's trouble, this time everyone knew that the Marine Marshal in front of him was Tenryubido's biggest trouble. So, as they thought with their butt, they knew that this time Lord Yimu was only leaving to kill Ron. But what Ron said just now made them unacceptable for a while and spurted it out. No wonder that they have poor receptivity. If it was the Gorosei 5 elders here, it would only be more serious, and maybe he vomited blood on the spot. Just think about it. Who was originally his own killer, but suddenly announced that he was the other party's fiancé. Who can accept this? Really? I didn't even tell my sister when I asked. It was so sudden that I didn't prepare for it. Magino was startled at first, not expecting Ron to say such a thing at all, but immediately became overjoyed. Ron has grown up since she was a child, and she is like family to her. Now Ron has publicly said that he has a crush. Although this woman wears a black mask, she looks like a beautiful woman. She still doesn't know what a mom's identity is. However, as a family member, Magino was naturally very happy. Immediately, taking Yimu's hand, he became very enthusiastic. This sudden grip made Yimu almost break Magino's arm in a conditioned reflex. Although she has no physical strength now, it is still easy to deal with Magino. However, I don't know why. Maybe it was because I was afraid of Ron. Maybe because I was infected attracted by Magino's enthusiasm, or because of something else. I am just about to make a move, but he let go, just frowned and said, I'm not. I have nothing to do with him. He's talking nonsense. Other word. Ron said that she had been mad for a long time, but she gradually got used to Ron's open mouth. Anyway, now there is nothing you can do about him. It is better to wait until the recovery of physical strength and calculate it together with the new account and the old account. Don't be shy. Don't worry. I can guarantee that Ron is a good man, and he will never let you down. Magino didn't believe what IMM said, and it was natural to understand the girl's shyness. Ron poured himself a glass of Yuhi while watching Magino like a mother-in-law, where the parents briefly talked to IM. He couldn't help feeling amused. He didn't explain, just drank it on his own. Actually quite interesting to have nothing to do with this arrogant and cold Tenryubito. Ron's face rose unconsciously, especially when he saw Yimu's expression that he wanted to kill himself. Kuzan's wine glass was frozen into ice and he didn't notice. Mr. Zephyr, I heard it right. Marshall Ron and IM have that kind of relationship. Zephyr took a sip of wine, barely calmed down, and then said, I can't say this, but since what Marshall Ron said, it shouldn't be false. Smoker, what do you think? The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to genuine novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. I don't want to express my position. I can only say that Marshall Ron is too fierce. He even gave the Taelong people a fight. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice full of admiration. He was already stunned by Ron's merciless way of dealing with Tenryubito. Tough guy is a tough guy. When they were still trying to figure out how to get the government at the moment, Marshall Ron had already attacked Wonglong. No wonder he was Yuan Shuai. Smoker, what are you thinking? Kuzan can't wait to engrave the word admiration on Smoker's face. Nothing. Smoker waved his hand, but he wouldn't speak his mind. Mole, Vice Admiral, poked at the neck table. Tenryubito, the Charles family. Hey, your boss is about to get married. What a handsome man and a woman. This made the face of the Charles family ashen, and the hands that held the cup had blue veins. Chapter 225. A new day, an impending crisis. By the way, what are you doing? Magino was like a man's parent treating his daughter-in-law and began to ask questions. IM didn't say much the whole time. She really wanted to kill Ron. If it weren't for the fact that Magino was a good man, IM really would have walked away. Yimu has never killed an innocent person. She will not do anything to these ordinary people. Ron put down his glass and stood facing Magino. She is Tenryubito's boss. Ron said it casually and in a normal tone. Oh, Tenryubito. What? Tenryubito. Magino hadn't reacted at first, but only at the end did he realize. You said she was Tenryubito. Magino's hands subconsciously let go. After all, Tenryubito is a high-level existence for ordinary people like them. A moment. She did not expect that Tenryubito would have such a great influence on Magino. Looking at her dodging hand, Yimu felt a little lost in her heart, but she didn't think much of it. That's right, she's Tenryubito, and she's their boss. Ron didn't explain too much about the world government, and didn't tell Magino. After all, these are still too shocking for the woman in front of her. Magino covered her mouth and looked at IM. To Ron's surprise, she was not afraid, but grabbed Ron's hand and said excitedly, Ron, you are too powerful. You really didn't let him down. Sister is disappointed. The bundled Vivi was done. How did this? Magino suddenly become very excited. Haha, I actually got all Tenryubito, and he is also the boss of Tenryubito. Now our windmill village can save fate. Ron thought that Magino would be scared when he heard Tenryubito, and even dared not approach him. After all, Tenryubito's image in the hearts of ordinary people is not very friendly. I'm not. Before Yimu could finish speaking, Magino held her hand again, and asked with stars shining in his eye, then the child you and Ron will have after that is the boss of Tenryubito. PFF. Ron just drank the wine and choked in his throat. He didn't expect Magino to be so sturdy, and he directly thought about the next generation's problem. IM kicked Ron hard, and gave him a look. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This was for Ron to explain quickly. Ron shook his head and laughed. Marine in the tavern burst into laughter, and they all started chattering and joking about you and me. They, who were usually very afraid of Tenryubito, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, with Marshall Ron here, there is definitely no danger. Although the loud booing is this kind of machine is often found. It was a noisy night. In short, all the people in the bar had a good time this night. That night Ron and IM slept at Magino's house. The next morning, Ron went to work as usual, but this time he was alone with him. To walk through the training ground, where a large number of Marines had already gotten up early to exercise. Of course, the most diligent are Tashigi, Boa Hancock, Shirahoshi and Tina. Because Yamato has awakened the devil fruit, the ordinary training has had little effect for her, so she will not come to such training. Tashigi, come on, I'll be able to defend myself this time, Shirahoshi said with a serious face. Since she obtained the Junjun fruit, she has become the most diligent one. Okay, I won't hold back this time. Get Shirahoshi ready. Tashigi looked closely at Shirahoshi. The other party's observation hockey is really a big trouble, and Shirahoshi's talent is particularly high. Tashigi feels the most obvious. I'm afraid it won't take long. Shirahoshi will catch up with them. Brush going all over the sky with sharp blades. Dabbed towards Shirahoshi. Thousands of sharp blades attacked Shirahoshi from all directions and from different angles without dead end. Shirahoshi closed his eyes directly, and all the images appeared in his mind instantly. The next moment, there was a faint strong fluctuation between the hand, and the space was distorted by Vivi. Just as Going's sharp blade was about to stab in the abdomen, Shirahoshi's hand slammed into the space on both sides. Suddenly, one after another crack continued to spread along the air, and the Going blade was directly torn apart by the shock. That's right, Shirahoshi, I've improved a lot this time. Ron clapped his hand. With no strength whatsoever can master the Master Junjun fruit in a short period of time, which is indeed excellent. Only then did Tashigi realize that Marshal Ron was also here. Immediately said excitedly, what about me? I didn't make progress. Ron patted Tashigi's head with a smile and said, yes, you've improved a lot too. Tina said a little unhappily. Tina has the slowest progress. Indeed, her talent is slightly worse than those of these people. Not because of anything else. It's mainly because other people are progressing too fast, which made Tina very uncomfortable. After all, she is the first person to follow Ron. On the one hand, Tina's devil fruit is too bad. Compared with other people, Tina's fruit is a little too ordinary, but Tina is undoubtedly the hardest working one here. Ron walked over with a smile, patted Tina and said, you've worked really hard. It's good to practice the fighting technique a lot during this time. Don't develop the devil fruit first. Wait for a good devil fruit, and I'll give it to you. Change 1. Ron is not joking. If others say that, it must be bragging, but Ron can really do it in exchange for fruit, because Yamato, the person who awakened from the dark fruit, is here to extract Tina's devil fruit for Shikane say, it's not difficult. Well, Tina will definitely work hard. After hearing what Ron said, Tina raised her fighting spirit again. However, what she doesn't know is, in a while, she leads 5 routine patrols, and what kind of danger will she face? 226. Shanks and Tenryubito are actually related. Leaving the training ground, Ron and Im walked towards Marine headquarters. Your subordinates are very powerful, Yim said sincerely. They are still young, and if they grow at this rate, they will become Admiral level figures at most in 2 years. If so, then Marine's overall strength will be unprecedented. Haha, of course, they were carefully selected by me. Ron is proud of Isho. He is nothing to be powerful. If he can cultivate a large number of powerful subordinates, then there will be a sense of achievement. HMPH. As expected, they were carefully selected. All of them are as beautiful as flowers. Im said disdainfully, with an expression that clearly saw Ron's face. Why? I got jealous so soon. Didn't we just slept together last night? Ron laughed. Shut up. Who slept with you all night? If you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for trying to die and die with you. Im stopped and glared at Ron fiercely. As if Ron didn't answer him, she wouldn't go. Ron shook his head with a smile. He had no doubt that Yimu would do what he said. Although it was impossible to die with her, it was true that Yimu would risk his own life. Okay, then I won't mention what happened yesterday. Quote, nothing happened yesterday. Im corrected. Ron didn't continue to talk. After all, he just slept with her for one night, because there was only one guest room in Magino's house, and there was only one bed in it. Of course, it was possible that Magino had given birth to a baby earlier. The king has deliberately arranged this way. It is unknown. Ron naturally didn't want to sleep on the ground. As for Yim, she wanted to sleep on the ground, but Ron didn't agree. Later, under Ron's deception, what was said anyway? No one saw it. What is clear is self-clearing, that is, just sleeping in a bed. This kind of nonsense was fool. Completely forgot that Ron was a dishonest man and only regretted it in the morning. Repeatedly told Ron not to go out and talk nonsense, so he agreed to go out together, but Ron forgot the agreement. Ron really fell asleep yesterday. Once he fell asleep, he would always hug the things around him, whether it was a quilt, a pillow, or even a doll subconsciously. So, it wasn't Ron's intention at all, but when he woke up in the morning it was a different matter. Okay, I promise you that I won't tell you about it, but you also have to promise me a condition, or you won't talk about it. Ron was very firm. You said. Im said angrily. This Ron is so shameless, but there is no way to take him by himself. However, Yim naturally persuaded himself that everything was to kill Ron, so he had to bear it. Take off the mask. You are not allowed to wear it in the future, Luo said suspiciously. No, I am adamantly again. Well then, I'm going to Mariajoy today, and then I'll have a good talk with the Gorosei, 5 elders. Ron turned around and said without looking back. Seeing that Ron turned his head firmly and left, and had no intention of bargaining at all, Im panicked. How could she, an 800-year-old house girl, ever play Ron? 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. Ron counted silently in his heart, and sure enough, at the 3rd step, Im hurriedly said, okay, I'll pick. Ron gave a triumphant smile, then stopped and said, that's about it. Im reluctantly took off the veil and put it away. The delicate face turned the surrounding air into a peach Yuhi color. Ron looked closely at the flawless masterpiece, ignoring the murderous rage on Im's face. Of course, the way Yimu turned head 100%. Usually, under the veil of black robe, everyone knew that Yimu was a woman, but they never expected to be so beautiful. Compared with her, even Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, lost her color. All the way to Ron's office, I am just feeling uncomfortable. After all, she has been wearing it for 800 years. Even Tashigi, who had just entered the office, was stunned when he saw Yimu, and even briefly lost his mind. Is such a beautiful woman in the world. Tashigi stared blankly at Yimu. She thought Boa Hancock was the ultimate. Boa Hancock is the best in the world in terms of body, look, and even temperament. But now, looking at Im's face, Tashigi has already overwhelmed Boa Hancock. Tashigi, what's the matter today? Ron interrupted Tashigi's day. Only then did Tashigi react, and hurriedly took out the document in his hand. She ran back to the office ahead of Ron, tidying everything up, and there was still sweat on her head that didn't dry off after the match with Shirahoshi. Reporting to the marshal, according to a Kainu admiral's report, the Yuhi hair pirates were discovered at the landing point of Yuhi soil. Tashigi was surprised when she got the document. She never expected Yuhifa, a pirate, to come to Mariajoy, and the world government didn't stop her. This shows that those officials actually condone the pirate, but Tashigi is not surprised. After all, such a thing has long been seen, but this time, the Gorosei, 5 elders did not even hide it, and the open and honest Hihai the thieves hooked up. Oh, Shang. Ron also didn't expect the Gorosei, 5 elders to find Shang. Did they attack him at their meeting earlier? However, it is unlikely that Shanks is not a faction of Tenryubito after all, and there is no need to help Tenryubito. The way, is it the fact that Tenryubito's forces asked Yimu if he was okay? Who knows better than Yimu? Ma'am, what's your relationship with Tenryubito and Shang? Ron blurted out. Tashigi was stunned for a moment. She accurately grasped the 2 words in Ron's word. What the hell, madam? What happened? Why did Marshal Ron even change his name overnight? I don't know what happened. When Tashigi heard this name, he suddenly felt like a needle was pierced in his heart. You're talking nonsense, and I'm really fighting with you. Yimu looked directly into Ron's eye, and her heart suddenly throbbed with these 2 words just now. However, Yimu's attitude is still very firm. Feeling that Ron's eyes changed again, this made Yimu's lip cold, and she didn't know why her lips were cold. Maybe it was a subconscious reaction. However, she did not dare to continue to care about those 2 words, but replied, he is indeed related to our Tenryubito. Chapter 227. The Mystery of Luffy and Shank's Life Experience. No, it's so bloody. Ron just asked casually, but he didn't expect it to really matter. It's not so bloody, but it's not that deep relationship if you have a relationship. Im rolled a glance at Ron and said, what is the specific situation? Tell me. Ron sat in his chair, ready to hear the story. This is the life a marshal should have. Lying on a chair with nothing to do, listening to story. By the way, Tashigi, prepare some water for Im's throat. Tashigi said in response, as soon as it was enough. Brought a cup of brewed tea and carefully brought it to Yimu. She didn't even dare to look at Yimu's face. That is the face that a woman will be moved by when she sees it. Im took the tea and nodded. Educated. As the upper level Tenryubito, they are very educated, and they are not the same as those stupid Tenryubito. Actually, it's a very simple relationship. That is, Shank, mother is just Tenryubito, no more. Yimu said after taking a sip of hot tea. What is it? Ron was also preparing to listen to a big play, but it turned out to be such a sentence. How can this be fun? Well, no, it's that simple, so it doesn't matter much. Im indifferently spread out his hand. Who is his father? Ron asked, and I am only saying his mother's Tenryubito, so his father must not be. Ron seemed to sense the story. Don't you know his father? Yimu said in surprise. Should I know? Ron wondered, is this a consensus? Ron doesn't remember Shank's life experience being recorded. Ron looked at Tashigi, and Tashigi was also confused, and it was even more impossible for her to know. This shouldn't be a secret for you, Marine. By the way, you are too young to have experienced the battle in the Valley of God. Yimu said suddenly. Don't you mean that Shank's father is Rock? Ron had a nonsense look on his face. Yes, Rock. Im said with certainty. Ron was speechless. It's really him. Well, Shanks was a baby when Sengoku Garp and Roger and others besieged Rock, so after Rock died, Roger adopted Shanks. Yimu said while drinking tea. This timeline doesn't seem to be much different. Ron was a bit bigger, and although there was an error, it was generally correct. The older generation knows this. On, and the Rock guys like Linlin, Kaido, Whitebeard are all insiders. Imho said indifferently. It's really not a secret, and as soon as Ron inquires, someone who knows the inside of the year will tell him. Then how the fuck did Rock meet Shanks? Ron ate trigrams a little. He stole it. When Imu said this, he felt like he was talking about himself, but isn't his current situation the same as the one Tenryubito? Ron nodded with an expression like a role model for my generation, which made Im shivered all over, and suddenly remembered what Maginot said yesterday about giving birth to a baby. I couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. It's also because of this relationship, so I helped Roger. By the way, way when I left the custom. I said, quote, oh, what to say? Ron asked with interest. Because that Tenryubito has something to do with our family. So I learned that Shanks was on Roger's ship. In order to save his life, he helped Roger during the naval battle of Edwall. Yimu did not go into detail. Obviously this matter was just a trivial matter to her. The Battle of Edwall. Ron thought for a moment, then figured it out in an instant. No wonder the Golden Lion with so many troops was defeated by the sudden tsunami. Now everything makes sense. It stands to reason that Golden Lion should not have been defeated. His strength is far better than Roger's, and Golden Lion's strength is also Roger's. Great, this is from the competition between the two a few days ago. See it out. It seems that Roger got Shanks' light. That's right, if I didn't take action at that time, Shank would have died. After all, he is also a descendant of Tenryubito, so please help me. Handed the empty teacup to Tashigi, and Tashigi filled it up again consciously. Did you intervene in the fight between Luffy and Golden Lion? Ron suddenly remembered something and asked. This is also a mystery in the hearts of all Hemi. At least Ron once did not believe that the Toll can defeat the Golden Lion, especially after seeing the true strength of the Golden Lion. He did not believe it even more. That's right, it was me that time. I just happened to come across it when I went out of the customs temporarily to deal with something. Ron nodded. Thinking about it this way is true. After all, Ron is the clearest of Yimu's strength. I am afraid no one knows better than Ron. Because of the people who fought with he is the only one alive. With the power of Yimu's 5-element fruit, whether it's the tsunami in the Battle of Idavor, or the thunder and lightning that suddenly fell in the battle between Ron and the Golden Lion, these all are within the scope of Yimu's ability. Then why did you save Luffy? In fact, the moment Ron asked, he had already guessed the answer. Sure enough, then said, Luffy's mother is Tenryubito too. PFF. Even though he guessed it, Ron still spit it out. Garp hadn't told himself that. Ron remembered him asking about Luffy's mother. Result, Garp only said one sentence, that he was dead. This old man dared to hide it from him. It's not going to be stolen by Dragon again, is it? Ron asked. Do you think they're all the same as you? Yim said angrily. Ron laughed and didn't find it ashamed at all. He thought Rox was a man. A little distressed about Golden Lion. This guy is also unlucky. He ran into this fight. At first, Ron thought that someone was deliberately targeting Golden Lion. It seems to be a pure disaster. Just when Ron wanted to continue asking, there was an urgent report. Reporting to the Marshal, Tina Vice Admiral patrol suddenly disappeared in the waters near Punk Hazard. There is no contact now. Chapter 228. Terrifying Island, Devil Sea. Half an hour ago, near the Punk Hazard Sea, Tina's patrol passed by as usual. This was her regular patrol route. Its main role is to be responsible for patrolling the New World, and each of the 10 marine branches has its own mission. 5 led by Tina is in charge of the security task in the New World. Since Ron made Marine's reputation, few people have taken the initiative to provoke Marine, and not only that, most pirates will go around when they see Marine. Of course, there were exceptions, but they were all captured. Among them, Kizaru's record is outstanding. If nothing else, this week business model is Mr. Kizaru again. This guy's performance has doubled the second place. Chief Tina, I think this island has been abandoned for so long. We don't need to run around this far to patrol here. A soldier asked. Tina stood on the bow, letting the wind beat her face, and the cloak behind her was blown. Tina put down the telescope and said very seriously, Marshal Ron gave us the New World first because of his trust in us. This island is always a deserted island. We can't be careless, you know. Yes, the soldier said with embarrassment. Indeed, 5 is not the strongest being in the Marine, but it performs the most important task. Patrol the New World. You must know that even the strongest one is only responsible for the security of the headquarters, and the second strongest 3 is responsible for the most chaotic North Blue. And the New World is undoubtedly the sea area with the most pirates and the strongest. Since Marshal Ron handed over such an important place to 5, it shows that he has full trust in them. Smoker, do you think there is something wrong with Punk Hazard today? Tina asked with a frown. They pass by here once every 2 days, but because this is an abandoned island, they do not go to patrol. Oh, let me see. Smoker took the telescope and looked towards the island. It's nothing different. You think too much. Smoker said. Tina heard the word. She couldn't figure it out. Did she really think too much? No, there is a problem. Tina always felt that something was wrong. Stop. Tina waved her hand, signaling the fleet to stop going. Chief Tina, there are often monsters here. It is very dangerous to park the ship here. The soldiers said in fear that there were many legends about this lake. It is said that it was the experimental base of the scientist Vegapunk at that time, but it was abandoned for some reason, and it has been haunted since then. It is 10 minutes at noon, but it is really cold here. The sky is covered with dark cloud, and there is a cold wind blowing through the valley, and the sound of departure is particularly distant and hollow. It sounds very scary. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This This novel was first published by Dragon. Because there is no decisive battle between Kuzan and Akainu this time, this island is not currently an island of ice and fire. Shut up, a bunch of coward. Go and release the seagull. Tina scoffed. Chief Tina, we are not. Yes, we are men. Don't worry, President Tina, you will be the first to come in danger. As these soldiers heard that Tina regarded them as coward, they immediately became unwilling and jumped out to prove themselves. Understood. Don't talk nonsense. Go and bring the sea. Tina covered her forehead and was speechless. Yes, the morale of the soldiers was high. Immediately, the seagulls specially trained by Morgans were released. Each seagull carries a small video phone bug, and their role is to explore the field of vision. Just like a small drone, this is what Ron equips every marine fleet. If necessary, you can use the flight advantage of seagulls to explore some places that are inconvenient for humans to enter. Seagulls will transmit everything they see back through video phone bug. When the cage was open, all the seagulls trembled in it and did not dare to come out. This is the instinct of animal, and they are born with a special perception of danger. Instinct told them that the island was full of danger. This move made the soldiers believe that the island was haunted by ghosts, just like the legend. Chief Tina, what should I do? Seeing that the seagull didn't go out at all, the soldier scratched his head in embarrassment. Tina frowned and scolded. Tell the seagull, if you don't go, you will eat roast squab in a while. In order to cooperate with the seagulls more tacitly, each ship is also equipped with an animal trainer. These people are trained by Morgan, and the Grand Master communicates with seagull. After repeated threat from the animal trainer, the seagulls finally flew towards the desert island. Punk Hassad has a natural strait that can only pass through one warship at a time, which is particularly unfavorable for logging. While the influence of the seagulls came back from an aerial perspective, Tina looked at the screen and finally remembered what was different. The depths of this island are covered with ice and snow. You must know that Punk Hazard is an island that is light spring all year round. When did it get so much snow? Look, when we came before, the mountains in the distance were full of green vegetation, but now you see, all the peaks have turned white. Tina pointed to the mountain in the distance and said, just now she felt something was different, but she just saw it and didn't pay attention. Only now did she realize that it was the climate. The climate here has changed obviously, even outside the island. Feel a tinge of coolness. Smoker exhaled a ring of smoke before saying, indeed, you're right, there's something wrong here. Colonel Smoker, Chief Tina, look at that Yuhi-colored mountain over there, moving. A soldier pointed to the picture returned by the seagull and said, sure enough, a huge Yuhi-colored peak was moving slowly in the snow, trailing trails. Strange how the peak moved. Smoker frowned and said suspiciously, and how can there be a Yuhi-colored mountain? This wine is weird. Tina also had a bad feeling. Quote, no, that big mountain is crawling towards us. The soldiers exclaimed. Tina looked, and sure enough, the Yuhi-colored mountain suddenly turned around and moved towards them. Blood-colored peaks are constantly bubbling, blue, white smoke, as if piled up by countless corpses. Tina and Smoker looked at each other. They swore they had never seen such a big mountain. Suddenly, snowflake began to float in the sky, and each snowflake was as sharp as a blade, and the exposed skin was wiped away with a single stroke. A blood stain will appear. It's knowing. No, the video signal is cut off. The originally clearly visible picture suddenly turned into rustling snowflake. Quick, contact the headquarters. Tina immediately commanded. It's not good. President Tina, the phone bug has no signal and can't contact the headquarters. At this moment, the cold wind in the sky has become more rapid, and the dark clouds are densely covered, and the dark clouds are like Grimace looking down at the earth. The howling cold wind made a whimpering sound. On the boundless sea, only Tina's ship docked here alone, and the whole island is like a devil's head, slowly opening its mouth. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and divide. Chapter 229. The 100-year truth that disappeared. Ha ha ha, Gaisa, it's really yours. The power of this potion is really too strong. Guy saw in the room, but another woman's voice came. This voice was the Snow Maiden Monet. In order to avenge the young Master Doflamingo, she ate the new drug that Guy sprinkled without hesitation. Ha ha, Monet, this change is irreversible. You have no way back. Guy said to the air. If other people see this scene, they must be very surprised, because Gaisa is talking to the air. At this moment, Monet actually merged with the fruit and dissolved in the air. It doesn't matter, as long as there is enough strength. I really enjoy the feeling of being one with nature. Monet's cold voice came over. However, I am very puzzled. How did you break through this research? You must know that just a month ago, your experiment still made no progress. Gaisa gradually turned into a human figure, holding the Yuhi-colored apple in his hand and said, ha ha ha, this is fate. I activated ancient scientific relics on an island. Oh what? Snow Maiden asked curiously. This has nothing to do with you, right? I've already given you the power you want. You can just take revenge, and you will continue to study it today. Guy's eyes flickered with bloody Yuhi-colored light, and he didn't know if he hadn't slept for several days and nights. Now that we are in the same boat, it better not to hide from each other. Snow Maiden's icy voice came again, but she still couldn't see where her body was. Guy hesitated for a moment, knowing that Snow Maiden Monet was right. Now that Doflamingo is dead, if he and Monet don't join join forces, they will also be eaten by Marine. Moreover, Monet took his own body factor modification liquid, and his current strength would not necessarily lose even if Admiral came. So Guy laughed awkwardly, and then said, "It's okay to tell you, remember the Battle of the Valley of the Gods?" "You mean where the rock fell decades ago?" "Snow Girl," Monet said suspiciously. She didn't know why Guy so suddenly mentioned this matter. After all, there are not many people who know about it now. Could it be that the kind of medicine formula that Geisa came from there? Yes, it's there, but did you know it used to be Tenryubido's headquarters? Guy said, pretending to be mysterious. "What?" "Snow Girl," Monet exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't Tenryubido's headquarters in Mariajoy?" "Haha, only a few people know the beginning and the end of this matter. I tell you that even the current Marshal of Marine may not know." Guy laughed smugly. "If you know it, tell me." "Snow Girl," Monet said impatiently. "Then I'll tell you why the most powerful pirate at the time, Rock, who wanted to become the king of the world, attacked the Valley of the Gods." Guy slowly sat on the chair and opened his mouth. "That because Tenryubido has inherited a special legacy, which is technological research. That what the Rock will do at the cost of their entire crew. It is said that he knew it from a female Tenryubido, so he launched an attack on the Valley of the Gods. Quote, this matter has to be known from the 100 years of disappearance. What role does one family play in that 100 years? Quote, Geisa looked at a place in the void and said, "No girl," Monet snorted impatiently. "How do I know? Can you stop asking questions all the time? Just finish talking. Don't ask me." Monet really couldn't stand Guy's habit of saying and asking. "Ignorant woman, I was in a good mood today, so I might as well tell you the secret that only me and Vegapunk know. You are ready. Even the current leader of Tenryubido may not know what you will say next." Guy patted his chest and swore. "At the time, Vegapunk and I discovered an ancient ruin where there is a 5th Yuhi-colored historical text which records everything in that blank 100 years. Speaking of this, Vegapunk can't help but be in awe, which comes from the admiration of scientists for the sages. Before the 20 nations joined forces to kill one clan, when Tenryubido didn't exist, the world was ruled by them as a family." Monet interjected. "That's right, it's the family of." Guy didn't blame Monet for interrupting him. Sorting out his thought, he continued, "Do you know why one clan is called the natural enemy of God?" "Haha, okay, I won't ask you anymore." Geisa suddenly remembered that Monet didn't let him ask questions, and simply said directly, "This god doesn't mean Tenryubido. Now people think that the god they are talking about is Tenryubido, is the true god." Geisa said this with awe. "Their family uses technology to reach the sky. With the power of science and technology, they have changed the fate of everyone. Devil fruit incarnate transforms basic human factors. Gigantic human body prolongs human lifespan, stimulates the integration of devil fruit and human body that is a higher level of power than fruit awakening, and give fruit power to object, etc. The ancient weapons Heavenly King and Hades are. They were made, and the first generation of Sea Kings was also a biological weapon that they transformed. Look, the special potion I gave you is the product of a part of the research report I dug up in the Valley of the Gods. Not only that, but also the island under our feet. He was also fed a devil fruit by me. This is also used their technology." When Geisa mentioned the technology of that era, he looked like an admiration. "Me and Vegapunk compare to these seniors, like children playing in the mud. They are the real geniuses." Snow Girl Monet heard this. She was already trembling with fear. What kind of an era was that? With such a powerful scientific level, Monet knew that the island under their feet had become a big monster. It is incredible that a whole big island can be turned into a living creature. They even developed technology to the moon, where they built a sanctuary as the last haven for mankind. What are they fighting against? Snow Girl Monet felt chills down her spine. "I don't know. Maybe it." God. Guy sighed. Then he continued. "Afterward, their experiments became more and more brutal, using the power of rulers to carry out human factor experiments on many humans. Gradually arouse public anger. Power can also lead to jealousy." Quote, "This also led to the subsequent 20 kingdoms uniting together and raising the national army to start a crusade against one clan. The funny thing is that in the face of such a powerful clan, they somehow won." Quote, when Geisa said this, he shook his head regretfully. "Is there anything wrong with sacrificing ordinary human beings for the sake of science?" Nervousness. Monet really doesn't understand these lunatics. So the Dragon Slayer finally inherited the dragon's legacy, which is, though, precious scientific research, but these idiots have studied 800, and they have not made much of it. I can't believe that Tenryubido was originally to overthrow tyranny." Monet also sighed, thinking of what Tenryubido is doing now. "I can't help but sigh. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become an Arlong. No, there are intruders." Monet sensed that there was an enemy entering through the snow, and immediately, "Say it." Chapter 230. Desperate. G5 annihilated. Who? Guy scatters immediately. Alerted. They secretly hid on this island to prevent others from discovering. After all, this is an abandoned island, and there are strange legends, so no one will come here. Monet frowned and said, "It's Marine." "What? It turned out to be Marine. How did they know we were wrong here?" "They couldn't possibly know. Guy doesn't want to be exposed so early. After all, he has just obtained a part of the technology of a family, and the current wretched development is the best strategy. Don't act rashly. If you can't arouse their alertness, they will naturally leave after a while if they don't find anything. Guy stood up, ready to keep both the slime and the island still. They should have figured out what's wrong here. Snow Maiden Monet laughed. How do you know? Obviously. Great genius. I'm afraid we're going to fight. Let's start first. Ha ha ha. Monet's voice is getting farther and farther. She has just gained strength, and she is not afraid of any opponent at all, even if the one who is coming now is Admiral. Stupid woman. Guy bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, then prepared to pack up and run away. He didn't want to be targeted by Marine with this woman. As for this slime who has taken the giant potion, and this monster island, don't worry. Life is important. Saying that, Geisa turned into gas and ran outside. He's not stupid. Since Marine discovered this late, even if they kill all these Marine, it's useless because Marine headquarters knows where they disappeared, and it won't be long before a large army arrives. But Monet is obviously not afraid. Her purpose is revenge, so she can kill as many Marines as she can. Chief Tina, it's a slime. As the distance got closer, they had already seen the true face of this bloody mountain. It turned out to be the legendary creature slime. But this slime is too big. How can a slime be so big? Smoker frowned. On the basis of the original, this slime was sprayed with a giant potion by Guy, so this time it became even bigger. Like a big mountain. Forget it. Think about how to deal with it. Tina felt that this time the misfortune was much less, and maybe she would die. All ready for artillery attack. Smoker ordered. An instant, 10 warships and nearly 1,000 cannons faced the slime. Fire! Boom! The sound of 1,000 shells exploding in unison was deafening, and even the entire island trembled. Even if it is a mountain, it will blow you down. The Marines shouted, not afraid. The shells exploded and the smoke spread out. Ha! With a long cry, the slime opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the smoke in one gulp. Everyone was shocked because they found that this slime was unscathed. How could this be? What are you doing? Continued to attack. Tina's loud and continuous shells seemed to anger Mew, and the slime then directly threw out countless thick Yuhi-colored liquid. When the Yuhi-colored liquid touched the boat, it made a smudged sound, and then the entire hull was corroded. The icy sea water poured in. Warship was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, and Tina made a decisive decision. Jump from the ship and go to the shore. Smoker, let go together. Kill this slime first. Good. Two of them made a moon step, jumped directly from the boat, and flew towards the slime in front of them. Bang bang bang. The two sides fought for a while, and no matter what kind of attack the slime received, it could recover immediately. But Tina and Smoker were getting tired. If this continues, the two will be wiped out sooner or later. No way. We will all die if we go on like this. You lead these subordinate to go first. With the ability of the smoke fruit, you can take as much as you can. Take as much as you can. If you go out of this area, you should be able to contact the headquarters. Must be immediately. Notify Marshal Ron. Tina said with a heavy breath, as if every word she said would consume a lot of strength. No, then what do you do? Smoker is definitely not one to leave his comrades behind. Don't talk nonsense. This is an order. I order you as Marine Vice Admiral, Commander of 5, retreat. Tina shouted loudly. This slime is highly poisonous, and many soldiers have already fainted. If it goes on like this, they will definitely be wiped out. Quote, Chief Tina, we are not leaving. You retreat. We will give you the queen. At this moment, those Marines suddenly rushed over and shot at the slimes frantically with guns. Come on, idiot. Come to me. They shouted in their mouth to attract firepower for Tina. Just now, I was still on the boat to persuade Tina not to stop the boat. Those who are dangerous here. Coward. At this moment, in order to protect their superior, they don't care about their lives at all. Time and time again, the sound of severe pain corroding the flesh rises and falls. Where are they, the opponents of this huge line? One round, hundreds of people have been killed or injured, and the number is increasing. Every Yuhi-colored liquid that falls on his body, a Marine is killed, but no one escaped, and now they still look like they might run away at any time on the boat just now. This is the spirit of 5. Usually they are cowardly, but when they really fight, for the sake of their companions and their superior, these people are not afraid of life and death. Tina watched her subordinates attract firepower to herself, and even use her life covering himself. This is the biggest casualty since the establishment of 5, and Tina's heart is bleeding. For a while, anger and unwillingness flooded her brain. She hated why she was not like Yamato. If she could be so strong, she would definitely be able to solve the difficulties in front of her. Smoker, take them away, quick, or I'll kill you. Tina's eyes were open to Yuhi. Her hair was free from wind, her chi and blood were surging, and under her white skin, traces of countless capillaries could be seen. It was as if some power was about to awaken within the body. You, hold on. Smoker didn't say much. It was the realization of a superior who had to fulfill Tina's final order. As long as you are fast enough, you will be able to notify Marshal Ron. Definitely. Thinking of this, Smoker turned into a cloud of white smoke and rolled up all the Marines who were still alive, then immediately flew towards the direction of the headquarters. The giant slime saw it immediately. Out countless Yuhi-colored liquid. Tina dodged and stood on the road where they were evacuating. Armament-covered Tong Yuhi's body blocking the Yuhi-colored toxin. Your opponent is me. Tina looked at their backs as they were about to leave, and was pleased with issue that she must cover their retreat. This is the last thing she can do. However, at this moment, a burst of snow instantly hung in the sky, and the cold wind whistled past Tina's face. The next instant, a huge ice cone appeared out of nowhere and pierced the smoker, flying in the air, straight to the heart. Pooh! A wisp of blood swept across, dyeing Yuhi with falling snow, and Smoker's eyes suddenly became dim. From the air it fell sharply. Then, a giggling sound came from the sky. Figure gradually emerged, a huge body without an inch of red, and the snow-white skin was better than the snow. Looking up, she was 3 points taller than a slime. Tina watched countless companions fall from the air. Her eyes were splitting. Haha, anger, that's how it feels, but it's not strong enough. Do you feel the pain? I see that your pain is not enough. Snow Girl Monet licked her lip, laughed evilly, and then stabbed a few surviving Marines at the same time with several ice picks. Today, I'm going to make you into ice sculptures and send them to Ron to let him know what happens to our young master. Chapter 231. 8 Inner Gate. Don't even think about leaving today. Snow Girl Monet looked at the people below, who were like ants, and smiled disdainfully. You actually killed my men. Tina's hair fluttered wildly, and then she took off the cloak behind her. In the cold wind, Tina was only wearing a thin white shirt, and the anger in her chest at this moment made her feel no cold. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, it's up to you to kill me, Monet said disdainfully. Today, I will let you feel the despair and anger of your companion being killed. Don't worry, I will not kill you first. I will let you watch your subordinates die in front of you with your own eyes. Stop. Tina's bare white and tender feet continued to shave in the snow, but she was still a step behind. Lives of several Marines. No. Tina kicked in the path, but hit nothing. Ha ha ha, your anger is not enough, and your despair is not enough. Monet slashed and slashed wantonly in the crowd. Come on, come and stop me. Monet's figure kept changing position. No matter how hard Tina tried, she couldn't keep up with Monet's speed, as if she could move instantly in this snowy area. Chief Tina, go away and leave us alone. Come on, President Tina, we fought him. These soldiers are all bloody people. Although they are useless, they still hold big knives and long spears to slash at Monet. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit her, and even Hockey couldn't hit her. Why can't I hit? Why? Duent shout loudly. Don't let President Tina worry. Yes, soldiers shut their mouths immediately, and still attacked Monet in an unruly manner. That's all they can do. After all, the gap in strength is too great, and it is difficult to make up for it. I only hope that I can buy a little time for President Tina to retreat, even if it is a second. Go to hell. How could Tina leave her companions and run by herself? For a moment she felt something in her body activated. Marine Rokushiki. The return of life. Profound meaning. Life burning. Tina's body capillaries are overloaded, turning her vitality into a steady stream of energy flowing to her limbs. Mukuro. The snow-white skin is more obvious with the Yuhi-colored bloodshot. Tina's body was covered with dense bloodshot, and her eyes were open to Yuhi. Even a black hair instantly turned into Yuhi color. This is the fighting technique that she has been practicing hard for a while. Her talent is not as good as the other sisters. Tina practiced Marine Rokushiki harder, especially the return of light. Ron Yuanjing said this is the most powerful skill in Marine Rokushiki. So, Tina has been working hard, but still no progress. But now the anger has helped her break through the last layer of shackle. The principle of this trick is exactly the same as that of 8 Inner Gate. It is all about exchanging life for power. It is a pirate version of 8 Inner Gate. Haha, is this decent? If you are too weak, it would be meaningless for me to kill you. Monet laughed grimly and licked his lips at the same time, as if he didn't care that she wasn't wearing anything at all. This is normal, since I ate that mysterious potion. My body skyrocketed, and my original clothes were directly burnt. You know what? Right now I'm recording this fight, waiting to send it to your Martial Marine to show him how I cramp and peel you. What a pity for such a beautiful man. Pediatric. Monet has been overwhelmed by hatred. She is now. Want to see Ron's expression when he sees this scene. Then I'll kill you first. Tina stepped on it suddenly. The whole earth cracked in an instant, and the snow and mist flew in an instant. The strength of this foot is 100 times stronger than before. That's right, it is 100 times. The huge reaction force made Tina instantly disappear in place. Hurry up. Monet was suddenly startled, but before she could react, Tina had already come to her. Go to hell. Armament Hockey's straight legs were covered, and they swept towards Monet's huge figure. Twice, Monet's entire body was instantly divided into two, but the huge force did not stop there. A big mountain hundreds of meters behind Monet was cut off lazily. It was just an ordinary kick, and it was really terrifying. Who would have thought that it was kicked out by such a pair of white and tender feet? You! Monet's huge body fell directly to the ground. A bang, deafening. Chief Tina is mighty. As expected of President Tina, it's amazing. The Marine below cheered. The blow just now was with armament. That Monet must be dead. Tina slowly fell on the snow. Looking at Monet, who was lying on the ground with only half of it left, she was sure that she had already without breathing. He came over. Go and see how many companions are still alive. eye. Tina immediately instructed that although the kick just now seemed ordinary, it consumed most of her physical strength. At this moment, she felt a little dizzy. These Marines have never seen Tina Vice Admiral like this. Yuhi is bloody Yuhi. Even the hair turned Yuhi color. But they also know that this state will not last long, and there is that huge slime on this island, so you must hurry up. Sir Tina, there are still 896 soldiers alive, 205 seriously wounded, 486 lightly wounded. Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, he is dead. The soldier choked and said, let go by ourselves with minor injury, and those who are not injured take seriously injured soldiers together. Let's leave this island quickly. Tina suppressed the pain in her heart. She couldn't panic at this time, otherwise the soldiers would be in chaos. Yes, the rest of the people responded. At this moment, an ice pick pierced Tina's thigh directly from behind. At the same time, a huge face appeared in front of Tina. I'm fooled. I'm not dead yet. Monet giggled, looking extremely terrifying in this empty waste area. Tina was shocked. She didn't expect Monet to fake death, so although she was instructing her subordinate, the corner of her eyes kept staring at the half-body on the ground. However, when Tina looked again, the half-body was still there, and Monet, who was in front of him, stabbed her thigh with a knife. What's going on? There are two Monets that are wrong. They are fake, and the Monet in front of me is also fake. Tina immediately, I figured it out. Whether it was killed by herself just now or the one that appeared in front of her eye, it was all fake. Monet didn't use her real body at all. These are all snow puppets she controlled. You say, if Ron sees this one scene, will he be angry? Monet giggled. Tina looked at the video phone bug in the air. She knew that Monet deliberately missed the key point just now. She wanted to torture herself to death bit by bit, and then she was showing this video to Marshal Ron. How can you succeed? I'm one of Marshal Ron's guard. After Tina finished speaking, she broke the ice pick stuck in her thigh. Chapter 232. Tina Vice Admiral, run. Yes, that's how it's fun. How can you make this game more interesting if you don't struggle? Monet covered his mouth and chuckled, extremely pretentious. Tie. The ice pick fell to the ground, and there was a mark of blood Yuhi on it. Tina looked up at Monet. At the same time, he is constantly perceiving Monet's body, where it is. If you don't destroy the body, no matter how many times you defeat the person in front of you, it will be futile. What are you looking for? Pluck. Monet picked up the ice pick again, licked it lightly, and smiled. White. A Renkyaku Tempest kick cut off Monet's head directly. In this state, Tina's combat power skyrocketed, and her vitality also plummeted. Giggle. It's useless. You can't deal with me. The snow and fog gathered in the sky again. Monet's figure appeared again. Cold light flashed across, and dozens of Marines were pierced by ice pick. These Marine soldiers one by one right in front of Tina. Ah! Tina roared angrily and disappeared again in place. She had lost her mind in anger and just wanted to rub this woman on the ground. At this moment, I don't want to find the main body at all, because every hesitation will make Monet kill dozens of Marines. In order to stop her from continuing to slaughter the Marine around her, Tina must destroy this puppet, even if it's useless. But now she has no other way to stop it. Ha ha ha. Monet laughed and his head was kicked away again. However, soon, the neck puppet appeared again not far away, and aimed the ice pick at the Marine soldier. Come and stop me. Monet looked at Tina provocatively, full of ridicule and play. This is her home court. Tina is just a bug that can be killed at any time to her. If it weren't for the purpose of making that kind of a particularly effective film, Monet would have shot Tina long ago. Brush. When the ice pick is about to harvest the neck wave of Marine soldier, Tina rushed over again without hesitation, kicking the ice pick to pieces. At the same time, use the bar fruit to surround all the surviving Marines. Seeing that there are only less than 500 people left in the 500 Marines she brought, Tina's heart is like a knife twisted. Ha ha, do you think you can protect them like this? Monet's voice came again, echoing in all directions, and he didn't even know where his real body was. Come out if you have the ability. What kind of ability is it to hide in the dark? Tina knew that she couldn't consume any more, and her life energy had been consumed very little. I am afraid that within a few minutes, I will die because my life is exhausted. Before that, this woman must be dealt with, otherwise all the Marines present will die. And what Tina can't accept the most is that this woman must send this video to Marshal Ron. She didn't want Ron to see such an embarrassing scene. Even if she died, Monet sent this video. He has not become Ron's success. How can he become his burden? You must know that Marine has never had such a large casualty since Ron became the Marshal. And now, she has already touched Ron in the dark. If the pirates make such a video of humiliating Marine again, then she will have no face to see Ron. President Tina, don't worry. Fight with her. These Marine soldiers shouted in a heart-wrenching manner. They didn't expect that the dignified gentleman would turn into fuel bottles at this moment, which is unacceptable to these might men. Shut up. Tina scolded. You must live. After Tina finished speaking, she rushed out again, and the speed was so fast that there were several phantoms in the air. Every time Monet wanted to break through the fence to assassinate Marine, Tina kicked Monet to death one step at a time. However, Monet is endless, one after another. This made Tina unable to stop at all, but she had no choice but to keep killing them. because as long as one slowed down, some of the subordinates might be killed. During this process, her physical strength was also reduced, depleted little by little. The blood of Yuhi's hair gradually became Madara white, which is a sign that the vitality has been exhausted. Oh, why do you feel like your speed has slowed down? Can't you do that? But it's not enough to irritate Ron. Cluck. Monet covered his mouth and chuckled lightly, the playfulness in his eyes even more intense. But don't worry, I won't just kill you like this, because I said I would let your subordinates die in front of you. Ah! Tina jumped up and started using Rankyaku Tempest Kick indiscriminately towards the bottom in midair. Bang bang bang. Countless white flashes flew down indiscriminately. Tina couldn't control it anymore. She planned to use this saturation blow to kill Monet. However, no matter what the attack, Monet's voice still kept flowing. Chief Tina, let go. Marine roared heartily. These soldiers of yours really respect you. What a pity. Monet giggled Isho, and then a sky suddenly hung up with a blizzard, and the snowflakes that were floating in an instant turned into sharp blades, falling from the sky, densely packed and stabbed towards the Marine inside the fence. Shameless. Tina immediately. A moon step rushed over, blocked in front of Marine, and used all his strength to block. Matter how fast Tina's speed was, she still could not block all the attack. Her body had been punctured and blood was flowing. Next, Monet launched attack from different angles, all targeting these Marines. She just wanted Tina to come over. In this way, Tina can be hit hard without any effort. This is what Monet would most like to see. This feeling of trying his best but still unable to protect his companion. I guess that must have been the case with the young master. Thinking of this, Monet became even more vicious. Quote, quote, don't block us. Don't. In tears as Tina Vice Admiral was already bruised. They know Monet's plan, which is to use them to drain the blood of Chief Tina. Go on. Tina once again swallowed all the attack, even though she was bruised all over. It's a bit of a skill, so what? After Monet finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the huge slime started spraying poisonous mist into the sky. This is gas. Tina's expression changed. She could block the physical attack of the entity here, but there was no way for the poison gas. Cover your mouth, Tina shouted loudly. However, at this moment, no one moved, and their eyes were very firm. Chief Tina, run away and leave us alone. Yes, we can only be a drag. If it is the current President Tina, it shouldn't be difficult to escape. Brothers, we fought with them. We can't run away from Chief Tina and bleed for us again. Come on. Even if we die, we won't allow Tina Vice Admiral to be placed in front of us. This time, 5 will stand in front of Tina Vice Admiral. Less than 500 people, and the sound even covered up the whistling of the wind and snow. What are you talking about? Cover your mouth, Tina said hurriedly. So the man's eyes were firm. He slowly shook his head and said, Chief Tina, run quickly. As soon as the voice fell, they actually stepped over the fence, raised their knives and charged towards the poison. They know that they can't cause any harm at all, but they are just begging to die. Only in this way can President Tina give it a go, and won't be tied down because of their existence. At this moment, their faces are smiling. Don't Tina shouted loudly. The gas was swept away, and the 500 soldiers were instantly frozen, but they still maintained their charging posture, with smiles on their faces. This is the only thing they can do. Tina Vice Admiral, run. A faint voice came out. Chapter 233. Gorosei. 5 elders learn about IM and Ron's close relationship. Marine headquarters. Ron is discussing 8 trigrams of One Piece King of Pirates with IM, talking about Luffy's mother here. As everyone knows, a mysterious image was sent to Mariajoy. Yuhi-haired Shanks is facing Gorosei. 5 elders. Why did you call me here this time? Yuhi-haired Shanks said. Shanks at the moment is not at all approachable like in the anime. The 3 scars on his eyes. Akatsuki was terrified, and his expression at the moment was extremely serious. Shanks, have you forgotten who you are? How dare you treat us like this? Gorosei. 5 elders are fat and irritable. This time they saw a pirate who didn't even respect themselves, and couldn't help but get angry with the world. What happened to this world? Gorosei. 5 elders, who have always been high above, not only got angry at Marine this time, now a pirate who is also the junior of himself and others dares to take this attitude. That's not the point. Gorosei. 5 elders said thinly and displeased ly. He was the most. Not the fat man's violent temper. Let's discuss business as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for a long time, Shanks said with an unpleasant expression. You stop. The Gorosei. 5 elders sword stopped the Gorosei. 5 elders fat who was about to explode and said, the purpose of this time is very simple. There will be another person coming later. You just need to help us keep him. Who? Shank frowned. Marshal Marine. Gorosei. 5 elders said in a high voice. Marshal Marine is joking. It's your own business, and I'd love to see you kill each other. Shank smiled maliciously. Don't go too far, Shank. This time we are not begging you to come. This is a cooperation that is beneficial to both of us. That's right, as long as you hold back Admiral who came with him for a while, and leave the rest up. It's simple. Several Gorosei. 5 elders you said in one word. Admiral kidding me. You Marines have 666 admirals now. Shank took off his cloak and sat on the chair casually, as if he was familiar with this place. There won't be so many at once. That guy Ron brings at most 2 admirals here. You just need to not not stop them in 10 minutes. Gorosei, 5 elders dwarf took a cigarette and looked sharply at the man in front of him. Why did the two admirals let me do it? You Tenryubito have a more mysterious power. You don't need me at all. Shank did not agree directly, but did not refuse either. I need you to do it to them in Mariajoy. It's not up to us to do something like that. Gorosei, 5 elders Gao slowly stood up and walked to the window, said the Marine headquarters. You want me to carry this? Shanks is not stupid. He figured it out. That's right, because we have to take over the Marine headquarters in a rightful way, so we absolutely can't have a conflict with Admiral. If you put the crime of killing Ron on you, then everything will be easy. Marine couldn't have guessed that you killed Ron. Shank frowned. It doesn't matter, as long as they don't see it, although they know it well, but without solid evidence, they have no reason to react. Gorosei, 5 elders show the politician faces vividly. Very good, but you are so sure to kill Ron. As far as I know, this man's strength has far surpassed you and me, Shank said calmly. Conflict with Ron's Marine. He is silently watching everything, especially this Ron. Shanks knows almost everything from when he became Marine to the present, and, according to the smartest Ben Beckman analysis, Ron is definitely stronger than the Rock. This makes Shanks have to be careful. You don't have to worry about it. We have Lord Yimu here. Gorosei, 5 elders proudly said, is their patron saint. As long as this person exists, no one can stand against them. Tenryubito. Report. The Charles family asked to see you. At this moment, there was a sudden sound from outside. Didn't you see us discussing important matters? Who asked you to interrupt at this time? Gorosei, 5 elders was furious and was about to kill the messenger. Wait a minute. Give me faith, and it's okay to listen to him. Shank stopped the fat man. HMPA just give you a faith. The grumpy Gorosei, 5 elders dropped their hand. The Charles family saw Ron and Lord Yim at Maginot's pub yesterday. The soldier who reported the letter was so frightened that he was in a cold sweat, but he just walked away at the gate of hell. Call him in. The fat man drank sharply. The Charles family told the Gorosei, 5 elders at work what happened last night at the tavern. Quote, what are you talking about? Lord Yimu is actually very close to this Ron. Fart. How could Lord Yimu be Ron's fiancé? Stop talking nonsense. You say it again. The atmosphere on the field suddenly changed, and they were still there just now, bragging about how powerful Lord Yimu is. He will definitely defeat Ron. But the slap in the face came too fast. I didn't expect such a thing to happen last night. They couldn't believe it anyway. It's absolutely true. I saw Ron introduce it to the tavern proprietress with my own eye, and Mr. Yimu didn't refute it, and even talked and laughed with the proprietress. Charles said it all in one breath. Did I betray us? Gorosei, 5 elders said with a gloomy expression. How is it possible? How could she betray us? Could it be that Ron guy used some kind of magic? It must be. Lord Yimu hasn't taken a fancy to any man in the past 800 years. He must have used some kind of sorcery. I still don't believe it. What should I do? Lord Yimu seems to be unreliable now. Don't think about it. This must be Lord Yimu's plan. How to say this? The remaining 444 Gorosei, 5 elders looked at the other. Master Yimu must know the purpose of the Ron we invited, so she deliberately acted so that she can justifiably come to Mariajoy with Ron in a while. Fuck, it made sense. Quote, perfect. As expected of Mr. I.M. Report. There is also a copy of the influence from Punk Hassad, which was sent by a woman, and handed it over to Ron at Marine headquarters. Doflamingo had been drinking Gorosei, 5 elders during his lifetime, so Monet had Gorosei, 5 elders secret messaging, but no Marshal Marine's contact, so she sent the recorded video directly to Gorosei, 5 elders. She believed that Gorosei, 5 elders would definitely give Ron 2, 3 and 4, shocked the 4, the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, the power of the god. Go and inform Ron to come to the banquet. Haha, God help me too. Gorosei, 5 elders burst into laughter. Marine headquarters. Marshal Ron, the Gorosei, 5 elders invite you to come over now. Tashigi said. Oh, I am. It looked like they can't wait, so let go now. Ron said to I am with a smile. Just then, news came suddenly. No, the 5 led by Chief Tina disappeared from Punk Hazard. What? Ron stood up suddenly. His face changed. Punk Hazard be Gaisa. How could Gaisa be Tina's opponent? Countless possibilities suddenly appeared in Ron's mind, but it happened in an instant. Marshal Ron, is the invitation from the Gorosei, 5 elders still going? Tashigi asked cautiously. Fucking tell them they don't have time right now. Ron said angrily, and at the same time a spatial fluctuation appeared over the entire Marine headquarters. What a strong spatial fluctuation. Is this going to move the entire headquarters away? Yimu's face changed, and he couldn't believe it. It just ate so much power. I am ashamed, knowing that even in her prime, she couldn't do it. Where are you going? Imborn asked. She was extremely disturbed by the energy. Go pick my subordinate home, Ron said in a deep voice. He had a bad feeling. Horizon, S-mark on Tina. How can you go to Punk Hassad? It's so far. Yimu's eyes widened. She could feel Ron's anger, but it was too irrational. You must know that launching such a large-scale spatial movement at such a distance would easily be devoured by the space. Yimu is someone who has seen the world, and this world has a devil fruit fruit related to space power. I am once killed such a man. The requirements for space power are extremely demanding, especially for this kind of long-distance movement. Basically, the more people and the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Also, the greater the chance of error. In the space, once there is any difference, it will be directly smashed by the space. That's why I am reminded. Ron didn't speak at all the moment he felt Horizon's mark. A space magic circle has already appeared over the Marine headquarters. The entire Marine suddenly felt that the sky was dark, including the Admirals. All changed their expression. This energy fluctuation was too strong, and they all looked out in a hurry. However, just at this moment, the scenery outside suddenly changed, and after a trance, the originally boundless Yuhi continent turned into 1,000 miles of snow-capped mountain. The entire Yuhi soil continent where the Marine headquarters is located directly lost a large heat and disappeared together with the Marine headquarters. At this moment, a huge city appeared over Punk Hazard. The Marine headquarters. The huge building stands tall and covers the sky. This, how can it be? Yimu ran to the window and looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was extremely shocked. At the same time, she looked at Ron with incredible eyes. She thought she knew Ron well enough. She thought that after that battle, Ron had used all his strength. She thought she still had a chance to beat Ron. Before that, I believed that he could definitely beat Ron, as long as he gave himself time. However, looking at the scene outside the window now, I can't help but feel a little desperate. This place is quite far from the Marine headquarters, but Ron was actually there. He teleported directly to the Marine headquarters in an instant. Such energy consumption. Ron didn't even feel tired at all. How great is this man's energy? And he didn't use the power of this base at all when he was fighting with himself. This means that Ron did not use all his strength at the time. However, Ron did not deliberately send the Marine headquarters this time. He did not want to shock but Ron did not control chakra just now, so I accidentally released a little more. What is this? Monet, who was still complacent just now, looked at the behemoth above his head in disbelief. She's still dreaming of Ron's maddened dreams after seeing the video, and Tina in front of her is about to die, and she is enjoying the last hunt. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge pressure appeared overhead. Marine HQ. Tina looked up at this scene, shocked. Of course she was familiar with this place where she worked every day. Marshal Ron has come to save me. The white-haired Tina had tears in her eyes, and at the same time, she looked at the more than 500 subordinates who had died, feeling ashamed. Was she the only one who survived in the end? Tina. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from above. Tina nodded sharply. Who hurt my subordinate? Ron suddenly appeared next to Tina. At the same time, Tashigi, Hancock, Rebecca, Shirahoshi, one of a kind, also jumped out of the air. Although they didn't figure out what was going on, when they saw the corpses all over the place, they were instantly furious. Kuzan, Akainu, Fujitora, Ryokugyu, Kazaru turned into 5 color streamers and surrounded the plate. At this moment, they didn't care about being surprised by Ron's unpredictable mien. They only knew that Ron was angry, and no matter who the perpetrator was, they would never want to go out alive today. I also fell on Ron's side. She had never seen this man really angry. Marshal Ron, I didn't protect them. Tina couldn't care about her little life left, said ashamedly. You don't have much left to live. I'm afraid you won't live for an hour. Yimu looked at this woman with some distress, and she was also shocked by the tragic situation in front of her. This woman must have used some kind of life-burning skill, and now she is running out of fuel. The other admirals certainly knew what skills Tina used, and couldn't bear to see that this woman had entered the countdown to her life. But there is nothing they can do, because the disappearance of life is irreversible. In other words, Tina was not saved. Even can't do anything about it. Ron smiled, patted Tina's head and said, "It's okay, you've done enough." Afterward, the power of Yang spurted out from the palm of the hand and poured directly into the body along Tina's head. Then, Tina's snow-white hair gradually turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. After that, the fatal wounds all over the body healed quickly, and there was no scar. Even the skin is smoother than before. In the blink of an eye, the woman who was seriously injured and dying just now recovered completely. If it weren't for the clothes on her body, I would have thought that she was not injured. What? You? How did you do it? Im's worldview collapsed in an instant. She was closest to Ron, and she could see what had just happened the best. Moreover, she could feel the changes in Tina's body, and now Tina is still a dying person, even more vigorous than everyone present. Marshal Ron, Tina looked at her hands and felt the abundant life force in her body. She couldn't help losing her voice. Ron shook his head, patted Tina, and said, "You go up and watch first." Then Ron folded his hand. A pure power of reincarnation suddenly appeared, and then a huge head of Hades appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, countless rays of light flew towards the court below. The art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly light. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. 235. Monet. TM killed for a long time, but no one died. Yimu and the others hadn't recovered from the shock of Tina's recovery, and immediately discovered that the Marine soldiers below, the dead Marine soldiers, were moving one by one. At this moment, they didn't know what to do in their heart. Describe describe. Is this the power that human beings can possess? Even Admiral, who has always been knowledgeable, was stunned, and he never thought that he could play like this. Is the first time they have seen the control of life and death. Although it was said that there were those zombies that Ron resurrected, the situation is completely different now. These people are obviously really alive, and they are not that kind of zombies at all. Even they are, not to mention Boa Hancock, Rebecca and others. They were completely stunned. If you don't see it with your own eye, who can believe it? These Marines were clearly dead just now. You can control life and death. I am numb today. She thought she knew enough about Ron. Unexpectedly, I only saw the corner of iceberg. Almost. Ron said casually. Didn't we just die? Yes, I clearly saw you being stabbed in the heart with a knife. You too, aren't you poisoned? Did you just dream? No, now we are in the underworld, so all our injuries are gone. You are so smart. You scared me to death. I thought something supernatural happened. Are you stupid? We are dead. The crowd chattered. Suddenly a Marine pointed to the sky and said, look, isn't that Marshal Ron? Hey, and the Admiral. Sir Tina is also here. Our Marine HQ is here too. It's really, the headquarters are floating in the air. It really is hell here. This hell is really good. It even brought us the headquarters. Ha ha ha. Juncho has no place to live. But why is the Marshal there? Is the Marshal also dead? Why did this Marshal and several Admirals die before us? Shh, don't let them hear it. How embarrassing they would be if they knew they were dying in front of us. Yes, that's right. ... Shut up. You're not dead. Go away. Ron scoffed. Ah, Marshal Ron. The 500 soldiers react, and they didn't even die. Although I don't know what happened. Since Marshal Ron said that they are not dead, then they must not be dead. When I thought that I had said that to these Admirals and the Marshals just now, I was in a cold sweat. I wish I could die again now. Over. Now that I offend these officers, I might as well die. Especially when I saw Akainu's fate. It seemed like he was going to kill someone. These soldiers were in a cold sweat. Ron, what have you done? At this moment, Monet's voice came again. She looked at the scene just now and was terrified. She didn't expect that she underestimated this man. He could control life and death. It was in vain that she tried so hard to kill so many people just now. In vain. No one died. I wanted to stimulate Ron, but I didn't expect it to be a joke. Even those soldiers who survived were still talking and laughing, and they didn't take themselves seriously at all. Or did they think that Ron will be able to beat them when he comes? Haha, Ron, what can you do if you resurrect them? I'll just kill them again. Monet thought that he had merged with the devil fruit, and his confidence returned. Matter how powerful Ron is, he will not be his opponent. According to Geisa, this medicine is a lost technology 800 years ago. Her power has passed through Admiral. Even Marshal Marine is not bad. A battle, especially with slime and this island as weapon. Come out and talk. Ron frowned, then grabbed his hand back. He directly pinned Monet, who was hidden in the air, into the air. You can look at me. Monet was shocked and couldn't believe it. She was able to kill Tina so easily by hiding her entity. Could deal with Ron through this trick. Unexpectedly, Tina was also stunned for a moment. The entity she had never found at the beginning was discovered by Ron at once. Tina was going to remind Ron that this no maiden was a puppet she controlled. Unexpectedly, Ron saw through it. This made Tina feel ashamed. Monet was already panicking at the moment, and his figure gradually revealed, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Slime, kill him. Monet roared vigorously. This is her trump card. No matter how strong these people are in the face of poisonous gas, they will surely die. Just enough to drag the entire Marine to be buried with him. Ron even took the initiative to bring the Marine base over. How stupid. Monet's Cold War rose. Slime heard the order and immediately, turning around, he spit out countless poisonous gas again. This time, it was bigger than before. Go to hell, Marine. Monet roared. But the next moment, Ice Age Kuzan rose into the sky, freezing the slime directly. Yasukani no Magatama Kazaru's countless blitz smashed frozen slimes into pieces. Dark Age Yamato stretched out his hand, and a black Uzumaki sucked all the released gas directly. Monet turned pale in shock, and her murder was easily resolved by Marine. Is this Admiral S rank? Chapter 236. Confess now, it's too late. Human power. Tell me, how did you become like this? With a bad look on his face, he was naturally very clear about Monet's rank, and it was not at this level at all. In other words, he obtained this power because of some means he did not know. Ron could clearly feel that Monet's strength was now at the level of Admiral, and this is exactly just become so strong. What means can increase the power so quickly? This made Ron very curious. Want to know? Monet said mockingly. She wouldn't really tell Ron so easily. Is it Geisa? Ron frowned and guessed. Monet's face changed. She didn't think how Ron would know that Geisa was here too. It stands to reason that this is definitely known to a few people, and there is no need for them to tell Marine about it. At present, only her Monet, Auntie and Kaido know Geisa's secret research here. These people obviously have some interest with Geisa, and they won't betray Geisa at this time. So, how did the Marshal know? It's really Guy. When Ron saw her expression, he immediately inferred. HMPA, even if you know what's the use, do you think you can control me now? Monet's issue macho, terrifying. Tell you, you have no idea how powerful I am now. Marshal Ron, she won't tell. Let's kill him, Tina said while biting Kiba, gnashing her teeth. That's right, or he'll run away. Kizaru, take someone to rescue the children inside. Ron didn't have a chance at Monet at all, but turned to Kizaru and said, because he found something wrong with the island. In order not to hurt these children for a while, they must be rescued first. Oh, are there any children in here? It's incredible. Officer responded with a sound, then turned into countless spots of light and flew towards the laboratory. You even know there are children there. How did you know? Monet couldn't, said incredulously. Strange why Ron knows such secrets so well. Don't talk nonsense. Now tell me where Guy is going and why I don't feel Guy's breath. The strength in Ron's hands increased a bit again. Monet's neck has become pierced, and he can't even breathe. Ron had no intention of letting go. For him, it would be better if this woman deserved to die. If he hadn't mastered the art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly light, then all of his subordinates would have died here today, including those whom he has always held dear. Tina, is this guy Geisa not here? Monet was also taken aback for a moment, and then said she had no idea that Geisa had run away. Can't help but feel angry. This family has really left itself here. Damn. Thinking of this, Monet became angry. It seems that you don't know that he has left you and ran away alone. Ron probably scanned the vicinity but did not find Geisa. It seems that he has run far away. I didn't expect this guy to be quite smart. How about that? You can't get any information about Geisa from me. Although Monet was angry, he knew that Guy's running away would definitely cause serious disaster to Marine. Therefore, Monet wouldn't say if she was killed because she wanted to make Marine's troubles more and more. As long as it does, she is happy. Marshal Ron, is Geisa so important? Yamato asked in confusion. According to her temper, she wanted to kill Monet directly. I have a bad hunch. This Geisa seems to have got something important, and I'm afraid it's not a good thing for us. Ron nodded as an answer to Yamato. Marshal Ron, all the children here have been rescued. Kizaru brought these giant dolls to Ron. It's all here. Well, it's really scary. How did these children become like this? Kizaru scratched his head, and his heart was very touched. He had never seen such a thing before. So cruel. These kids are. Yamato's sunny face suddenly became colder. She has always been the kindest one, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help covering her mouth. The size of these human children has completely become gigantic, and it's easy to see that such a transformation would absolutely damage their life. Could it be that the group of children who disappeared 6 months ago were they? Tashigi said angrily. Damn, this guy is so damn good. Even I, who has always been arrogant, is full of resentment. Give you one last chance, and tell me where Geisa got the mod. Ron found that the children were the same as in the original book, and nothing had changed. This means that Geisa is a recent renovation plan. He has not had time to start with these children. I am afraid this Monet is his first experimental subject. As far as this effect is concerned, Guy's technique is many times better than what he had before. HMPH, you don't want to know. Monet suddenly shouted loudly. Then the whole body turned into snow again, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. This is her last struggle to the death. Get him here. Ron didn't even look at her, and ordered directly to his subordinate. Then Tashigi wisely brought a chair, and Ron sat down so leisurely. Yes, Kuzan Kizaru, a Kainu 3-3 veteran Admiral led, dispatched at the same time. Of freezing, how can her snow be Kuzan's opponent, and a Kainu's lava is enough to melt her snow away? Marshal Ron, what if she doesn't say anything? Yamato sent all these children to the headquarters base. Is there any way you can get him to speak? I'm also curious what means this Geisa used. Yimu said softly beside him. Don't you know? Ron asked suspiciously. Know what? Technology used by Geisa. Ron looked at Imam with interest. Maybe not. Yim didn't lie, and she wasn't sure if Geisa was using the same tactics as she knew. Just as they were discussing the kung fu, Monet was caught in front of Ron covered in blood. 3 admirals shot. Naturally it didn't take much effort. Okay, I tell you, but you're going to let me go. Monet knew that he couldn't run, so he planned to use this to blackmail Ron. It's too late. No need. Ron shook his head. What does it mean? Monet could ask. Ron put his hand directly on Monet's head. Humanity. Deep dive. Ron wants to read her memory directly. Chapter 237. Im's mentality changes and this island is going to eat people. Quote, what are you doing? Yimu said in shock. She could feel that Ron was reading Monet's memory. Want to know what she was thinking? Ron looked at I am nodded. She was really curious. Then, Ron took her hand gently. I hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. The next moment, a flood of memories suddenly poured into Yimu's mind. Monet and Geisa emerges clearly, as if being there. Seeing Im's changing fate, the others knew that this must not be easy. After a moment, Ron let go, and Im came back to his senses. What a powerful mean. How much do you have? Secret. Yimu looked at Ron and said seriously. Compared to Guy's secret, she was more curious about Ron's true strength. There are many more. Ron smiled. When you and I fought against each other, you used several layers years of strength. This is what I am most concerned about. She now knows that she is not Ron's opponent. You never know how many cards he has in his hand. So, now she just wants to know how far she is from Ron. You better not know. Ron didn't want to hit her. HMPA, don't say pull it down. M didn't even notice that she was speaking to Ron closer and closer now. It's not like he was always particularly hostile and vigilant before. It's really for your own good. Otherwise you will feel that these 800 years have been in vain. Ron shook his head with a good for you look. This made Yim almost die of anger. By the way, you already know the information about Geisa, so do you really have this kind of technology in Tenryubito? This was the first time Ron knew the secret of a clan, and the first time he knew the origin of Tenryubito. Even the 3 major weapons, and many other things all at once made sense. Yes, but it's not the same as Gai. I.M. shook his head. What the difference? Yimu threw the dying Monet on the ground, clapped his hands and asked. Everyone else around was confused, and it was as if Marshal Ron and Lord Yim were on an encrypted call. They didn't understand what they said. However, the curious baby still listens with perverted ear. The technology we're getting is about Uranus, without these human-engineered parts. I.M. said truthfully. How is it possible? Didn't they find it from the ruins of the Valley of the Gods? Isn't that your former resident? Ron asked suspiciously. That's true, but the Valley of the Gods was originally a bait. We settled there only to study the Heavenly King, and we didn't expect us to get all the skills there. Presumably some things were hidden by them. Get up and hide from the Tenryubito at that time. Yimu thought for a moment and said, you don't even know you've lived for 800 years. Ron sneered. Before I was born, a family had already perished, and even some history I didn't know as much as Monet just now. I am rarely spreading his hand. You're the head of Tenryubito. You re nothing. Ron shook his head. You are not. I am said angrily. Suddenly, the whole island shook violently. What the matter? Yamato almost turned his head, putting down. If she fell down at this angle, she would have hit Ron. You shouldn't be so angry. Ron said jokingly. It's not me. I am rolled a glance at Ron. Then why is this island shaking? Tashigi thought it was a mom-sama who got angry. Okay, you all go back to the headquarters. It's going to be dangerous here. Ron stopped joking. When everyone heard the word, they no longer hesitated. After all, what the marshal said just had to be obeyed, and it was generally not wrong. I am also jumping up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took off, he was grabbed by Ron's feet, and he was pulled down abruptly. What are you doing? Yim said angrily. What are you doing up there? Ron VV Isho. Didn't you say let go to evacuation? Quote, their strength is not good enough. Take refuge. What difficulty do you have to avoid with your strength? Ron pinched Yimu's nose, which made Yimu immediately. He reached out and clapped Ron's hand down. Don't move. Ron snorted softly. This really frightened Yimu for a moment. Today, she was really shocked by Ron's strength, so it was completely subconsciously stunned just now. Unexpectedly, Ron put his hand on her forehead gently, and then a stream of pure power poured into Yimu's body like a dagger. Yimu's eyes widened in shock. She looked at Ron in disbelief. She could feel that her physical strength was rapidly recovering. This Ron actually gave her back his physical strength. After a while, Ron withdrew his hand. I am just feeling full of power. Seems like an endless amount of energy. Yimu looked at Ron puzzled, and said somewhat unexpectedly, why? Why? You won't let me kill you like this. With power, I won't be at your mercy anymore. Yimu said seriously. She herself did not know how firm the seriousness was. That's right. Then I'm still taking it back. Ron reached out his hand when he finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Yimu suddenly grabbed Ron's hand and said with a smile, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Haha, yes, then will you kill me? Ron laughed. HMPA, since you've recovered your strength, let's move your body. I.M. turned his head away without answering directly, then continued to Ron, give me this monster. Well, let go. After Ron finished speaking, he disappeared out of thin air, and reappeared at the headquarters. This marine headquarters has been floating as a horse controlled by Ron. When Ron fell in front of everyone, the base climbed at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. Marshal Ron, this is... Tashigi looked down curiously, a little puzzled. This island is going to eat people. Ron said lightly. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon 238 Showdown. Marshal, we're ready to rebel. Just as Ron finished speaking, the entire sea trembled violently, rolling up waves of hundreds of meters. At the same time, the earth shook. The whole punk hazard is like a giant fate, ferocious and terrifying. This island has become a human fate. Tashigi pointed down and said, this scene is beyond everyone's understanding. Such a big island actually came alive, and it still has a human fate. Marshal Ron, what going on? Kuzan is also full of doubt. Guy threw a devil fruit on the island. Ron said lightly, how is this possible? If it is a devil fruit, how can this island float on the sea? Kuzan continued to ask. Devil fruit is afraid of seawater. Once it comes into into contact with seawater, it will become unable to exert strength. Everyone here knows this, and it's no secret. Quote, then how can you ride a bike on the sea? Ron asked. Kuzan was stunned for a moment, then understood. Marshal Ron, is it alright to throw Lord Yim down there alone? Tashigi said with some concern. Although she didn't like Yim a little, of course it was because of Yim's unfriendly attitude towards Ron, but Tashigi still doesn't want her to have an accident. Don't worry, just leave it to her, Ron said lightly. They have never seen Yim use true strength, which is just an eye-opener for them. Has the master of Tenryubido started? It's really interesting, Fujitora said with a sigh. As the most mysterious person in the world, what is her strength? Fujitora is not the only one who is curious. Everyone present was very curious. Marshal Ron, are we still at war with Tenryubido's own world government? Yamato's words made the audience instantly quiet, and the surroundings suddenly became calm. Everyone held their breath. None of them thought that this Yamato was so daring and asked so suddenly. This is also in line with Yamato's character, who has always been more outspoken. She was sure before that there would be a battle between Marine and the world government sooner or later, and she also knew that not only her, but the entire Marine was also preparing for this moment. They could attack Mariajoy at any time, just waiting for Ron's order. I don't know since when, and Ron didn't say it, but all Marines seem to have a tacit understanding. All are preparing for this moment carefully. It seems that no one told them to do this, but they all prepared accordingly. Although they were shocked that Yamato dared to ask such a question, this was another question in Zhang. So, they all held their breath, ready to listen to Luo Lai's word. At this moment, even the sky below has been turned upside down, and no one has the intention to look at it. Who told you that I was going to deal with the world government? Ron looked at everyone with great interest. He couldn't remember when he said it. Marshal Ron, we have all seen it. The world government and Marine. There will definitely be only one in the future, so this battle is inevitable. That's right, the people of the world government have been deliberately dealing with Marshal Ron, and we have long lost sight of it. Marshal Ron, just tell us the truth. When will we start? The people in the world government must be thinking about dealing with us now. Let's right first. We are willing to elect Marshal Ron to be the king of this world. Push to Tenryubido and overthrow the world government. We are all willing to follow Marshal Ron and never betray. Everyone said a word. Anyway, Yamato has already pierced this layer of window paper. There is no need for them to tuck and hide. Ron Vivi was stunned for a moment, but now he knew how Chen Chao's mutiny and Zhao Kuangyan in yellow robe felt. All quiet. Ron pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to stay silent. The world government and Tenryubido must be removed, and the time at the next world conference, Ron said with a smile. The crowd was in an uproar. This was the first time Ron had given a positive response, which meant they had guessed right before. Immediately everyone on the field was very excited. World conference, isn't this coming soon? There are less than 2 years left. Thinking of this, all Marines are even more morale. What about Mr. Yim? Yamato said again. Yes, what should I do? Lord Yimu, I think she's not bad. Yeah, she's not like those. Tenryubido. Yes, Lord Yimu is also Tenryubido, and she is also Tenryubido's boss, and the real powers of the world government. I think she's just broken by the Gorosei 5 elders. Yes, the Gorosei 5 elders are the word. Then that everyone realized what Yamato Admiral meant. It turned out that Yamato asked this question just now because of IM. Even if IM is there, the world government can't keep it. They must disappear. Ron shook his head lightly. He didn't know that IM only guarding Tenryubido for 800 years, but it didn't matter. Ron would not allow a time bomb like Mariajoy to exist next to Marine headquarters all the time. Snoring on the side of the couch. It's a pity, Lord Yimu. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. Isn't Mr. Yim your fiancé? At this moment, Kuzan suddenly scratched his head and said, PFF. The whole place was quiet again. They didn't know the news yet, but Kuzan took it seriously because he heard Ron joking with Magino like this when he went to the bar last night. What kind of plot is this? Now the whole Marine knows it all. Does it matter? Of course Ron wouldn't explain it, because it wasn't necessary. Seeing that Ron didn't refute at all, everyone was more convinced now that what Kuzan said was true. No, since IM is the lady of Marshal Marine, she must be rescued from the clutches of the world government. Don't worry, Marshal Ron, we know what to do. Everyone said in a mixed manner, which is generally what they mean. Ron was done. What do you mean when you know how to do it? I don't know. 239. Master and young master, Jack is here to pick you up. Right next to Punk Hazard, Gaisa quietly took a small boat with all his research results and left here. He didn't want to be like that idiot Monet. The most important thing in Gaisa's opinion is the technology. He needs time the most right now, and Guy doesn't think that Monet can beat Ron. Marine at this time is definitely courting death, and I don't even know how. Ha ha ha. Kill yourself, Monet, with your stupid young master. I am going to run away. When Ron and the others came to this island, Gaisa had already run far away. Moment, Jack boat is roaming here. Lord Jack, don't you think that Guy? Suddenly a lookout on the ship said. Gaisa. Jack wondered, why is Guy here? They still have a deal between the beast pirates and Gaisa. Let go and have a look," Jack ordered. Then the entire fleet drove toward Gaisa's boat. Guy was still complacent when he suddenly saw a huge battleship approaching in front of him. I couldn't help but look up, and suddenly lost my courage. "Gia, Lord Jack." "Gaisa, why are you here?" Jack frowned. "Lord Jack, I'm passing by." "Yes, passing by," Guy stammered. "What kind of luck is this, to meet the beast pirates here?" "Passing by. You know we've been looking for you for a long time," Jack said with a bad expression. "After Doflamingo died, I haven't been able to find you. Are you avoiding us on purpose?" "How is that possible, Mr. Jack? You must have misunderstood. How dare I avoid you?" Gaisa really wanted to die. He just came out of one pit and fell into another pit. "I heard that you cheated a lot of research funds from your aunt, but I didn't expect you to study the giant potion part-time." Jack grabbed Guy and glared at him and continued. "No wonder it's so slow. It seems that you didn't concentrate on studying for our boss." No, it's not that kind of, Lord Jack. Listen to me, Jack said impatiently. "Lord Jack, your elephant Kiba poked me." "Well, what did you say?" "No, nothing. ... So it is." After Jack listened to Gaisa's statement, he let him go. "You said Marine is probably on the island now." "That's right, Lord Jack. Let's hurry up. It will be too late for a while. If Marine catches up, then we will be miserable." Gaisa thought that as long as he told Jack about these dangers, Jack would definitely leave this place with him. After all, it was so dangerous over there. How could anyone choose to go back? Unexpectedly, Jack said directly after listening to it, "Turn the direction and go to Punk Hassad." PFF. Guy vomited blood instantly after listening to it. "Lord Jack, it's dangerous there. I'm afraid all the Marine admirals have passed by now." Guy thought that Jack didn't understand what he meant, and said it again. "Didn't you say all the admirals would be there?" Jack pushed Gaisa away, stood on the bow, and said dignifiedly, "That right." Guy was confused. "That's why he said it's dangerous over there. Do you stupid elephant understand? That's all Marine admiral." "That right. I'm looking for Marine admiral," Jack said confidently. "Let me put it simply. We can't beat them, Lord Jack. Guy can't take care of that much anymore." Gate of opening said straightforwardly. "Who are you, Lao Su?" "I am Lord Jack." Rushing toward Punk Hassad, Jack pushed Guy aside impatiently. Gaisa is completely stunned now. He just escaped, and now he was brought back by this idiot. In fact, Jack has his own purpose. The young master is Admiral. Since Admiral is all on the island, it means that the Lord and the young master are also there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time we must bring back the big and young masters, so the boss of Kaido will be happy. The past few days, the boss of Kaido has been very irritable when he learned that the young master Yamato was promoted to Admiral, and has been drunk for several days, and often lose his temper. This made them all dare not go back to Onigashima. Otherwise, Jack wouldn't be idle and wandering here just to avoid Kaido boss. As long as I bring Yamato back this time, I will definitely be able to overwhelm the Big Brother and become the most dazzling 3 disasters in Onigashima with the Big Brother Queen. Thinking of this, Jack unconsciously showed a smug smile. Crazy, this stupid elephant is crazy." Guy is completely messed up looking at Jack, who is even showing danger. Does he even know what Admiral is? Guy saw, who has fallen into despair, sorts out the research results he has obtained. "Hey, what are you? How can you have a huge skull portrait on our island?" Jack suddenly glanced at Gaisa's research drawing. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew the pattern on it. "What?" Guy's hair stood up instantly. "You've seen this huge skull. How do you talk to lousy?" Jack laughed. "Shoot Guy out a few meters away." "Hey, Mr. Jack, you have seen this huge skull?" Guy asked again angrily. "Of course I have. On Lao Su's island," Jack said disdainfully. "Onigashima has a huge skull towering over it, and I don't know when it started to exist. Anyway, Jack has been there since he got there. This head is actually in Wano-kuni." Guy was shocked. "Wait, the Valley of the Gods, Onigashima." Guy suddenly realized. So it is. Chapter 240. Human fruit, mountain giant form. "Boss Jack, that island doesn't seem right." One of Jack's subordinates put down the binoculars and said in a confused manner. "Why not? You idiot. Aren't you just as scared as Guy?" Jack gave the lookout a fierce look. "Lord Jack, how is it possible? We are your subordinate." "Lord Jack, of course we are extremely brave. These soldiers don't know if they are flattering or really brave." But Gaisa looked at this group of people at the moment, and felt that he had entered the reckless base camp. None of them have long heads. Gaisa shook his head and sighed, worrying about his future. "It's almost the same. As the #1 general under Lord Kaido, I don't allow cowards on board. Remember, we are super brave." Jack said solemnly. "Don't worry, Mr. Jack. We are super brave, and we will kill and rescue Mr. Yamato in a while." Flip the Marine. "While they are on a mission, there must be not many people. At this time, we will kill them all, and then we will send out Da Adult. This wave is perfect. We are Lord Jack's subordinate." At this moment, all the pirates in Jack's boat were excited. "No help, no help," Guy said while covering his forehead. "Gaisa, what are you muttering there?" Jack hit Guy in dissatisfaction. "Lord Jack, I'm saying you're amazing," Guy said with a strong smile. "Ha ha ha. Today I will show you the power of our 100 beast pirate, and let you understand how powerful I am." Jack took the telescope and spat in In which direction? Lord Jack, it's over there. The lookout quickly pointed the way to Jack. Let me see. Jack looked over there indifferently. Since the Marine headquarters was floating at a height of more than 1,000 meters at the moment, Jack didn't notice it at all. Looks like someone is there. Jack looked carefully, because the distance was too far, so he couldn't see clearly at all. Lord Jack, why don't I come and take a look? Gaisa said cautiously. He also wanted to know how many people came to Marine, because he ran relatively early, so he hadn't seen Marine's appearance yet. Jack thought for a while. After all, Gaisa is also a person on this island, so he should know the battle situation better. Since Jack didn't see the other Marine, he wasn't sure whether Yamato was here or not. If it is not there, then there is no need for the pass. Take it. Kaido threw the binoculars in his hand and sat directly on the chair behind him. Guy took it over carefully, and then looked toward Punk Hassad. This moment, Guy looked dismayed, said with confidence, "What the matter? What the matter?" Jack growled impatiently. "Lord Jack, it used to be very dangerous now. Why? Isn't there only one person above?" "Lord Jack, that person is fighting with this island. We are easily affected in the past, and I have never seen that man in black, so I don't know who he is." Guy is still there, wondering why Monet is gone. It stands to reason that Monet is there now fighting against Marine. Although Gaisa is very cowardly, he completely trusts Monet's strength. She has been transformed, and it is absolutely impossible for her to die so quickly. There is something strange. Jack didn't see Yamato, so he really didn't plan to go, but when he heard Guy say so, he suddenly felt that he couldn't go. Wouldn't that be a cowardice? How can Mr. Jack be cowardly? No, he must go. What going on with that island? Jack asked that it was strange that an island should move. "Lord Jack, that's a new method I've developed to bring devil fruit to the island," Guy said proudly. "This is beyond Vegapunk's technology. He is so awesome that Vegapunk can only let a gun and a knife eat devil fruit. Only today can a small island eat devil fruit. Although this is not his original, it is completely technology from 800 years ago. He just plagiarized. But for scientists, can that be called plagiarism? That's a reference. Let an island eat devil fruit." Jakuden said incredulously. "Hey, that's right. That island I fed human fruit, the form of a mountain giant." The more Guy thinks about it, the more he thinks he is too arrogant. "I didn't expect you to have such skill. Come back to Onigashima with me later." Jack looked at Gaisa again and found that this person is not useless. This ability can still be reused by the boss of Kaido. "Really?" Guy said excitedly. "Can I see that gigantic ult too?" "That is an important reference for the giant experiment in front of 800. The object. Of course. Then let go now." Gaisa said impatiently. Just so happened that there was no need to go to Punk Hassad. Now that the island is too weird, Gaisa doesn't want to risk himself. "No, go to Punk Hassad first, then go back to Wano-kuni." Jack did reject Gaisa's request with a single blow. This made Gaisa's newly raised hope dashed again. He really didn't want to go to that island. "Boss Jack, look, that island has turned into a giant." The lookout on the side suddenly exclaimed. Even they had never seen this scene before. Going over there, Jack ordered, "Bring the telescope here. I just happened to have a look at the island that ate human fruit. What it looked like ... At this moment, Punk Hazard, a huge island with a radius of hundreds of miles, is slowly standing up from a human face. Yes, it is standing up, hundreds of feet tall and towering into the cloud. Yimu's body shone with light, and the 5 powers were constantly alternating. At this moment, she quietly watched such a scene. "I can't help but think of the first time I played against Ron." Chapter 241. Ron refreshes Garp and Sengoku again. "Marshal Ron, this is too big." Tashigi looked at this huge stone man who was almost level with Marine headquarters and couldn't help but look surprised. "It really big." Ron nodded, but he didn't expect that Guy would really be willing to spend all his money. "This is even willing to feed an island. You know, this devil fruit is actually quite powerful. According to Ron's estimation, even if a human eats it, it should be able to become very large. I just don't know what it will be capable of. Yawa, take out this fruit later," Ron said to Yamato. "Good," Yamato responded. "This is the first time she has used the dark fruit to do this kind of thing. Marshal Ron, do you want us to go down and help her?" Shirahoshi took the initiative to ask Yingro. "No, leave it to her this time." Ron is not too worried about Shirahoshi and others. After all, their strength has not reached this level. Among the Akatsuki members present, only Yamato has reached this level. As for the others, Boa Hancock and Rebecca are the strongest. As for Shirahoshi, Tina and Tashigi are relatively weak. Every time the huge stone man moved, it brought a violent strong wind. Marine base was blown a little swaying. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku, who had been dozing off in the base, came out. "The 2 old guys are really big-hearted. I didn't feel that Marine base had changed places at all. Slept till now. You 2 are finally out." Ron shook his head. "These 2 old guys have been very leisurely since they retired. Friend Ron, this." Sengoku just came out and saw the following scene. "Sengoku, isn't this the devil fruit you lent Vegapunk for research last time?" Garp yawned. "That's right, the devil fruit in the form of a mountain giant. But how could it appear here?" Sengoku said with a puzzled puzzled look. Yeah, how come here? Garp was also puzzled. No, where is this? It was only then that Garp realized that this is not the Yuhi continent at all. This is Punk Hasad. You old man, don't you even know this place? Sengoku said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be Punk Hasad. That's right. Wait, how are we in Punk Hasad? Garp glanced at the marine base behind him, and it was confirmed that he really came out of the marine base. Garp suddenly found out that marine base was floating, and couldn't help screaming in surprise. Little friend Ron is really unpredictable. Sengoku is much calmer. After all, he wasn't as startled as Garp. Ron smiled and shook his head no. This old admiration. Garp looked at the marine headquarters lurking in the air and couldn't help sighing. Quote, even Golden Lion has no such ability. Quote, Golden Lion. Ron suddenly came up with an idea, because he found that the floating marine base seemed to be pretty good, so he might as well go back and take out the floating fruit of the Golden Lion and let the military base eat it later. This way you can float in the air without your own control. Although I really have nothing to control, but if I am not here, the marine base will fall, so it better to let him float by himself. Do it if you think of it. Yamato, when you go back, get the devil fruit from the Golden Lion too. Ron said lightly. Good. Yamato is naturally the leader. However, he still asked curiously. The devil fruit of Golden Lion is useless to Marshal Ron, right? After all, the fruit of Golden Lion is not really that powerful. The reason why Golden Lion is so powerful is because he is awesome. The fluttering fruit is quite common among all devil fruit. Of course I'm useless. Feed him to this island. Ron stamped his feet. This. Yamato was done. Marshal Ron is really imaginative. Is he going to eat devil fruit for this marine base too? It seems that the stone giant in front of him is really envied by Marshal Ron. But Garp suddenly felt a little sorry. Golden Lion. But I didn't expect that because of his word. Golden Lion, who is already in prison, would be even worse. However, does little friend Ron know how to eat devil fruit for objects? Sengoku was more sober and asked he question. I'm afraid only Geisa knows this now. Ron shook his head. I don't know where that guy ran to. I guess he won't be able to find it in a while. Vegapunk will too. Garp said. Vegapunk will only give some smaller items the power of the devil fruit. Sengoku shook his head. You said earlier that this mountain giant's devil fruit was lent to Vegapunk for research, right? Ron asked suddenly. Yes, it was lent to him by the old man. This fruit used to be one of my collection. Later, when Vegapunk said that it would be a long time ago, I chose a few unimportant ones for him. Sengoku was very supportive of Vegapunk's research at the time, and he has a lot of devil fruit, and he doesn't care about these unimportant ones. As for those dangerous devil fruits, Sengoku will not take them out. It seems that Vegapunk is still in touch with this guy. Ron frowned. From the original Seastone bullet to the current devil fruit, Vegapunk's behavior is suspicious. Ron kept talking and went to Vegapunk. Didn't make time for it though, and according to their world government didn't instruct Vegapunk to study the Seastone bullet. It seems that I must go to Vegapunk's laboratory this time. Ron suddenly felt that this scientist seemed a little complicated, and many of her actions felt that she was not on the side of the world government and marine. The most suspicious thing is, Geisa is a scientific relic of a clan that he got with Vegapunk. This matter was searched from Monet's memory, which Geisa told Monet himself, so it can't be fake. But Vegapunk never told Marine or the world government. Instead, he kept these technologies privately. Chapter 242. The True Face of Vegapunk. Friend Ron is suspicious of Vegapunk. Sengoku immediately understood what Ron meant. That guy has never been out of the lab. Garp said incredulously. Not one. Ron asked. No, since she came to the experimental base where 7 is located, she has not come out. Not only that, even the defenders have never seen him. Sengoku also said with certainty. Not even you. Ron asked suspiciously. The old man has never seen it before. Sengoku nodded. He didn't care about it before. After all, he was the one recommended by the world government at that time. Of course Sengoku couldn't refuse at that time, and naturally he wouldn't doubt it. But now that I think about it, it's kind of weird. Vegapunk has been working in that laboratory for more than 10 years, and it is impossible not to come out one. Also, every time Sengoku goes, a robot greets him. Of course he didn't think there was anything, but now that he thinks about it, he doesn't even know what Vegapunk looked like. No, you, a marshal, don't even know such an important subordinate. Ron said contemptuously. Little friend Ron is joking. The old man trusted the world government too much at that time. Sengoku smiled awkwardly. You mean that guy sends robot to see you every time? Ron froze for a moment. Now that I think about it, it is. Sengoku nodded, then asked Garp. Old guy, have you seen it? How could I possibly have seen Vegapunk? What did I see him doing? Garp wasn't interested at all. The person from the world government, the channel to contact him. This is not clear. After all, Vegapunk will send the latest research equipment and weapons every once in a while, so no one cares who he is. After all, what we want is his weapons. Sengoku said truthfully. But this is quite right. For a person in power only needs the value he creates, and no one cares about who is creating the value. What about his hometown of Winter Island, where people should know Vegapunk? Vegapunk's face. After all, he grew up there. Garp finally made a constructive comment. You old man, who will go to Winter Island? The icebreaker that normally transports supplies only goes there once a month. Sengoku shook his head and said, No, no one knows about such a famous person. Ron said incredulously. Now Vegapunk aroused Ron's curiosity even more. If it wasn't for his mark at 7, Ron would have thought about it by now. Where's Momoshiki? Tell her to come here, Tashigi said. It was only then that he remembered that there was another insider here. That's the one who is in charge of the 7th acting base commander. As the guard of Vegapunk, Momoshiki should know something. After a while, Tashigi brought Momoshiki out, who was in charge of the work. Momoshiki was caught by Ron last time because she went to gamble, so she is still fine to work as a clerk in the headquarters, which makes her suffocated. This guy didn't even realize that Marine Base has changed positions now. After some surprise, he said to Ron, Marshal Ron, have you seen Vegapunk? Ron gate of opening asked directly. I've seen it, Momoshiki asked in confusion. Why did he suddenly ask this question? This was something she didn't expect, and she thought it was a big deal to call her here. I was also in touch with imprisonment before, but I didn't expect to ask such a simple question. But Sengoku and Garp were both surprised. Immediately asked, how did you see it? Even Sengoku has never seen it, but she has seen it, which made Sengoku unbelievable. Yes, you haven't seen a robot too, have you? No, I've seen real people, but I just haven't seen them, Momoshiki said casually. What kind of person? Ron was also a little surprised. Since Sengoku and the others were not allowed to see it, why did Momoshiki know about it? Like an old man. Momoshiki thought about it carefully. When did you see it? Ron felt something was wrong. Just half a month ago, the day before I came to headquarters, Momoshiki said with certainty. How do you remember so clearly? That's because it was the first time I saw him come out, so I was more impressed. Momoshiki still remembers being a little surprised when he saw Vegapunk. It's an old man. Timeline was wrong. Ron shook his head. Also, why did she come out to let Momoshiki take a look, as if she was taking the initiative to tell Marine that Vegapunk was still there? I've only seen this one. Right, well, yes, Momoshiki is absolutely sure. At this moment, Yimu was wearing the wings of wind and thunder, holding the blade of water and fire, and cut the huge mountain giant into several pieces. Is this the power of the Lord Tenryubito? Garp was amazed. Sengoku also shook his head, expressing his sigh of relief. At the same time, they always looked at Ron with a suspicious look, never expecting this woman to be so powerful before. This is the first time all Marines have seen Lord Yimu take action. Therefore, the impact on their hearts is still relatively large. It is really hard to imagine if it is a war with such a powerful person, whether you have a chance to win. Especially the few admirals sitting, they felt the deepest because they are the strongest, so they can clearly judge the strength gap between the two sides. If they were asked to fight against Yimu, I'm afraid it would be useless for 6 people to fight together, and it is not certain whether they could survive 3 moves. Thinking of this, I can't help but admire Ron even more. Fortunately, Marshal Ron put her in bed. Several people looked at Isho and nodded at the same time. Yawa, go down and take out the devil fruit. The suspicious gazes of these admiral, and he had no idea which pajamas they were talking about. Yamato led the command to jump down from a height of several thousand meters, letting the cold wind whiz by on both sides. Bang! Yamato didn't slow down at all, and landed directly on the remnant of the mountain giant. Jump is quite like Kaido jumping down from Sky Island. Of course, Ron was not the only one who thought so, but Jack, who was holding a telescope in the distance, also saw it. Marine base hidden behind the cloud, but Yamato, who fell to the ground, could see clearly. Sure enough, it's the Master of the Great Harmony. Hurry up. Going. Save the young Master of the Great Harmony. I will make a contribution. Second, fourth and third. Devil fruit synthesis technology. Multiple synthesis of one. Yamato closed his eyes and unleashed the power of the dark fruit to ultimate. In fact, the process is not difficult. I have experimented on Blackbeard once before. Yimu slowly flew into the sky and landed next to Ron. Not bad. Ron nodded. Yimu snorted coldly, showing that he still used your expression. These Marines have long been accustomed to Yimu's stunning appearance, but at this time, they didn't think about it, and they all focused on Yimu's handsome equipment. Of course, they also know that this is the illusion of Yimu's fruit ability, but these 2 knives are really handsome. They are as thin as Cicada's wing, the water is flowing, and the flames are churning. Why don't you call the marshal's wife quickly? At this time, a little clever ghost suddenly appeared in the crowd and shouted loudly. Hearing this sentence, the Marines reacted and suddenly thought of their previous discussion. Immediately, standing at attention, they all gave a military salute and shouted at the same time, see the marshal's wife. It's a neat thing to shout, especially after seeing Yimu's rank. I admire even more that Marshal Ron was able to take down the leader of the enemy army without a single shot. This made Yimu, who had seen the world done, stop. What the hell? I went down to fight. How come I found out that everything has changed? When did I become this shameless lady? Also, why is the whole marine shouting? Even I am a little bit full of Yuhi's face at this moment. Not embarrassed. What are you talking about? Ain's soft voice was drowned in the steel torch torrent of shouting, "You made them really scream." Quote, Yimu looked at Ron angrily and said, "I didn't." Ron spread his hand. "I knew that Ron would never lie, and there was no need to." "Then you quickly explain to them." Yimu stared at Ron with big eyes and said, "Why explain?" Ron laughed. "You know that you and I are not in this relationship. Of course you have to explain." Iman knew that Ron didn't explain it on purpose, but he still couldn't do anything about him. "Have you ever seen a marshal explain such trivial things when he is idle?" Ron said. What a trivial matter. I am going to force these people with both hands in the depth." But as soon as Ron grabbed her hand, he approached, watching I am returning to a state of no physical strength. Voice was very soft, but Yimu didn't dare to move at all. She didn't want to be sucked by Ron again. "Just call it. Anyway, they will meet in the future." I am so comforting himself. Seeing the closeness of Ron and I am, the Marines were more convinced. And I was thinking in my heart, fortunately, Kuzan Admiral told us about this. Lord Yimu and Marshal Ron hid it too deeply. Ron saw Yimu's shot just now, and it wasn't without gain. Combined with the technology that Guy scattered, if it develops according to such a technology tree, then the clan may have discovered another technology 800 years ago. Higher level of use of devil fruit, beyond administering devil fruit to object. This is also a conjecture of Ron, a conjecture born from the combination of Yim's ability. That's the devil fruit synthesis technology. This is definitely a wild guess, because no one has ever thought of it. After all, this is completely unthinkable for most people. To put it simply, it is combining two or more kinds of devil fruit abilities on one devil fruit. This solves the limitation that a person can only eat one devil fruit. According to the technology that Guy spread, Luo, it is very likely that the family of enumeration has developed a method. And I am as a good example. Her fruit has 5 abilities at the same time, although this is barely explained by the name of the fruit of the 5 element. But it's not convincing. If it's a family in front of 800 use their research technology to fuse the 5 most powerful logia together, the 555 devil fruit abilities of wind, earth, thunder, water, and fire are integrated into one devil fruit, then artificially created almost the most powerful devil fruit. Actually, it's entirely possible. If that's true, then this technology is undoubtedly what Ron wants most. Synthesize the most powerful devil fruit from different devil fruit. Just imagine, if Ron used the gas devil fruit and the burning fruit, it would be a mobile bomb. Various combinations are completely up to the imagination. As long as the combination is done well, even a few spicy chicken devil fruits are invincible together. More Ron thought about it, the more he felt that he had to master the technology. "I am come here and ask you something." Ron smirked and looked at I am. This made Yimu suddenly shudder and cover his mouth subconsciously. This little gesture is particularly cute, but Ron has no beauty in his eyes now. "Tell me the truth, or I'll kiss you." Ron took Im's hand away. Then he continued, "Tell me, is this 5-element devil fruit of yours made by using technology to fuse 5 kinds of devil fruit?" Boom. Im's head twitched, disbelieving, looking at Ron in disbelief and saying, Where did you know that?" I am not hiding because she was so afraid of Ron kissing him in front of so many people. Really, Ron was overjoyed. "I guess you can guess this too." Yimu sighed. "What kind of brains does this guy have?" "Then do you know this technology?" Ron asked the most important step. "No," I am replied bluntly. "This technology has been lost. This fruit of mine is the only devil fruit that has been successfully synthesized, but the 5 attributes are too powerful for ordinary people's bodies to control, so they researched it and no one dared to take it." Hands of a Tenryubito. I am truthfully told Ron this thing that only she knew. At least no other Tenryubito knew the secret now. 800 years have passed. Maybe Geisa and Vegapunk have. After all, they found the ruin. Just when Ron was disappointed, I am suddenly said, "Do you have any more interesting devil fruit synthesis recipes? Say it, I'll make it for you." 244. Is it okay to break into the heavily armed Marine headquarters and grab someone? Looks like Guy must be thrown back. Ron said firmly, "Are you synthesizing devil fruits into yourself?" I am incredulous. Said incredulously. Even the 800-year-old group only succeeded once. It can be seen how difficult this research laboratory is, but it is normal. After all, this kind of devil fruit is really too powerful. As long as it cooperate well, it is completely. It can create a strong person with the fastest speed. This point, Yim has a deep understanding. After all, her devil fruit is. That's how she came out. Amu believes that there is no one in this world except Ron. No one is stronger than her devil fruit. That right? Ron nodded affirmatively. "Why? Are you going to stop me?" Ron suddenly smiled and looked at I am. Quote, ... "Can you stop it?" I am rolled a glance at Ron. "Very cute. Haha. The question now is, where is Guy Sprinkle?" Ron touched his nose. Seeing this move, Tashigi knew that Ron wanted to drink tomato juice again, and immediately handed over the tomato juice he had been preparing from his chest pocket. Ron took the tomato juice and said with a smile, "Look at my subordinate, think about what I think, and then look at your 555 old men. At this time, I don't know if you care about whether you have. I got it." At this moment, the tomato juice still has a different temperature on it. HMPH, shameless. I said disdainfully. Marshal Ron, are you going to issue a warrant for Guy's arrest now? Tashigi was really proud of Ron, and was naturally very happy, which could be seen from her expression. Tashigi didn't even hide her excitement at all. As long as you can provide Guy's location once verified, you will be rewarded with 1 billion Bailey. Ron nodded. Yes. Tashigi led the way. Although Guy saw was a wanted order before, but now his wanted order has been upgraded again. Ron has had a major upgrade to the wanted list since taking charge of Marine. Now as long as you provide your location, you can get a huge bonus. Of course, it must be the case that Marine finds that the location is not wrong after going there. Soon, Tashigi called Morgan. Since Morgan's took refuge in Marine, it has been single-minded, and the efficiency of work is so fast. Because no one knows Ron's horror better than him, the kings who once dominated the underground world with him are now only himself. Therefore, when he received Tashigi's message without hesitation, he ordered the highest priority order, and all the staff immediately printed Geisa as wanted list. And for the first time, all the seagulls spread all over the world. Hey guys, is that guy finished too? Morgans shook his head. Geisa is also considered an underground world, and now that he is alone in this field, Morgans is even more sure of how wise it is for him to join Ron. Otherwise, my own end will not be much better than his. Moreover, Morgans knew that if Guy sprinkled this wanted list, then he would definitely die. Absolutely no retreat, and it was only a matter of time before his arrest. Morgans is very sure of this. After all, it is not the first time that a person has been wanted like this. However, what Ron didn't expect was that, before the newspaper was sent out, Geisa delivered it himself. After a while, Yamato finally extracted the human fruit, the form of a mountain giant. This is a one white devil fruit with a rock-like texture. However, just when she was about to return to Marine headquarters, suddenly, a loud cry came from a distance. Master and young master, Jack is here to save you. The voice is quite loud, even though it is several kilometers away. Even people can't see it clearly. Jack's voice came over from the wind and wave. It is admirable. Yamato was also taken aback. She thought she had heard it wrong. Have you been too tired recently? Why are you hallucinating? Yamato shook his head. How could this voice feel like thinking of Jack so much? As the only successor of Kaido, Yamato is naturally very familiar with all the people in the Beast Pirate, especially this Jack, who is notoriously loud and reckless. Yamato, just in case, looked around to make sure that there was no one else, so he was sure that he had heard it wrong. Oh, what's the matter? How can I remember that idiot voice? Could it be the sequelae of the dark fruit? Yamato's incomprehensible secret path. From her, it is absolutely impossible to see that far away. Looking at Jack Leet from this perspective is like looking at ants from 100 meters away. Even if you know where he is, you can't see him. And Jack used the telescope, and it was confirmed that the person on the island was Yamato. At the same time, Jack also slapped Guy away. You idiot, you still prevent me from landing on the island. If I listen to you, will I miss the big and young master? Jack regretted his choice, and the chance was reserved for the bold. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Guy's advice to this idiot. Come to think of it, my dignified Lord Jack, how could I possibly listen to Guy like this, Junior? This guy also said that the island is dangerous and dangerous. Why didn't I see it? Obviously there is only the young master Yamato. Guy on the side was trembling. He also felt very strange. Could it be that he was really wrong? There is only one person on this island, Yamato. It's still Jack Samawai. Guy laughed and flattered. It's good to know. I'm Jack. Jack laughed. Little one, go at full speed toward Punk Hasad and take the big and young masters home. Yes, Master Jack is why. Master Jack is super brave. Chapter 245. Madam Marshal, waiting for Jack's reply. You must have heard it wrong. Seeing that there was no sound coming, Yamato sighed. I thought to myself, how could it be possible for her father's subordinates to pass by here, and she has to save herself, no matter how I think it funny. Quote, Lord Jack, it seems that the Lord and the young master can't see us. Gaisa knew that he made a mistake in his judgment, so he quickly made up for it. You can't see it. Jack looked down the telescope and found that the distance was really too far. Hurry up and go. Don't let the big and young master wait too long. Jack roared. It's Mr. Jack. The helmsman immediately shout out to the person behind, going at full speed. No, Lord Jack, the sea is foggy. The helmsman said to Jack. The weather at sea is always changing, so the phenomenon of sudden rise of fog is very common, and the fog generally comes and goes quickly, so no one cared. Now we can't see the big and young masters anymore, Guy said regretfully. Going quickly, or the big and young master will leave soon. Jack urged again. The credit in front of you. How can you say that you miss it if you miss it? Jack swore this time that he must take the eldest and the young master back. At this moment, the Marine headquarters above Yamato, I suddenly looked at Ron and said, why do bad people like you have such good luck? Am I the bad guy? Ron haha Isho. He knows what I am referring to. After all, this distance is beyond the scope of observation hockey for ordinary people. That's right, the average person they're talking about about it. Those sitting, Admiral. For I am and Ron, this distance is really not too far, and they can easily perceive it with observation hockey. You don't think you're a good person, do you? I am turned to Ron, with a can you please face expression. Aren't you going to send me a nice guy card? Ron said with interest. You are also worthy of the good person card. Yimu snorted. This man is so shameless. He even had to give him a good card. Well, I'll just say you're interested in me. After Ron finished speaking, he gave a sip and kiss. I am still not aware of the ridge of the good man card. You, what are you doing? I am panicked instantly. There are so many people here. Wow. Yo yo yo. Marine cheered. Marshal madam. Sensible little Marine in the crowd took the lead in booing. I'm going to kill you. Yimu was embarrassed by the coaxing voice. Now that she's got physical strength, she won't let Ron do things like this. Immediately, a force spread to the limbs of Mukuro, and the next moment he was about to shoot at Ron. However, I didn't expect that as soon as I had an idea, my body couldn't move again. Looking down, he found that his body turned out to be densely packed. Shock. What did you do? It's just a small sealing technique. Don't panic. As long as you are obedient, there will be no problem. Ron smiled wickedly, then drank tomato juice on his own. Let go of me. Say you don't dare anymore. Ron still liked to tease Yimu very much. After all, such high-ranking women have the innate majesty of superior. It's even more interesting to tease. Kiba of imminently ruthless, but he looked helpless again. So cute. Don't say it. I am said sternly. As soon as Ron counted to 2, I am was afraid. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she was afraid that Ron would do something nasty again in such a public place. Wait a minute. I am immediately interrupted. If you're not talking, I'm going to continue counting. Ron lay beside Yimu's ear and whispered. The weak airflow and the hot breath made Yimu's ears itch. Good, I said. I am biting Kiba and saying, I don't dare anymore. It's almost there. Ron unlocked the seal with satisfaction, and looked at Yimu's puffed up appearance, subconsciously amusing. The geisha you asked for has also been delivered to your door. Are you satisfied this time? I am rolled a glance at Ron and said, haha, what an unexpected joy. God help me too. Ron screamed in the sky. This made Sengoku Garp and several Admiral next to him puzzled. I don't know what happened to Marshal Ron for a while. Little friend Ron, you are. Sengoku couldn't help asking. Of course they didn't know that Geisha was rushing towards the island. It can be said that, except Ron and I am, no one else has found it yet. I was just about to doze off when someone brought a pillow. Ron said, oh, this confuses these people even more. What does it mean? Garp also asked in confusion. Geisha delivered it himself. Ron didn't sell anything, he said directly. Where is it really? Sengoku was done. He didn't find any trace of Geisha around. Ron gestured towards the northeast and said, it's there. It should be soon. It will be there in about half an hour. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. They didn't feel any ship in that direction at all. And now the sea is considered dense fog, and the visibility is less than 100 meters. This means that Gai's location is at least outside the scope of the two's observation hockey, and the farther the observation hockey is, the lower the resolution. Example, even if Geisha appeared in the observation hockey range of Sengoku and Garp now, but because of the distance, the two of them only knew that there was someone or a boat there. As for what it was unknown. And since Ron can clearly perceive that is Geisha, this means that Ron's observation hockey range is farther than Geisha's current position. Thinking of this, Sengoku and Garp couldn't help but secretly admire how terrifying this new Marshal's observation hockey must be. You must know that in Marine, the observation hockey of the two of them is already very powerful. Besides the two of them, only Kizaru's observation hockey is the strongest. After all, in that saturation blow, Yasukani no Magatama just avoided Luo's submarine, which is outrageous. It can only be said to be observation hockey. Come on, let go down. Meet Geisha and Jack. After Ron finished speaking, he controlled the Marine headquarters and landed on Punkhasad. Conceivable that when the thick fog dissipated, or Jack suddenly found the scene in front of him after landing on the shore, he did not know how he would feel.